Hey.
And it's a very good morning, a slightly chillier good morning as well from beautiful Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. Gigs Hilliers alongside Californian Ed Quinn, along with a whole host of visitors to Jeffreys Bay in 2024. Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Gigs. How are you?
Man, I'm pumped. What a day one we had yesterday. Let's just reel back our thoughts quickly for an opening day of competition. Strong swell in the water through the spring tides yesterday, and I just saw everybody on the smile. Just we made history yesterday. No,
it was easily the greatest day in the history of kneeboard surfing, in my opinion. The production value we have here, the stoke on the beach, the accommodating and welcoming Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. It was outstanding, and we got through the entire opening round of the trials. We even had some veterans heats later that actually went off. The highest scoring heat of the day was the last heat of the day. Steve-O the Nilo coming through with a 18.7 or something ridiculous like that. So we built on the day. Today we got to finish up the veterans. We got to get the round two. Those people who got second place in their opening round heat are now in a repecharge round of sorts, and then we're going to get right into the main event.
Well, straight into the action, folks. If you're just joining us, thank you for sharing us far and wide. We believe we went up to about 6,000 viewers yesterday. As we tee in the first heat of the morning this morning, Ed, you made reference there to the veterans. We ran the opening round of men's. We sent the winners through to round three. There were second places that have gone to round two, and they must surf off in the elimination process coming up shortly. But we did, you mentioned it, finish the day with the veterans category. Our veterans category made up of 6 heats. We ran 3 yesterday, and a bittersweet day for Steve O'Neill because he dropped out of the opens early on
with a 14.42. It is burned into my memory. It was such a great heat. It's just that's the dangerous part of the trials. It was the dangerous part for Liam and the surfer who won in red, whose name is escaping me right now. You just don't know who you're going to come up against. And it was, Steve-O's a local here, and he came out hot out of the gate and put up some great numbers. But, one surfer gets a barrel. Liam does a couple of huge hacks, big lad, huge hacks on his flash point. And Steve-O finds himself getting knocked out of the open in the first heat by 0.05?
It was a super packed heat, and I think that just speaks testimony to the level of what's going on here. As far as conditions go here for day 2, we're picking up on those remaining 3 veterans heats, and then we'll go into the brutal elimination process of round 2, and then around late morning we'll be going into round 3. We'll start seeing the seeds. Mm-hmm. And that is going to be an entertaining afternoon. So another full day coming at us here. As you can see, conditions this morning, Ed, we mentioned that spring low tide, that there is consistency, there's swell in the water. We'll expect that to last all day. And what I am surprised with is it's gone clean offshore a little earlier than what the charts have shown this morning.
Yeah, I woke up this morning in our little hobbit house there on the hill right at Super Tubes, and couldn't have been more excited to see these gorgeous offshore winds. I actually then checked the broadcast schedule and was a little disappointed that I was on the first shift because I was going to sneak out into the water for a little warm-up surf. But, duty calls when you are at the CineFX World Kneeboard Championships in Jeffreys Bay, Gigs.
Yep, we're having so much fun with it. We trust that you are, as well as we get to share it with you, care of Eagle Sports Live's media channel. And, of course, 3-man heats in the water this morning as we pick up on the opening heat of the morning, veterans, heat number 4. Dave Wilsonak, the South African in blue. Daniel Pipalo, he's based in Indonesia these days, surfing under the US flag. And Paul Wright, well, under the Irish flag. And wasn't that a great parade of nations we had on the Saturday morning with all the nations being represented? Paul, one of the few Irish.
The marching band was my favorite. Well, here goes David up again, and he's going to see if he can extend that lead. And I think he will. That was a nice little Rio off that. You've got to be careful with that offshore wind. The winds here on the East Cape blow pretty aggressively, and if you go up without a lot of care, you may want to get radical. But it's really easy for you to get blown right out of the back of these waves.
Yep, attacking the lip on a strong offshore day, always a very tricky thing, no matter where you are around the world. We've seen, and Ed, you saw testimony to it last week in the build-up to the event. I mean, we had 100-kilometer-hour winds offshore here.
Yeah, I've never taken off on a bigger wave more blind. And I'm from Ocean Beach, San Francisco. That is saying something. Like that one day, I believe our little surf line was calling it 15 to 18 foot with 40 mile an hour offshore winds, and some of those takeoffs were a little hectic. Not gonna lie.
Well, there's your conditions on screen this morning. Brisk offshores, the water considerably warmer than usual. There's been a pocket of clear, warm water, and of course, I reckon you could go 2 mil wetsuits quite easily here, Ed.
I went steamer yesterday, short arm. I was literally, and I couldn't have been a more perfect suit. I was so happy to have it. Thank you, Iceverse wetsuits. I brought it on a whim, and it was. I think a lot of people. I think the local economy here in Jeffreys Bay is very happy because there's a lot of people who came here thinking. I mean, I have a 5'4" wetsuit that has not come out of the bag because I didn't realize how incredibly warm it was going to be. I've been running a 3.3 hooded nose zip, which is the perfect suit for long sessions. In fact, when I paddled out on that big day we were talking about, Grant Twiggy Baker, legend, was out. He's probably Iceverse's premier rider, and that's a suit he had on. So I knew I had the right suit. If he's wearing it, I'm wearing it. But now the water is 65 degrees. I can't convert to Celsius. You'll have to do that. It's 75 degrees on the beach. I feel like we're in Indonesia. What's going on in the Indian Ocean? Is this your winter? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, I was just referencing it earlier. What happens is it's been an El Nino year. We've had a lot of strong onshore pattern on the east coast of South Africa. It ushers down a lot of the warmer water from way up Madagascar, Mauritius way in the middle of the Indian Ocean. We bring some of that, even Maldives temperature water down here. We saw it at the Bolido Pro earlier. I get to work on some of those events, and certainly the water through the entire winter on the entire coast here has been lukewarm is the best description. Yes. On screen, this is David Wilsonak, the Cape Townian. Great chap. He's in the awning business. He's a good family man. He loves to surf the Kalk Bay Reef with the Reef Rats. There's a whole crew of kneeboarders down in the southern area there. And Dave Wilsonak, a spirited surfer, and he's nuggety. He can really lay a few turns, and he loves the barrel, doesn't every kneeboarder. And here goes Paul Wright. See how he answers to Wilsonak. And as we warm up the broadcast this morning, we will start peeling the tapes back for a couple of replays. And good work by Eagle Sports Media to line up with our kneeboard champs this year.
Oh, I mean, I think a lot of people were actually shocked yesterday at the quality of the production. Eagle Sports has really gone above and beyond. The different camera angles, the replay, our little studio here. The Creedler asked me if I needed a jacket today. I go, jacket? I'm not sitting on the beach. I'm not in the elements. I'm going to be here. Yeah, absolutely not.
Well, yes, Daniel Pipala. He's loving his visit to South Africa as well. Lost a swim fin yesterday morning in his first heat. Said he got out there, got cleaned up by a set, and he really actually only caught one wave in his heat yesterday in that division in the Opens. But here he is working. He's picked a little inside wave. Now, I've noticed already this morning a bit of a pattern. There are some bigger waves. You saw Wilsonak's wave selection, definitely superior to Daniel Pipala's as we look at the last few minutes of action, Ed.
Yep. Nice little turns the Irishman's doing, sort of working his way back in.
Well, getting our warm-ups and our replays smoothed out this morning. Either way, it's welcome to beautiful Jeffreys Bay, day 2 of the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles. So stoked to be able to share our favourite sport, and we talk that with the kneeboard hat on with the world. And, of course, great feedback from all around the world, Ed. We've had been peppered with messages from every angle. Groundbreaking stuff. We are broadcasting kneeboarding live.
I'll humbly admit there are some watch parties that are going to be happening back in Manhattan Beach. My friends and family are going to be waking up when my open round 3 heat drops. Sort of a slumber party with an alarm clock. I mean, there's such a, and this is general more than just kneeboarding, but even being a fan of surfing, following the WSL, the contester, it's unbelievable to be able to watch the comps at any time thanks to the internet. But the timing's always weird. The call's always at a different time. You have to sort of follow it. And so there is sort of like a little bit of a culture to all surfing. If you follow the sport of surfing and you love the WSL, maybe some even farther and follow the Challenger Series and the qualifying series, there is this. You got it on your phone, you got it on your TV. It's playing in the background while you're working. It's playing in the car because you got to watch it when it happens. And for us to sort of now.
Yeah, there's something pure. There's something purer about taking it in live, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Than waking up 6 hours later and watching the.
And all surfers are used to it. So when my friends who are WSL fans say, "Oh, we're going to watch your heats," it's not like they're. I mean, I'm very humbled that they would do that, but also that's what you do. That's it's like if you're playing in a band, it's like, oh, we'll come see you play live. It's not like it's not a big thing. This is, you got to wake up early and watch the heats. You got to watch the playback. It's great having everything's being recorded. So some of you who do need to get some sleep, you can always go back and we were watching the replay on YouTube last night. It'll live there forever. For some of us, we live there. As an honorable moment, and some less it'll live in infamy forever.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, listen, a little easier in the time zone, 7:40 a.m. in the morning here in South Africa. We kind of line up with Europe mostly, but out in the Australias, it's already late afternoon into the evening, so they'll have a good time watching it. Americans a little more challenging right now if you want to watch live.
The Australians are having drinking parties, and the Californians are basically having their morning coffee and watching the heat. So it's a little. Swell in the water when that tide switches on this full moon. We could definitely see some bombs again. So if you want to see surfers get cleaned up, Randy, Simon, and I surf in the afternoon.
You mentioned the rocks as well there. You spoke about the gullies. There are a couple of little keyholes that are easier to paddle out, and that really is you need to plug in with the locals because it's a full mile of granite rock strata and structure, and it's there's only a few little vents that you can jump in and not have a too problematic paddle out.
And even those are perilous. There are little rocks that are looking to grab your fins, as a lot of Americans have found out, a lot of Australians have found out. I've seen a lot of people in tears on the beach coming up with their new board, missing a fin, two fins. Roger Hughes, I think at this point, holds the record. Roger came out of a warm-up 2 days ago with no fins in his board.
Yeah, that was a good effort.
Yeah, good effort. See,
all three fins out.
We're number one. Gigs, America. This is why we are the greatest nation in the world. When you want to have any kind of competition, like losing your fins on the rocks, we go all out. We commit.
And he's from Santa Cruz. I mean, if anyone's going to be familiar with rocks and the raw feel of the South African coastline, it should be Roger, and that's how tricky it can be here.
Oh, and Randy Reed surfs his home spot is 4 Point, but in the winter on the low tides, he's surfing Ocean Beach, San Francisco is his home spot, but he's also a local at 4 Point, which is nothing but rock hopping. It is nothing but trying to time your paddle out. And I don't know the last time he lost a fin at underneath the Golden Gate Bridge there in San Francisco, but day one he did 2 boxes. He didn't lose his fins, but the ding repair man who's moving to Cabo San Lucas after this event from all the money he's made on ding repair.
Well, a number of surfboard builders in the area. You think of Taste from Rebel Boards. So just see this sort of beautiful backlit lighting of the first heat of the morning here in Jeffreys Bay. This is Dave Wilsonak, who's in charge of this heat, by the way. He's doing a good job with it. You can follow, of course, on live heats as well if you do need to leave your YouTube viewing.
Yeah, if you look at his scores, he had a really good score of a 6.7, and he knew he left some points on the board, and then he was able to follow it up and finish the wave on his 4th wave, and that gave him a 7.67, putting him firmly in the lead. Paul would need basically a perfect score at this point in the last 2 minutes to overtake him, and Daniel has some work to do. I don't think we're surfing Uluwatu anymore, Daniel. You got to.
Well, he's got to go right as well, right?
Yeah.
Oh, here's Paul talking of rights. This is Paul Wright surfing under the Irish flag. What a cool! We mentioned the 11 countries partaking here. We had the national parade down the main road. Of course, everybody addressed by the mayor, and just a real cool feel, almost like the Olympics of kneeboarding unfolding here in Jeffreys Bay. And,
marching band was my favorite part.
What's that?
Marching band was my favorite part. That was such a nice touch, Gigs. I swear I felt like that was something that warmed. I think I warmed everybody's heart. That marching band was something special.
Yeah, no, absolutely well done from the Surfers Alliance. Of course, Sharon Kroc. She is just in the background, just pushed all the right buttons for us as a kneeboard community. Of course, a big shout out to Vanji Butka as well from On The Move Events. They have hosted this. They, of course, listen, we've taxed a little bit of the WSL infrastructure here, and it's all on site here in J-Bay. So, with On The Move being involved in the event, Ed, we have put on the best kneeboard contest the world will ever see.
And it's not even a close second. And like the KSUSA, we were very proud of it. Shout out to the late Don Harris, who was able to, kneeboarding has sort of died in the United States through the late 80s into the 90s. It was the dark ages, as we call it. You didn't know where anybody was. You didn't know if there were contests. You had a couple shapers making boards, and then here came the internet, and Don Harris created Kneeboard Surfing USA, and he started just sort of as his passion, being up there in Ocean Beach, San Francisco, and the next thing you know, it went from a little gathering of 20 kneeboarders to everybody starting to get online in the late 90s and early 2000s, and pretty soon we had thousands of members, and it was pretty fantastic. So we held some great contests. We were holding the contest up in Santa Cruz, Pleasure Point. We held a world championship there in 2007 at Steamer Lane. I mean, they were great contests. Big Tony Alvarez took over in Huntington Beach, and we had some pretty amazing contests down there in Huntington Beach. But this is just next level. Those were phenomenal, well done, grassroots, amateur events. This is all professional.
Yeah, we're off the charts here, and we're loving it. Heat number 2 now in the water. 2 blasts of the horn there. David Wilsonak, the South African, with a convincing win in that opening round of the morning. Well, it's heat number 4 of the veterans. And introducing a new heat on deck as well. Second heat of the morning's proceedings. It is day 2 of the event. And Well, welcome to viewers all around the world as we got 3 South Africans in this one. Andrew Black, freshly minted as a national team rider here. And Ryan Gallagher out of Australia. Dion van Antwerpen, he's a spirited rider. And Stuart Henshelwood, who had a great run yesterday. And we're about to tee up heat number 2. Once again, good morning from myself, Gig Saliers and Ed Quinn. We love kneeboarding and we love sharing it with you. First time ever broadcast around the world for the sport. And Ed, we've been yarning on about all things. We've got a great little crew of commentary guys. We'll be bringing guys like Albert Muniz in. We've got Mark McLeod is going to join us, Mark Crawford, and a bunch of other guys that will just bring sort of a couple of layers of knowledge and depth and entertainment.
Entertainment, hopefully. That's the most thing. It's wonderful for the world to see how fun our little tribe is, how passionate we are about surfing, but we also don't take ourselves wildly serious.
Yeah.
There's a tongue-in-cheek vibe to everything that we do, but as anyone and everyone knows who is passionate about surfing, every great surf spot has a couple of us. We're always first in the water. We're always there when it's good. We're always there, to be part of the surf culture around the world. Yep,
it's ingrained. You can't get rid of the kneeboarders. You know what it is? You can't get rid of pure.
You can't get rid of pure.
You can't get rid of real.
It really is. It's one of the most. There's a phenomenal surfer, writer, legend named Dave Parmenter, and I'll never forget. He wrote this article, and it was just a one-page article. It might have been the back of Surfing or Surfer, and it talked about Star Trek, the original Star Trek. If the cast of Star Trek, the characters in Star Trek, surfed, what would they be? And it was going through them all. And when it got to Spock, Spock would be a kneeboarder because it's just so logical. And that's the way we always looked at it. Sometimes it takes a bit of an iron will or blinders to be the only person riding your certain type of board in the lineup. But
what's interesting? This is an easy segue now. Is we all started somewhere, right? As that choice of, okay, I'm going to kneeboard, right? And it's people will ask you why, and you can try and justify it, and you never really verbalize it properly. But I mean, I just remember being told as a 14-year-old kid, stand up, stand up, stand up. You know what the funny thing is? Nobody tells me to stand up these days.
No.
We've got our place.
We found our place, but actually the irony being, I mean, I really do feel like there's a more positive nature in surf culture in places like Australia and South Africa, whereas in California, things are the most cliquey, the most judgmental. And so in the 80s and 90s, there was I think it was a jealousy and a competition thing, because anyone will tell you that you get into the lineup with a kneeboarder who can take off deeper. Some of us ride longer boards. Some of us wear fins. Some of us are just preternatural paddlers. And so there was always waves are limited resource. So a lot of the pushback might have been not wanting to give up waves to anyone. But what I have noticed in definitely the last 5 years, but it started maybe 10 years ago, is, I don't want to say the over-commercialization of surfing, but I think they're just reached a saturation point where people were looking for something different.
Yeah, and to go all the way back to the beginning, there was a sense of urgency in the 80s and the 90s for surfing to really establish its place at the expense of trampling on all the alternative disciplines. And I think if you think of the retro that exists in all from fashion to music to everything, I always make a joke of it, and I go, well, this, if the retro longboard approach is so cool, then surely kneeboarding is next.
Well, and that is what I've seen happen in California, in which there was this incredible Dion out there doing it.
Yeah, Dion got a good opener. In fact, Ed, just to go back to the action in the heat, this has taken a while to find this wave, and Dion van Antwerpen has found the first and opening score of the heat. So we had about 6 minutes there with absolutely no waves in the lineup. And let me tell you, the names like Andrew Black, Stewie Henshelwood, and Ryan Gallagher are wave magnets.
Yeah.
So just maybe those guys just slightly out of position with the tide dropping, perhaps. We spoke about the rhythm of the ocean. We know that there is some swell in the deep water. We are expecting the tide push in about 2 hours' time. But certainly everybody just caught a little slow there at the moment.
Well, I mean, anybody who's been here for the last week has seen Dion absolutely dominating out at Super Tubes. I think he was the first kneeboarder I saw taking off on the big day and take off way, way outside, almost to boneyards, and go all the way through impossibles. He's a wave magnet. He's a paddle machine, and so it's no surprise he was on the first wave and opened the scoring, but it's also 6 minutes into the heat to get the first wave.
Well, Dion comes from a wave ski background, so he was competed at the highest level on the wave skis and switched out to kneeboarding a while ago. Lovely clean rail turn from Ryan Gallagher, who's establishing his opening ride here. We're already down to 13:45 on the clock. He's going to come around nicely. Good flow here. Second turn, third one on the way now. This is going to be a meaningful score, and this is going to perhaps be the barometer score for the heat. Lovely flow from Ryan Gallagher, who's looking fit and trim, and he'll do a good job of it. Now, that is going to be the benchmark score for the heat right there.
You're absolutely right. He did a great job, too. I think he was a little ambitious on that first roundhouse. He got himself a little too deep. I feel like he might have lost that wave, and he was able to sort of battle his way out of the whitewater, get back to the wave, do some nice turns, a nice little roundhouse, and was able to finish that wave and that scoring. But so we'll wait for that score. We might get a replay here. But going back, Gigs, it's I've noticed it myself. Like there's this new interest and intrigue in our board design. We're very proud as kneeboarders of George Greeno creating the first short board for Nat Young when he won the World Championship. We're very proud of Steve Liss, who created the fish. The fish that is now ubiquitous was created by a kneeboarder from La Jolla. Peter Crawford and his slabs. They give Simon Anderson here's the replay of this wave. This is what I was talking about right here. He has a nice top turn, and this was a mistake. That was a mistake. You can see the wave is reeling off right here, and that could have been actually pretty tragic. But he fights his way back through the whitewater, and now he's back onto the face, and this is going to be giving him the benchmark score of the heat, and was a really great recovery.
Well, that brings an interesting discussion because you could feel he maybe left a point and a half on the table. So whatever the score comes in and establishes itself at, it could have been a full point to point and a half more as a topic of discussion. We'll go back to live action here. This is Andrew Black, who is a Cape Town kneeboarder. He's been minted as a national colours surfer, made the finals of the South African Championships last year against names like Lester Sweetman, Tom Gray, and Jed McNeilage. So he's mixing it up at the top. Andrew Black's always been that underground charger, but he's focused in on the contest scene, and he's going well.
Yep, and this was a nice wave. Did a little snap under the top right there. He's definitely got a good wave for his opening as well. He wants to keep up with Dion, and yeah, you see here how the wave sort of he was really good in letting that wave reform on the reef and push forward. He doesn't want to lose touch with Ryan and Andrew. You need to, or with Dion, excuse me. And so that last wave was great. And so, Ryan's leading the heat with a 6.67. Dion's only came in at a 3.8. So Andrew Black with that 5.3 has now put himself into second position, and we'll be looking for a backup to try and keep Dion at bay.
Well, let's have a look at numbers. So back to that discussion on Ryan Gallagher, 6.67. That could have been in the mid-7.
It could have maybe even gone excellent.
Yep.
It's hard. It's hard to know. And I think what he was doing was making sure he was staying in the power pocket. But then that wave hit that little finger of that reef, ran off from him. But, Ryan gets by, he's going to forget all about this. He's not going to care. If something happens and Ryan drops down to third place, if Dion's able to find a screamer, and he'll look back at that turn and rue the day for sure.
Well, Andrew Black matching with the 5.33, so two building block scores for both Ryan Gallagher and Andrew Black, setting the pace for the heat. Dion van Antwerpen and Stuart Henshelwood, bit of work ahead for them now as we're already into the second half of the heat. But beautiful brush conditions here in Jeffreys Bay for day 2 of competition. Slightly smaller than yesterday, but I still speculate with the tide push today, Ed, we're going to have, by the time we get to the mid-afternoon, And we're into round 3, and we start seeing the top seeds of the sport take to the lineup. Names like Gavin Coleman, Simon Farrer, Albert Munoz, Shane Simpson. So multiple world champions in the draw here. And they'll be in the water later today. Have a look at this set. So this is a little sign of things to come.
And this White getting on the board finally. It's it's gotten pretty late in the heat. It's under the 10-minute mark, at 9-minute mark, and so he needed to get on the. Stewart needed to get on there as best he could. But now here comes Dion back again in blue, doing his best to try and stay with the leaders at this point, because with only 9 minutes left, you can't allow yourself to get left behind.
Well, nice exchange between Stewie Henshelwood in white and now Dion van Antwerpen in blue. Dion down the line. Let's see if he concludes this one. Joins the dots nicely.
Nice.
So that's going to be a useful wave. That's going to bring him right into contention with those opening scores of Gallagher and Black.
You can see Dion got off the board, and he's paddling back out hard because he knows that wave will put him temporarily in second place. But it's he's got a decent backup at that 3.8. We'll see what that last wave comes in at, but he's still going to have to. He knows that now Ryan and Andrew sitting out the back with priority. They're going to have the pick of the next wave, and if they can't beat his 3.8, he'll be okay. But if they can, then he's going to find himself in that third position, which is an elimination position.
A quick look at the replays here. This is Van Antwerpen out on the face. Gets that body weight over for the rail push. Just regrouping. So he's doing what needs to be done here at the point to stay close to the whitewater. I see a lot of people going way too far out on the face. That you can get guilty of that. The J-Bay sort of lures you out ahead. Doesn't matter if you're up at super tubes or if you're at tubes or at any of the other breaks. You can tend to, because it's so perfect and linear, you do tend to rush ahead of things. But that was well ridden, well executed, and that's going to be Dion van Antwerpen's best score thus far. So he'll go into an early lead, care of 2 waves. Let's have a look at that. Van Antwerpen, so 4.93, so just under Andrew Black's numbers for the last wave of blue. But either way, he's the only one on 2 waves, so he's in the early lead now as we go down to just under 7 minutes left. Ed, these heats are flying by. This will be Stewie Henshelwood. Let's have a look at him. He came from behind the peak, so this is that exchange that we saw a few minutes back between South African Stuart Henshelwood and fellow countryman Van Antwerpen. That was a nice bang to the whitewater as well. Didn't come in at a great score, though. The lowest of the last few, a 4.67, but still a reasonable number for Stewie.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's a great number. It puts him right in this heat. It's a great backup score. He's going to need to go out and he's going to need to find himself something in the high 5s or 6s.
There's a couple of surfers that have not been in the consistent contest scene for a while. Names like Carl Ebel, Stewie Henshelwood, Dwayne Bosch, a number of them, but they were the Groms when the Cape Kneeboard Club was established in the late 80s and into the 90s, and they had to surf against the big animal that Sean Noon was and still is.
Yes,
and Sean
legend.
Bullied these kids, but he turned them into strong competitors.
Yep.
And certainly right now, Ryan Gallagher out on another smooth run here through the lineup at the point, Ed.
Yeah, Ryan was trying to back up his 6.67 with something better than a 3.2. I don't think that's going to go there. I'm not going to speak for the judges. Maybe it could. He's in the lead, but it is a very tenuous lead. He needs to get something, get some sort of backup. Andrew Black is sitting there with a 5.33 and could easily jump into the lead. Stewart sitting with a 4.67. One good wave, he's in the lead. So with just under 5 minutes to go, this heat's really tightening up, and the next exchange could decide who moves forward in the veterans division.
No, absolutely.
And who's done for the day.
Yeah, this is anyone's heat at this stage. Somebody gets an absolute banger and goes into a 7 or an 8. They'll flip it. Remember, the 2 advance, 2 fall away here. This is the veterans division. Look at this lineup this morning. Beautiful lines from heat leader Ryan Gallagher here. Second morning of the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World titles coming to you from the lower point, Jeffreys Bay. And Gallagher's going to extend his lead here. I'm already seeing him on his way to replacing his lower of his current 2 counting rides. And he's read it like a book here. Is there a way to finish it? Just not in and over that lip.
That inside hits that reef. It's funny. It won't let you hit it early, and then it can clamp on you really quickly the closer you get in. We've seen a lot of surfers have a problem with that, setting up for that big inside turn, and then all of a sudden the wave breaks before they're able to put the board on rail and get up into the lip. We've seen that very maneuver, the inability to finish the wave, on several different waves. I think Ryan did a lot of work on the outside. He'll definitely replace his 2.3 and or 3.2, excuse me. And we'll see if we don't have a score on his previous wave, but I think he did himself some favors. And now here's Dion trying to secure his place in second place and maybe even move to first place. We'll see what this wave does for him on the inside.
Well, trying to replace a 3.83 here, Ed, and I think he's on the way to doing that. So building a heat momentum. Yes, he'll definitely.
That was it. Well
and
done,
you spoke
Dion.
about him perhaps attacking for the lead. Just needed a 4.98 to go to first. So a couple of minutes left in this one, just over 3 minutes to go. And that could see Van Antwerpen go all the way to the lead. Waiting for those numbers from Gallagher and Dion van Antwerpen to land from the head judges. And in true tradition of putting on the best kneeboard event ever in history, the judges can pull on some replays as well. They have that ability.
Yeah, they're taking their time too, which is one thing I absolutely love about this comp that has been put together and is being run with such professionalism. Is sometimes the scores just don't drop right away. The judges are watching replays. They're looking at the work on the outside. They're comparing them to previous rides. They don't want to just sort of throw scores out there. And I saw the judges do some really interesting things too, where there was some heats that were bangers, and the guys came out and got pretty high scored on their first waves, and then they realized the talent level and the heat was pretty high, and the scores after that all kind of came down a little bit, where some of the surfers thought their second wave was better than their first wave, but the judges were like, okay, no, we're just going to put a little, we're going to give you guys some room to grow on in this heat. We're going to give you somewhere to go, and so they've been really, really good about not over-scoring for sure.
Well, under 2 minutes to go. Judges working on scores for a number of surfers now. It's still just Stewie Henshelwood that needs to find a backup score. He'll have priority out in the lineup. That's the other thing, Ed, is that we've got a full priority system which is at the highest level of the sport available. So it takes that hustle and that knuckle out of being in the right place and fighting for the inside position. It's only at the beginning that you have to fight for the inside. After that, they're going to priority rotation. And the guys that are allocating priorities are those priority judges. They have experience at the highest level. And, of course, we get the WSL's Championship Tour event come through town every year, and that keeps the admin side sharp as well. A number of the judges here have done duty at the high level. So we're in good hands here.
Well, it definitely shows, and I think you just saw an example of where a priority can be a blessing and a curse. Andrew Black was sitting out the back. He only needed a 6.21 to get himself into that advancing position, but unfortunately for him, he was sitting a little too far inside, and so he waited a long time for that wave. There's less than a minute left. He was in third position. I feel like the wave that he was waiting for came, but he just had drifted kind of out of position and has now put himself. That was a do or die wave for him. Unfortunately, it barreled right over the top of him, and sadly for Andrew Black, this will be the end of his run in the Veterans Division. Well,
about to count this one down. Clock top left of screen on its way to 10 seconds remaining. Gallagher did improve his scores with a 5.63 in the scoreline. Van Antwerpen got his best single ride of a 6.6 and just short of taking the heat win. And that's how the heat is going to wrap up. Gallagher from Australia, Van Antwerpen will put a big feather in his cap as he gets a higher placing over Andrew Black and Stuart Henshelwood, and he's through to the next round in the veterans draw. We spoke about veterans age division. That is your 50 to 55 category. So these guys are fit for their age, and this will be the last heat of the opening round of veterans. We'll get this one underway and straight into picture. is our 2022 World Titles host, Pedro Valhinho, here with a strong crew of Portuguese. He's out in the water with Australian Paul Mannix. Watch for Kurt Rogers. We spoke of him yesterday being the local. He surfs J-Bay at least twice a week. He's a 30-minute drive away, Kurt Rogers. And I think that if Kurt Rogers is going to have a breakout year, I know he's motivated. He's flirted with this contest scene a number of times over the years. And my pick for this heat will probably be Kurt Rogers. And watch for Greg Turner as well. He's a local that mixes it up with the Cape Town surfers on this peninsula there. And as we get the final heat of the veterans underway, let's go down and hear from the winner of that the previous heat, for a little beach interview.
Well, it's a very good morning unto you all. I'm Bobby Bobcat, the mouth from the south, and I'm with the first heat winner. I'm with David Rusty Wilsnach. David, run us through that heat and tell us, how did the morning go for you?
Oh, it was a beautiful morning, Bob. Nice clean conditions. The waves are much cleaner than yesterday, but it was a good start today. I mean, we're blessed with this beautiful place. Yeah, nothing better than starting off with like a good dawn patrol.
A Tuesday morning. Tell us roughly, back home, how does it compare into the rat race and actually being an actual surf rat?
This is much more mellow. You don't have to go sit in traffic, but yeah, but it's competition. So you still got to do the business. You got to get through your heats and progress forward. You know.
Equipment wise, feeling comfortable riding the same board from the first heat, chopping and changing. I see the conditions have changed dramatically. Nice, clean, glassy offshore. How's it the feeling unto you?
Same board. Stick to what equipment that you're using. I'm riding a Jedi, thruster, round tail, and yeah, it's working well for me. It's a good go-to board, and I'm really having fun with it.
Well, once again, Rusty, congratulations. Known you a long time, and may the sun always shine.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all, folks.
Well, we're back from the Bobby Rousseau show. Anyway, Dave Wilsonak through to the next heat in the veterans. Good performance from him from the first heat of the morning. And we're having fun with it. Trust that you are as well. A lot of people to thank as well, by the way. You'll see our sponsors on the roll, top left of screen. Big thanks to Gabriel Jewelers up here in the Fountains Mall in Jeffreys Bay for calling up head office in Dubai and getting a bunch of Casio watches on the prize giving. So all divisions will receive Casio watches this year. Of course, Instep J-Bay, they're the original manufacturers of the sheepskin boot. They have provided prizes. Pure sheepskin slippers for finalists as well. So we got tons of prizes when we get to the end of the week. And
I already bought myself a pair of those. The thigh
you look
high
good in
boots.
those.
Yeah, I do, right? I can't. I mean, the problem is I thought it was winter here, and and it's been summer. So
don't worry, you'll pull the boots out tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
big southwest coming up the coast. It's going to blow a howl through the lineup here, and it'll get cold. It'll get chilly. And, well, you'll be bringing the boots. You'll be bringing the beanies as well. Have you seen the beautiful beanies in the little merch store? We've got a full... Oh, we haven't even mentioned that. There's a merch store.
There is.
Who would have thought?
It's a Kneeboard flea market. It's amazing. It's a bazaar. It's a Kneeboard bazaar.
It's a Kneeboard bazaar. The Nilo Now surf shop right here at the event site. We'll take a visit to that sometime during the broadcast today.
Gigs, be honest. How many boards have you sold this competition so far?
No, I haven't done a look, but a lot of guys ordering ahead. Of course, you make a trip to South Africa. Why not pick up a board? The board building business in South Africa is of a very high standard, and certainly with the power of the dollar, it's not a bad place to pick up a new board or two.
I happen to be one of those. I might have gotten my order in first.
Yeah, no, you prescribed until 2027. You're okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, the froth is real, and everyone got here, and this beautiful, stockpile of Builts from our sponsor, Built Surfboards from Durban. I just saw guys, like, oh, I don't need a board, and then they walked down to the beach and they saw this huge rack of Kneeboards, which is not something you see in the United States. I doubt it's something you see anywhere else in the world. And all of a sudden, the wallets were getting opened, the accounts were being settled, and a lot of guys were walking down the beach with brand new boards. I thought ahead and got my order in with Built and came and picked up 3 of the most beautiful new boards. Terrible thing to do right before a contest, because all you do is see all these. You have this. All my beautiful Builts that work, but now I've got all these new ones. And it's so hard to stay the course and ride the boards you have when you have these pretty new things.
But isn't that the thing with boards too? You always, the minute you get a new board, you love it, and you're already evolving your projection, your thoughts into what is my next board look. Might be a year away, but you're already designing in your second or third surf on your current board, where you want things to go.
Always, and that's one of the things that I do love about our sport being so.
Well, what's interesting is there's a number of guys that are loving board shapes in 2024, and they're exactly the same file cuts as when we went to New Zealand in 2020. So in 4 years, there's some models that have progressed, but there's just some stock standard. I mean, we spoke about your friend Randy Reed. He's got a particular board that he's loving, and that's exactly the same board I rode 4 years ago in New Zealand.
Incredible.
To the spec,
Yeah.
to the exact dimension, the model, the curve,
Yeah.
the rails, the fin positioning. So, yeah, but it's always a fun topic, board design and the ever-evolving discussion.
Yeah, no, I mean there are some things that just work, and once you have something that work, you maybe refresh them from time to time, but you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Red getting a nice little floater on the inside, wasn't able to finish that. I think Pedro wish he could. White on a heater on the outside. Let's see what he can do on the inside and get on. This is his first wave of the heat. Hopefully he gets that left coming at him and can just project into it. He wasn't quite able to, but little roundhouse off the white water will get his account open.
Oh, good exchange there between the two riders, Greg Turner and Pedro Valhino. This is heat number 6 of the opening round of the veterans, if you're just jumping on the broadcast with us. And look at the conditions for us again on day 2, Ed.
Absolutely gorgeous. Look at this big, long wall, a nice little snowball following him, pushing him down the point here at Jeffreys Bay. Beautiful offshore winds, jet skis in the background. I mean, this is what it's all about. This is why everybody traveled here. And just an absolute... Oh, we got a little drone action working out there, too. Oh, it's really all happening.
Yep, it's all happening here in beautiful J-Bay. Thank you for being with us with this. Pick up on Paul Mannix on the inside. He'll just crash into that section. There's definitely points at the end of every ride. You've got to hold on. It's not a beach break peak. It's a reef. It's a rock shelf there. So sometimes the energy is just drifting a little laterally across it. You'll go up to that lip, but hard to come back down. But Paul Mannix doing a good job there, and judges playing some catch-up now for both Kurt Rogers, Pedro Valhino, Greg Turner, and Paul Mannix.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's really a great opening exchange for this heat. All these guys want to try and get to the top 2 so they can stay alive in the veterans division, being able to finish your first wave is always a great way to start a heat, because it's amazing how fast 20 minutes will go. Yeah, and you see yellow coming down here, staying with a nice little snap right there. Offshore is helping throw that white water out of the back. That looks really pretty. The judges will love that. And he comes into the end and is able to get a nice little finish. So he'll be happy with that scored up on his to open his account.
Well, just about...
Judges taking their time, and sure enough, Paul Mannix comes in with a 5.83, which is a great first wave, puts him into the lead.
Ed, here goes Kurt Rogers again. Sorry to cut into you. I know he's going to want to build another score quite quickly. Spoke of Kurt, he's a charger at Super Tubes, and
sitting there with a 4 too. I mean, he doesn't need much to get himself into first. He's already got himself into first. But let's see if he can have this. Unfortunately, that wave gets away from him. He was looking for either a really solid backup score or possibly a top score, putting his number 4 as his backup. It'll get him into the lead temporarily, but with Paul Mannix sitting on a 5.83 and Greg Turner sitting on a 5.5, he's got a little bit more work to do.
Still a bit of time for this final heat of the opening round of the veterans. Beautiful conditions on your screen. I know that this is up on sports screens in Bali this afternoon. people early evening, late mid-afternoon in Bali will be enjoying it. I know that a couple of the pubs have said they're going to broadcast this. Steve Artis was sharing that information with a group of kneeboarders that are hanging out in Indonesia today. And, well, you were right about that. Kurt Rogers straight into the lead here, Ed, as we go down to, well, what do we got? 9.5 minutes left.
9:24.
Yep. Just over 9 minutes to go. Everybody just smiles all round. Everybody loving their visit. So many people taking time off work. So many people making the trip out here to South Africa. And I mean, there were a lot of people that were fence sitting. Oh, should we, shouldn't we, shouldn't we do this trip to South Africa? I had a couple of, quite a number of emails of, is it safe? Can I bring my wife? What do you think? Will I get mugged? Will I get robbed? Are there lots of sharks? You know what? Depends where in the ocean you are. Depends where in the back streets you are, right? So
yeah, no, it's like anywhere. I mean, Americans know that there's places that you are going to be completely, totally safe, and there's other places where you got to keep your head on a swivel a little bit, or maybe you shouldn't venture into that neighborhood, and that's the same anywhere in the world. We've been here for 3 weeks, and it's been absolutely lovely. I've had the honor of
just admit it. You've had the surf trip of a lifetime.
Trip, but don't even put surf in the surf trip of a lifetime. Thanks to you, Gigs, and thanks to our little trip to another country that will remain nameless with a little wave with a scary title to it. It's been the most amazing surf trip ever, but it's also been a cultural trip too. I mean, one of my favorite evenings was in your new hometown of Hermanus. We had the most beautiful dinner. It reminded me of Monterey.
Gigs' unofficial wine tour.
It was an unofficial wine tour. Shout out to Charred Restaurants for one of the best steak and wine pairings I've ever had. Took a day to recover from that evening. And then, I got to fly to Johannesburg and do a little bit of work and hang out with just a really lovely, diverse cross-section of people in South Africa from all walks of life. I'm hanging here with my little surf crew, but able to go hang out with some radio personalities and some TV personalities, and it's been really, really fun. It's been just an absolutely amazing trip, and I'm going to be really sad to get on the plane and head back home.
Yep, we're having a great time. So back to the point of everybody that was fence sitting and didn't come. Well, you don't. Ignorance is bliss, right? But if you didn't come, you missed out on one of the best trips of your life.
Yeah, there's a whole crew sitting back there at Nilo Cove who didn't come, and
big mistake, boys.
Big mistake there. I know the Robertsons were on the fence. I know Wayne Kopit was dealing with some injury issues.
$10 for a 500-gram steak.
Oh my goodness!
$3 for a quality bottle of wine.
My goodness, it's truly, and not to mention absolute nonstop pumping perfect surf.
Oh yeah, there is that as well.
But the good news is they're not missing out. They don't have to hear about it later. They're all tuning in right now. YouTube is just on everybody's television. People are waking up in the morning. There's going to be a bunch of watch parties when the main event and the Open opens. And
we've got priorities in the lineup, and that's going to allow Pedro Valhino to get on a stoinker of a wave here. Of course, Pedro hosting the world titles in 2022. His surfing took a huge lift when he came here in 2021. He was part of the South African Kneeboard champs at Magnitubes, a little bit up the coast here in the town of J-Bay itself. And Pedro went home with a bunch of new boards from Built, and it's just changed his trajectory. And Pedro's here in 2024 with a bunch of them.
Yeah,
He's
he claims
loving
it.
That.
I love it. Well, Pedro was sitting on he was in fourth place, but he's sitting on a 4.5.
Yeah, that was
so
an
this
abs.
is gonna. I would gather this is going to get him, if not close to Kurt Rogers.
Where's that score even going? We'll pull that back on the tapes and go through the replay and break it down. But a lot fundamentally done very, very right there by Pedro Valhino. Weight forward, weight on the rail, full momentum and transition. You heard at the contest briefing, head judge looking for speed, power, and flow control in the critical section. And, well, I think Pedro Valhino is on his way to a highlight score of day 2 right now.
I think you're absolutely right. I can't wait to see this score drop. And I think he knew it, and he's going to paddle back out there. And by the way, it's a great time, too. He's got 5 minutes. He's obviously the bottom of priority. This is going to for him, hopefully put him in the top 2. And
heat leader, sorry to jump in, heat leader, Kurt Rogers with a 4 and a 3.67, a 7.17 in for Pedro. And that there sets a nice pace for the heat now.
Yeah, and he has put himself well in the lead with plenty of time left. 4.5 minutes is a lifetime. So he can get back out there, and hopefully he's able even to get another wave. He's going to have to keep an eye on Kurt Rogers, who is, Kurt has a 4, but he needs a 6.67, which is obviously pretty easy to get today if you get on the right wave. And here we got a really, really beautiful wave. Greg Turner, who's sitting in 4th place right now, needs to get some work done.
And yes, Greg Turner. Heat's down to 4 minutes to go. Greg's finding himself down in 4th. And this is only Greg's 2nd wave. So he opened to the 5.5. So let's not write off Greg just yet. He's got that smooth, cruisy style, but he knows where to place the board. He's surfed J-Bay a ton of times in his life, and he's just a great all-round human. And he's having a perfect little run through the inside here. This is going to serve him quite well. If we look at his requirements, Ed to go up to 2nd, it's just a 2.17, and he's on his way to go to the top 2 in the heat. So this one's going to be a nice little wrestle at the end here. We're going to see Kurt Rogers and Paul Maddox get under some pressure here with a little over 3 minutes to go.
You're 100% right, Giggs. We've got Kurt and Paul now sitting out the back with priority. We can watch this wave again. This is going to be Pedro's 7.17, and we'll see. Nice turn, little snap under the lip right there. Sees this wave lining up in front of him, does a nice little roundhouse, cuts it short to make sure he stays with that wave, but fully engaging the rail all the way through. That's a nicer turn. It's almost like he's building these turns, getting them a little more aggressive, staying right in the power pocket, waiting for this wave to hit the inside reef so he can finish it, because this was important right here. The wave almost kind of caught him. He was able to sort of really pivot, plant, hit that lip, come back down. That was critical. That wave might not have reached a 6 if he hadn't have been able to finish it. That was a very tricky ending right there. Looked like there was a strong gust of offshore that was...
If you did a trip here and you caught that wave, your trip's made right there. That would have felt
done.
So good.
And that was in a heat.
That was in the heat, by the way.
Yeah. No.
In the opening round.
In the opening round, yeah. So it's, that was a really well surfed by Pedro. Smart. I think it was a very crafty approach to that wave. He had nice flow. He dealt with what the wave gave him and capitalized and has put himself in a really strong position with only 2 minutes left. But I see some lines on the outside. You see those feathering lines deep. Look at that one coming deep off the point. That's
the other thing that's happened here, Ed, is Greg Turner's other score has come in of a 5.1.
Wow.
So a pair of 5s has seen Greg Turner go from 4th to 2nd.
Yes.
So that sets now the standard for Kurt Rogers to chase, and it's a real number that he's got to chase as well, a 6.6 to go from 3rd to 2nd. And I was speaking of Kurt, I mean, he's a very well-rounded surfer. He loves and he knows the J-Bay lineup very, very well. So all credit right now to Pedro Valhino and Greg Turner in this encounter to wrap up the veterans opening draw this morning.
We only got a minute 20 left, but Paul Mannix is sitting, ironically, he's sitting in 4th, but only needs a 4.77 to advance because he's got a very strong 5.8. I'm sure he's just gutted watching that set.
And I'm sure he'd be due for
see the
priority.
whitewater line of those 2 waves that went through unmolested. He was probably sitting out. I think he was sitting out there with priority. Getting your lineup markers and sticking to them is very important. Here's someone paddling on the outside.
Well, Pedro heat leader in with the last push here. This wave's perhaps going to fade. It is low tide. Maybe this one finds a little cup on the inside. Either way, though, we're inside the last minute of this, and Pedro Valhino in the veterans is going to move.
Here's
straight
yellow on
through
the
to
outside.
next
So
round.
yellow only needs a 4.77 to advance. This is going to be his last chance. Let's see if his wave can give him something on the inside. He's going to need a really big Rio on the inside to advance, and he's trying to stay with it. He knows that it's do or die for him. Okay, so this is basically the beginning of his ride. The waves finally hit the inside bar. He does a nice little snap. That's a little,
4.77 requirement,
oh my
folks.
goodness. Yellow at the end, and a buzzer beater. Can he finish? Whoa! Paul Mannix
Paul Mannix
from the cheap seats.
snatches it.
Snatches victories from the jaws of defeat. That was fantastic. I was sitting here looking at the scores going, Paul only needs a 4.77. He's in fourth place, but
That is going to be a
he's got
heartbreak
real
for Greg
chance to
Turner
get-
if he gets over the 477 requirement. We haven't seen a lot of tubes, so we're not sure where the panel's going with that. I mean, it's not a full-on spitting barrel there. That's more like a folding tube. Let's see where the numbers go. This will be an interesting discussion.
Very interesting discussion.
Either way, Ed, I'm going to step out. I'm bringing in Shane Robertson to replace, and we'll also bring in Haken Sanchez to continue the show. We trust that you're enjoying it with us. It's all happening here at the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles.
The hell is that for a last week, man? Yeah.
Continue that chat. Good luck, bro.
Man. Hello. I don't know if they can hear us.
Hello.
All right, so we are live. Haken, welcome back to the commentators booth. I mean, what a way to end that last heat. We were just sitting on the side there, but what an incredible finish.
Well, good morning to everyone. Thanks, Shane. One more time here with you guys. I was clapping. Sorry if I was interrupting the previous commentators. Mr. Hollywood and Gig Cellier commenting on that great heat. Wow. I mean, just like Ed said, that guy stole victory from defeat.
I mean, yeah, crazy. So I've got the results here right in front of me. Round 1, heat 6. And it got absolutely turned on its head. We'll get right back to that. We do have a fantastic interview coming up with last heat's heat winner. So we're going to lead you on to that on the beach, and then you'll catch us back here in studio.
Well, once again, it's a glorious morning down here at Jeffreys Bay, and we're coming to you live from the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles, Jeffreys Bay Point Wave at the lower car park here in the town of Jeffreys Bay once again. And I'm with the heat winner of the veteran section, heat number 2, Ryan Gallagher, and he's all the way from Australia. Ryan, tell us what it's like.
Well, I can't find enough superlatives. We've got great waves, we've got offshore winds, groomed. In terms of competition, this is what you want to turn up to, which is very unusual, very rare. I had a surf with 3 South Africans who were just a joy, gave Andrew Black a high five. So it's a really nice vibe here at the competition, and our veterans, we've got a really stacked division. We're all that age, 50 plus, then they all rip.
So you're saying 50 plus, they all rip, but you're the winner of the second heat, correct? And therefore, what's you're looking forward to the future?
Just watching the conditions, learning as I go. It's just building the case to keep going forward, and keeping savvy in the water and keeping smart.
A word for the Nilos back home that didn't decide to get on the plane and fly over.
Well, maybe just, I don't know. You should have come.
They should have arrived, huh? They should have certainly arrived. So to all of those of you that decided not to make it this way, well, I'm telling you something now, straight from the winner's mouth. Loser!
All right, thank you, Bobby. Always interesting and doing a fantastic job with those beach interviews. As I'm looking out the window, we got a couple of fantastic waves coming through. What are you seeing out there, Aiken?
Man, it looks beautiful this morning. Complete change from yesterday's conditions, and we're seeing Lynn, the local South African here. She is so good, man, and such a great person. I love seeing her surf. Look at it. So fluid, cutting back into the wave, staying in the pocket. I mean, I think this is great. This is just great today. It's a beautiful day. Waves are coming up. Look at that hit. Oh my God. Amazing, amazing. Great
But I mean,
stuff.
that's her first wave of the heat, and that should set her up with a pretty good score. She's looking to beat a 3.00 and a 2.33. I don't think she'll have any problems topping that.
Oh, absolutely no. I think she's got it. She knows the wave pretty well, and I think she's got a real high chance here. Let's see what the rest of the boys. Let's put this into context. She's the women with 3 other riders, men in the water. You know, so everybody's here making a run for it, and she is making these boys have to fight for their scores.
Yeah, I mean, Lenny Ash, she lives down here where I do. She's a Komiki local, and she charges some serious waves down there. That lady is a serious hard charger, and she rips, as we could see on the screen. She's SA Nilo of old and does us proud every time, always with the biggest smile on her face, always stoked, always cheering everybody up the beach. I saw her waving the flag on the rocks for about half an hour to an hour yesterday, just trying to cheer everyone on. And that's the kind of personalities we love seeing in the sport. As we see that score come in, what are you seeing there, Haken?
I see she's got a 3.5. I see an interference calling to her first wave. I did not see that happening. Must have been right when we were at the interview, but that is such an unfortunate thing. She's gonna have to put some more work on that.
Am I correct in saying the interference rules that you lose half of your best wave? So
I
that wave
believe
was coming in then at a 7.
It should have been.
And
That's
she's
right.
been marked down to a 3.5. So hopefully she can find a few more of those out there. I mean,
well, if
these waves are cooking today.
Oh yeah. If you makes a wave just like she did before, I believe that she's gonna be putting a quite a score here on a combination. So I think she still has a pretty good chance. So let's see what Yellow has to do here. Pretty
Wow.
good cut.
Adam Shapiro, another Cape Town legend. He's a man of many, many talents. He's always putting in some sponsorship. He's a big organizer for all of the SA kneeboarding competitions, and another just absolute gentleman. Complete ripper, as you can see. Him and Giggs always compete very tightly in the open finals, as we see him try to get a foam climb there to finish the wave. And here we got Murray Weir in blue, kicking off of that wave right at the end.
Yes, he did a couple of turns out the back. Great on that production there to give us the split screen, so you can see the action from both riders in the lineup. Let's see. I think this is Murray's first wave.
Yeah, I mean, the judges are certainly being kept busy. Murray, he, of course, everyone else here in this heat is from South Africa, so I'm quite familiar with him. I've asked for a bit of background info on Murray. So he's from Opunake, New Zealand. He's
Correct.
71 years old. He claims he's not part of the young and restless these days, but that he's more of the last of the summer wine kind of guy. But he's putting out some good surfing on display there. Just a quick shout out to his wife Diane, who's here with us, as well as his son Calvin, who was seeded straight through to the round of 3. He's a ripper.
Yes.
But then his kids, Beatty and Abby, as well as his grandkids, Mackenzie, Cleo, and Freya, who are watching from back in New Zealand. So big shout out to you guys. It must be pretty late at night there. I know we've got a massive time zone difference, so if you're tuned in, you're seeing the old man rip, and with that score, he's put himself up into 2nd place.
Man, great surfing from Murray. I mean, he might be 75, 71 out in land, but he looks like a 19-year-old in the water. So, like I said before, everybody's ripping, everybody's catching beautiful open waves here, and we are gonna see today excellent surfing from just about anyone here.
Yeah,
the waves are wide open, conditions are far better than yesterday, so now everybody can show out the repertoire into this lineup. So we're gonna see something really good here.
100%. And just taking it back to that last heat, I know we're about halfway through this heat, but that last heat, just before we took over commentary, you and I were both looking out the studio window, and man, it just shows there's been numerous heats where the person sitting in 4th or 3rd has suddenly jumped up to 1st and 2nd place to see
That's
themselves through, because those are the 2 key spots. Hi, how's it, everyone? Back
There's
home?
us right there. Hi everyone watching.
CineFX, J-Bay, Kneeboard surfing world titles, and man, we are in for such an incredible day today. We've got awesome athletes in the water. I unfortunately am unable to compete this year, but tell us, how do these conditions compare to what you were surfing in yesterday?
Well, I'm anxious to get in the water now. I mean, I just can't wait for my heat to come up. I hope the conditions stay, and and I think it's gonna be awesome, man. I'm so happy to be here. Like everybody's saying, too bad for those that couldn't make it because we're having quite a spectacle, not only outside but inside in the lineup. So everything is looking good. I want to take this time to give a shout out to all my friends in Panama, and my love, Malena, big hug. All my buddies in Panama, everybody in California, much love. I thank you so much for all your support always. So let me not forget about you guys. I'm here for you.
And next time you'll be bringing them down to J-Bay, man. What an incredible place for a holiday.
I'm going to have to get me a bus full of people and charter the plane to get everybody here. Look at White coming up on this beautiful bump up the back. Nice snap there to start with, settling right in the pocket. Let's see what this wave comes up to appear on the inside. Looks like it's going to be a runner with a pretty decent wall on the inside. Let's see.
Yeah, so Larry Berger is a West Coast charger of note. He's recently had a pretty big backup that actually has solved a bunch of his issues. He was struggling with pretty intense pain after his surfs. And, I mean, you wouldn't guess that he's just come out of a major operation. He's looking smooth out there. Nice big turns. And hopefully this big closeout section, bang, ride it out.
Is. Oh, unfortunately got stuck out the back here. But I think he did the work all through the inner session on this wave. I think he's going to get a pretty decent score that's probably going to put him in the second position right there. Adam Shapiro with that 4 and the 2, it's still on first. So let's see what the judges score him. This is
beautiful. We're looking at Adam Shapiro with he's got the highest wave of the heat, high scoring wave of the heat so far with a 4.67. So he's sitting with a 7-point total so far. But I mean, this heat is still wide open with just under 10 minutes to go. And we're expecting to see a lot of movement. Larry Berger had a really good opening round 1 surf yesterday. He was scoring up in the high 14s, and he managed to sneak through. And when the guy who's scoring in the 14s gets put into the repecharge round, which is what we're looking at now, you know that the quality of surfing out there is really, really high.
That's right. No, nobody's here. It's leaving any turn to chance. They're making things happen, so the judges can actually give him the proper score.
And we've had that score come in. Larry Berger, he's now just topped Adam Shapiro, so he's actually put in a 5-point ride. That's taken him up in at first place. It's interesting to see how the judges are scoring this. They gave very clear criteria to the competitors. Speed, power, and flow is so important. So too is variety. The judges want to be entertained, and Larry had a really good mix of maneuvers. He chose the right wave, which is so very important. It ran the whole way through. He wasn't there pumping, trying to get through a flat section. That thing stood up from start to end. And if he had managed to hit that closeout section, man.
Oh, it would have been an excellent. It would have been a good to excellent ride to me. Like I said, I'm not a judge here, but I had a pretty good understanding of scoring, and I could have seen that going into the good to excellent range. Like you said before, it's anyone's game at this point. We cannot write off Lynn Ash here because I'm pretty sure that she's going to catch a pretty good wave. She's waiting for a good set, and I think she's going to put up scores here and give these guys a run for it.
100%. And as we look back here at the replay, Larry Berger taking off nice and deep on a good set wave. Nice cut back to the foam, little tail slide. Another cutty on the face. He's just biding his time. He's making himself, it's not rushed, cool as a cucumber. He knows what he's looking for to stack on the inside. Another cut back in the pocket.
Yes.
And here he's just trying to get that timing right for that end section. Unfortunately, it got a hold of him before he could get a hold of it. See, another. So we're looking at a 5 maneuvers that have been looped together, 6 maneuvers looped together already.
Yes.
And that's where you can see those scores coming through. And
indeed,
as you say, if he had managed to connect on this, bang,
that would have been an excellent ride for sure.
That would have
but
been
he
up
did
in
the
the
work.
sevens, 100%.
He did the work. He put up the work there. Damage was done on all the beginning of that wave. So I think that's a proper score for that, and take him to the first place. And now Adam, it's in second, needing just a 3.34. So it's really, like you said before, anybody's game at this point. I think
we've
this
got
is
a pedal
Lena
out the back
here. Okay, this is yellow again. This is Adam Shapiro.
So Adam spends a lot of time surfing at Musenberg, actually, which could be considered a bit of a longboarding wave, and so is the point that we're seeing out here. I know he's flown down from Seattle. He's recently relocated to Seattle for work, but he's very much used to these kind of waves, and you can see him just tearing this thing apart. He knows how to time it. He knows how to stay in that power zone. You can see he never loses speed at any point along the wave, and that's where that speed, power, and flow mark comes up.
Oh,
He'll
yes,
be looking
indeed.
for the end section here, bang, and
There
it's
it
almost
is.
mechanical the way he's able to
There
get those
it
things
is.
out.
So that's what you need to do. That you need to go ahead and close out your wave, and make sure that the judges see the whole repertoire, all the way to the inside. That closing wave is definitely going to be into a good high of good, maybe in the lower excellent. But what a nice wave! Was that him right there?
No, I think that was Larry Berger trying to get a little sneaky barrel on an
Okay.
insider. Larry is an absolute barrel hound up the west side. He's part of the whole West Coast crew with Lester Sweetman, Johan Rademan, Jedi. So there's a whole gang of those guys. And here we go.
Excellent.
Talk us through Adam Shapiro's wave out here.
Okay, let's see out the back here.
Is that Adam? No.
I
That's
think-
it looks like a replay of Larry. I think that was Larry in white.
That's the one that we saw briefly. So let's see what he did on the inside. Little turn right there. One more turn in the pocket. I think that's what he was trying to set up that barrel right on the inside.
Yeah, one could say it would be a bit hopeful in these conditions on the inside of this wave, but
But check it out.
yeah.
That just happened, just right off.
He went for it. And
Yeah.
as we count down into the last kind of 4 minutes, I just want to emphasize again that last heat, those performances. We were sitting with Pedro Valino and Greg Turner pretty comfortably in first and second place. And Paul Mannix, I believe his nickname is Turtle, he was sitting down in fourth with 5 seconds to go. He took off on the wave. And as long as you take off on the wave and you're on your knees before that buzzer goes, the wave will count. And his last wave scored a 6.43, which was enough to see him into first place to take that heat.
So he took the lead
He
out
took
of
the lead.
Pedro Bellinho. Wow.
And Greg Turner, who was sitting in first place for almost the entire heat, ended up down in third, and he's out of that age division.
Wow. Well, let's see what Lynn has to do here. She's she knows what to do. She's trying to work through this wave. Hopefully, she can make something good happen on the inside here, and she can go ahead and get the score. I mean, what's the requirements for her? I believe she needs an 8.18. Yeah, it's tough if you have an interference to try to come back, but maybe she can gather 2 more waves and make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, that interference, I think it's really hurting her out there. I didn't see it, so I'm not exactly sure how it went down, but that would have realistically took her score from a 7 to a 3.5.
Oh,
And if she was
100%.
sitting on a 7 right now, that'd be the highest wave of the heat. And she would need just a 4, which is pretty easy
just
for
a-
a
just a
surfer of
back
her
up.
quality to get in order to secure a place at the top of this heat.
Yes. Here's the replay on yellow. This is Shapiro doing the work there. That was a pretty good wave. I'm pretty sure that he's collecting.
I know he also works pretty closely with Geek Soliers on his boards. They're both pretty similarly sized guys. They're both heavier, taller guys. So in conditions like this, when it's not necessarily too large and powerful, it looks to me like he's riding an EPS board, and it looks to be working wonders for him.
It is. I tell you what. Now that you mentioned that he's similar in conditions and uses similar boards to Gigs, I use the first board I rode was a board that Gigs loaned me, and that board was 510, little big for me. But I tell you what, those boards are fire. I mean, that board moved wherever you wanted to put it, it will go. So big shout out to Build for those boards, because they're looking amazing under anybody's surf right here.
So how does that bolt of Gigs compare to what you'd normally be riding back home?
Well, I normally my board shaper is my cousin in Costa Rica. Big shout out to Dwayne and everyone back there. Usually ride a 5.6 epoxy board on all conditions, just about.
Okay.
So little changes here and there on the rails, but other than that, that's what my go-to board is. And like I said, I was lucky enough that Marco had a board very similar.
Okay, that
To
was
the
my
one
next
I
question.
ride.
Okay, because you've been loving Marco's board.
Oh man, I think I'm gonna take it away from him if he lets me.
He's a really kind guy.
Man.
He won a board in a lucky draw at the West Side contest, and he gave that away. So who knows?
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if it's his magic board,
Yeah, exactly.
but it's gonna be my magic board now.
We better hope that you guys just don't end up on the same side of the
I
draw,
hope
because if
not. I
you
hope
guys
not.
are surfing in the same heat against each other, I wonder what's gonna happen there.
Well, it's all love. Like I said,
Yeah, of
everybody
course.
here has been so friendly, and we're just happy to be here, competing into this beautiful venue. Today is another excellent, beautiful day.
Yep.
Not a cloud in sight. Everybody's enjoying. It looks like a summertime. You
Yeah.
know, when I was coming here, I was expecting to be really, really cold, which I am still. But coming from the Caribbean Pacific side of Panama. But it's been beautiful. Everybody's enjoying. There's good sun coming out, and there's good surf, and that's what we want here. We want everyone out there in the web to see,
Yeah.
so to expose J-Bay to anyone. All right, so that's the end of the heat. It looks like Adam took the heat with a pretty solid score, 11.5. Larry Berger on the second place with a 9.93. Unfortunately, Lynn did a little damage right there at the end and put on 4.92. Unfortunately, with that interference, I'm pretty sure that she would have been either in the second or first place.
Yeah.
Had she not got that interference.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the judges have to be strict on it. We don't want a situation where people are hassling and hustling out there. We want it to be pretty gentlemanly. We don't want guys paddling around each other. We don't want people getting spun out. So that's where the priority system is so important. But unfortunately, if you don't play it well, you can end up with that interference call, which can really damage your chances.
Absolutely.
So we saw Linny Ash and Murray Weir, unfortunately, will both be bowing out of this competition. Murray representing New Zealand and your family very proudly, I'm sure. As we roll over into this next heat, it looks like they've been started off into a bit of a lull. Let me just run you through a couple of these names. So Wayne Walker, another South African legend. We've got Marco Rinaldi, who we were just speaking about. He's the proud provider of your board that you've been loving so much. Up next, we got Paul Mannix. So he's the guy we were speaking about, who in the last 5 seconds won the heat before last. So I hope he's got his paddling shoulders with him today, and I hope the lungs are feeling good. And then in white, we've got Roger Hughes from the USA. Roger That was the nickname that he developed.
Well,
at
he
the
did
West
Roger
Side
that
Nilo
in a
contest.
couple of hits yesterday. So pretty good surfer out of the U.S. His wife from Brazil. What a nice lady. She's around, always taking photos of everybody, helping with the media. Such a nice family. The Hughes. Big
just
shout
the
out to
biggest
them.
smiles
Yes.
all the time. I think they're probably the happiest people to be on this tour right now. They've been having such an awesome time. They've seen a whole lot of the country. They've been here for a while already, and it's just been great spending time with them. As you say, his wife, always this massive smile, always got the American flag or the stars somewhere on her face, and she's just one of the biggest frothers. I'm surprised she's not getting out there in the water, to be honest.
I am too. I asked her while we were in Portugal. She was obviously, with the same spirit in the previous world title, and she said, "No, I let the boys handle the water. I sit here, do the socializing, do the pictures, and cover the media." So a complete package there on that family. Both of the boys are always supporting their dad, making sure that he's got everything he needs.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's awesome.
yesterday I saw how beautiful of a family they have. He came and brought him his snacks right after his heat and the water. So I mean,
He's
complete
got the whole pit crew.
Yes, that was so cool to see, and I'm happy to see them once again here in J-Bay. So it looks like a slow start here. Wayne Walker has a 0.50 on his first wave, but we're seeing some sets coming out the back there, and let's see what the boys are going to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing worse than hearing that hooter sound right after a set has come through. And when it goes flat for the first few minutes of your heat, there's 4 of you. You each need a minimum of 2 waves kind of thing to get scoring rides to get you through. But it looks like we got a couple of sets rolling through. If I'm looking outside of the studio office, somebody had a paddle. I'm not sure if they made it. Guys are getting caught a little bit out of position on the wide ones here. But it looks like we got someone up and riding.
That's my baddie right there. There's Marco. So you see, Marco is riding a board very similar to the one that he loaned me. But now
this isn't the same one.
No, it's not the same. But this one right here, it's a fishtail. So you can tell because of the spray of the water. The one that I'm using is a diamond tail setup. So as you can see, it's very fluid, carbon design board. So it's high technology. And there he is.
And I mean, we've seen in these last few heats how important is it to close out that last maneuver. As we see Surfer in white up and going, Roger that, Roger Hughes, big shout out to his family back home. It's probably around midnight there, so if you're watching, good on you. He is taking this one apart. It looks slightly larger than the one Marco's been riding, and you can see he's not having to work quite as hard for it. It's a lot easier for him to generate speed down the line. Nice foam climb.
Very nice.
Rides it out. I mean, it's good. Those scores, it's going to be interesting to see how those stack up. As I look out the studio, and we've got Surfer in blue,
got blue
up and
right
riding.
there
Paul
again, too.
Mannix, the turtle. Can he hold it? So
Unfortunately.
close. It'll be interesting to see where these scores come in. I mean, the judges are going to be pretty busy for the start of this heat.
That's correct. 3 waves to score. Luckily for Mannix, he's out the back still. He probably can get out to the lineup and collect first priority, which will let him, pick a much better wave to work on, so he can stay in track into this heat number 2 of the Opens round 2. So.
Yeah, so for our viewers at home, this is now round 2 of the Open Division, which is essentially a repecharge round. So this is the last chance for these guys to move into the round of 64 to join the guys who are seeded and those who made it straight through round 1, the round 1 winners. As we see Paul Mannix really taking this wave apart. He surfs with such a low down style. And he's already strung together around 4 maneuvers here, keeping it tight in the pocket on that foam ball. Is that a 5th? While he looks for this closing maneuver. And again, if he had managed to hit that and close that out, who knows where that score could have gone. As we wait for these scores to come in, we can see it's taking a minute. The judges are
Yeah,
getting
the judges
their
are
heads around
busy. The judges got a little work to digest on those previous waves. I saw Roger Hughes. His style of surf is so calm and collected. His textbook goes around and takes the wave, what he needs to do, and I think that's what the judges like. I'm pretty sure out of this exchange, I wouldn't be surprised that Rogers got the higher score.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you. His ending maneuver, that foam climb, was also a little bit more critical than Marco's. Marco's wave, that looked like the timing kind of threw him off. So while he managed to ride it out and there was good commitment, and here we go. I mean, you can talk to those scores, Hagen.
Exactly. Yes, that's what I was saying. I was looking at the, from what I saw, the surf for Hughes was just right on point. He's got a 5.33. All the judges were pretty much around the same scoring. So everybody was looking at exactly what I was looking at as a surfer. You and me both could tell some different, but the judges actually are the ones that are giving the scores. It's not us. We just basically estimate on what we see, but what we saw was correct. It was.
It seems like we were pretty spot on, and I mean, those waves are all very similar. Paul Mannix, Marco Rinaldi, they both managed to string together 4 or 5 nice, smooth maneuvers in the pocket, but their waves were possibly a little bit smaller, and they just weren't able to hold on to those end sections. And that's where we can see Roger Hughes, slightly bigger wave, put in the same amount of maneuvers, and he was able to ride out of that foam climb, and it puts you a full point ahead. And sitting with the 5.33, I don't know about you, but I'd be pretty happy with that in any heat. It's a really great platform to build a heat off of with 12 and a half minutes remaining.
100%. He's probably able to catch another wave there. I think, is that him right there? I believe so. Let's see.
That could be
But this
yellow.
is
That's
Marco.
Marco again.
This is
yeah.
Marco
And
right here.
really
What a
great
nice
opening
turn.
move.
Man, he'll disappear on the white water and came right back out.
Oh,
unfortunately got
that
stuck.
could hurt him. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what they score that single maneuver, but that was a real critical turn. As we
Yeah,
see
it was-
Wayne Walker,
man.
he's
He fought
waited
through
for
it.
so long to use that priority, and I'm glad he managed to come around the white water. If he hadn't, he would have been pretty bummed with that use of priority.
Yeah, it looks like that wave's going to pan out to him on the inside. So from what we can see here, he's still got a pretty good wall in front of him to work with. I don't know what he's going to do on the inside.
Yeah, with these set waves, unfortunately that one hasn't connected all the way through, but I mean that was a really good open face for him to put a couple of maneuvers on. And how the judges are scoring according to the size of the wave, I'm not too sure, as they discussed with all the competitors the day before yesterday at the competitor briefing. Having a bigger wave doesn't necessarily automatically score you more points. However, when the wave is bigger, automatically there's a higher degree of difficulty in the turns, and the turns start to become a bit more critical. And even if they aren't necessarily more difficult, they just look better to the judges. When you see a big wave, it allows you to put more power, get some spray going off the back, and I know I would be tempted to score that quite a bit higher as well.
Oh yeah, of course. Variety in the pocket, it's the most important thing that you need to do. So in the meantime, let's go back to the interview area. Take it away, boys.
Well, once again, it's a good morning to you, coming all the way from Jeffreys Bay, from the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles here in Jeffreys Bay. And I'm with the winner of the previous heat, which was round 2 of the Open. And here we go with Adam Shapiro. Adam, run us through your heat and tell us how you performed on the waves and what the conditions were like for you.
Hey Bob, so stoked to be here. It's a really tough heat, some strong competitors. The waves are absolutely beautiful, nice offshore, about 3 to 4 foot, and I just managed to get some insiders that had a bit of a bowl to them and did a few turns on them, and the judges liked what they saw, so very, very stoked to get through.
And tell us about this magical cover-up, pull-over, go-through towel gown of yours.
This is the Musenberg special. Our family got these about 10 years ago. Our whole family got them, and we just used to go to the Musenberg beach with them. And now I'm wearing it in the round 2 winners trophy area, so very stoked for that.
In remembrance of all those from the Berg.
Exactly, remembrance of all those from Musenberg, Cape Town, South Africa.
Well, once again, Adam Shapiro, Adum, thank you very much.
Thank you, the cat.
I mean, you can just see those guys have spent a hell of a lot of time together. Bobby might be from a little bit further south. We call him the mouth from the south for a reason. He's based out of Simonstown. He used to be a Navy dive instructor. He still is, I believe, in the South African Navy. And he has what many believe to be the biggest surfboard historical collection of surfboards in the world. He's got a couple of these old big pontoons that guys used to ride at Musenberg in the early 1900s. It was a big wooden platform. It had this rope oar that it was attached to, that you would hold onto the rope when you were riding. He's got a couple of those. He's got when Sean Noon, the Noon Dog, when he won SA Champs, he's got that kneeboard back from 1986, I believe. I'm not sure of the exact date, so for the history buffs back home, please don't hate on me, but he's got really an incredible kneeboard and surfing collection back in Simonstown.
That is so cool. Well, you saw him, his style in the water and outside of the water with his rope, and not only that, interesting enough to have a collection of surfboards of our sport, so I think that's quite interesting. I'm pretty sure somebody will want to do a little expose on that, try to get out there with him and get a little bit more of that information, because I think it's very valuable to all of us.
100%. And I mean, I've seen it. We've stayed with him a couple of times on our surf trips, and he honestly goes house to house and he canvasses these neighborhoods. In a place like Jeffreys Bay, in a place like Mossel Bay, where there's a strong surfing culture, the Bobcats will literally go house to house, knock on their door, ask, do you have any surfboards left in the garage? The guy will tell him, it's my son's board, and if Bobby sees that it's maybe from the 90s or 80s, he'll do anything to get his hands on it, and he often goes home with 2 or 3 times the amount of boards that he comes up with. So he's a pretty persistent collector, is the way I would describe it.
That's very nice. So let's get back to the action here, as we saw the last wave of yellow, that 3.33 put Marco, my man, in the first position. I'm happy he's in the first position. I'm not happy to see him on the next round, though.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. How are you feeling about that board that he's riding? Is the fishtail you mentioned he's riding now, is that something you'd want to have a go on as well?
He asked me to test it out, but I wanted to stick with what I have.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's correct. I didn't want to be in the middle of a decision that this one felt better, but on the conditions this one did. So I'm gonna stick with what I have, and I'm gonna try to use that all through the event, and hopefully it pays out.
That's awesome, man. So,
Yeah.
do you know when next you're in the water, Haken?
I believe I'll be around 12, 15. Well, no.
So you still got a little bit of downtime to wrap
Yeah,
your head
yeah,
around
yeah.
it. And I mean, you must be incredibly excited. These conditions are just incredible as we see a couple more lines come over the
Oh,
horizon.
100%. If it sticks around like this, I'll be pretty happy to surf and try to do a little bit better. You know, I was a little anxious, in the first heat, obviously. First heat, first time.
You get those nerves to settle.
Yeah. You have to. And I think coming out on first place kind of gave me a little boost of confidence, and knowing that I can do a little bit better, probably it's gonna be on my side. Still
And
great riders.
I don't know too much about the surf scene in Panama or Venezuela, but how does a place like the Points at Jeffreys Bay compare to what you'd normally be surfing at home?
Well, we don't have anything like this, like in my close area. We also don't have cold water. So, but I'll tell you this: Santa Catalina, in the Veraguas Peninsula of Panama, has a fantastic wave. A lot of the ISA events have been taking place there.
Okay.
Pan American Surfing Games. So it's a well-known wave, and it will pick some size as well. So I've surfed there a couple of times prior to coming to J Bay. I went there once to try to get some surf. It wasn't that big, so I wasn't able to score it in its best possible way. But we do have that wave that it compares to this. And if you go to the Caribbean side, when the hurricane season comes up,
Yeah.
man, I mean, you can score big waves
Okay.
and sizable long right or left, depending on whatever you go.
So you weren't feeling too nervous during your free surfs out at Super Tubes, for example?
Well, I was, obviously Super Tube is super. Yeah, you can't compare that to anything
When that
in the
place
world.
goes 4 to 6 foot and offshore, which is what the
Yeah.
conditions you were getting the other day. It's
I'm not
world
gonna
class.
lie. I was a little bit, scared. I'm not ashamed to say it, because obviously it's a wave of consequence.
Yep.
I've seen many top riders in the CT and in our sport get injured there.
Yeah.
So I have lots of respect, always in the water, but at the same time, you have to push yourself and enjoy what you have in front of you.
I mean, you couldn't have said it better as we look into this next set.
Oh, look at that! Look
please
at
ride
that!
out.
There
That's-
it is.
Who is that?
Ooh, Paul Mannix.
Paul Mannix again, sitting in 4th place. What is it? The turtle.
This guy is.
How does
We're
he
gonna
do
have to
that?
call him
That's
the
battle
Fortnite
of the competition so far.
Yep.
And wow,
Look at
I'm
that,
blown
and he
away.
keeps ripping it. He keeps ripping it apart, boys. We have a score to come up here.
If he hits this end section, the beach is gonna go wild.
Oh, man.
Wow, and still brings it around. One
time.
more.
There you go. Paul Mannix, everybody. That's what's up.
I'm not very often speechless, but
Oh my God.
I am right now. We've got a ride by Red out the back. Wayne Walker, he's sitting in 3rd. He's going to have a lot of work to do because
Let's see.
now
Let's see
someone
what
like Roger
happens.
Hughes is going to be knocked down. So he's going to have to
Ooh.
top an 8-point ride that Marco Rinaldi has. I can't wait to see where the scoring comes
Look,
in on
I'm
this.
telling you, I think he's moving up to the first place unless Hughes does something big here. Let's see. Oh, he decided to kick out. So we
And-
got
and
2
I mean-
minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes and 40 seconds into this heat, and Paul Mannix coming
Wow.
from the back.
Once again. Wow.
Wow.
Speechless. I mean, it's... And this begs the question, with the scoring yesterday, I believe that would have been scored as the highest scoring wave of yesterday. And the second highest that we did see yesterday, the one that was ridden yesterday, was Steve Danilo with a 977.
Right.
So there's not much room left for that to go. For a barrel, a nice fun
Turns.
climb, a couple of cutbacks, and then that end section.
Floater, yeah.
Pure class.
Look, once again, if you ask me, 9.8.
That's got to be in the
That's
nines.
that's what I will give him.
I know.
will not
We're not meant to speak before the judges give us
Right,
score.
right, right.
but
We're not the
it's
judges.
It's hard. It's hard, man.
But it's very hard. But I tell you what, the reason I wouldn't give him a 10 is because the barrel wasn't clean out. But had it been yesterday
wow.
it would
Yeah.
have been the highest score. So today, it's definitely going to be the highest
I
score.
really hope we can get a replay of that wave by Blue. I mean, just calm under pressure, 2 minutes to go, sitting in fourth place, just like his heat 2 heats ago, and he manages to pull out a performance like that. A 9.33. Talk us through it. Like,
Man, like I say, I'm not a judge. I know scoring. I see what the people is doing, and I'm looking at the feeling on the beach, because that's one more thing that we as a commentators look at. We see the feeling of the people outside that are watching, and everybody was basically standing up, making sure that he came out of that barrel.
honestly, unbelievable.
So he came out, and then he banged that thing and did every single turn that he could have in his repertoire. So he got the reward for it. 13.5 is his total. He's in first position. Marco still has another wave to be factored in.
There we go. 8.9. His total score.
Yes. So
Wayne Walker, he put in a good effort with his last wave. He's going to be just 0.23 short of Marco Rinaldo, and that's the heartbreaking side of competition surfing.
yes. Let's see what Roger can do here. Let's see if he can finish that off too.
Cool,
Alright.
calm, and collected. I mean,
Yes,
that's what you're
sir.
saying. His style is so relaxed, so
Sweet.
easygoing, and he almost makes it look too easy. And I know people talk about Jordy Smith on the WSL almost making it look too easy and therefore getting marked down with some of his waves. You hope that Roger doesn't make things look too easy.
I
you
mean,
know?
he it's seamless, you know. I mean, it's like effortless. His style of surfing. Don't get me
Here we go,
wrong.
here we
Look
go.
at
The
this.
turtle.
Look at that.
Oh wow, that's
You
just
see
beautiful.
that little clip right there at the end was the difference from being a 9.33
Exactly.
to being a perfect 10. I would have given him a 10. Had it come out
Clean,
one
yeah.
clean second before.
Oh, if he came out clean, he would have been looking for an 11.
Oh
out of
yeah,
10.
but
That
look at
was
the
crazy.
slashes that he just did on the inside. I mean, he completely destroyed this wave. That's how you need to do it. Look at this floater.
that. And then the finished foam climb.
There it is.
Oh, man.
What a beautiful
Pure
surf.
class. That's only
Pure
word.
class.
It's
That's
pure
exactly
class.
right.
Look at him.
It's flying.
That's just awesome to watch. I mean, that really sets the standard for the day.
Yes, definitely. What a
What a heat.
performance.
What a
performance.
heat.
All
I'm
right.
speechless still.
I know, man. This is crazy. I'm still trying to think. You know. He like waited. Everybody caught 2 or 3 waves. He was just patiently waiting out the back, and he spotted this gem and got on it and just almost cleaned through that barrel. And got
To win it at the death, 2 heats back to back is a pretty spectacular performance. That man clearly does well with
Oh
pressure.
yeah.
Pressure is not something that affects him.
I-
Diamonds are made under pressure, and
I
that
guess
wave
not.
was certainly a gem. As you said, if he had come out clean through that barrel, the judges would have had to go up towards a 10.
100%.
That was a pretty flawless ride.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful surf. Like you said, I mean, that guy probably has extra set of arms because obviously this lineup is quite large and you have to do some paddling. And he came out of a heat, probably, I don't know, maybe had like 30 minutes of downtime and then had to get back right out in the water. So he managed everything so well because he waited for the perfect surf to come out.
I really can't wait to see his interview. I hope we get that interview with him lined up soon because I want to hear what he's got to say. I don't know if he's heard his score yet. It's quite tough to hear the scores out in the lineup, but I'd love to see what he says about those back-to-back heat wins. We saw a quick ride in and out from Jeremy Jones in yellow, another South African local legend in this heat. We've got 2 Saffers in this heat. Jeremy Jones spends a lot of his time down at Noordhoek side. A really good breach break. And then we've got Matt Bentley. So Matt's won the SA Nilo Pro Junior title the last couple of years. Him and I compete quite a lot. Also, just one of the nicest guys you'll meet. He's surfing in blue. I believe he's also on a belt. But yeah, his surfing come along so much in the last couple of years. He's been putting in a lot of time with the West Side guys, and I don't know how much you've seen of Leicester Sweetman surfing, but if you're around Leicester, your surfing is going to improve, and Matt certainly has. He's taking on a lot from these West Side guys.
Yeah. Lester is a good friend. We have hang out quite often in Portugal and here when I got in. Brian and Lester were kind enough to let me hang out with them and sit for dinner a couple of times, share some stories.
Awesome. Good stuff.
So, and then I saw Lester surf in Portugal under those heavy conditions, and he's also a surfer that you can see that does not budge under pressure and surf completely clean and composed. So his surf is amazing.
Yeah, Lester, he puts on the West Side contest. I know, speaking to a guy like Albert Munoz, who's got a lot of competition under his experience, under his belt. But he came to the West Side comp, and for just a local West Side competition, he couldn't believe the quality of the competition setup. That we didn't have the conditions in our favor, but the organization, the logistics, it was just a fantastic event. As we see surfers out in the water, they're tapping their wrist. That's generally signaling to the beach commentator so that they need a time call. So in addition to myself and Haken sitting here in the studio, we've got a live beach commentator. He's been playing some music over the loudspeakers. He calls out via the loudspeaker system to the surfers. We've got speakers set up strategically along the beach so that the surfers can hear how much time they've got left in the heat, what their last score was, and what score they need to go through to the next round. That's always the critical thing. So surfer in first place, he'll be happy to hear his score. Surfer in second wants to hear what points he needs to take first place to hopefully give him an easier run through the competition. And then surfers sitting in third and fourth place, they're going to be calling out. They want the beach commentator to let them know how many points do I need to get into second place to keep myself alive in this competition.
That is right. That is right. But big shout out to the production company. Just done a magnificent job.
I mean, I've spent quite a lot of time with Lyle. He's in charge. I think it's Eagle Sports Media that's been doing the live streaming. What's up, guys, all around the world. And they come from mostly a rugby background. So to see them, I mean, it's like a duck to water, the way they've taken on surfing, and it's been pretty flawless. We've got drone angles, we've got multiple camera angles, we've got replays. We've got us here in the studio. I hope we are keeping you guys at home entertained. From wherever you're watching around the world, welcome, and I hope you're enjoying the CineFX Kneeboard titles. There we can see just above Haken's head, that's the surfing of Lester Sweetman that we were just talking about. I mean, that kind
Look
of
at
bash,
this guy.
heavy oncoming section, barreling in both directions, and he's just cool as a cucumber. That man is a closeout king, you could call him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He is. He's quite a surfer. Super nice guy. I'll tell you that much. Super nice guy. I've been happy that the first couple of days I hang out with them, surf with them, got a few pointers. He also was one of them that expressed to me that if I needed a board, I could use some of his. So, you know, I mean, just an all-around nice fellow and a great surfer.
His whole family is like that. So his wife, Pian, his two daughters, Emily and Ruby, they help out at every single competition. So it's not just that the old man is surfing, the whole family is so involved. Nice. They do all the scoring up in the tower. They make sure all the scores are calculated and go through the correct way. They do all the prizes. They really are such a key part of the South African kneeboard community. And going straight off that, I can't wait to hear from Turtle. I hope I've got the nickname right. Turtle, Paul Mannix, congrats, and let's hear what you got to say.
Well, once again, we're here at the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles in Jeffreys Bay, Point Wave, Lower Car Park, and I'm with the winner of round 2, Paul, Mr. Turtle. Paul, tell us about the week so far, and especially on the heat that's just happened and winning that heat.
Oh man, we've had so many good waves since we've been here. It's been at the Point and up at Super Tubes, but out there today, they're the best waves I've had at the Point. And it happened to be in a contest. Fantastic.
Paul, could you just raise your chin and show us the scars of wear and tear? Run us through that. That's not from shaving, is it?
No, I've still got whiskers. On Saturday, I had a bad go down and the board came up and split my chin open. Had 5 stitches. Took the rest of the day off, and then yesterday in my first heat, took off, went down again, and split it open again. The board hit me in exactly the same place.
Well, Turtle, it looks like you can really take it on the chin then, correct?
Yes, correct.
Once again, congratulations.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Cheers, man.
Man, what a class act. Turtle, Albert filled us in on that nickname to take those 2 heats back to back in the last minute to go from 4th place to 1st while he's got a whole bunch of stitches in his chin, and he's managed to open it up not once but twice in just the last couple of days. The man's a legend.
I don't even know what to say, man. He's a machine. If you ask me, I don't think I have the power in me to surf 2 heats back to back and win both of them. You know,
you got to be mentally tough, and that leads me on. I'm someone, I can't stand sitting with priority. I much prefer to scratch around under priority, pick up waves where I see them. Personally, I don't know why, but when I sit with priority, I'm sitting out there. You're so concerned about picking the right wave that you often let waves that are good enough or more than good enough pass you by. And Paul Mannix, cool, calm, collected, he sat with priority there for around 15 minutes before he took off on that final wave that provided him the barrel, multiple cutback sections, and those 2 nice foam climbs and floaters. What's your thoughts on the priority system?
man, I mean, I think you see it time and time again in surfing when a surfer has a very good score and he's sitting with priority and he waits too long, and sometimes the wave selection does not pay off, and you see them go out with sometimes even the best score in the heat. So it's very critical. You know, you have to be tough. As we see Blue here, this is his first wave.
Yeah, so this is Matty Bentley. He's based out of Cape Town. As we were saying, he spends a lot of time with Lester and the boys on the west side. Unfortunately, there we've seen a prime example. He's waited 9 minutes out the back with priority. The other guys have gotten waves, and that one he thought it was going to work for him, and it just hasn't. And there's nothing worse than taking off on a wave that you've waited with priority for and looking out the back and seeing your competitors take off on better waves.
That's correct. This is a clear example of what we were talking about. You know, 9 minutes of waiting time to try to set up a wave, and then the wave does not come up to you or opens up the way you thought it might have. And now, you know, still a pretty slow start for the heat. We have a 1 point for Jeremy Jones. We have a 1.83 for Matt Bentley. And up front, we have Rod Perberg with a 2.67. So it's still quite open, this heat. And I know there's going to be some more sets coming in within the 10-minute mark. And I think anybody can do something here. If they can catch a wave that will open up through the inside, you know, they can put up some points and be ahead of the game.
And I mean, that's the difficulty of competition surfing. And we're not on a track where the track stays the same every time you run a race. We are not swimming in a lap pool where the water's the same every time you run a race. These guys would have watched the waves that the competitors in the last heat got and thought, oh my gosh, how lucky am I sharing a world-class wave like the points at Jeffreys Bay with only 2 other competitors. You can't pay enough to kick all the locals out for that. They would have been so amped. They've seen guys get barrels. They've seen all the competitors in the heat get at least 2 high-scoring waves, and they get out there and, to be honest, it's just gone a little bit flat on them. And now is also where you got to be mentally tough and say, I need to get 2 good scores. I need to get into that second or first place to get through this heat.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, as we were talking earlier, I was like, I cannot wait to get out in the water to, you know, scorpion wave, but not on this heat. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not want to be on this heat because it's been tough for these 3 guys out in the water, rolling out in waves that might have looked like they had some potential. All of a sudden, it died out on the inside. I guess we are in the middle of a change of tide. So, you know, it's going to be difficult. But you can see there's some lines.
There's still waves out there
coming out the back, and you just have to be precise on your wave selection. That way you can maximize your scores. There's something beautiful coming out there. Let's see what we can see here.
We've got surf in red with priority. So who's this? Is this Blue? It looks to me.
I believe this is Blue coming through.
So he's again. I'd see, and this way the nerves might start to kick in. You start making a couple of mistakes with your wave selection, as we see surfer in yellow with last priority picking a better wave, but still they just don't have those same open walls that we were seeing in the last heat.
That is correct, but this wave looks like it's got a little bit of an inside here. Hopefully he can manage to stay with it and get a couple of turns in, as we can see here. There it is. Oh yeah. Oh man, I'm telling you, this is so hard.
Yeah, he really needed to hold on to that one, as we see it here on the stream, still running through to the inside.
Yeah.
And it looks like, looking out of our studio window, that it's got a good chance of connecting all the way through, but it's not easy out there.
No, it's not at all. It's not at all. I think the wind's kicking also, the offshore wind, has picked up a little bit, and also makes it quite hard for the riders to complete the turns as they come off the top, having that wind coming right through the face of the wave.
Yeah, it
and try
gets
to
under your
push you
board,
out.
and on these smaller waves, when there's not as much power, that wind can really mess you up and get you floating off the back. As you were mentioning, that the tide could be playing a bit of havoc. It is a full moon. I'm sure you've been looking out your window at night, and it looks like somebody's left the lights on in the sky.
Yes.
The full moon has been incredible. It looks bright enough that you could actually go for a midnight surf if you weren't too scared of our friends in the grey suit. But here we've got a great ride by Red. He's been sitting on priority. I mean, we've been speaking on how important it is to hold your priority and get the right wave.
Well, he did what he had to do, and now I think he have paid off for him, because this is one of the best looking waves we've seen in this heat. Like we have mentioned before, or you guys can see in the screen, scores have been quite low because obviously the waves are not giving the potential they need in order to get the scores. But he was managing right there to get into this better wave, do a couple of turns, and let's see what happens. He's got a 2.67.
He only needs around a 1.5 to take back first place, and I'd be surprised if he didn't get it on that last wave.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that he's probably gonna get like a high 4, maybe a 5 on that, because that wave looked pretty good for what we've seen on this 20-minute heat. I think it's the best of all.
And I mean, what an incredible opportunity. Everyone wants to win their heats. I mean, for Kneeboard is we're kind of an underground sport, I guess you could say. We aren't guys who are always seeking the limelight. We just want to go out there, ride waves the way we love. But what an awesome opportunity. You win a heat here, you get the full interview experience, you can send a shout out to the family back home, and it's going to be on YouTube and on the live stream forever. Your kids can come back and watch it in like 30 years time, you know. So we have to give a huge thanks to CineFX, Eagle Sports Live, and all the broadcasting partners to put out a production of the quality that we've seen here.
I know this is second to none. I'm telling you. I mean, I'm blessed to sit here with you guys and be part of the event, surf the wave, eat the food, drink the wine. I don't know what else you can ask for. I mean, this is like the trip of my life. I'll tell you that much. I'm like I say, next time I have to bring me a bus full of people, because I cannot keep just for myself this
and you'll all be welcome. We love it when kneeboarders come in from around the world. We're only too happy to show you even a couple of the secret breaks.
Oh,
as long as you don't bring a photographer, that is always a point of contention.
All right.
But as we were saying there, Rod Paulberg, he left that one perfectly. Paulberg, Paul is a beautiful wine producing town here right outside Cape Town. That's Paul, and then Berg is mountains. So he's from Australia, but that's a pretty South African and Afrikaans surname. But he came out there that last wave of 4.17, so that's put him pretty comfortably in the lead. Matt Bentley, he has around 4 minutes to get a 2.35. That'll see him into second place and see him through to the next round, and he'll really be wanting to stay in this competition. He's one of the younger guys. He's got plenty of fitness. He just needs to find the right wave out there to keep him alive in this competition. As we see, Surfer in yellow, Jeremy Jones, he's got something to say about that.
All right. Well, as you mentioned, a 2.35 for Matt, not an impossible wave. I mean, if he can catch in this last 3 minutes one of the set waves and work on it, I'm pretty sure that he can do the scores. But yellow has another factor coming in, so it's slipping away a little bit for the man on priority.
Yeah, for sure. Matt Bentley, he needs a good score, and he needs one now. Jeremy Jones there, another nice wave. His wave selection has been on point. He's just had the difficulty of falling off the back of a couple. He'll be quite disappointed with that. Both of those that he fell off of, it seems like they've linked through to the inside. We saw a big paddle out the back. Unfortunately, Surfer was not able to get on it.
Yes, the wave's getting a little bit fat, and it's becoming a little bit more difficult to get into it. So I believe it's gonna be a little bit rough for Matt to try to come back from this. Still needs a 4.84. The highest scoring wave in this heat was a 4.17. So
yeah, we've seen Jeremy's second score coming through there at a 3.5. So that's put him more comfortably into second place. So
That's
Matt
correct.
Bentley, 4.84, not impossible, but he's going to need a really good wave. He's going to need a selected well, and he's going to need to ride it well all the way through to the finish with hopefully a big closing section bash.
That's right. That's right. 2:30 on the clock, and I don't see anything in the horizon just yet. But we're at J Bay. Anything can happen, as we saw Mannix take out, those wings. I'm still, trying to digest
I was
that one.
just about to say, this guy, he's blown my mind non-stop this competition. What an absolute legend. As
He
we come
sure
down
is.
to the last 2 minutes here, and I know personally as a competitor, when you need a score, you look out the back line and you don't see any lines coming in, your stomach just drops.
Yes,
It feels
it's,
like the world's closing down on you.
it's quite a feeling, and obviously when you're sitting at the back, look, like I just mentioned, we are J Bay, lines are coming up. Matt Bentley's out the back, sitting with priority. I know he can make it happen. I know he can make it. I know he's have it in him. So let's see. Hopefully within a minute and 30 seconds, he'll pick the best wave out of this set, and we'll get him.
And this is Jeremy Jones trying to secure himself a bit more
Yep.
steadfastly in second place. And I know as well, I've been on the reverse end where you're sitting in second place and you hope that the waves go completely flat so that no one sitting in third and fourth can come up and knock you out. But it looks like there are waves. I'm looking outside the studio window right now. It looks like we've got some
Matt-
sets on the horizon.
Yes, as we see in yellow, can also see out of the window.
Surfer in
that-
yellow is still milking it on the inside.
Yeah.
Is that Matt Bentley out the back in blue?
That's Matt Bentley out the
Wow.
back. So let's see. We're probably gonna have to catch it on the replay.
Yeah.
But he
I hope
caught
they
a pretty
swap over
decent
now.
wave, and I think he's still on it. There it is.
Man, he's put together
for the
3 or
production.
4 solid turns together.
Oh yeah. Like I said, I think we're gonna have us a buzzer beater here as well. Matt
Can he
has
connect
just
onto the
collected.
inside?
Let's see. Oh,
Ooh.
come on.
Now,
He
again,
didn't finish that off, but I
last
think
30
he did.
seconds, man.
Man, I think he did the work on the inside. We couldn't see it here. We're gonna see it on the replay, but I'm pretty sure that he had put enough scores to get him at least into the second position.
Yeah, he's a good friend of mine, so I was sitting here pretty worried, but he made good use of the priority, and he picked the wave of this heat so far at least. So let's see how the judges reward that kind of surfing.
All right, with 15 seconds in the clock, I think the judges are, trying to get the numbers collected. Probably gonna be checking out some replays out of the last
Here
one.
we go.
And here it is.
Talk us through this one, Haken.
Look, first hit was pretty decent. I think it could have been a little bit harder.
Yeah.
Second came around and got into the white water quite as well. He keeps trying to set up something much better here on the inside. Look how well that wave stood up for him.
That's
nice
the wave of the heat
big
for sure,
wrap.
man.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. I don't want to butt in on you here,
Oh man.
but Matt Bentley, another heat where in the last 30 seconds we've got a guy coming from last place all the way up to first. He got scored a 5.17. That's the wave of the heat.
5.17. I
And
told
he waited
you.
all heat from it. He must have been getting nervous out there. Haken, I got to say thank you so much. It's been amazing commentating with you. We got a couple bit kneeboarding royalty coming back in. We got a
Ooh.
special surprise guest for you here in the studio. I'm going to hand over to Albert Silla. Welcome, guys. Cheers, man.
Thank you.
Enjoy, Mark.
Thank you. Right. Here we are. Yep. There you are. Can you hear me? You all right?
Hey Albert, how you
Hi.
going?
Good. How are you, Michael? So today I have a special guest in this commentary booth. Look at that. We even lined up. We sat in the right chair, Michael. Look at this.
Hi everyone.
So yeah, we're here to keep looking. Opening round 2, heat number 4. Kind of started off with a bit of a bang, and we weren't quite sure what was going on. But I'll get everybody up to speed in a little bit. Yep. Mike Fays from South Africa, Johan Rademan, and Donald Bentley. All 3 South Africans in this heat. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot going on. Oh, didn't quite complete that that maneuver. We'll get an update from the judges quite shortly. Welcome, Mike. Welcome, Nov.
Great.
I can't call you. I can't call you Michael. I gotta keep calling you Nov.
You can call me Nov. You can call me Nova. Mike.
Just don't call you late for dinner.
Yeah, I love my food.
Yeah. No, that's all good. Yeah, we're bringing in people from time to time, special guests here and there that are lurking around the comp site, and I was looking around. It was almost my shift. I was like, oh, let's bring Nov in.
Yes, he grabbed me. I was just about to jump in the car and head home and watch it on the television. I'm really, really enjoying this podcast. Fantastic. It's as good as any WSL broadcast that I've watched over the years. Equals it easily.
It's certainly different to what we're used to as far as kneeboard comps go.
Now, Albert, imagine if every kneeboard contest would have this type of coverage in the future. It'd just be fantastic. We'd have to be able to get more participants in our sport.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're getting it out there. So far, the viewership on these live streams has been quite phenomenal. Quite happy with that.
Yeah, Tom gave us a quote. My son Tom, he said there was 4,500 viewers yesterday.
That's pretty good.
We're expecting 5,500 today.
I know. I better
and
behave.
by the end of the contest, 25,500.
Yeah, right. I definitely have to behave. Absolutely.
So there, we're watching on screen at the moment. We're watching the classic kneeboard paddle from when I was a young man. All the kneeboarders used to wear the most massive continental flippers that were about 2 foot long, and they'd lean back on their kneeboards and just flip their way back out to the back, way past the surfers, and be on every set. Back at North Narrabeen, the kneeboarders got every set.
Yeah, right.
Back in the 70s.
Those continental flippers were really meant for swimming, weren't they?
They were, but they were pretty much the only flippers around back then.
Oh, right.
You're talking mid 70s to late 70s, and I'm pretty sure the late 70s the Churchill flipper came out.
Yeah, right. This is is that Red? That is Red. That was Mike Face just getting blown out the back a little bit. There's a lot of it looks quite clean and it looks beautiful, but every once in a while you see just the influence of that offshore making it a little bit difficult for people to get down to the bottom of the wave.
Yeah, the westerly, I'll call it the westerly. I think it's a southwesterly, is it?
Yeah.
It's blowing at the moment. It is picking up.
Yeah.
Making the conditions look absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
But probably quite difficult when you're out in the water.
Well, you're exposed to the elements, right? There's nothing in between you and the wind.
Yeah, especially when the waves are just a little bit smaller and there's big gaps between the sets. You paddle for a wave, and the wind blows your back off it. So it does make it a lot harder.
Yep. So I believe we are now ready for an interview. The last commentator team that was here was very excited about the last few minutes of that last heat. We couldn't wrestle the microphones away from them, but we're going to cut to the interview now.
So I'm standing here with Matt Bentley, the previous winner of the heat that's just been had here at the CineFX Kneeboard Surfing World Titles, Jeffreys Bay Point Wave venue at the lower car park. Matt, run us through that heat, making a big punch at the end. Tell us about your thoughts in the time in the water.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, it was a bit of a slow heat relative to the other ones of the morning. Couple came through in the beginning, but they were a bit shouldery, and then, I don't know, I was just waiting out there, hoping something was going to come. If it did, it did. If it didn't, it didn't. And thankfully the one just came at the end there. And, it was a beautiful morning.
And currently at the moment there's another Bentley in the water. Can you run us through that?
There's another Bentley in the water. My dad, I think he's got 4. I'm going to go down there and watch him and support him. I think he's there with Mike and Johan, so like all South African heat. Should be cool.
So you're the sports model and he's the vintage classic?
He might be both.
He might be both.
Yeah.
There you have it from us both. Thank you, from the both of us.
Thanks, Bobcat.
Thank you.
We're back. We just caught Mike Faze just sort of taking off on an absolute bomb. Kind of went try to get really deep into the pocket there. In the back, I believe we have, that was Donald Bentley up the back as well. Still have yet to see a wave from Johan.
Yeah, Mike's finished his wave.
Yeah. No, I
Don's,
think...
Don's weaving, looking for a lip. Will he find one? Nice little off the top. Hit that lip, Don. There we go. Little slash.
Make it, make it,
And he
make
made it.
Yeah. It's nice when you can add that last full stop, that last punctuation at the end of the
Exactly.
At the end of the wave.
Very,
really
very
let the judges
important.
know I got all the juice out of that grape.
That's great. That grape.
Absolutely. One of the things, Nov, that we've been commenting on quite a bit on here is the ability for the competitors to just look up the point up to super tubes and have that indicator to see that set coming.
Right.
From time to time, we will also sort of poke our heads up and see if we see anything. Otherwise, we'll just get stuck into rabbit holes of old stories.
Yeah, we'll be meerkats.
Yeah, just wind you up and see where the story takes us, huh? So let's give a situation though for that sake before we really get stuck in the weeds here. So Donald Bentley's got a total of 8.5 at the moment. He has a 4 and a 4.5. So both of those waves are sort of in that mid-range. But as far as this heat goes, and almost 9 minutes have gone, and he's got a pretty commanding lead so far. Mike Thays just has a 0.5 on that one wave that he took off and he couldn't make it, and then and a 1.83. And here we have Johan. Johan, who ooh, look at that. He's maneuvering his way through it. This is a nice bowly one. Look at
Yes,
this.
nice off the top, Rowan.
Look at this.
Oh, Johan, sorry.
Yeah. And oh, it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, the wave
connected
died.
with the rest of it. But yeah, no. Look at him paddling back. He's aware of priority, Johan, obviously, because
he's gunning it
or
out the
either
back.
that or he sees a set from up the point coming and he's scrambling to get into position.
Yeah, it looks like there are some waves coming.
Yeah, we had quite a few instances yesterday where people were just getting a little bit caught out of position and having to duck dive the big sets, and I think a lot of them. I think there were been a fair few debriefings at the end of the day yesterday where people were talking to each other about, oh, what do I do differently that next time? We got a replay here. Is this a replay of both? This is a replay of Donald's wave. He had a few good turns on this. He definitely
He's doing the right thing there, Al, but he's staying close to the foam, which is where the energy source is.
Yes.
And he's being able to accelerate away from the foam and just get that a little bit of speed, just to be able to launch towards the lip.
Yeah. Yeah. But I think the real he could have had a little bit more oomph at the end of that, but I think by the end of it, there could have been some lactic acid floating around in his thighs after all those turns.
Sure.
There's quite a bit of length on that wave.
Yeah, a couple of it looks like a couple of little lines out there. Today, Albert, those wide sets don't seem to be as frequent. Obviously, it's dropped a little bit from yesterday, so it's more. Looks like it's breaking in the same spot a lot more often now.
Yeah.
And obviously easier to read.
Yeah, but also priority is probably going to play a bigger role.
Oh, without a doubt today. Without a doubt, because the competitors were a lot spread out yesterday, a lot more spread out.
Yes. With
the wide sets. Now they're sitting next to each other, and priority is very important when it comes to conditions like this.
So the beach commentator is on a separate channel to us. So the beach commentator's job is purely to communicate with the surfers in the water. Look at that little inside one.
That looks fun.
And so the beach commentator sort of giving this, their job is purely to sort of communicate to the surfers. Our job is to communicate with you all. And I think the important part of that situation when it comes to having priority and the concentration of the takeoff spot into a much smaller area, the role of the beach commentator becomes a lot more important. Fortunately, the offshore wind will just carry that sound straight to them, and they shouldn't have much of an excuse. Look at that set.
Yeah, that's
Look
a
at
nice
this.
set. Someone's taking off.
Look at this, Nov. We don't get this
Yeah,
in
that's a little beauty. He's
we don't get-
looking for the lip. Here he goes. Little float. Drawing it out. I think that's the important part, was not to go out too far. Just stick with that foam. And he's found it again. And a little top turn.
Probably one of the biggest
Get
waves
that
we've
speed
seen in
up.
this heat.
Whack that hit. Whack that lip. Well done.
Make it! Yes. And the crowd goes wild, Nov. We got somebody out the back, too.
That
Should
was
be cutting to
Johan?
them pretty soon.
This
That
is
was
Donald.
Donald Bentley again, yes. Yes, this one feels like
Yeah,
it's
he's-
pushing down the line a little bit. You know how it has that look about it? Like it's,
You
but
can see
Donald-
something ahead of him, but Donald.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he did well in his positioning.
Here he goes. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was
reset there.
Yeah, I think he's still got a pretty solid little cushion underneath him as far as wave scores go. I'm
Yeah, we've
very
still
keen
got
to see
7 minutes
Johan's
to go
replay,
here.
though. Very keen to see Johan's replay. That's the biggest wave we've seen since we've sat down in these chairs, Nov.
Yeah, still 7 minutes to go. Plenty of time. Plenty
Yep.
of time for all competitors to get another, at least one more wave.
Yeah, and get out the back and get themselves a little bit of situational awareness and make sure that they know where that priority sits.
Yeah,
and
that was the biggest set we've seen for probably at this heat at least.
Absolutely. So the
And,
thing,
3 and 4 man heats, and we're getting 3 and 4 waves in this set, so it's pretty fair for everyone.
absolutely. Yeah, no, we talked yesterday about the way that the wave here at the point at Jeffreys Bay is giving every competitor plenty of opportunity to just sort of capitalize and realize the potential of how well they can surf, and
Sure.
we're still seeing the same today.
Now, Albert, have you been able to pick which wave of the sets do you think that looks the best wave?
Yes, but I'm not going to tell you, Nov.
Well, I don't want to know. The people out there want to know.
No, I do find that, you know, when we travel to places like this and we're still in that competitive mindset, I find that we can get trapped in the mentality of comparing it to home, of comparing it to the east coast of Australia. And in the east coast of Australia, you would instantly assume, well, second wave of the set's going to be bigger than the first. That doesn't always happen here, and I find that sometimes when we're waiting for the second wave of the set, we find ourselves sort of having to trudge through all that whitewatery sort of chop in that face.
Yep.
I haven't really sort of made that claim of no first wave of the set or second wave or third wave of the set. I'm kind of at this point I just kind of catch whatever comes to me because I'm really quite frothing most of the time, you know.
Yeah.
But I have noticed that it's not as steady a rule as we have on the east coast of Australia of just the, you know, especially when there's groundswell. You know, especially when there's groundswell, that second wave of the set is usually going to have a little bit more energy behind it, usually going to break a little bit further back, going to have a little bit more size. Here it doesn't. Here, because I think it probably has something to do with the amount of the amount of waves that come in every set. That might have something to do with it as well. But no, I have not. To answer your question, no, I have no idea.
But then another question: which waves have you thought are the best? The ones from the deeper waves, or the wider ones?
Well, I think there's a lot of that's another one of those very involved questions. As Mike Faze is sort of trimming around and positioning himself, and
there he goes. He's looking
trying
for
to
a
do
little
the
cover up.
little barrel thing. That would have been nice to see that. So yeah, so it's just sort of trimming down the line and getting a few turns here and there, and just sort of cruising.
Well, that was an
really.
example there, Albert. That one came from deep.
That did come from deep. That is correct. So I think to answer your question, to revisit that question, answer that question, Nov, I think the playing field broadens dramatically on the lower tides here, and I think on the lower tides there's a greater separation between the ones on the inside and the ones on the outside.
Yep.
Which means that you're almost surfing two different breaks.
Sure.
Here I'm getting overly analytical, but you asked a question, so
Yeah.
you're going to have to take the ride with me.
Is what we want.
And but I think when the tide is a little bit higher and that the takeoff spot does concentrate
More
a bit more,
inside.
we end up finding ourselves wanting more water on the wave, and yes, getting more because there's more water on the wave tends to break further inside. And so yes, I think you do get that inside ones, but sometimes you can get sort of stuck back there. If a rogue set comes through, you can kind of get stuck down there. I want to get back to the situation change here because we're down to 2.5 minutes, and Johan Rademan got the 5.83 highest scoring wave of the heat so far for that big one that we were getting quite excited about. And he's leading the heat. He's got a total of 8.66. He's only got a 2.83 as his backup. So I think if a set comes through and Johan is in the right position, which he may be, there's the possibility that he's first priority. So he could have the pick of the litter and really solidify his place in the next round. So far, yeah, I think because if you look at the numbers here, the way we're looking at it with the live heats website, so Donald Bentley has a 4 and a 4.5, which the way we're seeing it, he only needs a 4.17 in order to advance into first place. So doesn't need much, but if he keeps surfing the way he's been surfing, it might be quite difficult. But if he catches something and does something different to really impress the judges, then we might see a little change at the end. But so far, when I'm poking my head up out there and I'm looking at the screen and stuff, there's definitely still some possibilities for waves. I just don't see anything absolutely massive that is looking around. I see Johan sort of lurking around and trying to get a
looking for that inside. How long to go, Albert? 1 minute.
Yeah, we have 1 minute and 9 seconds to go. Johan's he's in the right spot if he's going to get one. It doesn't look like he's going to get caught inside by the looks of things. Or he might.
What's this?
Nothing. Spoke too soon. That's a bit of a...
Yeah, but he looks like it's too deep now and too far in.
Yeah, but you see how it's sort of not breaking top to bottom there.
Yeah,
he still has the possibility. He still could potentially just sort of squirrel up to the side, and didn't look like it. It must not have looked very good to him.
I think we're looking at the heat play out as it is.
Yep, absolutely. And the next heat's already in the water.
There's a paddle here.
There is a paddle there.
No.
25 seconds. There's still a chance this one might get to Johan on time.
Yeah, Johan's in front, so he's pretty safe at the moment.
Yeah, but it's still pretty stylish to come in on the last wave in the last second there.
Here he goes.
Just a little bit too.
Well, you can see, Albert, that this offshore looks like it's starting to really come into play here. It's starting to affect competitors.
Could be one of those things that might broaden the takeoff spot even more, right?
Well, that's the end. That's the end of opening round round 2, heat 4.
Yeah, and so we're moving straight into heat number 5. It doesn't look like there was anything in the last minute there that changed anything.
Yeah.
So the official results on that one will be first Johan Rademan, second Donald Bentley, and third Mike Faze. Yep. That sounds fantastic. So while we're looking at, while we're peeking our heads up and we're looking at a very quiet ocean for the next minute or so, we're going to give you a minute or so to have a look at our ad break and give our sponsors a bit of airtime.
Thank our fantastic sponsors.
We're back, Nov. We're back. We have quite a heat on our hands. There's a few waves that were written there. We'll wait for those replays to get queued up. But in red, we have Max from Portugal. In yellow, we have Carl Ebel. I think I've commentated about 15 heats of Carl Ebel so far. And in blue, we have Mark Jago. So there was a few waves that were written during that ad break, and we'll see the first replay now. This is Carl Ebel. Just went straight, just took off and just went straight for that power pocket, didn't he? Might have gone a little bit further back,
off
but
the top.
Yeah, there's even some. I don't want to make too many comparisons, but there's a bit of a Gavin Lewis vibe happening here, isn't there? But no, Carl's a very accomplished surfer. I was having dinner. I was having dinner with Gav Coleman last night, and he told me some stories of absolutely massive waves and freezing water in Carl Ebel's part of the world.
Nice finish from Carl.
Very nice, very well put together wave for sure.
Okay, we're back live here.
Look at this, Nov.
Here we go.
When have we ever seen a contest in these conditions? I'll tell you what, I'm pretty damn impressed.
Very impressed.
We don't get these conditions very often, so when they happen, they're all pretty special. This is
Mark.
Is this
Mark
blue?
Jago.
Yes, that's Mark Jago. Mark Jago.
We'll turn back into the power pocket.
Yep, absolutely.
Sticking with the power.
Plenty of wall on this wave.
Sticking with the power
this
pocket.
wave for sure.
Moved himself out a little bit far. Needs to find that power pocket again.
Yep, he's on it.
Here he goes. A couple little bounces. Needs a lip here. Needs a lip.
Is there an end section? Is there an end
there
possibility?
It is. Nice.
Yes, look at that. Sliding like butter.
Nice little finish.
Amazing. Look, this is going to start to get pretty heated as these heats as people progress sort of through the rounds and the more competitive side of these individuals come out.
Yep.
So that was nice. That was a nice way to start that heat. I think for Carl and for Mark, I think they'll be very pleased with the start of their heat. Just 4.33 for Carl. I think Mark is going to.
I think Mark might just go a little bit above that.
Yeah, it might. Wouldn't it? There was certainly a lot more room to move in Mark's wave. Carl just did the best. Did a lot with a smaller wave, and we see that the
Mark had a nice extended finish.
Yeah, and you can see the judges really rewarded the difference in waves between Carl and Mark's, and they giving him a 6.5. I reckon there was a lot in that score that came out of that finishing maneuver. It was smooth. It was committed. I liked it.
And more waves coming. Albert, look at these ones. Wow.
I know. By the end, we'll be exhausted by the end of this, Nov.
This is Max taking off. Maximilian
Yep.
Evang from Portugal. Here he goes. A nice little beautiful wall.
Yes,
look at
very
that wall in
beautiful
front of him. Okay, he's looking to gain some speed here.
Yeah.
Back into the pocket.
Yep. Looks like he weighs about 25 kilos.
Yeah, back into the pocket again, Max. Looking, coming to the end here. He's going to get a little slice at the end.
Yeah, complete it. Yeah.
Finish the wave off.
Show the judges that you're in control. Get out the back and get the next one.
Now, will Max do the kneeboard flop, as I was talking about earlier?
Yes.
Which was, lying on your board and just using your flippers to paddle back out the back.
Saves your shoulders.
Oh, kneeboarders would surf for 4 or 5 hours. They very rarely paddled. Only used their arms to paddle into the waves.
Yeah.
And even then, sometimes it was just the flop of the flippers, and they were into it.
Yeah, right. So tell me more, Nov. I want to know more about the evolution of flippers as people started, as kneeboarders started using them, but especially as bodyboarding sort of came on the scene and a lot more money sort of flowed into the technology of flippers. What can you tell me about that?
Well, I have to say, Albert, that I'm not a flipper expert because I surfed for, I'd have to say 25 years without them.
Oh, right, okay.
There you go.
All right.
So
I had the wrong pair.
I was probably one of the original non-flipper surfers.
Right. Well, that's
so Albert, I won my first 3 world titles with guys, but most of the guys wore 2 flippers.
Right.
So and that was way before priority. Priority wasn't even thought of back in those days.
Yeah.
So the kneeboarders would always paddle. Those competitors would always paddle straight past me.
Right.
So it was always tough to get the sets.
Yes.
And so I had my work cut out for me.
Oh, I bet. I bet. You weren't tempted at all?
Well, I honestly I surfed with 1 flipper as a kid.
Yep.
And I tried with 2 flippers, and I felt very awkward with 2 flippers.
Yep.
Very, very awkward. And so I thought, well, I'll drop 1 flipper, see how that feels. Yeah, it felt fine.
Yep.
And that was my first couple of surfboards, and then I got my first Crozier slab, which was a big, wide board, a wide nose, wide, big square tail, and it was a flex tail. And it was a fantastic floater, easy to paddle. So I thought, well, look, I might ditch the flipper, and it was the winter of 1976.
Mm-hmm.
And I just put on a pair of booties, and just surfed without a flipper. Got waves easily on it.
Yep.
And continued surfing without a flipper, and it kind of helped. It kind of helped my surfing. I really felt the back of the board without the flipper.
Okay, we're about to go into a deep rabbit hole here, because I'm not seeing any sets coming through, and I'm very, very curious about this particular this question. When you started, when you've gone from using flippers to not using flippers and vice versa, has it changed where you kneel on the board?
No, it hasn't changed where I kneel at all.
Okay.
No, but it changes the feel of the back of the board.
Yes, that I agree with. That's when I went from using flippers to not using flippers, I changed where I kneel on the board by about 2.5 centimeters.
Backwards?
Backwards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Am I not the only...
It's possible. I didn't really notice that. I just thought that I was kneeling in the same spot.
Okay.
I think I always knelt probably a little bit further back than most kneeboarders anyway.
Yes.
So I didn't really need to change.
Yes.
And that was probably the reason that I found the flippers to affect the tail of my board, because I was kneeling further back than most kneelos.
Okay.
Yeah.
So does that mean then, when you went from not wearing flippers to wearing flippers, did you feel that drag as well?
Not because I only wore 1 flipper. The drag was minimal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because I still felt the back of the board. Because I still had 1 foot feeling the back of the board.
Mm-hmm.
And also, when I went back to wearing a flipper, I went looking at all flippers that were available.
Yes.
And Churchills felt too heavy.
Yes.
Continentals were still around. They were too long.
Mm-hmm.
I was fortunate enough that Terry Fitzgerald had his showroom just at the end of my street, basically.
Yes.
And the hot buttered showroom, and I went in there and just had a bit of a float around, had a bit of a chat, and saw Terry had specialised in bodyboards. That's what kept him in business for basically all of the 90s and in the 2000s.
Yep.
His bodyboarding business was fantastic for him. And being in the bodyboarding business, he made the bodyboards, but he also produced flippers.
We'll get back to that story for sure.
Live
We
action.
just had the first wave of the set come through. That looks like, I don't want to guess, but I think that's Carl Ebel. That looks light enough. Yep.
No,
he had a couple of really nice arcs on the back there. And he's just sort of wading through this slightly sleepier section. Looks like he's trying to hunt down a bit of an inside section, and then we got Mark Jago in the wave behind it. You see how the second wave of the set on that one, see, proves my point. It got a little bit of whitewater on the face. Carl Ebel, unfortunately, not able to capitalize on that end section, and Mark Jago seems to be streaming down the line.
And he's going to hit that lip again.
Look at that. Hit that lip again. Nice, clean completion.
Yeah,
We
Mark,
also
he knows how to finish these ones, Mark.
Yeah. No, that's definitely a great way to finish. That's this is flowing quite nicely as far as the sets come through. We this is great. But hey, but I'm still fascinated by this story. No,
Yeah.
I want you to finish this story because I got more
in
questions.
regards to the hot buttered, it's just cruising around the hot buttered shop, and in his markdown bin, there was this one yellow and black flipper, and I picked it up. I went, oh my God, this is so light. It was as light as a feather. It was the lightest flipper you'd ever feel, and it was called an Octoblade.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Right,
And,
quite stiff, right?
Stiff,
Yes.
nice stiff sides, but the weight of it was half the weight of the other flippers, and a third of the weight of the real heavy ones. Because bodyboarders do like heavy flippers.
Yes.
And I asked Terry. I said, Terry, how much for this? He said, just take it, mate. It was just sitting there by itself. There wasn't a second one to it. It was
occupying space in the retail floor.
Just take it, and I put it on, and it was because what had happened, Albert, in the previous 6 months to a year, whatever, I was starting to miss sets.
Right.
I was without the flippers, without just wearing booties and just bare feet, I was starting to miss sets, and I was going, oh, this is frustrating. What do? Do I have to keep putting more foam into my surfboards?
Yep.
Or do I put a flipper on?
Right.
As I when I started surfing.
Yep.
Let's give this a try. Put the flipper on, and it just transformed my surfing again.
Right.
I was confident with getting to sets, and just got me excited again.
How good's that feeling?
Yeah.
How good
Got
is
me
that
excited.
feeling?
Yeah.
Just to feel like, just this little bit of experimentation, and
Exactly.
bam, it pays off.
It did.
It's amazing. It's amazing to do that.
And and to this day, I still wear one Octoblade.
Still with the Octoblades.
Yeah,
Right.
Terry has passed the business on to. I'll find out from Tom.
Yeah.
A very famous bodyboarder.
Okay.
Australian bodyboarder,
Okay.
and he's taken over the bodyboarding side of the hot butted.
Right.
Bodyboards.
Yep.
And they're still being produced.
Yep. Not tempted to go in there and wander around, have a bit of a sampling again, and experiment with other.
Well, possibly.
Yep.
Possibly.
Yep. No, it's all good. That's all good. It's just I find a lot of what keeps me interested in and excited in kneeboarding when it's not in the competitive arena. It has a lot to do with that experimentation
Sure.
process. So that's why I poked and prodded on that particular point, because I find it fascinating. Fascinating when experimentation happens, but I find it even more fascinating when experimentation pays off.
And we do notice, Albert, Tom and I, and Matt, when we watch all the guys surf, and we've watched all you guys surf for a long time now, Albert, you do surf the furthest back on a kneeboard of any of the surfers that we see.
Right. Okay.
And but you still have fantastic control of your board.
Yep. Yeah. That was one thing I never really experimented with. That was just natural progression from taking off the flippers. As soon as I took off the flippers, I started to kneel further back and further back and further. I had one board at the time where the knee wells were like an extra 2.5, 3 centimeters in length, because
Sure.
I was kneeling further back and further back as I was going. This is the one board that I rode during that time, and I found that at one point I got far back enough that any further back, and I would start to feel the rocker pushing water
Of
in
course.
the middle of a wave.
So you found it's hard to find that sweet spot, isn't it?
It kind of found me, I must say, because I just kind of kept trying until something felt right.
Look at these
but I
sets,
can't
Albert.
say that it was a conscious choice. Look at this set out the back. I can't say that it was a conscious choice. It was more of a.
It felt right.
Well, and also, you remove the flipper from what you're doing, and you're trying to do the same thing on a wave. Your body sort of your subconscious sort of finds a way. You know, look at this set.
Yeah,
My goodness.
the crew watched it past them.
Yeah, on a free surf, there'd be elbows flying everywhere trying to get
Exactly,
those
yeah.
waves for sure. Yeah. Well, while we have a little bit of quiet time with the competitors in this heat, we're going to cut to the interview from the winner of heat number 4.
The points. Johan, how was your heat out there today?
It was fantastic. I got a bit nervous because I was waiting for those sets and they weren't coming. So the other guys had waves and I got a bit worried, and then fortunately I had a small little runner, and then I managed to get back out in time to get the priority, you know, and then the big one came, so I was lucky.
Cool, calm and collected under pressure. That's what we expect. Some say that red wine is actually a performance enhancer in kneeboarders. Do you have anything to add to that?
It definitely helps when you're preparing the night before, but not when you wake up in the morning.
Thank you so much. Do you have anything to say to the people back home?
No, it was just magic to be here, to appreciate the gees of all the Nilos. It's a fantastic family, diverse guys, and it's very special to have a heat with Mike and with Donald in the water today. It was magic. Thank you.
Couple of legends. Back to you guys in the studio. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shane. I must say, I still have a question as to whether red wine is a performance-enhancing drug in kneeboard surfing or not. That's still one of those burning questions.
Well, I can't answer that one.
No, but I could. But we've definitely been. I could say that I've had a few wines while I've been here. It's a amazing variety of wines. Very different to. Sometimes it's very different to what we have home, but it's still very easy to find something nice and cheap compared to what we get at home. I was only joking about the performance enhancing thing. I haven't been drinking wine before heats.
Down to the last minute here, Albert.
Down to the last minute, indeed. So our situation is still the same. We've got the graphics on the screen haven't quite caught up, but we have Mark Jago with a 5.17 and a 4.63.
What's his total?
His total is 9.8.
Okay.
Carl Ebel is in second place with a 4.33 and a 3.83 with a total of 8.16, and Max caught one wave and it was a 3.0. So in those last sort of 30 seconds, do we see anything coming? There's got to be some possibilities for something. Whether they're in position or not could be a different story. Time will tell.
Looking like it's going to close this out. It's looking like the heat is going to stay the way it is.
It does, doesn't it? Doesn't it? So we'll the competitors for the next heat are out there. For round 6. This one should be interesting. There's definitely going to be some interesting dynamics happening culturally inside the water with this heat, Nov, because we have in red Mark Crawford, and we have 2 other South Africans. So Mark Crawford, of course, being a former South African resident and having spent a fair bit of time here with his lovely family.
Yeah.
But then
did I notice some booing? But when he took off,
it could have been. It's possible. This is where the animosity could definitely come in. Where Mark was showing me some of his chats with some of his friends, and it was very interesting. They were joking.
It was quiet booing. It was like, just a
subtle boo. Absolutely. Yes. Well. Yeah. So Mark Crawford's in red.
Look at these lines coming.
Finley in yellow and Gareth in blue. Those lines coming. Who's up first? That is. Gareth.
Well, he's off the wave.
Am I on the wrong heat here? I might be on the wrong heat. I might have skipped the.
So we're up to heat 6 here.
Yeah, this is heat 6. Oh, the graphics from the previous heat haven't updated, but we've got we definitely have some
beautiful sets.
We definitely have the right people.
Red again.
That is definitely Mark Crawford. I can tell you that right now. Look at this. On a bomb. Come on.
The top.
That's it.
Little tap.
He feels like he had to cut
Drawing
that turn
the turn
short a little bit, didn't he? Looks
Sticking
like
to
there's
the
a bit of
power.
a section, bit of a lump in front. Look at this line. Beautiful canvas.
Yeah, sticking to the foam, looking
Yes.
for that power source.
And definitely doing, oh, he's got a little bit left behind on that one.
Who's this as well?
And then this is surfer in yellow Finley, who's gotten a few good turns in there. Oh, also probably didn't see the chance of getting through that. I think I would have tried to get through that.
Yeah, he needed
a little
to stick
bit
with
more.
that.
Gareth
He needed to finish that one off.
Getting caught on the inside off that set. Yeah, so it's interesting because it's. Oh, hang on.
That's
yeah,
the
no,
previous.
This is a surfer coming in from. This is Max coming in from the previous heat. Yeah. No, very interesting little exchange in there. I think Mark got the better of that exchange, but we'll see what the judges award him. So you can imagine now the conversation when he paddles out the back with his fellow South African
Yeah.
competitors.
Yeah, there might even be some quiet booing as they.
Might be a little bit less quiet. Might be a little bit less quiet with the booing, but yeah. No, Mark's good fun. He's been a fantastic host to us. He's driven us all over the place. He's pretty much driven the tread off the tires of the hire car that we've got, and he's been fantastic. He's given us all sorts of amazing experiences with the food and the people and the surf, and he's put us into some pretty hairy situations when it comes to the weather and the surf as well, and the judges have given Mark a 4.33, and they gave Findlay a 3.17 for that previous one. So he definitely got the best of that exchange. There'll definitely be a little bit of a few snide comments going around at the back as soon as everybody gets out. But we'll see how that sort of plays out. It seems like we're having a little bit of a technical issue with the display here. I'm sure the boys will resolve that pretty soon. We can see them scrambling to fix out the display because the
Yeah, so disregard those scores you see up. That's the previous heat.
yeah, I'm sure it'll update.
So we are up to heat 6.
And I'm happy to rattle off numbers. Goes a little bit quiet out there again, doesn't it? I think
Yeah.
so. I think we're in a good spot to go down another kneeboarding rabbit hole. I'll tell you
Yeah.
what, the audience of this, the non kneeboarding audience of this is may not be nearly as interested as I am about this. But let's talk back to.
What about let's touch on knee pads on the top of boards.
Hello. Hello. There'll be like 5 sets by the time we finish that particular conversation.
Now I started with obviously just wax on the top of a board, and just putting knee wells from your board, and without anything over my knees. So just bare knee on bare deck.
I just winced.
How was that?
I just
How was
winced.
that
I felt
for
the
a
pain
punish?
there.
But you're young and you didn't know any better.
Well, I think I had about 4 surfs with bare knees I think I had 4 surfs bare knees on a bare board, and it was a second-hand board. The knee wells were super deep, and I said, nah. After that was it. After that, I had my brother, who's a longtime kneeboarder, and his preference was for cut-out wetsuit legs from, and then sort of double up on the neoprene where the knee hits the board, and he did that for over 20 years.
Yeah, well, that's what you said you had 4 surfs. I had, what did I do? Probably 6 years.
Oh. What have we got here? This is the surfer in blue. This is Gareth. Nice little top turn there. Nice little cruisy sort of
looking for the
style
power
to it. You can see it bowling up a little bit, this one.
Nice wave.
Yeah, very nice wave. Lots of opportunity to
cutting back
to get it, and we got Mark at the back. Oh, it looks like Gareth tried to get a little bit radical on that cutback.
Okay.
And
Mark's going to look for a
by the
finish on this
whitewater.
one for sure.
Yeah, Gareth. Yeah, I
he's
think
getting the
maybe-
speed up now.
Maybe he's getting a little bit fired up by all the snide comments in the back of the lineup there. No,
Well, he's surrounded by his fellow countrymen, or his ex-fellow countrymen.
I think it's a little bit of both.
Oh, bad luck.
And then we got Finley at the back that just took off pretty deep, but it seems like he's got plenty of speed to make it to the face. Nice little section popping up in front of him there. A couple more turns. Yeah, nice little turn there. It definitely laid that rail when it was when he was coming back to the whitewater. A couple more little opportunities here and there, it looks like. There's
Yeah,
another
didn't
one
finish
that
the
was,
wave off.
There was a wave behind that is just going to go completely unridden. And
Yeah, well, if there was 4 guys in the heat, there would have been someone on it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right now, I'm getting a little
actually
bit.
the Phantom's on it. There he goes. Oh, just see that turn.
I know. You just mind surf it. Yeah. So, pads. After that, I realized. After a while, I realized that I kept seeing. Actually, I think I might have seen some pictures of you and Simon with
The Gorilla Grip.
With the Gorilla Grip. That's right. Yes, that would have been. I would have been. This would have been. It would have been late 80s, mid late 80s.
Yeah, mid 80s. Yeah, 87, 86, 87.
Right.
85, 86, 87.
Yeah. I would have gotten a rare copy of Australian Surfing Life or one of those, or Tracks or something like that, and I would have seen, you know, a few pictures that you'd see in magazines from time to time, and I thought, oh, if I had pads on my board, I wouldn't have to carry these things.
Yeah.
And you know what? Maybe I'd look cooler too.
Well,
So-
I'll describe those Gorilla Grip pads. They were square, rectangular, probably. What would I say? Probably 10 centimeters across by probably 30 centimeters. So
Yep.
so a foot long
Yep.
by probably 5 inches. I'd say about
Mm.
5 inches.
Had to be precise.
Yes. So you had to be fairly precise where you placed them.
Yeah.
And they had a little round circle in it that you turned, because they had grip, diagonal grip, and the little circle in the middle you could turn, so you could change the direction of the grip.
Yes.
if you could remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I actually saw a set of those pads. Steen Barnes has a set of those pads still in the package. He's got it tucked
Here we
away
are.
in his wardrobe
this is
somewhere.
Blue taking off. Gareth cutting back to the source of the power.
Yep.
Trying to go out on the face, but needing to stick to the power source,
Yeah.
and that's where he dropped off.
Well, you're getting caught. A few people are
Yeah.
getting caught with that. There's a bit of planning that probably needs to go on. This is me studying for my heat as things go on. Getting back to pads, Nov. I'm not letting this one go until we're through
No.
the other side.
No, there's plenty of involvement in pads.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I was lucky enough to get a hold of a Blast Kneeboard, and I had a chat to Buddy about it as we're
Look at
seeing
this
this wave
beautiful
from
wave.
yellow. As another
sliced that.
very nice wave. Look at this, laying that rail down, trying to get the most out of that particular wave. I think he sees a section coming. Probably
Yeah,
needed a little bit more speed
needed
to hit
he
that.
needed to just draw that turn straight out of that turn and straight for the lip.
There you go. Coaching from Michael Novikov. Worth its weight in gold. So getting back to pads, yeah, I had it, and I remember I ordered this board from Buddy McRae, and this would have been 1992, and it was delayed by another 4 months because Buddy didn't have any material, and he kept telling me that the material he was using, which is now just EVA, he was getting it from a supplier that would use it for insulation out of the back of the dashboard of a car. And so anyway, so I finally got that and just got on those straight away, and after that it was like, oh, this is nice. Over time I've sort of gone, tried everything that comes my way, and now I've gotten to the point where I can sort of feel it. You know how you see a kneeboard, you see a set of pads you haven't seen before, and you want to sort of touch it.
Well, you need to. Every pad I'll go up and give it a squeeze.
Yeah, that's it. We give it a squeeze, and you give it that squeeze, and you're like, yep, that's good, or nope, that's not good, but more importantly, what I found is now, especially the last couple of years with people like Patty and Cove pads and all these other different pads that have come out, even the Park C pads that I've had multiples of. I find that we're in a position now where we're quite fortunate that the technology that is out there allows for these formulations of these different pads to suit anybody, and then the reality is that everybody's needs are different, and we can't be sort of set and fixed to a single piece of technology. This wide one at the back,
There
we
goes
took off on this
Crawford.
one. Oh, Crawford again. Crawford's having a
Weaving out the back, looking
Yeah.
for that power source, staying with the power source.
He's finding himself on a lot of waves. Come on, get back, Crawford. Oh, he was trying. So anyway, so getting back to pads.
I'll just say
Yeah, go ahead.
EVA 75 is what I found.
Yep.
It had a name,
and
it was the pad that I found the softest, the most durable, and that's what I always look for. EVA 75.
Yep, same here. And I got that from Simon. I was having a chat to Simon one day. It's like, oh, where do I get that just the raw material? I'll cut it to shape. I'll do this. I'll do that. It came out completely lopsided, completely out of shape, and all the rest of that stuff. But when my knees sat on it, it felt comfortable, and it wasn't so much an idea of preference, but it was just this. It allowed me to feel a better connection with the board.
Yeah.
And some people will argue that no, don't need pad on the board because I don't feel the board.
Yeah.
I actually felt a greater connection with the board with the EVA 75 under me, and so far it's worked out quite good. I think I've tried a bunch of different ways of doing it, but the material itself just feels like home.
Yeah. So once I started, once Gorilla Grip had sort of stopped making pads, or I started to put pads on myself.
Yep.
And
we'll talk more about that. I'm not done with you, Nov. I'm not done with you. But we need to cut to an interview from the winner of the previous heat.
All right, I'm here with Mark Jago, winner of that last heat. Mark, how's it feel out there?
Oh, really good, eh? Nice clean conditions. It's 2 great waves. I'm stoked, eh?
All right, man. I understand you're riding a nice little bolt here. How's this board shaping up for you during this competition, and how's it compared to the boogie board?
Different. I'm loving it. Control, speed, and yeah, loving it all the way. Riding a 5.9, 23 1/4. Bolt, I think it's the G19. Yeah.
And having a great time out there so far. Good stuff, man. What do you got to say to the people watching from all around the world?
Friends and family, thanks very much for your support, and yeah, off to the next round. Thank you.
Thank you guys in the studio. Thank you so much. Shot, Mark.
Right, we're back.
yeah, there's been no action.
We're back. So where were
we're
we?
talking EVA 75, and so I found a source of the EVA 75, and I cut myself some pads, and the process is quite intense. You'd cut yourself the pad, get the nice little rail shape on the side to make it flow with the rail, and then get the glue. The glue was a very important factor.
Absolutely.
If you didn't find that right glue,
we got fit.
So here we go.
Got Finn
this is
here in
Finley,
yellow.
Finley again.
By
Nice
the looks
takeoff.
of it. Nice wave again. Nice
Come on,
wave
Finley,
again, but
come
it
on.
looks like
Stick
oh
with it.
no, that's just that little bit out of position off after that bottom turn.
It must be the tide must be bottom at the bottom of the tide.
Got to be
is it?
pretty close. There's a lot of rocks out there on that inside, so
Yeah, you can
definitely
see that. You
visible.
can see that the waves don't have losing the power.
Right. So the glue.
Oh, the glue. So I ended up just the spray contact I found was the absolutely perfect glue. So Selly's contact glue.
Yep.
And spray it on both sides. Put it, let it dry. Put it down. by this time I've already spent an hour.
Yes.
Getting the side right, getting
it's
the
a process.
sides right and whatever. Spent an hour already, and then I've glued it down, and then I've used a piece of 25mm pipe.
Yep.
Probably about 20 centimeters long, to roll the edges of the pad down.
Right.
So
yep.
that the glue was like totally stuck together, so that it never want to come up.
Yep.
And it worked. It didn't want to come up.
Mm.
And then came the process of grinding the rails down, grinding the edges of the pads down.
Yep.
But before that was putting the grooves in with a
yes.
router.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So that was another hour.
Yep.
Hour and a half.
Mm.
And then grinding the edges down, it was another hour. So Albert, it was a dead set 3.5 hour process of putting a set of pads on.
Yep. I'll tell you what. You know what we need to do? I got an idea. We should do like a cooking show for kneeboard pads. Just setting at kneeboard pads. My process is a little bit different. The end result is still the same.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do EVA 75. I do 12 mil. I like a lot of thickness in my pads.
Mine was 8 or 9 mil.
Right. Yeah. I like a lot of thickness in my pads. I like to rough it up, and I like to sort of take my time with doing grooves and things like that. And yeah, I use a contact adhesive as well. It's very similar to the same stuff that you use for
Finley
wallpaper.
Again. Come on, Finley, stick with this one.
Finley again, yes. Don't get caught behind. Yes, that's it. Yeah, he sees the value of in putting a bit of work into it.
Gareth.
And Gareth out the back. They're leaving Crawford out the back by himself, I assume. I think there was some priority shenanigans going on here, but I think we see Gareth here finishing off his wave, and they're leaving Crawford out the back with 1.5 minutes to go.
There he goes. He'll get us.
Nice. Come on, just finish it off.
Finished it off, Gareth.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. There's still a bit more.
Hang on.
Oh, he's trying to take a more cautious route. I've seen a lot of injuries, so I can see why some people might be taking a bit more of a cautious route on that end section from time to time. Yeah. So the process. I think it's another. I think that's another example, going back to the flippers and experimentation. I think it's another example of when an experimentation goes really well. It's actually quite
And just
inspiring.
remember, there's another couple of hours of fin talk as well.
Oh yes, oh no, we have got. Fortunately, we still got a few days to sort of nut that one out, because.
And then of course, board design.
Oh yeah, no.
Tail design.
I went down
rail shape.
I went down the rabbit hole with Giggs yesterday on the whole EPS versus PU discussion. So my brain still hurts a little bit from that. But anyway.
And the history of kneeboard design as well.
Oh, oh my God, this is get an agenda together. We got amazing. Well, Nov, it's been absolutely a pleasure to have you here with us. This heat looks like it's going to close out fairly quietly.
Be here.
And you, I know you've got some family obligations. Even as the patriarch of the Novikov clan, you still have some obligations here and there.
Yes. We'll get everyone sorted.
Yep, absolutely. Well, thank you very much for being here, Nov. Yep, and we'll catch you around some other time. I'd love to have you back at some point.
I'll be back.
Yes. We're gonna cut to a message from our sponsors. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Ash Clark from New Zealand, formerly a Durban boy from SA. I'd like to wish all the guys entering the Kneeboard World Champs the best of luck. Hope you have fantastic waves, as I know you will, in J Bay, and hope it's frothing every single day. And what I'd like to say to everyone around the world, have a fantastic time, stay safe, and all the best. Cheers.
Good, that one.
Yeah.
That was pretty good, that one. Yeah, you wind the knob up.
You chat.
J-Bay Nilo World Titles presented by CineFX. We're down here at Point Wave. We just wrapped up a great message from all of our sponsors, and again, thank you so much. This kind of event would not be possible without a lot of people putting in a lot of work. So it's absolutely amazing to be here. If you notice the change in voice and most probably accent as well, Shane Robertson back in the booth with Haken Sanchez again from Venezuela. So we're excited to be with you guys as a couple of great sets roll through.
All right, and welcome everybody. We're back in action. Looks like these waves are panning out to be really good this time. And once again, thanks to all the sponsors to putting this great event together. As we see Blue Mark McLeod right there working on that wave. This is one of the best waves I've seen in the past 30 minutes.
I was about to say we've had a couple of heats where the waves seem to slow down a bit, but Mark McLeod tagging an absolute banger all the way through to the inside. He rode that really well.
Yeah, he wasted no time and got on top, and I think he's gonna get a pretty decent score here.
That's the way you want to start your heats. It sets you up so well, calms the nerves. You can just hang out the back and make sure you get another set wave, whereas the rest of the guys, no, they still need 2 waves if they want any chance of going through to this next round.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I call time management. I learned this from a great coach that we had. Probably he's catching up with us, Heriberto Tinoco, back in the Dominican Republic. Big hug to him. Taught us a lot about time management. We worked out with him in Nicaragua, Venezuela, Peru, Costa Rica. So, he used to tell us, was like, look, you got 20 minutes. Your first 5 minutes, you need to catch a wave. And then from then on, you keep on building on what you got. And that strategy, it's absolutely perfect to just about any hits. If you have more than 20 minutes, then you have a plus minus time on there. But as you can see, Blue, we haven't got the score just yet, but I'm pretty sure that he's going to be on the 5, maybe a 6.
Yeah, I would be expecting a high-scoring wave then. And just to your point on time management, I know when you're sitting in the last class of the day back in school, it feels like the last 20 minutes of class lasts forever. But let me tell you, when you're sitting out at the back there, 20 minutes goes by incredibly fast.
100%. I mean, there's so much intensity into a heat. You're dealing with 2-3 riders in the water. And you have your strategy, but then you have 3 other people that also have a strategy. So when you have somebody close to you and you're in a time management, the time runs so much faster that it's sometimes very hard to get confused. As we can see, 6.17 on Blue.
I hope we can watch that back. I hope we got a replay lined up. It would be great to dissect that wave with you, Haken, because for an opening wave, 6.17, that sets you up really well for the rest of the heat.
That sets you up very nicely. You're more comfortable. You can paddle out a little bit more relaxed. Let the boys out the back catch, a wave, perhaps not from the set, so they don't make a dent on your advantage. So this is looking pretty good. The wind looks like it has calmed down some.
It's relaxed a whole lot. We just hope it kind of holds this variable offshore kind of wind direction. As we saw yesterday, the onshore played a bit of havoc just with the shape of the waves. And we're going into a really important part of the day. So for the viewers at home, this is the very last heat of the repechage round. And a reminder, stakes are high. Only the top scoring surfer goes through, I believe. So we're into the very last heat of the repechage, and then we're into round of 64. So this is when we start seeing all the seeded surfers come through. Guys who've done well at previous world champs, and guys who've done well at local competitions. Your Simon Farrows, your Lester Sweetmans, Tom Gray, the reigning world champion. They're straight through to the round of 64. So it starts getting serious. And I do believe we've got Tom Gray in the very next heat in the water.
Yes,
so it's going to be good to see the reigning world champ, see how he stamps his authority on this competition.
Absolutely. I saw him getting ready. So he's got his game face on. Like I said before, I met him in Portugal, so I had to stick with the Masters, and I ended up making it to the final with Tom. And we both were pretty much going crazy at it, and obviously he got the upper hand on the Masters division as well as the Open division. But he told me when we came out of the water, I mean, he gave me a big hug and he said, "Dude, you could have had it." So by 10th of a point, I came second to Tom Gray.
It was that
So-
close.
Yes, that close.
That's not bad, man. That's a big feather in your cap to
I
lose
know,
that close
I know.
to
I
the
got
world
that.
champ.
I got that on my stash. As we see Blue here working again, you know, another good-looking wave he has picked out from this lineup, and he's doing the work. He's
Really
doing the work.
surfing well, yeah. He's doing well here. He's under priority. He already has the highest scoring wave of the heat. Getting
And
a
look,
little
little
cover
bit of
up, a little
cover.
bit of champagne on the head there, but that's exactly what I like to do. You get a wave early, and then you just scratch around under priority. You start building a score. You know your other competitors are going to be getting nervous, and that's when they can start making some mistakes.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, he played it out perfectly. I think he's going to be sitting with a very decent, similar score to his first wave. I think the wave was a little bit smaller, maybe, you know, a point off from his first one. But I think he did the job. Let's see the replay on the first wave, I believe. There it is.
I think this is his very first wave of the heat, so beautiful cutback. Beautiful cutback on the face, rebounding off the white water, another snap in the pocket. So once again, with the scoring criteria, you want speed, power, and flow. He's transitioning nicely from one move to the next. These moves don't necessarily have the highest degree of commitment or difficulty at the moment, but we can see that reflected in the score. Coming in at a 6, it means he rode the wave well, not in the excellent range, and there's the degree of difficulty. Nice bash on the oncoming lip. That's not the easiest move to pull off, and he got well rewarded for it.
Yes, absolutely. He set up on the wave to try to do everything that he could, you know, before he get to the area where he was going to hit it properly. So all those little turns that we saw is just the, you know, the preview to the big smash at the end. Let's get back to the interview session and let's see what they have to say.
Right, so we're here with the winner of the last heat, Mark Crawford. Now, I've known Mark Crawford for a long time. Still haven't figured out, where's your accent from?
Well, that's a good question. Started in South Africa and then ended up in the UK, and now it's a mate. So Australian, I don't know. You take a pick. Which one?
I don't know. It's just a smorgasbord of accents. One of the things I noticed in your heat is that you had two fellow South Africans in your heat. Was there any booing going on out there?
No, actually, both very coordinated and very scheduled. They were all very polite, and no, it was good. No banter. We gave each other waves, believe it or not.
Really? Yes, indeed. Okay, I thought I heard booing somewhere.
That was maybe you, I think.
Yeah, it could have been me. Could have been me. That's all right. All right, final question. What is the secret to a good Dom Pedro?
Well, I think we need to ask with the connoisseur Ed Quinn. I thought he was going to upbeat me on those. He was going with Kolulu in them, but no, I'm a Amarula Don Pedro guy. Double shot of Amarula, that's the way you need to go. You can throw the Kolulu in it if you want a little bit of extra coffee spice, but no, the Amarula is the way to go.
Excellent. We're all learning here. This is Mark Crawford's educational experience. We all strap in and we come for the ride. Thank you.
Thank you, Albert.
Good luck in your next heats, man.
Thank you.
All right, so we just saw a little bit of Mark Crawford. He's no stranger to that interview stand. He's managed to come out on top in a couple of heats, and he's going to be looking forward to the rest of this open division as we tune into Terence Hogbin over here, coming through on the inside. He got a couple of nice turns in out the back, and we're going to be looking for that all-important closing section here. Little foam climb, doesn't look like he'll be able to ride it out, as we see the surf in yellow. Vinnie van der Linde, hey, can take us through it.
Well, he's setting up and try to get his stance situated. Having a little bit of trouble with that. It's quite hard sometimes to, whenever you set up for the first time, to try to accommodate yourself to properly set your stance and, you know, hit the wave properly.
You can see there's, for the barrel hounds, there's going to be a couple of little sections out there the guys are going to try to get their hair with.
Yes. So as you can see from the beginning on that wave in yellow, he was pretty much trying to set up his stance and he was a little wobbly, but he managed to do a couple of turns in there, and that definitely is going to add up to his account. He's in second place. But as we were talking before we went to the interview, Blue sitting with an 11-point combination out the back with priority. Can't get no better than that.
And yeah, the stakes are high. Only one guy to go through, so now it's going to be interesting to see if that competitive spirit kicks in. It's been a lot of gentlemanly rules out there, but he can make use of that priority and kind of block his other competitors and make sure he gets on the highest scoring possible wave. So it's going to be interesting to see how that comes through. As the last score of yellow coming in, Willie van der Linde with a 4.33. He ran into a bit of difficulty there, wasn't able to really connect to that last section, which would have bumped the score up. And there we go, score of red, Terence Hogben, the 5.17. That's putting him in a good position this heat. He's got plenty of time with around 8 minutes. As long as these sets keep coming in, he's got a chance to put himself into first position here.
Oh yes. So yes, Terence got a pretty decent score right there, compared to Blue's second wave. So therefore, he's got a pretty good, decent chance if he's got something similar to, to give Mark a run for his money here on this heat. Like you said, it's looking still pretty good. There's 8 minutes on this heat, so anything can happen from now on. Looks like everybody's got their strategy working for them. As we see some of the messages on our live chat, at Rachel, the scars worth in turtle. So,
awesome.
Yeah, people, it's rooting for their folks. Glad that everybody's tuning in, and big shout out to you guys. We wish you were here sharing the beach with us on this spectacular day and good surfing from J-Bay.
Please keep sending through messages. We'll try to get to the comments as often as possible when time allows, whenever there's a lull in between the waves. So keep sending messages, keep showing love, keep telling us who you are the biggest fan of, as we see another set coming through out the studio window. I hope someone's in position. Look at that.
Yes. Ooh, big drop right there from Blue. That's the leader of the heat. He's trying to get through here, setting up, and
just a little bit out of position on the takeoff there, but this space is still opening up for him, and it should link through. It looks like there's a lot of wall he's got to work with here again.
Oh yeah, I think he picked out one of the better waves from this set, just like he did on his first one, and I think he's gonna have to get a little closer to the white water here to see if he can reform this inner session. But still, another score going into the account for Blue.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure if it's going to go into his top two, but that's a brilliant wave that, because he had priority, he could go on it and none of his competitors could. So not only has he given himself another chance to better his score, but he's made sure that the competitors couldn't get a good ride on that wave.
Yeah, also part of the strategy, when you have priority and you have a set wave coming up, you have to make a decision that could be crucial, because if there's not another wave behind the one that you're trying to go into, then you did right to pick up the wave and get your opponent away from scoring possibilities. So in this case, it actually paid out for him, because as you can see, the second and third wave on that set did not pan out to be good ones. So
yeah, definitely
good on him.
A good choice from him.
For sure.
That last wave of his coming out of 4.00, so it's not good enough to go into his top two, but I mean it's picking up his confidence levels. He's now got around 5.5 minutes remaining, so he's still got time to get out to the back line and try pick up another good wave.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He did. So
at the moment,
sorry about that. Thanks again to all of our sponsors. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. I had a chance to meet CineFX man himself, Mick, over at the house with the
absolute
South
legend.
Africans.
Yeah.
What a legend that guy is. He was telling me a little bit of what he actually did on special effects. So for those you folks out there, CineFX, it's in any of or maybe many of the shows and big movies in Hollywood you've seen. So we are being backed by one of the best FX person in the world.
Yep.
So
If you need a company to blow something up, CineFX, Mickey Kirsten, he's the man to do it. He's worked on a number of blockbuster movies, and besides being one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet, he puts so much money into the sport. He supports everyone as best he can. He puts up prize money for the local competitions, and he's been a big part of keeping the kneeboarding culture and kneeboarding population alive in South Africa.
Yes, indeed. What a nice guy. And we sent him a shout out. I'm pretty sure that he's watching over there at the house from the point, looking at his boys make history happen up here at the J-Bay Kneeboard World Title 2024.
As we look at it, as it stands now, we've got Terence Hogben with a 5.17. He only needs another 5.84 to go into the lead and take out this heat. the way he surfed that first wave, it's certainly doable. He's sitting in a good position. He's sitting way out the back. Everyone else is still paddling out to him. So I would think he'd be in first priority. And he'll just be praying for some beautiful corduroy lines to be coming over the horizon at him.
Very good, man. What a beautiful day, man. What a beautiful day. I cannot say it enough. This is one of the best venues in the world for surfing. Waves have not stopped in any of the heats, and different waves for every day. This is what amazed me. We have had different conditions just in about 2 to 3 different heats, and it's making everybody work for it. You know, nobody's getting, the lights here. Everybody's having to work really hard, paddle really hard, and get through sessions to make sure that the scores come out to get ahead and represent their nation and their teams and their folks at home.
Yeah, it's a very special event, and yeah, you can't explain enough how much logistical planning goes into an event like this. He's a little bit out of your screen, but we've got the guy on the jet ski patrolling the lineup the whole day. A lot of people have flashbacks to the McFanning incident, so safety is obviously of utmost importance to us here. Unfortunately, there is no jet ski assist, so if you catch a wave all the way to the inside, you have to get back out to the back line under your own shoulder and paddle power. I'm sure a lot of the guys by the end of the day would be praying for a jet ski assist, that they could just hop on the back of the sled and get dragged out, but unfortunately that is not to be. Today, paddling conditions are pretty easy. Water's clean, water's smooth with this light offshore breeze. So no one's having to dodge any wide sets. It looks like tomorrow, towards the afternoon session, we've got a nice big swell pulling in from the Cape. So it's going to be interesting to see how that changes the lineup out here.
Absolutely. We, like I say, we're going to see different conditions every day. Beautiful conditions, don't get me wrong. I've loved every single minute that I had to spend in the water by myself or with 3 other riders. It's a blessing, truly. Big shout out to Gigs. I know he's been working, like you said, for months in advance to make sure that the logistics and this event looks as beautiful as you see that picture right there on your TV screen. Sets rolling in, beautiful blue water, and perfect surf.
There's a surfer in blue once again.
Look at him.
Nice deep takeoff. And
oh yes sir,
nice fin ditch. That's variety that the judges will be looking for. We haven't seen too much of that today, and it's because if you aren't positioned well enough on that wave, you need a really upright face. You need a critical part of the wave in order to execute a turn like that. Now he's back into the more cutbacky section of the wave. He'll just be trying to nurse this to the inside. I think he's feeling pretty comfortable now with around 1 minute to go. So this is his kind of glory ride. He'll bring this one in.
Oh,
if
absolutely.
he can find a finishing section here, this could go into his top 2 scoring waves for sure.
I believe with that first heat on the top of the wave, right under the lip, and coming right at it with power, I think that's the money shot right there. I think that's going to give him all the scores. I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a high 6 on my estimations. I've been pretty close to all the judging criteria. You know, as a rider, you kind of have to estimate what the judges are doing, so you know what to do for them. You know, I've said this before. You have to give the judges what they want to get rewarded. And what we saw here on the first layup that Mark did, I think he actually could have gotten a 7 on this.
And here we go. We got it coming in. That's at a 7.33. So you spot on. Nice 6 into the low 7s, and I must say that's well deserved. That's one of the first maneuvers of that kind we've seen today, and the judges want to be entertained. They're people. They need that kind of variety. We've seen a lot of cutbacks. That's what the point often offers as a wave, but it's so important to find that critical section. As we get a shot of us in studio, this is what we want to be seeing. We want to be seeing some beautiful big roundhouse cutbacks.
Look at that.
Some big bashes. Lester Sweetman showing us how it's done. We've got the rest of the team South Africa riders' photos up along the wall. We'll try to swap them out so that everyone gets a bit of screen time. We've got Jedi and Andrew Black, the Dark Horse, also on the wall. Bobcat, of course, who's been entertaining you both in studio and with his interviews. He is the Team South Africa coach. And I don't know how much time you spent with him, Haken, but he's truly Team South Africa and Kneeboarding South Africa's spirit animal. That guy is just one of a kind.
Well, yeah, he is like, if you ask me, the leading guy.
Yeah.
He's the leading guy on the pack. And obviously, Team South Africa coming strong. You know, you have to make sure that the house, you know, gets represented. And as far as we've seen, every South African rider has done it spot on.
Yeah.
So a big shout out to you guys, and thanks for having us here.
And you can see just the level of competition here. So at the beginning of the heat, it truly is open season. The priority has not yet been established. And folks, this is what we've been waiting for. This is when it gets really interesting. This is when we see the top guys for the first time. We haven't seen them as of yet because they've been seeded straight through to this round. Both Gareth Blanchard and Liam Torrens were not seeded, so they had to fight their way through round 1 and 2 in order to get here. And now they're up against the big dogs. Speaking from a South African's perspective, Gareth Blanchard, he's a lovely guy, a real ripper, and he's worked hard to get into this round of 64, so we're stoked for him. What can I say about Tom Gray? He's a legend. He's a Deep South Charger. He's an undercover Charger, representing the Deep South. He's based out of Scarborough. One of the kindest guys you'll meet, and just an absolute ripper. He's the defending world champ for a reason. He's an absolute barrel hound. He's like a mechanic, the way he goes to work on the waves. He's the kind of guy that'll find his way in and out of so many barrels, puts in big turns, and rides out of waves that you often write him off and almost think, oh, no chance he's getting out of that, and he always brings it through. So it's going to be an exciting heat to watch here.
Oh, 100%. Like I said, Tom is as a machine. The guy will put in every wave a different move. So the judges know what they're looking for when they see Tom. So we're going to see some critical turns. And as we see him paddling through this wave here, he's not going. But we're going to see him put any kind of turn in the wave at the precise spot that the wave will allow him to. This is something you don't see in many riders. As per myself, it's hard for me sometimes to recognize a session to get a good turn in. He's the man to do that, and like Shane is saying, he will find a barrel wherever there's none, and he'll make it happen. So don't be surprised that we will get some cover-ups appear from Tom.
And here we got yellow paddling in on your screens. Liam Torrens, he's had a look, doesn't really like the look of that. Another guy who's an absolute gem of a human being. He's out of Australia, and he's been representing them well. He'll be a big competitor in the pro junior division. Here comes Tom Gray, Haken.
There you go. You see, you know, that's what that session called for. You need to hit it on top to try to advance and get in front of this clean face. As you can see, the guy knows the wave, and he's doing everything that he needs to make sure that he gets a proper score on his first action. So I think he's going to get an open face here on the inside, and he's going to try to put it on.
You can see he's got such a low center of gravity, powerful style of surfing. And the judges love it. He throws a lot of spray when he gets into those more critical maneuvers. He nursed that one well to the inside. I think he saw that he wasn't going to get a good enough section to hit. I think that was the right call. Kicks off it there, goes off the back. He knows he's got a pretty low score, but at least it started him well with this heat. It'll be interesting to see what the judges say. Just going back to Liam Torrens, I've been lucky enough to spend a lot of time chatting to him. Absolute legend. He was in a very tough round 1 heat, and a heat that could honestly have been a quarterfinal. It was up against Steve Vanilo, which is one of the most well-known, well-beloved guys here in J-Bay. Larry Berger as well. And those three were vying for the top 2 spots because only the top 2 could go through. And Liam, I think he was getting pretty nervous. Steve and Larry both put up some solid scores, and Liam got lucky. He pulled in, I believe, an 8.17 with his first wave of the heat. He waited, chose the right wave. Again, he's a bigger guy. He's quite tall, 6'2". Yeah. He must be weighing up close between 90 and 100 kilograms. He's a solid guy, so he needs a solid wave in order to put some power into those turns. So don't be surprised to see him hanging out the back and waiting for one of the bombs of the day.
And as you see the flag flying high for Tom Gray and the rest of the South Africa team, this is beautiful. We have the world champ in the water. We're going to see what his first score is going to be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a solid one, something that he might be able to keep. And as our producer is calling us, we're going to go out to the interview area for the winner of the previous heat.
Right, so we're here with Mark McLeod, the winner of Heat 7 of Round 2. Saw a couple of your waves, especially that last one. There's a sigh in there somewhere. It got me very excited. But the thing is that I've kind of been looking at how you've been behaving in this trip and stuff like that. I'm a little bit worried. Will you come home?
I'll be home tonight, Albert. Don't worry about that. There was all that pent-up aggression in that last turn. I was like, I just wanted to get a decent score. Felt like I was surfing okay, and I was like, what do they want to see? So I just saw that section. I was like, and Greg Holtzman, as I'm running up the point, he's going, just hit that first section, man. I'm like, all right, I will. So, no, it felt good. It's pumping out there, hey?
Yeah, no, you did very well in that. I saw your scores. There's some pretty significant, pretty beefy sort of scores. But I'm still worried about you. Are you still going to come home? Can I see you back? Will we see you back in Australia again? We're afraid that we might lose Mac out of South Africa.
Man, I don't want to leave, eh? It's so good here. We've been here over a week. I got here a week early. We had some incredible waves. Food's insane. But no, I will be coming home, but not just yet, Albert.
All right, no worries.
Eventually you'll get me back, mate.
All right, no worries. Well, good luck with the rest of your heats, Macca. Well done. Well served. And we'll see you around.
Cheers.
Yeah, big thanks to Mark McLeod. As he said, Greg Holtzman, charger of note. That guy's probably one of the best kneeboarder, big wave surfers in the whole world. Does so well under pressure, and he's been sitting up on the beach. I haven't seen him compete in the water yet, but he's been offering great advice to everyone. And as he said, you got to go out and hit that first section. That's exactly what Mark did. He sat nice and deep. He waited for the right wave to come, and when that critical part of the wave presented itself, got up there, threw the fins out, and he was well rewarded. As we see now, a little bit of a paddle battle, lines out the back. We're still waiting on Tom Gray's wave. It
Yes.
seems he's confounded them a little bit.
I
That
guess they're
last wave.
debating. Yeah, they're debating and trying to, make sure that they properly score the wave. Difficult for the judges to score when you have only a single wave in this heat. Obviously, you need something to compare to. So sometimes the judges will wait for other riders to catch a wave to get the situation and the criteria level. That way they're not over or underscoring somebody in the heat.
So as we wait for that heat to come in, a little bit of a paddle battle, and this is what happens when we don't have competitions too often in kneeboarding, and it looks like the guys are all trying to out paddle each other and out position each other, and in the end no one took off on that wave. And we're looking out the studio window, it's still carrying through onto the inside, and it looked like Giovanni Primo, shout out Giovanni Primo in blue. This is our first time seeing him in the water, so we're excited to see how he goes today. He looked into that one and just thought better of it at the last minute there.
Yeah, you gotta be careful because time is winding down, and if you let any wave pass and lose priority, you might find yourself with a little bit of a lack of time in order to commit to your scores. So this is very, very critical sometimes to make sure that if you commit to a wave, at least make something out of it. Because in a slow heat like this one, we have seen only 1-2 ridden waves. You could be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, we're coming down to the last 10 minutes or so of this heat, and we're still waiting for a wave for Liam Torrens and Giovanni Primo. And for Gareth Blanchard, 1.5 isn't exactly going to see you through to the next round. So we still need to see around 5 ridden waves just for everybody to start feeling comfortable in this heat.
Oh yeah, 100%. As you saw that beautiful picture of this beautiful venue where we're at here in South Africa, Jeffreys Bay. Can't get no better than this, guys. I encourage anybody out there in the web that if you have a chance or the opportunity to come up here to South Africa, enjoy everything that's to offer, because not only the surf is great, the people, the food, wine, safaris, everything. South Africa has it all.
Yeah, we truly are blessed. Speaking of Gig Soler, as you mentioned earlier, I mean, for those that don't know, he had a full shoulder reconstruction after really doing some nasty damage to his shoulder around 8 months ago. And as he said, in organizing this event, he had around 8 or 9 trips up to J-Bay just to talk to the relevant parties, the mayor, Sharon, the J-Bay local board riders club. He had to come through for about 8 or 9 meetings, and he didn't have a single surf during that time. It was purely to put this event together, so we honestly can't thank him enough for his contribution. As we see a rider up and going, I cannot identify the color from here.
I believe that's yellow. Yes, that is yellow. From the window we can see that yellow is working the sessions there. It's a smaller wave, but he has managed to put a couple of good turns on it. He's gonna come out to a little session here on the inside. Maybe he can finish off with a little snap. Oh, there it is.
Nice little fin throw at the end.
Oh yeah. So as you see, he got this wave under priority, and it turns out to be a decent score. So let's see what the judges will give him, because it will factor in as nobody is caught another wave, and we see lines coming out the back.
Yeah, it seems a couple of the guys are sitting just a bit too deep. These lumps and bumps, these small sets coming through are just seeming to miss them. Liam Torrens, commentator's jinx, I guess. I said he would need a bigger wave in order to put a bunch of maneuvers on, but he's shown us just the skill and that he has to really make the most and milk that wave right to the end. I mean, he must have put in around 5 maneuvers with a nice little fin throw at the end. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges score. We're still waiting for wave scores for both Tom Gray and Liam Torrens. As we see Surfer in blue, Giovanni Primo. Our first look at Giovanni in this event. He's riding point to the left, which is always interesting. Trying to stay in that power zone.
Oh yeah, he was trying to set up that wave. I guess he saw that the shoulder was looking a little soft, so he took on left, set up, and got a couple of turns here on the right session. So
as we get some scores coming in, so Tom Gray with a 4.83, you can see the judges are awarding that low down, critical, powerful style, which is just Tom's bread and butter. The scoring differential we'll see between him and Liam Torrens in yellow. Tom just had a slightly bigger wave with a few more maneuvers, but for Liam Torrens sitting with a 3.33, that has him in second place for now, and it's a good base to build the rest of the heat off. If he gets a good set coming through, Liam Torrens, as we saw on day one, he can throw out 8s like it's no one's business, you know.
absolutely. As we read a couple of the messages, there's Damien rooting for Liam. Go Liam. Stephen Albert also, Never legend down south. So thanks everybody for tuning in and sending your love to all the riders and to all the people that is taking part on this great event.
As we've got some scores rolling in for Giovanni Primo in blue, his first wave of the comp coming in at a 2.67. He did well to get a couple of turns in on there, but yeah, this heat, suddenly the swells just dropped dead. The guys are struggling to find a set wave, and
yeah,
we
there's
hope
some
that
lines
we
coming
get
up
something in the last 6 minutes.
Yeah, everybody got caught under on that set, so let's see if somebody can get out there and pick up what's left on this small set that's rolling in. Oh man, Tom could have gone on that wave perhaps. So as we can see, we have 4.83 for Tom Gray. Liam Torrens got a 3.33. Giovanni Primo with a 2.67. And Gareth Blanchard with a 1.5. We have.
I mean, as we saw there, everyone getting caught a bit out of position. It's hard to position yourself in this lineup. I've been hearing a couple of chats from a few spectators. I'm lucky enough to be staying with the local legend Sean Rosen. He's got a deck that kind of overlooks this area, and I was talking to Sean Noon Dog, and he was giving me his different lineup markers depending on wide sets, set waves, or little insiders, and he had the poles on Rosen's deck lined up, so he knew where to sit if he had priority, if he had a wide wave coming through. And all these surfers will kind of have identified something on the beach. It's really important to triangulate yourself. Something on the land in front of you and something to the side of you to kind of make sure you're holding the right position in the water.
As we see Blanchard, got clipped on that effort to try to get a barrel. Didn't come through.
What excites me is that they are going to, it looks like there's going to be some barrels on offer, which is just fantastic as we get into the pointy end of this competition.
Yes, absolutely.
Here we see Tom Gray. Nice cutback, rebound off the foam. Oh, nice little 360 tail slide. That's the kind of thing the judges enjoy.
Yeah, that's a complementary maneuver, but will also give you some points because it gives you the confidence and the knowledge to the judges that you have complete control of your board on the type of wave you're on. So
and that's the variety. I mean, I've touched on this a few times, but variety and entertaining the judges. If you put a smile on their face, when you can do that with something like that 360, chances are you're going to get a good score.
Absolutely. That's going to be his backup as we see blue. We're going to see a recap of this wave in blue.
Giovanni Primo trying to find a backup there.
Yes, sir. Let's see what the rest of the scores are coming in through as we see the little sets coming out the back. We see yellow. Oh, nice little
Liam
wave
Torrens
here.
on a bomb. Nice critical turn right in the pocket there. Nice another cut back on the face, rebounding off the foam. He should be able to milk this all the way through to the inside. This is a wave that's much more suited to him. A little bit bigger, a little bit more powerful, and standing up here. This is when the wave starts to get critical.
This is a beautiful wave.
Beautiful.
As you can see, that we have white out the back. Decide not to continue on that wave, but we stick with yellow. This wave was really, really nice. To me, one of the best waves in the set. And he's taking all the right boxes here. Unfortunately comes undone right there at the end. That would have been a great point maneuver. So
we could hear from the studio. I know you guys might not pick it up at home, but we could hear the groans from the beach. If he had landed that one, that would have been a pretty high-scoring wave. It's going to be interesting. The judges are certainly being kept busy. As in the meantime, Giovanni Primo, well done, bumped up to first place with a 2.73 second wave score. I think he'll be dropping back down soon though, as we wait for scores for both Tom Gray and Liam Torrens, who I think will both be getting some pretty decent scores on those last waves.
100%. The judges got a little bit of work to do, and we also want to try to get you some replays of the wave from Tom and Liam. So
yeah, I would love to see a replay of both Tom Gray and Liam Torrens. It looked like they were both on pretty solid waves. Tom Gray, he tried to go for that second 360, and one wonders if it wouldn't have been better to milk that one to the inside.
Okay, let's see Liam's recap here. So you can see he hit it the first time, put a little power into it, tried to do a setup, rebound into the white water, going back again, hit it one more time, reorganize the stance to make sure that he can properly hit the wave what it needs to be, and not a setup turn right there. He's going back on it, and he sees a session he wants to work on, and then he puts it on, gives it one good one, and this is where the turn. Oh man, that would have been great. That would have been an excellent wave.
He was
if you
well
ask me.
rewarded. So even without that final maneuver, he came in at a 6.67 on that second wave. That's put him pretty firmly in the lead. He's sitting on a 10.00 total, which he'll be more than stoked with. Tom Gray's second wave coming in at a 3.93. So the judges enjoyed the variety, but I think they wanted to see him milk it to the inside and go for those finishing bashes. And he completes those mechanically. Tom makes it look easy. You can't believe.
Oh yeah, 100%. So Liam is sitting in first place right now with a minute to go, and I think Tom is about to paddle on a wave. No, he's not going, but with a minute left to go, if anybody's gonna get a score to beat on the first place, it's gonna be Tom Gray. I don't write him off just yet. I see his potential on doing anything on any wave, so I'm pretty sure that he's eyeballing any good sessions that will come up to him so he can maximize scores and take that first place heat.
Yeah, so going into the last 45 seconds here, Giovanni Primo in blue, he's looking for a 6.03 if he wants to proceed through this competition. And Gareth Blanchard in white, he needs a 6.19 if he wants to progress through this round. So this is a very tough opening heat of the round of 64.
Oh yeah, 100%. I have to surf in a couple of hours, and I'm looking at what's happening here. And ooh.
Take us through this last wave of Tom.
Look at that. He set up with a little floater. This is how good he is. He set up this floater. This wave does not look like much, but he has seen something that we can, obviously on his expertise, and he goes back on a rebound into the white water and hit it a couple of times, and he keeps hitting this wave. He keeps maximizing his scoring potential of the wave. It doesn't look like much, but he made it happen. And regardless of the scoring, he was able to make it through to the next round with the second place on this heat.
Yeah, so that was certainly a tough heat. Liam Torrens, we'll be getting an interview from him soon in the winners zone here, post heat. Tom Gray will be stoked to be heading through to the next round. and it's we're into the sharp end of this competition. We're only in round of 64, but this is when things start getting exciting. Everyone has come here to win the Open title, and you're gonna have to beat everyone to win it.
Oh yeah, 100%. There's folks here that have surfed 2 or 3 times already, so you know that it's getting tougher. I was lucky enough to pick up the first spot on my first heat. That way, I was bumped out to the third round without having to surf as much. But this next heat I'm gonna have, it was with the buzzer beater.
Yeah.
At the turtle. You know, I mean, this guy that's loved by many,
Yeah.
and I gotta go fight him now.
Yeah, so just a big congrats to Giovanni Primo and Gareth Blanchard, both putting up an admirable effort. Unfortunately, they will be bowing out at this stage of the competition, but congrats and good luck with their age groups, you know.
100%. Giovanni is such a nice guy. He, I know he's been repairing the boards for many of the riders. You know, a lot of people have had accidents coming into the water, like with the rocks. You know, if you are not careful, you'll lose a fin, or you know, crack your board. Luckily, I've been carrying my boards with precision and finesse, so I didn't have a problem. But Giovanni has been kind enough to help everyone that had had an accident and taking care of them. That's such a good, nice guy.
Yeah, that's the camaraderie we love to see in the sport. That brings us now into Heat 2 of the round of 64. We are now looking at Sam Coyne in red from the USA, fierce competitor. Kurt Rogers in yellow of South Africa. He's a real J-Bay local. Obviously spends a lot more time at Super Tubes than... I'm being shushed here by Steve O'Neill. Yeah, there's only one sheriff in town, says Steve O'Neill. So Kurt Rogers, we'll call him maybe a backup when Steve-O's traveling in Indonesia. But he's obviously much more used to Super Tubes than the points, so we'll see how he goes. In blue, we've got the mouth from the south, Bobcat Rousseau, and in white, Carl Earball. As we see, Kurt Rogers in yellow off to a fiery start, taking some nice gouges out of this wave, milking it to the inside. He's linking together a couple of turns well. He's really good at finishing off these end sections. Let's see what he can do here. Able to climb the foam and ride out. So that's a fantastic way to start the heat with 3 minutes in, 17 to go.
Yes, sir. Good way to start this heat. As you said, Sam Coyne, what a great surfer. Kurt Rogers, Bobby Robson, and Carl Earball. Carl has surfed like 3 or 4 times today as well. So, you know, the guy's getting warmed up. He's getting more time in the water, getting more comfortable with his wave and his surf and his board equipment, everything. So let's see out the back here. We got some surf. Folks, here at the booth, I'm going to have to show you this right here. Steve O'Neill art. It's available at the site. If you're around here, or if you got somebody that is around here, make sure you tell him, hey, pick me up one of these beautiful artworks from the man himself. He's not only ripping the water, also the canvas here. Guys, this is beautiful. This is a great souvenir, something to take home with. I encourage you to come down here. He's got many different artworks, not only in canvas, he's got t-shirts as well. So if you're down here, or if you got somebody down here that can do you the solid, make sure you take some of this home. I know that I'll be taking some, so Steve, save me some, please.
Shout out Steve O'Neill.
Look at this. Look at this beauty. Woo!
J-Bay original.
Wow. This is amazing.
Beautiful. We see
amazing.
the first score dropping there for Kurt Rogers, a 6.00. So he did well to catch one out the back, milk it all the way through to the inside. And as we've seen, it is so very important to close out the wave, to finish it off well. If he hadn't landed that last maneuver, you could see him getting marked down a couple of points. But the way he finished it off, the way he got it all the way to the inside,
Absolutely.
a well-deserved 6-point score.
6-0. That's a good way to start your heat. Like I said before, now you have a decent strategy. You can paddle back and take your time and relax a little bit and try to regather. As we see Carl Earball, the man himself, I know he cut up his wetsuit because he said it was too tight. So,
I mean, he had the iconic phrase yesterday. He needs a high volume board for a high volume man.
That's right.
And Carl Earball, Evil Knievel, he restores beautiful old cars, hot rods. That's one of his main working parts of his life.
Yes,
Oh.
as we saw Sam
That's a
there,
pity.
it's something unusual for him to do, not to finish a wave. Well, I guess we see that the folks that haven't been able to surf as much, once they get in the water, you see a little of anxiety, and I think this is what happened here with Sam. He's a great surfer. I see him ripped all over the world, and this is highly unusual for him to do something like that.
Yeah, I would have expected him to ride that one all the way through, and that's almost where maybe it's not always in your best interest to be seated straight through to round three. But you would have hoped that the guys are getting in enough practice sessions in the evenings. But maybe that's just first wave of the competition, settling his nerves. We know what he's capable of.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
got 14 minutes. There's still plenty of time to go here.
Oh yeah, 100%. I'm sure that he's gonna shake that off, get back, and try to stick to his strategy and catch up with a pretty decent wave that's gonna give him the scoring that he needs. Going back to Carr, I was having a conversation with him yesterday as well. We had a heat together. Our first heat was with him, and he was talking to me about the car business, and it turns out that I also work garage back in Panama. So we were having a conversation about V8s and car races and stuff like that. So really nice guy. Him and his wife were super nice, and we were having a good conversation.
Yeah, he's got a real super fan here on the beach. She gets so amped when he wins a heat.
See that?
She
see
was
that.
so stoked to see him in the interview booth yesterday. It was you that interviewed
I
him,
did,
correct?
I did the interview for him, and I don't know if it was you or somebody else told me about the Velcro on the surfboard.
That's the accusation that flows around the competition area, at least in the South African team.
Yeah.
That guy just seems to land maneuvers and come out of barrels that most people would have been taken out on. So there's
Yeah.
a theory that there's some Velcro on those knee pads and on the deck pad of the board. So maybe we'll never know, but it seems to be working for him so far.
I checked it out. I had a good look at his boards, and there's no Velcros around, man.
Just
He's
good
just
wax.
talent and good wax. Talent and good wax.
Well, he got awarded with a 2.5, which you won't be disappointed with. He didn't like the look of that first wave, so he put in a couple of maneuvers and kicked off. He'll be heading out back, and he knows how to boss the lineup. I know we've got the priority system, but he's one of those competitors that if there was no priority system, he'd be bossing the lineup and making sure he got the best set.
That is correct, man. That is correct. So, anyways, we're going back here to the action. We got Kurt Rogers sitting in first position with priority, a 6.0. And we got Carr Evil with a 2.5 in the second priority. Sam is relegated to the third priority with a 1.6 on that wave. We saw him come undone. And then Bobby Rousseau, it's still yet to catch a wave.
The Bobcat, he is hanging out there. Bobby is well known in the competitions. He doesn't like substandard waves. Even when he's just surfing on his own back home, he's not a guy you'd see out in 3 foot onshore slop. He likes cooking waves. He surfs well in cooking waves, and he'll be waiting for the set of the day, the set that he feels is the one that gives him the most scoring opportunity. So possibly in certain circumstances, it's not ideal as a competitor because you limit yourself from a few waves, but he knows what he's doing. He's in the round of 64, and he's the Team South Africa head coach for a reason.
That's right. He's great, man. He's a great surfer. I saw him yesterday rip on his first heat. Man, that guy can do it all.
Yeah, when he gets a good wave, he can absolutely rip it up.
Yeah. So we see a little set coming in here. I see that he was trying to paddle through, couldn't get to it.
Yeah, it seems the guys have let this set kind of go underneath them. It's one of the smallest sets that we've seen today. So with around 12 minutes or 10 minutes, excuse me, or so left, we hope to see a couple more big sets coming through to see what these guys can do.
Oh yeah, there's enough time for a 10-minute strategy. You got 5 minutes to catch a couple of waves.
Oh,
Maybe.
there's Bobby. He's looking at a couple of
Oh, yeah.
insiders. So not his normal heat strategy, but he knows what he's doing. There's a couple of lines coming over on the left. Sam Coyne in red looks to be paddling wide. He thinks he's spotted something out wide.
Yes, I see. The lineup's getting pretty wide now, so maybe he spotted something that is got his interest. He's on third priority, Sam is. So we'll see what happens here. Kurt has the first priority, so I'm pretty sure that he's going to try to make sure that he backs that 6.0.
All right, so for the viewers at home, we've got a fantastic post-heat interview with last heat's winner, Liam Torrens of Australia. Take it away. Well, as we see Bobby Rousseau, that interview might be delayed. Bobby with a fantastic roundhouse cut back to the power zone. He's milking this one to the inside. He knows what he needs to do here. He's in the short wetsuits. For those at home, the water is very warm. You only need a 3-2. Even a shorty will serve you just fine for a 20-minute heat. He's put in a couple of nice moves. He's also looking for that closing section. Oh, the 360 spin. Unable to ride out.
Look at it.
Very 80s, says Steve Danilo. All right, let's head back to that interview. Thank you very much, guys.
Hey guys, it's Ed Quinn here, checking in from Jeffreys Bay and the CineFX World Kneeboard Championships. We are getting to the sharp end of the tournament. We have now opened the open round, excuse me. We've now opened the contest. The big boys are out, the super big boys. Liam Torrens out there with what was such a critical heat. Tell me what your thoughts were going on, because you guys had almost a 9-minute flat spell to start the heat.
Oh man, I was just stressing at the start there. We had a bit of a flat spell and just kind of knew I needed to get a score just to back up, and got a little bump that came through, managed to sort of squeak a 3-3 out of it, I think, and then just busted my backside to get out the back again and try and hopefully get a set, and then luckily that one came through and managed to get the score out of it, and that's all it was for the rest of the heat. You know, the boys surfed a great heat, put us under pressure, had, you know, Tom Gray, the current Open World Champ, and Gareth and Primo just ripping out there, so it was always going to be a tough one, but yeah, managed to get it done, so pretty stoked with that.
I mean, as you should be, because yeah, with the heat like that, instead of waiting for a big one and then looking for a backup, you started with your backup, and you really, what board are we riding now? I know this is a Bruce Hart. It's one of his more standard, is it chop tail thruster? What do we got going?
It's a little swallowtail, just 6'2", a little bit of a newer shape that we've been trying out, and yeah, working really well out there, especially in the smaller stuff, just carries that rail length through, so big shout out to Bruce back home if he's watching. Yeah, boards are going epic and stoked to be here on them.
Well, we couldn't have opened the main event in any better fashion. Really smart surfing, a real effort you had to put in. The final wave was your bomb, and you absolutely smashed it with a high score of the heat. Got yourself through, as you said, over the current world champion, Tom Gray. Liam, let's keep it going, buddy.
Thank you, Ed, and cheers to everyone for the rest of the comp.
Cheers, mate. Cheers. Back to you, boys.
Liam, yeah, great performance, man. That is so epic. As we see Sam Coyne coming through on his third wave of the heat. Strangely enough, we've seen both Sam and Carl go down on a similar place of the wave, where it looks like there's just a clean open face. And here again, are there some landmines out there that we don't know about?
I don't know what's going on, but this is highly unusual to see Sam. Let's see Red's first ride up here on this replay. You know, I mean, the wave looked pretty good. I think he was setting up properly to try to get through, and did a couple of turns here, and I think this is exactly where he actually comes undone. The wave kind of did something weird to him, lifted the tail of his board, and he caught an edge on it.
And the same thing happened to Carl Earball. As we see Carl Earball up and riding once again, you'll hope that doesn't happen. We've also got Yellow out the back on a much bigger set wave. He's riding it out wider. Kurt Rogers rebounding it well off the foam on the outside, as Carl Earball looks for a nice inside closing section. Nice spin throw, getting a ton of foam out the back. He looks for the barrel. Unfortunately, it's not to be had. Kurt Rogers looking for a big finish. Bang.
Oh, no.
Just couldn't ride out. I think he'll still be scored quite highly for those turns out the back, but this heat's getting exciting. These judges have a lot of work ahead of them. There was a couple of waves for everyone. As it stands, Kurt Rogers in first place with a 6-point ride. That's a single wave score. Sam Coyne is sitting on a 5.5. That leaves Bobby Rousseau in third place on 3.83. But he only needs a 2-point ride to get him into second place and see him through this round. For Carl Earball, he's sitting on a 3.5 total score. He needs a 3-point ride to get him through to the next round. We'll have to see what the judges offer up to these guys.
Oh yeah, the judges are operating right now. A couple of scores to digest here to see what the outcome is going to be when we are getting close to the 5-minute mark. Great event, man. I think Kurt has done perfectly fine on this event because he have waited patiently and picked up a wide open face did a couple of turns to back up his 6 point rise. So as we see the score coming in,
Even though Steve-O is the only Nilo sheriff in town, Kurt Rogers is representing himself well out there. He's got the two highest scoring waves of the heat, a 6-0 and a 5-3-3, putting him at 11.33. He's leading this heat well with around 4.5 minutes to go. Carl Ebel rewarded for those big turns he was putting in. He got a 4.4 now. That's put him up to second place from last. And we've seen throughout the day, Haken, that guys have been turning the heats upside down in the last couple of minutes.
yes, I'm gonna have to take that into account into my my surf strategy when I come to my heat, because I don't even know. I don't even know anybody can do damage here in one single wave, and you have to be on point. You cannot let waves pass by. You need to capitalize on every opportunity you get to make sure that you get the scores that you need to move on to the next round.
Yeah, so as we see now, the competitors in red and blue are obviously the ones nervous of relegation here. As we see a takeoff out the back, I think that could be blue. That's the Bobcat, Bobby Rousseau. He's sitting in last position at the moment. Oh, nice foam rebound. He manages to ride out. Can he nurse it to the inside? That was a really critical maneuver. He needs a 3.08 to see him through this round. We'll have to see if that big turn will deserve that. Even though he's sitting in last place, he only needs a 3.08. Sam Coyne sitting above him has a higher total, but he still needs a 3.68 to see him through this round. Kurt Rogers very much comfortably in front here. I don't think he'll be worried about getting dethroned in the last couple of minutes. Carl Ebel sitting comfortably in second. He needs a 6.93 to go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, we
Bobby
see some
Rousseau.
action here on the inside. There's Bobby. One more time. He was able to catch another wave coming through.
Oh, just unable to ride out of that one again. He's looking pretty desperately in the last couple of minutes here. That second wave of his only getting him a 1.83. So at the moment, still in third place. And we'll have to see if that inside work will get the job done for him.
Oh yeah, but that wave looked pretty good, and I think he was able to collect a decent score right after that. And let's see what happened. Let's see what the judges give him, because we didn't see but the end of that wave. So hopefully, if we can get a replay on that, we'll be able to see what he did at the beginning, because I was pretty sure that he hit the wave a couple of times, did a couple of turns. So that might turn out to be one of add-ons for Bobby.
Lost the blue, coming in at a 2.57, so just not enough. He still needs that 3.08 to get him into second place and to see him through this heat. With 1 minute 50 seconds remaining, he's still got a long paddle out ahead of him. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to quite work it. As we wind down this heat, Haken, it's again been fantastic commentating with you. I'm sure we'll be back in the box a bit later.
Yes,
We've
sir.
got a couple of legends coming in. Mark, I know, has just surfed in an incredible heat. He had a nice spin ditch throw, courtesy of a bit of Greg Holtzman coaching. So he'll be in the booth to tell you all about that soon. Excuse his accent, it's not his fault. He was raised over in Aussie. He's just getting himself nicely fed up as we head towards the last minute of this heat.
Alrighty, guys, stay tuned. We'll be back with more action.
Alright, with 1 minute to go, the surf looks like it's gone a little bit flat out there. It's still situation unchanged. Kurt Rogers still in first place. Carl Yilwell in second. Bobby Rousseau still needing a 3.08 to progress into the next round. Sam Coyne from the USA, one of the favorites, it could be said. And he'll be really disappointed if this heat ends the way it is. Sitting down in fourth place, he needs a 3.68 to progress to the next round. Counting down with around 40 seconds to go. Alright, as we count down these last 30 seconds of the heat, we got a couple of sets. As we cut down to the last 30 seconds, a big ride here from surfer in red, Sam Coyne. We were just discussing he needs a 3.68 to progress through this round. So he's going to be looking to draw this one all the way through to the inside. Oh, nice cutty there on the face of the wave. This could be the ride that does it for him. It's a proper buzzer beater as we hear the horn go in the background. Surfer in yellow, also up and riding again. That's Kurt Rogers, stamping his authority on this heat, nursing it to the inside. We're going to be waiting for some big scores. This is Shane Robertson signing out as we go to an ad break at the end of this heat. I'll be handing over to a couple of legends here in the booth. They will cover the final scores as we watch the end of this heat. Surfer in yellow ripping it up again at the back. We're going to be going to an ad break soon, guys. Thank you so much for having me in the booth. That's Shane out.
Hey team, thanks Lawrence for reaching out to me. Haven't managed to get the bloody time to do a video yet, but so here we are on the plane with Cameron Stanley, with the other Kiwi boys. We're on the last flight out, arriving Friday evening into J Bay, so looking forward to seeing everyone Saturday. Can't wait really. Just like to welcome and congratulate all the competitors for making the event. It should be one of the best world titles ever, so every world title is special, and I just can't wait to experience South African culture and South African people and see fellow Nilo communities. So best wishes, keep yourself safe, don't score too many perfect waves before I get there, and looking forward to seeing you all on Saturday morning at the opening parade. Cheers, heaps. You.
Okay, welcome. This is Heat 3, round of 64, open men's. Beautiful sunny day. Look at those conditions, Mark.
A little changing commentary crew. I'm glad to be back here on the panel with you, Mark. I get to share this experience. A lovely day down here in Jeffreys Bay and lots of action in the water.
Absolutely cooking out there today. Beautiful conditions, the sun shining, smiles all around. Plenty of opportunities out there. Kind of rips laid down a little bit, not as much work. You can actually enjoy your 20 minutes, take your time, pick and choose, and just paddling up the point. The waves look incredible.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. And it's like I said earlier, cannot believe we're in Jeffreys Bay. It feels like we're in another place in the world, but gee, the weather's fantastic, waves are pumping. So yeah, let's see the action in this heat. We've got Scott Westing from the USA in red, Hamish Christophers from New Zealand in yellow, Ed Dimmick from the USA in blue, and Mark Jager from South Africa in white. A little lull in the ocean, but look how pretty it looks out there. Look at those lines, beautiful offshore conditions. Can't wait for the action to get going.
Yep, look at it. It is just dreamy out there. We both had a couple of heats earlier, Mark, who can attest that the water is toast. You could absolutely surf in a pair of shorts. I opted for the short arm, and that was more than adequate. And
yeah.
I mean, this is winter. Look at it. It's incredible. 22, 24 degrees today. Just dreamy. Low tide approaching. I think we're on the other side of the tide now, Mark.
Yeah, low tide's just run by, so we push. Well, we're starting the push. So at 4:20 local time is the high. So we've got a good 6 hours before that takes place. What we should see is the swell sort of pumping in through to the corner. Nice long period in the swell. So yeah, exciting times ahead.
Yeah, we got the high tide. Last night's high tide was quite large. Tonight's even going to be bigger. It's a 2.0 coming in for 4:10 this afternoon. It's going to change the line up at the moment. Just turning in. Look at that offshore feathering those couple of lips. Competitors will be dropping anchor out the back. There are better waves deeper on the bar. They're very recognisable. What the judges want to see is that commitment to those set waves. So plenty of opportunities just to...
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I mean, both of you, you and I have had water time this morning. I know you said you can surf in shorts, so 100% can contest that. My 3-2, I was sweating.
Yep.
And especially if you're paddling around some long waves out there as well. Water temperatures probably in around that 18, 19 degrees Celsius mark for international competitors. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. It's probably right that mid-70s.
Yep.
Yeah, really peachy.
Is that the norm for this time of year? I mean, chatting to a couple of locals, though, said it can be a lot colder. I mean, we haven't had those traditional cold west winds. You normally see guys rugged up. I mean, people are sunbaking, getting torched out there. But I mean, is it usually this warm this time of year, Mark? Or?
Yeah, look, I've done a number of trips in this period, and I think Gigs commented it a little earlier with the El Nino this year. Different fronts, different patterns sort of taking place. So no, not really the norm. But you know what? We're not complaining.
Hey, we'll take it. It is gorgeous. Paddling up the point there, it could have been in the Caribbean. Crystal clear. There's sand on the bottom of the point out in the low tide as well, which kind of changes the look. Gives that dreamy kind of light blue, not a cloud in the sky. Here we go. We've got a paddle.
Got Surfer in yellow up. All right, he's getting around the bottom here, setting himself up, having a look, cutting back through, setting up. So this is Hamish Christopher from New Zealand, getting back to the power source, cutting back again, setting himself up with the inside. Nice little slash through. All right, he's positioning back to the reform. Let's see. Sticking with the wave, keeping real busy.
Homo Wapton for the hat there. Just a testimony to the sun out there. Still working this one through to the inside. Look at that beautiful conditions. He's got the opportunity here. Tags the end. Successful completion on that wave. First wave of his heat. Hamish Christophers representing New Zealand.
Yeah,
great camaraderie between the Australians and the Kiwis. The old Anzac spirit still remains, and we cheer on our brothers.
Yeah, I must say, Hamish got the business done there. He started well, kept with the wave, kept looking for the power source, and worked it all the way through to a good completion. So well done. That will be getting the nerves out the belt.
Absolutely, exactly how you want to start a heat out there. 5 minutes have gone down with 14 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in this heat. We've got red, Scott Wesling representing the USA, Hamish Christophers representing New Zealand in gold, Ed Dimmick representing the United States in blue, and Mark Jango representing South Africa in white. Scores have dropped. Hamish Christophers, first wave, a 5.17. 5.17. His other opponents now need to open up their account, and looks like there's a little bit of a lull in proceedings. They might have to duck and weave. I mean, Hamo's halfway up the line out. There are opportunities to swing and get a backup score in that situation.
Yeah, this is good stuff from him. I mean, there was a long lull there for near on 6 minutes. So let's watch the replay. Keep him busy.
Okay, paddled hard. The beginning of this wave a little slow, just gets around that section, but sees opportunity down the line and stays with it. Wraps back to the source there. You can see this has got that little double up line in it. He read this well. Cuts back again. Beautiful conditions, little jam. Just being patient. Nice engagement of rail there. Leaned on that a little bit harder there. Let the judges know that he meant business with that turn. Gets around this. Again. Nice engagement. Just third turn of kind of consequence on that wave. Judges want to see a bit of variety as well. You know, this is a long days looking at a right hand point break. If you can bring in a point of difference that sparks the judges' attention, I think that's quite crucial in, you know, garnering a decent score today. We saw that yesterday afternoon with Carl Ward with the highest single heat score of the day with a beautifully clean rail work. He just, you know, clicked that rebound. Smooth, committed, and that's what the judges said they want to see. They want to see no downtime in turns, smooth commitment, and he did that perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. And just I know we've commented on it a few times in the last day or so, but from a judging criteria, it's no different to the surfing criteria: speed, power, and flow, variety of maneuvers, degree of difficulty. All the considerations are the same. So we've got someone up and riding here.
Here we go out the back. I believe that could be the surfer in blue.
Surfer in blue, setting up through the inside here. Surfer in red.
Surfer in red, sorry, a bit hard to...
Yeah, unfortunately couldn't make it his way through this. So that was Scott Wesling from the USA.
See, that wave didn't have that line out into the bay. Up and riding, surfer in yellow, first turn. Nice, wraps it around. Just out of screen there as he cuts back in. Second turn, nice wrap as we see a beautiful pullback shot of the line up here. To give you some perspective on the scale of this setup that we have, Hamish is looking to back up that 5.17.
All right, well, he's got two waves under the belt, so Right. Cool. So Surfer in yellow, as you can see, second wave under the belt. Yeah, so he's keeping busy. Got that little first one, got rid of the jitters. He'll be scrambling right now. If you think about 11 minutes and 10 seconds left in the heat, 2 waves under the belt. No rides yet from blue or white. They're probably pondering where the set's.
Waiting for a score for red to drop in. Interesting to see.
All right, second.
What the judges
second
give it
score.
that one. We'll get a replay of that up soon, no doubt.
Yeah, second score of Hamish coming in at a 5.23, so total heat points of 10.4. All right, we're going to cut over to the winner from the last heat interview.
All right, I'm here with Kurt Rogers. Steve O'Danilo says you're the backup Kneeboard local of J-Bay. How's that heat, Pooh?
Yeah, the heat was, I was lucky to get a early quick wave, and I got a 6 something on it. Lucky one there, but yeah, it was tough. I had tough competitors. But yeah, luckily that early wave helped me just break the nerves, and then yeah, I was lucky to get another one. But
I know you spend most of your time up at Super Tubes. How does it compare? What's the mindset change when you're sitting down at the points?
yes, the mindset Supers is down the line, speedy, whereas points more a lot of cutbacks. You got to work the wave, difficult wave to ride, but it's a fun wave. I grew up surfing at the age of 7, and yeah, but it's a hard wave. You got to really work the wave, and yeah, these carbon boards that I'm riding from Dennis Ellis, they are just making the huge difference. They're so buoyant, and they're flying, bro.
It looks like a magic sled for you. I understand that's not your board. How much are you willing to pay for that thing?
Jeez, I'll probably pay Dion $6,000 for the board.
Well, there's the offer. If there's any counter offers out there, let us know. Last word for the people at home.
Yeah, just keep watching, and yeah, shot Deno for shaping good boards, bro. Lekker, guys.
Epic. Back to you in the studio. Thank you so much. Well done, bro. Cheers.
They're moving on to the next heat, which will be the round 4. Okay, recapping the flurry of action. We're waiting for a couple of replays to come up here. Hamish Christopher is still in the lead with 10.4 at the combined heat total. Okay, here's a replay. Nice cut back. I believe that's Yellow's previous score, which was put alongside his first score of a 5. Nice. You can get a bit of a scale there of the lineup we're dealing with here. There's a bit of sand off the back of the point there. Nice wrap. Back into the pocket.
He keeps nice and light on his boards, and he's getting those closing maneuvers, so that's where the points are coming through. So
absolutely, these Kiwi boys are no strangers to long right-hand point breaks, of which, I mean, it's the land of the long left, but there's a couple of rights over there too.
Yeah, look,
we won't go into too much.
Those boys are pretty happy right now with the warm water and the conditions. I'm sure they're loving life right now. You know, 2 waves under the belt, and you know, cementing his place so far. He's winning by 4.06. So we've had some additional scores come in. We had Scott on a wave just during that interview, coming in at 4.67. Probably see a replay soon on that. And then Surfer, here we go. So let's have a look. Surfer in blue.
Those Kiwi boys are always happy, man. They're always having a good time. Surfer in blue, first wave opening his account here, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, he set this up really nicely on the inside. Look, he's sat for a long time, nearly 10 minutes trying to get a wave. So getting all that energy, keeping with the power source. So this is our Surfer in blue from South Africa, from the USA, Ed Dimick. Looking for the sections. So this came in at a 3.5. And unfortunately didn't get to complete that.
Just couldn't get the completion off the back of that.
Right, so our situation as it stands currently, we have Surfer in yellow, Hamish Christopher's winning the heat by 4.06 at a 10.4. Surfer in red, Scott Westling from the USA, total heat total of 6.34. He needs a 5.73 to advance into first place. 2 surfers go through in round 3. Cutting over to a replay here. So this is Surfer in white on his first wave, setting up a bottom turn, cutting back into the section, and unfortunately getting clipped by the white water there and not pushing through.
Flurry of waves while that interview was on, Mark. Several replays. Lineup's kind of settled down again out there now.
So, situation with 6 minutes 25 seconds remaining. Hamish Christopher's looking pretty good with the 10.4. Scott Wesley 6.34, single wave score. Ed Dimmick 3.5, and Mark Jango sitting in 4th.
Hey, so Mark, I've noticed that about the ocean today. There seems to be these sort of 3 to 4 minute spells where it's pretty lolly, and then when they come, they come. Did you find that in your heat?
Absolutely. I mean, what are your thoughts on this swell? I mean, it was a bit bigger yesterday. Maybe this is the back end of that. You know, I mean, but it doesn't seem to stop here. But there's definitely a little bit more stretched out between the sets today. Opportunities, you just got to wait because they are there, and with the benefit of priority, you can really set yourself up and capitalise. But it's all about positioning, backing yourself that you've made the right decision to wait for that set. Because here we go, yellow's asking for a situation update here, either asking for the time or potentially requirements of his other competitors. It's a little signal that can give up there, and then he'll be informed by the beach marshals as to what's... Well, sometimes guys like to do that so their opposition know that they're in the lead. And they get a verbal confirmation that, yes, yellow, you are in first, and yes, the other guys need a score to track you down.
Yeah, look, Mark, you touched on a good couple of points there we probably can elaborate on. So, yeah, look, there will be tactics at play. There'll be sort of micro strategies involved for some of the more serious competitors. But also just coming back to what you mentioned around the priority, I mean, that's another fantastic opportunity for people to sort of pick their waves, pick their timing, and actually choose the wave. So when other competitors have had theirs, for everyone that doesn't know the priority system, you after the first, there's no priority at the beginning of the heat. Once every competitor's had their wave or even paddle waves, you actually get into a queuing system depending where you're on the back of the lineup. And if you're in priority or first priority, you have a choice of the wave you want. Second priority, third priority, and obviously last priority. What that ultimately means is no one's really snaking you inside and taking the waves from you. So that can play to your advantage as well.
Absolutely. I mean, when you're paddling up the point here, just looking at these dreamy waves roll down, it's an absolute dream to be here surfing heats with just, 2 or 3 other kneeboarders and just having the opportunity to just surf one of the waves. Natural wonders, really. I mean, this place is incredible, and who would have thought we'd be so lucky to have an opportunity to surf heats. We're so lucky to be able to share this with you as well, due to a lot of great work done by the organisers here. I mean, this is a benchmark history-making event for kneeboarding, Mark, and it's never been done before, never been broadcast in this manner, and I'm sure there's Nilos all around the world just thinking, why didn't I get on the plane? This is incredible.
Yeah, look, it's easy sitting here in the chair and saying all these things. We're experiencing it as well, and it's fantastic. I don't know what else to say. The vibe and the commentary in and around the competitor side is fantastic. Again, I know there's been lots of credits to the organizer of the event, but the setup is awesome. We've got a little athlete zone, cycle bikes, chill out zones, Wi-Fi. It's all there, right? And this is on top of the wave, right? So it's fantastic. A few trucks also loitering. And Mark, tell us about the food you've had today. Just
big shout out to the food trucks. I mean, we got Nina's, which is pretty much your go-to spot. Serves everything and it's all top shelf. And then we've got the in-food coffee roastery. Their food's top shelf, Whole Foods, really healthy stuff. And then of course the Mexicans. So you've got all of your options depending on the time of day, what you want to eat, Mark. And if there's one thing in South Africa, you're not going to go hungry.
Yeah. Comment that was floating around the internet for those that troll sites. They build us differently as direct translation, but
I think they've got hollow legs here. I don't know where they put all this food, but they must have hollow legs.
Yeah. So anyway, coming back to the action, look, a bit of sleepy heat here, unfortunately, for some of the competitors. We've got just over 2 minutes, 10 seconds left in this heat. Next heat is already sort of encroaching into the area. Hoping a few more sets to come through before the end of this heat. But
yeah,
no
time's
situation
slipping away here. Only 2 minutes left on the clock, and you can see kind of fallen foul to this lull. I mean, JB's done this week, all week. I don't know. I mean, I'm only a visiting tourist, but it seems to have these ebbs and flows. You can have a half an hour, and then even in the afternoons, the wind will lay down and it'll pump, and you wake up and think it's going to be flat, and it's 4 to 6 foot again, and little moods through the day. I mean, the wind has totally backed off. It is glassy smooth out there. just needing a couple of, I mean, the tide is coming in. Potentially see a few sets start to push around the headland when that happens. But, you know, 30 minutes on, 30 minutes off, a few people have told me, and let's see if that runs true.
Yeah, unfortunately for the competitors, not a lot of opportunities in this heat, but I'm sure Hamish is going to be thankful of that.
Well, he surfed a smart heat, Mark. I mean, he got busy early, got a score on the board. I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to, it's easy to get tied up and sat out there waiting for that one, but this is a competition, and part of that is surfing and competing. So, you know, having a strategy, getting a score on the board early, and then, you know, thinking, well, you know, if I've got 15 minutes, I can get up the top of the point, and then I can consolidate with my priority. Okay, here we go. There's a set. Everyone kind of out of position there. So potentially a reset. It'd be interesting to see if there was a transfer of priority there. There was a few guys having a look at that one. They're still here we go. We've got Yellow putting his hands up, wondering, okay, who had a look at that one. As we see a couple of waves slide underneath the competitors, Mark, maybe being drawn into that little trap of getting up the corner a little bit, but
yeah, I think the lack of waves in this heat has sort of probably moved them into position. But anyway, we're wrapping up the heat there. 1 second left. Right, so it looks like official results of that heat. Hamish Christopher is going through in first, with Scott Wessling taking a second, advancing to round 4. Right, well, the next heats, so this is heat 4 of 64, an open round. Our surfer in red, Pedro from Portugal, Jack Beresford in yellow, Randy Reed from the USA in blue, and Johan Rodeman from South Africa in white. So whilst we've got a bit of lull here, for those that don't know Johan, fantastic man, had the pleasure of him putting us up last weekend in Cape Town with his wife Laura, and the hospitality was sensational. How have you found the South African hospitality, Mark?
Well, this is my third trip here, Mark. I think my first one was with you back in was it 2003? I think it was. We were both based in the UK. Pretty sure we came down 2003. Unbelievable. I mean, I was here for a couple of months that trip, and I've never felt so welcome, so cared for, so looked after, and you know, the hospitality is deep. You know, if you've got a friend, everyone's a friend. The surf community here is very tight, and everyone is connected. Everyone's super friendly. You know, just don't take too many waves. But other than that, everyone's cool. As we see a bit of a there's the food trucks. Bit of paparazzi out there. That might be Steam Barnes. 16 images there with travelling with the Australian team, documenting a couple of sessions that have happened up the point there over the last few days, I believe, but we won't talk about that too much. But
yeah,
yep, he just loves it. He was saying he was processing around about 20,000 photographs last night.
I know, he actually yesterday morning was already onto the local computer shop and wanted to get another hard drive because I'm out of space.
Yeah, well, and it's a photographer's dream here. We've had incredible sunny conditions, you know, every type of, and you've taken the boys on a couple of little side trips. Those guys also, okay, let's cross to a little bit of surfing action here. So we've got a feverishly paddling Jack Beresford, scratching to get in position. Big, that one slipped under him. So still no priority set. I mean, this heat's wide open. We've already gone down 2.5 minutes. Probably not a bad idea, but Jack there just to try and get busy and moving. As we see the competitors from the last heat coming in. Just to give you some idea, at the high tide this afternoon, that entire rock area in the front of screen will be submerged in potentially like 2 to 3 foot of water, and you'll be able to just ride straight in over the top, duck and weave a few rocks, hopefully not take your fins out, and straight on the sand. Whereas low tide, it's a slippery, scrappy kind of ordeal getting in and out over these. Everyone's had a little bit of an experience with the rocks, don't they? I think mark up.
Yeah,
your fins need a little sand down last night, didn't they?
Yeah, I was scratching for sandpaper over the morning just to clean them up. But yeah, look, I think good points. You know, with the spring highs and the full moon last night, which was absolutely sensational, just with these clear skies. Let me just pause my commentary here. A couple of paddles. Yellow looks like he's on the inside. Let's see if he can get through there. Unfortunately, the wave runs under him.
Okay, so we're 4 minutes in. Not a wave ridden yet. Pedro, Jack, and Randy and Johan kind of need to get the pretty little maybe just out of position, settling the nerves. I think once someone gets in a bit of rotation, sometimes the waves are better the ones you see when you're paddling out. You can kind of get caught looking to the horizon, and there's potentially things happening inside you that you don't see until you're paddling back up the point.
That's a good point, Mark. So sort of talk me through, have you been in these situations many times in the past? You're sitting there and 4 minutes flies by in the blink of an eye. I mean, where are the competitors' minds at? What are they thinking?
Absolutely. I mean, time management is critical. I can assure you, 20 minutes out there can fly by. Yesterday, I mean, some of the paddle outs yesterday were anywhere from 5 to 7 to 8 minutes. So that alone is a totally different heat strategy that you're putting on today. I mean, these guys are sitting. Okay, here we go. There's a fair bit of movement here, a bit of jockeying and positioning. And another wave slides under. Maybe these guys are just trying to play the game a little bit too much and not worried about what's in front of them, because they've effectively gone out of position somewhere. Okay, we've got white here. First wave of the heat, Mark.
All right, surfing white, cutting back play. So this is Johan, local boy from Cape Town, the man with the hospitality. Look, setting up 2 maneuvers, just cutting back through the third, staying with the power source of the wave, looking for something on the inside here. So sticking with it. Let's see. I unfortunately didn't get it through. So what I have seen on a few of these occasions, some of the competitors have been patting 2 dogs when they sort of going through that section just to sort of do it. If nobody understands the term of patting 2 dogs, it's your hands off the board and you sort of groveling through to just try to stick in that wide water.
What's that called? The wheelchair? Potentially. That's when you're kind of hopping and skipping to try and maintain speed through flat sections, which stand-up surfers can do by pushing their front foot up and down and kind of jumping, whereas Mark has developed a technique called patting the dog.
Yeah, and that's, I suppose, one of the interesting things about kneeboarding is styles, variations of your knee positions all matter and do different things for different riders. So, compared to our surfing competitors, your feet are largely in the same positions, unless up and down the board. You've actually, in a kneeboard position, your knees could be close together, offsets, etc. We've got a paddle in the back here. This looks like surfer in.
Nice looking set wave. Okay.
Looks like we probably got interference. I'm no judge, but surfer in yellow.
Yeah.
Surfer in red.
So Jack Beresford did get the inside connection on that nice first wrap, coming back into the power source here. Little pat the dog there to reference Mark Crawford. Now this thing lines up on the inside. Interesting boards that Jack rides. It's got a chisel nose. Somewhat, if it's a stand-up correlation, the Tomo had those chisel noses, and it seems to... Jack has absolutely no problem throwing this thing around. He's been shredding in the free surf sessions. Long-time competitor, multiple US titles, and he knows how to put a heat together, and that is how you do it, ladies and gentlemen. Great opening wave.
Yeah, great opening wave. Be interesting to see how the judges call that. I mean, I know there were some earlier paddles, so no priorities given. We're not hearing that on our side, but look, both competitors paddle for the wave. We've got a paddle from blue there.
I think that situation, Mark, will come down. Did he impede his scoring potential? Did they cross paths? Did it affect the surfer in yellow, Jack Beresford's potential to score? So we have a score dropped in with 13 minutes remaining. Johan Raidman with a 3.0. First score to drop in. Awaiting on a score from Jack Beresford's first wave. And as we see now we've got lines, Mark.
Yeah, that's what I said. There's these little sleepy periods, and then the ocean just comes alive again. Just looking through this, definitely an opportunity. Yeah, surfer in red looks like he's in pole position.
Absolutely. I wonder if he got tangled up with a priority, because it was red that crossed paths with Jack on that first wave. So.
Yeah, scrambling away. So surfing from Portugal, Pedro hosted the event, the World Titles, a couple of years back. As Greg mentioned earlier, was the only event in the pre-COVID year. So he's giving it a good go. Yeah, he's up and riding. Surfer in red, Pedro cutting back nicely to the power source, coming off the white water, having a look, resetting back up, coming back to the power source. After that first wave, it's just keeping with the power source here. Alright, nice, still staying there. Milking it as much as he can. Nice power, a little bit of flow there.
Yeah. I mean, Johan's wave was a 3 flat. Jack Beresford first wave came in at a 5.33. So judges are really pulled the scale down this morning, Mark. I mean, they're looking at these waves and they know what they want to see the competitors do, and this has been reflected in the scores. Yesterday afternoon we saw some huge scores coming across with big committed pocket turns, full commitment, and the judges were rewarding them accordingly. This morning, a little bit pulled back. I mean, but you know, there's opportunities out there if you are in position and willing to, you know, get some excellent scores.
Yeah,
But,
absolutely. So just talking through Pedro's wave there, it came in at a 4.0. That moves him up into second. So, you know, by virtue of 2 scores, he's 4.0 and he's 0.3. But just with these sleepy oceans, you know, he's getting the business done. You know, so sticking with the weight, having the opportunity to ride as much as he can, and he got a nice little finish on the manoeuvre.
Yeah, 4.0 gets him back in the heat there. Jack Beresford sitting on a single wave score of the 5.53. Pedro's got a 0.3 and a 4 flat. As we have a replay of this situation at the beginning of the heat, both competitors were jockeying for position. There was a bit of hustle and tussle there. Be interesting to see what the priority judge says about this. We haven't seen it pop up on the live scores if it was an interference. Did he impede his scoring potential? I'm not sure. I mean, Jack continued to kind of tear this thing apart and was rewarded a 5.33. Pedro's wave after that was a 4. I mean, I potentially thought there'd be a little bit more separation between those two waves personally, but I'm no judge. You know, but I'd be interested to see if there was a priority. I mean, the priority wasn't set at that point of the heat, Mark, which is probably a saving grace for that situation, because if there was, yep, for sure there would have been an issue, but because it was beginning of the heat, priority hadn't been set. Yeah, we'll see what they do with that.
Alright, we got about 10 minutes left to go. Our surfer in blue, Randy, who's travelling, who's travelled away from the USA, he'll be thinking, well, I don't want to sit here not catching waves.
Yeah.
Hopefully something comes from him. He's probably sitting in priority, waiting for his chance.
Yet to open his account, Randy, as the competitors make their way back out. As we got a replay coming up here now. Okay, so this is Pedro's 4. So blue was looking on the shoulder of that. He wanted a little look. So first turn, back to the pocket. Wave kind of going laying down through this middle section here. He stays with it.
Yes.
Still staying with it. Still staying with it. Yeah. And then gets the inside connection here. Yeah, interesting what they've done with that, with Jackson, Pedro's first two-way separation there. It looks like there obviously hasn't been an interference called on that because it was the beginning of the heat. As we see a line approaching up the back, flippers are flipping, boys are scratching. Who's on, Mark?
Surfing, yeah, looks like he's positioned himself really well. This is Jack Beresford currently in the lead, setting up on the shoulder. Nice little sweep section off the foam, setting up for the inside again. Look at this, keeping busy on his board. Some good rail work, back to the power source. He's on his third cutback. A lot of repetition in this so far, but you know.
Look at the conditions, Mark. Look at the
so peachy.
And you look at the conditions.
Cut back all the way to Port Elizabeth and then round off the Whitewater.
Full wrap. Go to Port Elizabeth. Get a bunny chow. Cut back into the pocket.
He's hopefully looking to close this up. Unfortunately, getting
just ran away.
Yeah.
I mean, dreamy conditions. Nice rail work there. Those boards have a very straight rail line with the chisel. Very interesting shapes. I mean, that's one thing you can always say about Kneeboard is they're interesting people and they ride interesting boards, Mark. Everyone's quite individual. There's not a standard, you know, potentially 26 litre 511 3-fin fuster, which you might see traditionally with stand-up surfers. We've got the whole gamut. Guys on twin fins, quads, swallows, chop tails, double wing pins, you name it. It's here. 2 fins. I mean, 4-fin swallowtails are quite popular out here with the down the, you know, Steve lifts kind of inspired down the line wave as Jeffreys Bay is.
Yeah, absolutely. I was listening to gigs on a commentary yesterday. I think Big Air Quinn was on a 26-inch wide board, 6.5 if not mistaken.
How many fins?
I'm not sure.
I heard 5.
Yeah. So yeah, look, there's definitely a variety, but that's the beauty of kneeboard surfing. There's such variety in the surfing, such variety in the boards and the styles.
Absolutely.
You know, all for the love of the sport. Just coming back to Jack's wave, just, you know, so Sleepy Ocean for a long time there. We've got 7 minutes left in the heat. You know, very similar to Hamish's heats in the previous heat, just, you know, just getting the business done, finding the 2 waves, putting 2 scores under the belt.
Absolutely. Absolutely, good manoeuvring. I mean, good heat management that with 6.5 minutes remaining. Randy is yet to open his account. He'd probably be getting a little toey out there, Mark. I mean, he's got to get busy. I mean, once Jack's score drops, Randy might need a combination of 2 scores to get into first place. Pedro's sitting on that single 4.3. Johan with the 3.6. And we are going to cross live now to post-heat interview with the previous heat winner. Thank you.
All right, I am here with Hamish Christophers, Moose, the champ. I've heard you've got a very storied history. You were champion of the world for 5 minutes back in Tahiti 2013, got runner-up there. I've heard you've won a number of Pro Junior titles, and you've even been called by Shane Simpson as his biggest nemesis. So you've absolutely ripped it up out there. How are the conditions? How was that heat for you?
It was a lot of fun. It's perfect. It's still nice and offshore and at a great venue, so can't ask for much more than some great waves and having fun out there. Yeah.
Awesome, man. I've been told to ask, why did you get the nickname the Elf Prince of Kneeboarding?
Just a bit of a joke between a few of the lads from down the coast. We like to have a bit of a laugh, but yeah, I've got plenty of nicknames, don't you worry.
I've heard as much, man. Congrats. Great surfing. We can't wait to see a bit more in this comp. What do you have to say to the people back home?
I'd just like to say a big thank you to all my friends and family at home. My kids and wife, they're probably out watching me, so kids might be bedtime, but I love you guys, and thanks for all the support. Thank you, appreciate it.
Well done, man. Thanks. Back to you in the studio.
All right, that was great insights there from Hamish. For those that don't know Hamish, he's had some varying degrees of success. Am I correct in saying, Mark, that he got a second in Tahiti?
Yep.
2009, was that?
Absolutely. I mean, we might get Shane Simpson in the booth a little later. Those guys had a long junior history surfing against each other, ding-dong battles back in the younger days. But no, really accomplished surfer, knows how to put a heat together. As we see Red paddling deep on the bar there, trying to get a second score, as we've got a 2-wave situation now for Jack Beresford. He's sitting on a combined heat total of 11.66 with a 5.33, and then backed it up with that second wave with a 6.33. Judges liking those. I mean, there was some beautiful wraps and rail work done on that wave, Mark, and consolidating his first position. As Pedro, he requires a 7.66 to move into first place. Johan Riedman on a single wave score of a 3.6. He needs a 1.33, very small requirement still. And Randy from America, yet to open his account. He only needs a 4.3 mark with 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. He would really want to pull the trigger on something here. Okay,
right,
so we've got a priority. Blue has pulled the trigger. He's up on his first wave, Mark.
Yeah, so look, surfer in blue here. This is Randy. Waited a long time for this wave. So he's got 3 hours. Nice little off the top there. So 16 minutes to get through this with 4 different turns on the wave. Really important wave. 5 turns. A lot of repetitiveness here, but still getting the business done. Sticking with it. Still made that through.
Nice.
So
redirection change at the end here. He really needed this wave, Mark. I mean, he'd been out there for 13 minutes. You can cramp up and start to question what's going on. But he's in a rhythm now. I'm sure he'd be pretty pumped to get back out there and back that up, because he only needed a very small score, Mark, of
4.3. That's correct. And if you think about what they're not a lot of variety, but definitely considering what is happening in the heat himself, there was 2 turns in there that I can say, fairly confidently would be decent scoring.
Committed rail engagement.
Yeah, look, I'm not a betting man. I'm no judge. I think it's there or thereabout, considering if you look at Jack's last wave was 6.33 with a lot of variety, some curves with the water.
Now, Randy, we're still waiting for this score to drop. There was no priority on that first exchange there. There's opportunities on the paddle out. So he has 2 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. He's probably going to get a score, maybe there or thereabouts. I'll leave that up to the boys upstairs. But if, you could see himself in a situation only requiring like a 1 or 2 mark, what do you do? I mean, you're under priority. You could easily swing inside, get a couple of jags, maybe tag it. Very small requirement.
Yeah. Scores come in at a 4.77. So what that does is situation change. It actually moves him through to his second position, which is actually
Right.
see him through. So where
Yep.
that leaves us currently, Surfer in red, Pedro would need a 0.78 to advance into second position.
Wow.
And Surfer in white, Johan Rodman, would need a 1.78. So I suppose, yeah, if we're all eyes on
Look at red.
Reds and white. White's actually thinking priority on this, having a little peep. Both surfers up, red up in the front, doing a little cutty. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like White's going to sneak this.
White, really
White,
putting in the big yards. He's up.
So he's got through there. Let's have a look. He needs a 1. Surfing red, unfortunately. Nice little cutty in the background there for those watching.
Wow.
So this is going to be tight.
This is going to go down to the wire. This
yeah.
is going to be a very...
Two turns on the wave already. 1.78 is his requirement. Johan really milking as much. He done... There's a single pat the dog. It's going to be tight. 2 maneuvers. Second cutty, pretty decent. 1.78.
Wow.
In my opinion, I think it's there.
The judges have got a bit to digest there. You know, we had a big, long period of no waves with Randy waiting 15 minutes or thereabouts for his first wave, and with 48 seconds remaining, I mean, Randy, if I was him, I would be scrapping to the inside and getting something to put alongside that 3.6, but I'm not him, so I'll leave that up to him. But I mean, there's not long left, Mark. It's only 36 seconds. We're awaiting a couple of scores. Pedro did get the small requirement of a 2.33, which then leapfrogged him into second. Randy's sitting on a 4.77 situation. Johan requiring quite a small score to advance as we wait for scores to drop.
Right. So looking like Johan got a 3.10 in that last wave, taking his total heat score to 6.10. Pedro got a 2.33 with his 4, so that's taken him to 6.33. Where that leaves us, unfortunately, with the time running out there, unofficial scores at this point. Jack winning the heat with 11.66, Pedro 6.33, Johan in third at 6.10, and Randy 4.7, needing a 1.77.
Wow, it came down to 0.2. The judges giving Pedro's last wave a 2.33 and Johan's only a 3.1. I'll leave that up to everyone to formulate their own opinions on that. I'm not a judge, but as we roll straight into Heat 5, round of 64, this is going to be a ding-dong heat, Mark. We've got Lester Sweetman, the legend from the West Side Kneeboard, has just ran an amazingly successful event over there. Won the event as well, with Tom Novikov from Australia in yellow, wasting no time, up and riding, cutting back to the foam, thinking this is like North Narrabeen alley rights, but way longer, and he is going to absolutely feel very at home in right-hand rip bowls, Mark. Jam. Nice turn. Another turn in the pocket. He's looking to set this up on the inside. Another jam. He's looking loose and free, Mark. He's going to look to probably finish this one off. Just get it. First wave, I mean, what a way to start the heat. Literally on the buzzer, he's got a score. And he finishes lovely out the front here. First wave for Tom.
Yeah, definitely well ridden there. I mean, considering if you think back in the last 2 heats, not a lot of action taking place, and then having a wave in the first 20 seconds of your heats.
Great,
you know,
great start to the heat.
Yeah, absolutely, and smashing a few little sections and getting the close in the end there, keeping real busy. Well done to him.
Yeah.
So if you're betting, Mark, where are you thinking you're in the score? Where's that going to go? Let's put you under a bit of pressure here.
Okay. Well, you know, I have no idea, because that last heat there's a few that I would have been way off. So what do I know? You know, it's probably going to be in the good range. Probably not excellent. I mean, it was a smaller inside wave to get excellent today. I don't know if anybody's gone excellent today. The judges have really been specific as to what they want to see. We saw excellent surfing yesterday afternoon, were deemed excellent from the judges. Okay, well, it was a good wave. It was a 7. So great Tom Novikov. Great way to open his heat here with still 17 minutes and 52 seconds. That's how you want to start a heat, Mark.
Absolutely. You know, just considering the ocean's little quiet spells. One other thing I did observe through that, he actually got that wave at least 15, 20 meters in the inside of the competitors on the outside. So
yep,
a little smart bit of maneuvering there. It's not necessarily about sitting outside. It's sitting a little inside there.
Look, if I know the Novikovs, there'd be a little plan there. I mean, not many humans have had more heat experience than his dad, two-time Open World Champion Michael Novikov, water slaughter, barrel roll aficionado, surfer extraordinaire, still ripping, and they've got the whole family here, which is just so cool. So in this heat, to recap, we've got Tom Novikov, 17 minutes remaining, sitting on a single score of a 7. Lester Sweetman from South Africa, as I was saying previously, Mark, won the West Side Challenge. One of the, form surfers coming into this event, and we crossed to this replay, Mark.
Yeah, so Tom, this is, as I said, sitting on the inside of the fellow competitors, picked up this wave and got busy. Look, keeping real busy in this, setting up a lot of turns, throwing the fins out on a few of these, sticking back to the power source. That was a nice little turn, really sat that through. And again, another really being progressive on some of these turns. A lot of repetition, but nonetheless still getting it done. Cutting back really hard. And what I do quite like at this point in time here is he's actually setting up for the closure, right? So, well done. We've got a surfer up in the...
Great start to his heat there.
Yeah.
It was a 7 across the board. One judge deemed it a 7.5. So, crossing to live action, Lester Sweetman. It'll be interesting to see what he got done on the outside here. He's working this one right to the inside. Lester's signature move is probably some of the most critical, upside down, committed beach break hammers at the end of waves. He won the Phillip Island contest there the year of the Dunedin World Titles, I believe at the beginning of COVID, Mark. And Woolamai, if anyone's ever competed there, is probably one of the trickiest beach breaks getting around. And great to have a big contingent of the Safa boys, and they represented, and no one had taken that title, and Lester won Phillip Island, which is...
Yeah, no one out of Australia, correct? And he was one of the first international competitors?
Was the first, yeah. I don't think, okay.
Right, so this is a replay. This is Tom's second wave. So on the paddle out again, on the inside of everyone.
Tom getting busy. You probably saw that last heat with Randy waiting an extremely long time to get his waves, and thought, right, get a couple of scores going as he works his way to the inside, tags it.
So yeah, look, 2 waves under the belt. I think got some smart manoeuvring, smart thinking through that.
Yeah. So you'd probably anticipate he's going to bit of action out the front there. Well, I'm sure we'll catch up on that, and I'm sure we'll also catch up on the beginning of Lester's first wave. But I mean, Tom now, he's going to have 2 scores on the board, Mark. He's sitting on a combined heat total of 13. Lester started off with a single score of a 3. Roger Hughes in white with a 1 with 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Tom Novikov can afford to go out the back now, drop anchor with priority, get himself one of those set waves, and really consolidate this lead, Mark.
Yeah, look, smart surfing. Taking the opportunities when they come. So we're going to replay here. I think this is surfer in red.
Okay, Lester's first wave comes around the section. Smaller inside wave, this one. Probably also just wanting to get moving. First heat. I mean, these guys have been seeded through to the round 3 draw, Mark.
Correct. Yeah. So Lester obviously represented South Africa on numerous occasions. Unfortunately, this wave just died on him. Didn't give him any opportunity. Got a few cutties out in the background. If I stand corrected, was this 3.0?
Stayed with it. That wave just kind of ran off as we catch up there. So situation just under. I mean, plenty of time left in this heat. As we see Roger in white. You had a little look at that one and kind of went under him. So conditions are just incredible today, Mark.
Yeah, and this was I was saying earlier. Remember the lulls in the previous heats, and here we go. Stack of waves. We're only 6 minutes into this heat. Not even.
That 30 on, 30 off theory.
Yeah, and look at Tom's smart thinking here. Just a little sniffing the inside. He's like, I'm just going to sneak them under you.
Staying busy. Well, he probably wouldn't be at the top of the priority chain, so it's a smart move, Mark. Just, I mean, he's already pretty much everybody in the field's looking at putting 2 scores together to catch him. He's already 13 points out. Plenty of time, though. Plenty of waves. Plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, and if you just think through that, I mean, his wave out at the back. Here we go. Just watch for this replay. This is surfer in blue catching his first wave, setting up a cut back to the power source, banking off the white water. Second little cut back, coming back to the power source. Looks like the wall's lining up quite nicely. Unfortunately, just closing out. That was a 2.17 by surfer in blue, Richard Firth.
Richard Firth, representing South Africa. International heat, this one. We've got the Australian, 2 South Africans, and Roger Hughes from America. Great representation across this event. We've got 11 countries represented. As we look at this, Mark, it's on again, 30 on, 30 off, as we see set approaching. Red, Lester. Okay, this is a wave of more substance. The first one was a warm-up lap. First turn, gets the rebound. Second wrap off the foam. Really has his equipment dialed in, spends a lot of time working with Bruce Hart, getting these boards. Third turn wrap. be looking to close out. And those, Lester has the ability to contort his body there. I would be going to the chiropractor with that type of carry on. Oh, okay, priority out the back. Tom's pulled the trigger with priority.
Yeah. This is, look, so Tom's already on his third scoring wave. Yeah, look, nice little bomber too. Oh, unfortunately getting unstuck on that.
Really threw something at that. Knows. Well, this is the thing, Mark. I mean, he's got 2 scores already. He's got 13, so he knows.
Yeah.
Now he can push.
Yeah, he can push. Just coming back to Lester's wave, we'll wait for the replay there, but definitely his best ride so far. That first little wave getting that 3.0, just on reflection, looking back to 2 reasonably good cutbacks, and he closed it off. If you come back to Tom's second wave, I think they're there or thereabouts, and that was scored at a 6, so I'm be interested to see where this goes.
Yeah, great exchange there. I mean, waves are plenty as we come to a replay.
So
Paddler in white.
Yeah, surfer in white from the
America.
Roger Hughes setting back to the power source there, staying real upright on his board. Unfortunately, not a lot of wall coming through there. Cut back to the power source. Keeping busy. Still keeping busy. Unfortunately, that wave just not walling up as much as you like.
Yeah.
Roger's a bit. So for those that don't know Roger, I always refer to him as That's Roger.
That's Roger right there. That's Roger kicking out. And that's Roger's first score. Well, second score, Mark, actually. I think we're still waiting on a couple of scores to drop here.
Yeah, less a second score to come through there.
Yeah.
For those, we're going to cut over to the interview from the winner of the previous heat.
Hey guys, it's Ed Quinn checking in again from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa at the CineFX World Kneeboard Championships. And I am standing with the most decorated U.S. knee rider in history, an absolute legend. I've had the pleasure of losing to him for probably 40 years, but I'm going to gather that this opening round 4 win might be one of your more favorite victories of your career.
We've been in South Africa for a week and a half, surfing incredible waves, but we all the time waiting to put a jersey on and actually go at it. And so finally it feels really good to get in the water with the jersey and mix it up.
Well, you did a phenomenal job. You took control of that heat with one big right-hander, a high fives. You backed it up with a high five. You had the motor going. Tell us a little bit about this board. You have one of the most unique boards. There's thousands of kneeboards all over this beach, but everybody's taking a longer look at this, especially after that incredible performance in somewhat challenging, tidal-changing waves. What are we riding here, Jack?
This is a 5.4 K58. It's kind of a Tomo-inspired forefin. Really light, really loose. I guarantee it's probably the loosest board in the contest. Might be the shortest board in the contest, too. But this is my small wave board. You know, I came to South Africa thinking, yeah, it's supposed to be a lot of waves, but, you know, you throw a contest and the waves kind of tend to drop a little bit. So I feel really good on it, though, now. It's really dialed in. It works really well at the point here, kind of a slow, but with energy wave. And so it was feeling good. So I'm glad to get out there.
Well, it looked phenomenal. I think you opened a lot of eyes and maybe, you know, raised the anxiety level of the few surfers out there. Congratulations, Jack. I know how great it is to get that first heat under your belt and a nice win.
The folks at home well. Lucita, thank you so much for letting me come here. Hannah, Isa, love you the most. Mom and Dad, Chris, I wish you guys were all here for this. I know you'd be here with the oatmeal cookies, but we'll do it here for you.
And I'm sure all the locals at Blacks are ecstatic that he's here and not there, because this guy's a wave maggot. He's a nightmare, but he's a good friend of mine, and he is a stud legend in the kneeboard community. Congratulations, Jack.
Appreciate it, Ed. Thanks, everybody.
All right, yeah, great little interview there from Ed through to Jack. Jack's writing, as you mentioned earlier, Mark, there about the variation of boards. You know, you can see Jack's board there at forefin. It actually seemed to work for him and kept really busy. Got a decent heat point, so well done to him. Coming back to this heat, so during that interview, Lester's second wave came in at a 6.33, actually moving up to 2 seconds. So you can clearly see the judges are liking that closing the wave off and actually getting that little inside section to bang.
Absolutely, Mark. I mean, putting a fair bit of weight on the finish. You've got to finish your waves here. Judges want to see a full ride, start to finish, as we see a couple of locals moving down the point out the back, the daily dolphin parade potentially. Yeah, they really want to see you close your waves out. But, I mean, look, Tom Novikov threw hammer at that wave, incomplete turn, and still scored a 4. It was an inconsequential score. It didn't go into his scoreline of a 7 and a 6, but that shows you that first committed turn out the back. That was a 4. If that was completed,
yeah, it'll be. I mean, he's got the luxury now of pushing a little harder. He's got the scores under the bank, and he's keeping busy.
Speaker, look at this, working under priority, big gaff, lovely turn, second turn. See, that's the benefit of getting those 2 early scores, Mark. He can just loosen up now and just pretend he's surfing back home at Northie Alley with his dad and his brother. They're an absolute ball.
Yeah, tagging and then us in closing. So look, yeah, I don't know if that's going to go into his top 2, but it's going to be close considering. And then in the back we had Roger. Roger's first wave he came in at 3.67. So look, he's keeping busy. This looks like his best wave so far. 2 decent little turns, keeping real busy. Yeah, look.
Crowd loving it outside there, Mark.
Yeah,
plenty of whistles and hoots. There, a lot of camaraderie between the teams. You can see the French contingent last night really getting behind their competitors. Pretty pumped, and they've got a couple of young firebrands in that team, Mark. That really impressed. One of the young guys last night did free surf session after the event finished. One of the really committed end section hit. It's good to see young and the French guys really get behind them, and the Americans getting behind their country folk as well, Mark.
Yeah, look, absolutely, Mark. I think at this stage of the event, we're into round 3. So the top 64 competitors. So people are bringing their A game, and I think from a support perspective, everyone's really getting into it. So that's obviously awesome to see.
Getting to the business, I mean, this is the round of 64. So we started out round 1, 120 competitors. It was a trials format. Straight through to round 3 if you won that. Round 2 if you got second, and then if you got 3rd or 4th in those heats, heartbreak, sorry, you're out. There was no repechage. It's same again in these rounds. So you've got to progress with the 1st or 2nd, otherwise your campaign's over. So it's, heartbreak, but this is a surfing contest, and unfortunately there's winners and there's losers. So, people are really realising that you can't hold back now. Got to put it all on the line, Mark.
Absolutely. Look, and that's what Oceans has been giving them. The start of this heat been a flurry of waves, and we're now down to 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in this heat, and Ocean's gone still. So perfect opportunity to ask you a few questions, Maka. So for your next heat, what are you thinking? If you were a competitor in this heat, how would you have learned from this experience?
Well, because someone in that heat might be listening, I'm going to choose to probably not give too much away about what I want to do, mate. My opinion is, let's see how the heat turns out, and we can decompress it afterwards. But game plans are critical, Mark. Knowing where you are, time management, all of these things. I mean, it's just time in the water, comfortable. I mean, look, in this example here, let's see what happened in this heat. Tom got busy at the beginning, and he's reaped the rewards thus far. He's actually improved his situation there.
Yeah, his last score at the closure, the judges really liked that. Very close to his first score at 6.83. So,
and he goes again. Oh, pulls back on that one. So there you go. I mean, like, he's put more pressure on the rest of his competitors. Lester now requires a 7.5. Roger Hughes, sitting in 3rd, only requires a 4.41, a very attainable score to leapfrog Lester into a progressing position.
Absolutely.
Richard Firth, requiring a 6.9, he's holding on to a 2.17 and a 2.43. Roger Hughes having a 3.67 and a 4.93. Lester Sweetman a 3, and then a 6.33 for that end section hit. Judges kind of like that commitment to the end section. Tom Novikov opened his account with a 7, backed it up with a 4, and a 6, dropped that 6 out and got a 6.83 on his last wave. So he's kind of controlled this heat. So if I was to have a plan, do what Tom did.
It's a long way of answering that question. So look, I suppose 3 minutes left to go in this heat. So situation probably Reds in priority, I would assume, just on considering all the other competitors took waves while he was sitting out in the back line. So with the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds, he probably wants to solidify his score. Roger's last wave was actually his best wave, 4.93. So if you just think through that, if he gets another one of those, so this is surfer in white. He needs a.
Roger is in this heat. Yellow kind of, could have got out of his way a little bit better there. But anyway, Roger continues to surf this wave. The requirement is small. It's only a 4.41. He needs this thing to give him something on the inside. And unfortunately, that wave Peters out as we see some movement out the back line here. Interesting to see who's got priority as a set approaches. 2 minutes 13 seconds remaining. This is critical exchange here. Blue, Richard spins. He's up.
All right, cutting back to the source. Off the white water there, setting up quite nicely. Cutting back again. So Richard's been a little struck for waves this heat, so this is going to be his best wave. One assumes it's 2-3 turns already.
He needs a 6.9 mark. He's going to have to do something very dynamic on the inside here. He stays with it. I mean, with a minute 40 left, it's a good opportunity to stay with that wave.
Alright,
and he's linked it through. Okay, now we cut out to Tom Novikov. He's had about 20 waves. He's just having a free surf session out there. Absolutely having a ball as he moves his way to the inside, tags it, finishes nice. You probably look for the keyhole mark, save some energy for the next heat.
Yeah, 1 minute 20 to go. I don't think he's going to exert himself too much to get out there, being in the lead. I actually think I didn't see the beginning part of that wave. The crowd on the beach were making a bit of a hoot, so
absolutely.
I won't be surprised if this actually betters his position.
I'm sure we'll be able to queue up a replay in a second for that one, Mark, as we see the two competitors. See Tommy flipping his board over there, recognising that you've got to respect the rocks. Lester's out the back, but he is by no means safe. Roger Hughes only requiring a 4.41. And Roger is sitting on a 4.93, so very attainable score. Yeah. Time is going to be of the essence here with 44 seconds remaining. Sweaty palms out there for Lester. He knows that, you know, he's probably got priority. He just needs to get rid of a 3.3 to increase the requirement for Roger.
Yeah, so just looking at the scores, we haven't seen the replay yet, but Mr. Novikov actually improved his situation. Nailed an 8.17. We're lovely to see the replay on that.
Must have got some work done on the outside, Mark.
Absolutely. The judges just outside the booth here, a lot of raw on the beach, which...
probably one of the highest combined heat totals of the day, 15.17. See, he's had multiple waves. He got a couple of scores on the board early and just allowed him to build from there. I'm not going to say build a house, but he really managed that heat well. Great surfing from Tom. Okay, rounding straight into the round of 64, Heat 6, Gig Celliers, Sean Yoon, Stephen Cruikshank and Larry Berger. We're going to cross to an ad and we'll be back with the action.
Well done, gents. How are you? Sunshine, we've got a little interview area here. We've got a little surf shop around the corner here. We've got merch for any of the guys who've left their boards, shorts behind, or left their wetsuits or lost their stuff on the airways. We've got a whole host of clothing to celebrate the event, as well as J-Bay. We've got suits. We've got, anything you need to make it comfortable out there. The water's pretty warm, so you don't really need anything too thick. A 3-2 will do. Lots of little goodies. Let's go and check out what they've got at the roastery. Now they've got some little stalls for coffees and rusks and some fine eatery. Morning, guys. What do you guys got on there? I see you got a couple of croissants and some sweet things here. What are you guys charging for a coffee today? What are you guys charging? 30, 40 bucks, eh? That's about, what's that about? It's about $2 US, eh? We're dealing in the wrong currency, eh? There we go, double latte. Yeah, and then we've got some of the local restaurants. Some of them haven't gotten up that early. We've got the Mexican, if you like a bit of heat in your food. Got the Mexican kiosk. They're making all sorts of the Mexican burritos. Bit of jalapeno peppers if you like a bit of heat in your food. The boys are busy setting up, getting going. Got you. Awesome, man. Yeah, and then we've got a little media center, which is a little portable media center. The guys are running the entire contest and all the
Longstar Blue.
the online content. They got a
2.5. Longstar Blue coming in
fully mobile.
2.5.
Oh, what amazing magic morning with sun.
Next, we down here at Point Wave. If you don't recognize the voice by now, it's Shane Robertson. I'm back in the booth with Trevor Hansen, a little bit of J-Boy royalty for the first time. Trev, I know you are much more accustomed to Super Tubes, but I'm sure you spent a bit of time down at Point over the years.
Yeah, I think this year was particularly the case because we had such a poor start to the winter. Up until sort of the 28th of July, it was just so dismal. I actually was forced to come down, get a little fish board and come and surf down at the point and at Tubes because there was just no surf. Yeah. Thankfully, since then, Neptune decided to wake up and stir up the pot, and things have been going incredibly since then. So, yeah, this is a end-off section of some really good swell. There's still some swell incoming, but more importantly, we've got an unbelievable heat here with some of the ex-South African champions, guys who've been competing against each other for years, Gig Cilliers and Sean Noon. Somebody paddling on the outside. That is Larry Berger.
Larry Berger, yeah, spends a lot of his time riding up on the west coast, heading up to famous last words, Farmer Burgers, Elands Bay. He rides a lot with Lester Sweetman, who we saw come second in the last heat. Larry is a bit of a lighter guy, so it's easier for him to work these insiders on all the way to the inside. He'll look for a big finishing maneuver, but good technique early in the heat to try rack up some points.
Yeah, that's a nice wave, and Steve Cruikshank up on the back, getting in a good cuddy there.
The king of Cork Bay, it's a bit unfamiliar for him to be going right, I would guess.
Absolutely, and this length of ride for sure. That one wasn't particularly a long ride, but there's been some incredible sets coming through, a little bit slow,
yeah.
but there's some really primo waves coming through, the tide's coming in, and which actually improves this wave. This wave is more of a mid-tide to a high-tide wave.
Okay.
The more water you get on the reef, the longer the wall tends to stretch out and go to the inside.
So we've got these guys in the water at the right time then. We're getting to the pointy part of the competition. This is where we've got everyone who was seeded, previous world champs like Tom Gray, are all only starting off in this round. So the contest organizers have put them in the water at the right time.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a power heat. These guys are all originally South Africans. Sean Nooney's representing USA. He's immigrated to the USA and up and riding. Yep. That's Gig Cilliers, ex-world champ, South African. Just coming off a big shoulder injury, so he's going to be working that shoulder into the inside. A couple of nice cutbacks, waiting for that connection on the inside.
And Gig Cilliers, just a competitive animal of note. I mean, this guy knows how to time a heat. He knows all the mind games, and he's been in this position before.
Yeah, not a power wave. That's a basic wave. A good score, opening score. Their score so far pretty low. Yeah. I mean, Giggs has flown in 2 coaches apparently to give him some advice on the side. I was just surfing with Jason.
Yeah.
And he was like amping to get out the water and get down here. Somebody up on the back riding. That's Sean Noon.
That's the Noon dog. We actually happen to be staying with him as well. He's been really, really looking forward to this. I think you can see the black hands there. He's got on webbing gloves as well. He wants all the paddling power he can possibly get up back.
Absolutely, Spider-Man power.
Yeah, it's interesting. We got the first kind of scores coming through. Steve Cruikshank, as you said, it was a shorter ride, but still the highest scoring wave of the heat, purely because it was one of the biggest sets, and he was able to put in, you could say, a more critical turn. Then Larry Berger was kind of dishing that little one onto the inside.
Yeah, they haven't really had a full set come through, but they're trying to just get onto the board and consolidate a score. It's really difficult when it's sleepy like this. You know, making depending on a set wave is difficult. So just getting a few scores under the belt. Another ride. Who's that? That's Blue. That's Steve Cruikshank again. Nice turn off the top. Working into the inside. Lovely cutback.
Nice.
Really dreamy conditions. Perfect conditions.
He just makes it look so easy. I've always loved
really
watching
smooth.
Steve Cruikshank surf, and as much as he's a real barrel expert, he knows how to hit an end section.
Yeah,
and
nice
pretty
finish
mechanical.
to that wave. That'll give him a better score for sure.
At the moment, we got Sean Noon sitting in first place. as he let me know shortly before the heat. It was at this very venue in 1986 where he won the whole SA kneeboarding titles when it was still attached to Surfing South Africa back in those days.
Yeah, I remember that super well because I was chairman of the Eastern Province Surfing Association, and I actually hosted that competition. In those days, we had the kneeboarders stand up, all the divisions. We had over 300 athletes in that comp. It was actually the Gotcha 1986 SA Championships, and the only time that an SA Championships has been held at Supers. So yeah, I remember that super well.
Yeah, he said that was one of the most special moments. I know he said he managed to get the edge over Giggs in the semi-finals actually. Giggs dropped out in the semi-finals of that competition, but he was surfing against Crookie as well into the finals, and he managed to pull it off. And yeah, one of his most fond memories back here, although he tries to make his annual pilgrimage as often as possible, Sean Noon. He's a real J-Bay super fan. Oh, we've got a couple of scores dropping in. So last wave of blue, Stephen Cruikshank with that in maneuver. They've scored him nice and high. He pulled off a 5.17. So he's sitting in first place with a pretty solid heat total. Giggs Salier's second ride, getting him a 5-point score. So he's in second place, but realistically he's only sitting there with a one wave score. So Stephen Cruikshank and Giggs Salier's both setting up pretty well for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, it just shows you that that end maneuver, that finishing that wave and nailing that end maneuver counts really highly. If you fall on that end maneuver, you're probably going to lose at least a point and a half. Even though you've had a really good wave, it's so important to punctuate that last maneuver and finish the wave off.
And that begs the question, your experience with competition surfing, what's kind of the mind game, whether to go for something big and brave on the end section, whether to play it safe and ride it out to just get maybe a lower score, but you know the judges are going to mark you higher for riding out.
Yeah, I think, when it's sleepy like this, you really don't want to mess a wave up. If you get an opportunity, you'd probably be erring on the side of caution and just nailing it rather than trying to go too big. I think later on in the heat, when you pushed for points, it'll be a different story. You open the gates and go really hard. I think the guys are just trying to get themselves into a position of control in the heat at the moment, and obviously Steve with the two waves, the 877, is in pole position at the moment, but Giggs has got a 5.5, which is a reasonably good score, and I'm sure that he'll be looking for that second wave now, waiting for a set wave to make sure that he consolidates that score.
Yeah, it looks like we might be getting some replay footage coming through here. Might get another look at one of Crookie's or Giggs Salier's waves as we wait for a few more sets to come through the back line.
Yeah, it's very slow there. The quality of the wave is incredible. It's beautiful. The conditions are amazing. The water's warm. You guys could not have asked for a warmer, more pleasant winter experience in J-Bay. It's just a little bit sleepy. This swell is supposed to pick up a little bit this afternoon and into tomorrow. We've got some strong southwesters coming tomorrow. So hopefully this will jack up and get a little bit more busy for the guys.
And I mean, it just becomes so important when a heat does go a bit slow like this to hold that priority position.
There's a replay of Giggs' wave. Nice cutback. Working it onto the inside, a little off the top.
And that's that variety that the judges have made very clear to the surfers. They want to see a variety of maneuvers on the wave.
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously that finishing maneuver if possible. If the wave doesn't go sleepy, if you can find that connection to the inside, that one didn't go all the way to the inside, and probably why he didn't get as high a score.
Here's Crookie. Yeah, he doesn't like the look of that end section. He might just be paddling out, trying to maintain some kind of priority position from the inside here.
Yeah, it's a difficult time now because we're in this transition between the low and the high. So it's not quite hugging the reef, and it's not going away from the like it does in the low tide and having that closeout section. So it'll improve as this water comes on, and it'll sort of creep up onto the reef and then run straight down the reef instead of going wide like it does on the low tide. It's a great cutback.
Good looking surfing by Stephen Cruikshank, you got to say.
Yeah, this was a really nice wave.
Is this his most recent one? I think we might have just seen him meet. So he didn't manage to land that last maneuver, but he could be looking at a pretty significant score there. That was a nice variety, real on the face, drawing it around, big cutbacks.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's sitting with a 5.17 and a 4.03.
Okay, there's the 4.03 for that second wave. So he's just increasing his lead a little bit, but I mean, you're certainly not safe in a heat like this. These are all guys who can turn a heat on its head right at the end.
Yeah, Larry Berger's definitely no slouch either, and he's only had a moderate ride, and the same for Sean. Sean's got 2 low-scoring rides. They've got the potential of really knocking it out the park if they can just get onto one of those set waves. So let's hope one of those arrives soon.
And how important is priority at a wave like the Point?
Yeah, I think the beginning is always a scramble. You know, in any competition surfing, it's who's that up and riding? Is that White? Larry Berger.
Speak of the devil. This one looks like it's stacking up just a little bit more for him. He's sliding the tail out there. He's really going to need to put this on the rail in order to get the big scores from the judges. Staying nice and tight to the power zone. We're just going to have to see if this one links up on the inside here. This is not unfamiliar to him. Maybe it's significantly warmer than the West Coast waves he's used to surfing. He's also used to a lot of left-handers up there. Wave like Elan Spy. But he's putting on quite a performance here for a solid right-hander.
To the inside and a nice little finishing Rio. Accenture is getting a round of applause from the rest of the guys there. It was a long wave, one of the longest ones of the heat. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges think of that.
Yeah, and this is when he would be wishing that the jet ski was available for jet ski assists, not just for the safety patrol out the back.
That's where those flippers come in.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a large part of the Aussie contingent don't wear flippers anymore. So guys like Simon Farah, Albert Munoz, Shane Simpson, Liam Torrens, big smiles. He just took out, or he managed to top his heat with the reigning world champion Tom Gray. Tom Gray also doesn't wear flippers. So it's quite interesting to see how that aspect of the kneeboarding culture has developed.
Yeah, it was interesting to see the guys out at Supers the other day without flippers and paddling. The stand-up surfers would like to think it's a fairer competition when going for a wave, but I seem to remember the boards looked a little bit thicker than the guys who had flippers on. I don't know if that's the case, not being a kneeboarder, but it just seemed that way, that the boards had a little bit more flotation in them.
Yeah, I think that's definitely become part of the consideration for this. I mean, there's so much chat. Albert Munoz, Gig Saliers, Michael Novikov, they've been going so deep on board design, but with regards, it almost feels like an unfair competition. A lot of the Nilos out here, the guys, the old timers who always use flippers, look at you as though you're a bit crazy when you don't wear them. I personally don't wear them, and they say, "Oh, how can you possibly catch waves like that?" And then, I mean, we've the same as any surfboarder, and with quite a bit more volume, as you say.
Paddle power, boy, paddle power. Yeah, that was a great wave from Larry Berger. That came in at a 5.10, so one of the highest scoring waves of the heat, should I say.
Yeah.
And yeah, we've got 3 5s in the heat, one for Giggs, one for Larry Berger 5.1, and then Steve Cruikshank on a 5.17. Sorry guys, getting tongue tied here.
That just shows the quality of the surfers, because compared to some of our previous heats, they really haven't had all that much on offer, but they're making the most of it out there.
Giggs on a paddle. Oh, you were talking about priority. That could cost him.
Sure,
paddled for that wave, so he's going to lose his priority. Unfortunately, I don't have the priority up on the board at the moment, so he's probably going to go to the back of the queue, unfortunately. So that was a mistake.
Yeah, look, Sean Noon having a look in. I know this is a bolt that Giggs put together for him. Let's see if it turns into a bit of a magic carpet. Couple of nice cuts. There's a little bit of power in this wave, but I mean, Sean Noon, he's a bigger guy as well. He'd be hoping for a whole lot more juice in the swell.
Yeah, I think with the tide, maybe hopefully that'll fill in. Yeah, these inside ones tend to go very sleepy, and he's having that problem now, and it's really difficult to get speed to make that connection on that last maneuver. Let's see how he does here. Yeah, very soft.
Oof.
Yeah, just total lack of speed.
It's going to be tough to get a big squad of the judges, and I mean,
that was a really slowish.
Alright, so we're going to be taking you guys to the post-match interview, you could say, of our previous heat winner. Take it away, guys.
Afternoon, folks, and welcome to J-Bay. I'm here with Tom all the way from Australia, and he was the winner of his previous heat, round of 64, and he's through to the next round. Tom, how was that for you today?
It was good. I made the conscious decision to get out there and make a quick start in my heat, and got a couple of quick waves, and it paid off for me. Got a couple of good scores, so I'm happy.
Tom, obviously it's your first time in South Africa, and just want to know from you, how's your experience been going, especially here in J-Bay?
It is. We started off in Cape Town and had an awesome time there, and we did the drive all the way over to here, and J-Bay has been unbelievable. I've had some of the best surfs of my life here, so I can't be any happier.
That's good. And let's tell us about your equipment you got here. Obviously a nice board. Just give us some information about that.
This is an Old Faithful. It's been in my quiver for about 5 years now, so it's battered and bruised, but gets the job done. And it's a thruster, nothing special, just a rounded pin, and yeah.
All right, guys. Tom, hopefully you're going to be back soon with us in the next round, and back to the studio.
Wow, Trev, we had a real flurry of activity. What happened?
Yeah, typical Murphy's Law. Go over to the interview and the bomb set comes through. All the top guys. Steve Cruikshank had an absolute bomb. Giggs had a very good wave, and Larry Berger got in a solid wave. So we're going to have to wait for those scores and the replays to have a look at that. But really good set that came through. Steve Cruikshank looked like he got the meat of the whole lot.
Yep.
Had some really big turns. So there's going to be some bigger scores dropping, and it's going to shake this whole heat up now.
Yeah, as we wait for a couple of replays, and I'd love to see all three of those waves again. Steve Cruikshank, for all his big smiles and very calm demeanor, you can see the paddle battle going on between him and Giggs Cilliers to get to the backline. We're in a world championship after all.
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys are going hammer and tongs there. I didn't notice whether they both had flippers on there or not, but Giggs has definitely got flippers on.
Yeah, no, they were both using all hands and legs, everything involved there. It's going to be interesting to see what comes through with only 1 minute left to go. We'll have to wait and see who got priority there. They should all be able to see the boards that's above our heads.
Yeah, there's a good set coming through now as well on the horizon. They might just be able to squeeze in another little exchange before this is over. This is going to go down to the wire on the scoreboard, unfortunately. And
here comes Giggs Cilliers. Let me tell you, this man's no stranger to buzzer beaters. At previous SA titles, at Magnus and at Mossel Bay, he puts it all on the line. This one unfortunately fading out, as you mentioned, these little insiders.
Yeah, just that connection, man. It's just, you really need that connection to punctuate that score.
And I mean, wave selection, as much as it's very important, but it's also a big part of it comes down to luck. Giggs has spent so much time here, and it's hard to tell which one will connect.
Yeah, you know, when it's sleepy like this and it's not consistent, it's really a crapshoot. You go out there with a strategy, and often your strategy gets completely undone. You know, he had a little false paddle where he paddled and lost his priority. That can absolutely throw you out completely because you go to the back of the queue and then you've got to wait.
Tell us, I've seen a couple of scores come through, and it looks like things have changed up on the buzzer.
Yeah, it's not on the live heat yet, so we can only see it on the monitor. Can you give us a score there?
I'm seeing at the moment Steve Cruikshank still safe in front at 9.2.
Yeah, those scores haven't dropped yet.
9.1. But Larry Berger, I know, also got another good wave in that exchange. So it's going to be interesting to see. There's going to be some heart and throat moments here.
I think we probably have a bit of a delay now because the judges haven't dropped these scores, and the next heat's already in the water, ready to go. So they're probably going to hold back on that for a while.
Yeah, there's the last wave of Cruikshank coming in. That was a 6.33. Well deserved, I'd say. That was one of the best waves of the set. It really stood up for him and allowed him to do a good variety of maneuvers.
Sure, mine still hasn't updated. I'm still waiting. Little bit of a technical difficulty here at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens between Larry Berger and Giggs Cilliers in that final exchange.
Yeah, luckily there's a bit of a lull at the moment, so it's giving the judges a chance to sharpen those pencils, scribble furiously, and get the scores out.
All right, well, as we wait, we haven't even transferred over to the next heat. The judges are scratching their heads. They're trying to work this one out. Sean Noon, unfortunately, I don't think he found anything that'll be really high scoring at the end there. So, as we wait, it seems the final scores came through. Stephen Cruikshank, it seems, took that heat with a total score of 11.5. Giggs Cilliers squeaking through at the death. As we mentioned, wily competitor with a 9.1 total. Larry Berger just missing out with an 8.9 heat total. And Sean Noon, unfortunately, finishing off with a 5.03. It's tough out there. Sean Noon's a bigger guy, as is Giggs Cilliers. It's hard to even choose the right board to make sure you got enough flotation.
Yeah, I think that was a really tough heat. The previous heat, the guys had a lot of waves, and the top. I think the total score was 15 for the heat. So yeah, it really depends on what sort of a heat you have. I think any one of those guys could have pulled it through. It all just depended on what waves you selected and what came your way. And that of course obviously falls into the whole thing of your strategy and your priority. Sometimes, the way that the priority works out, especially on the first waves, because that sets your priority, can determine the rotation that you're in, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it but hope and pray that something comes your way.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but at the start of each heat there's no priority given, and it's a bit old school. It's like the Wild West. It's whoever sits deepest and takes off first gets the right of way.
Yeah, it's the one part of the heat where hassling is basically sanctioned. You can work for that wave, and here we have blue up and riding.
Fantastic start, fantastic opening maneuver, getting up into the lip, a nice cut back all the way to the foam. And again, this is one of those smaller inside waves, but it just seems to be offering him a lot more to work with here as he kicks off. Yeah, that one also not linking through. Just to break down for those at home, we've got Albert Munoz, who's a ex-kneeboarding world champ himself, so we got a bit of kneeboarding royalty out there. João Bruguera from Portugal. There's been a fantastic resurgence of kneeboarding in Portugal, and they've always had a great team coming out here. Ryan Gallagher of Australia, he's been a fierce competitor, and he's been putting up some real good scores over the past couple of days. And then one of our own, Adam Shapiro, local legend, just one of the nicest guys you'll meet. He grew up at Muizenberg, so also kind of slower rolling right-hander, so I think this wave kind of suits him. It's something he understands, it's something he quite knows, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can string together.
Yeah, sorry guys, I was just struggling with my internet. I missed out there, couldn't get the heat to load. Yeah, I see Ryan Gallagher's got a 4.67 on his first wave, so and up and riding it's yellow.
João,
yeah.
Oh, nice hit, just unable to ride out of that one, unfortunately.
Alright, so the electronics are up and running, so we can see what's going on here. I was a bit blind there for a moment.
As we can see though, Ryan Gallagher, again, he wasn't able to connect that through to the inside, but even with a smaller one, if it runs along like that, and he was able to get some variety, he managed to sneak in 2 cutbacks as well as a nice hit into the lip where it looked like he managed to get fins out beyond the back of the wave, and they rewarded him well for that. 4.67 for an opening ride.
Yeah, the criteria for scoring is speed, power and flow in the most critical part of the wave, and it doesn't necessarily mean if you have a long ride that you're going to score highly. The criteria is more doing maneuvers in the critical part of the wave, so 2 maneuvers can score you a really good score. And up and riding, Albert Munoz.
Yeah,
nice
Albert,
another
one of the flipperless brigade. Oof.
And one just dying.
Wave choice really is key. He is a phenomenal surfer, but you can be the best surfer in the world. If you don't get the right waves, it's hard to leave your best out there.
Yeah, you've really got to strategize well, especially with these kind of conditions.
As we can see, this one's also just been a flurry of activity. It's been pretty much non-stop waves. They haven't been the best. We're still waiting for a real set to come through, but the guys are kind of making do with what they've got. Is it the right decision to milk this one to the inside? I wouldn't think so.
No, I definitely wouldn't think so. If you don't have the speed, it's almost impossible to do the maneuver. So it's really important you select the waves that are going to give that speed so that you can pull the maneuver. And with the kneeboarders, you don't have the extension that you have as a stand-up surfer. So you don't have that whip in the body from the legs and the torso. So there's another up and riding.
That's Albert picking up
Albert
another
on a
nice
much better
insider.
wave. That's way better selection. Lovely cutback and rebound off the white water. Looking for something on the inside now. You can see this wave's got a lot more power.
Nice. You can hear I'm not sure the viewers at home if our mics are picking it up, but there's big cheers coming off
little
the beach.
turn there. And that's where your selection comes in, because the more powerful the wave is, the more speed you got, and the more opportunity you have to do a bigger maneuver and then score higher. So, yeah, we were talking about the criteria, and you could take off on a set wave and do one maneuver and do one really good Rio floater and score an 8.
Yeah, for sure.
In a critical part of the wave, so it's not necessary that you have to get the longest ride.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where Albert Munoz's score comes in comparing to Ryan Gallagher, who, as we can see here, taking off on this one, he's just been waiting out back for the sets.
Wow,
it looked like that one was gonna, that's just backing off on him, and it's so hard to see that from the back line to pick the right wave. Here's Adam Shapiro in white out the back.
Yeah.
Let's
that
see
looks
if
like a really nice wave. It's
Yep.
got a nice wall. He's got a nice
Nice
turn in.
carve.
Depends on how this connects on the inside, but looking really good. Coming off the bottom, a nice little cut back into the pocket. He's waiting for that to form up again, so a little cutty. And then bring it through onto the inside where it'll stand up. He's just working the wave now, getting some maneuvers in. Wave starting to connect to the inside, looking for that inside last maneuver, that finishing maneuver. Wow, unfortunately. And you could see the wave stalled there. Just didn't have enough speed for him to get up and over. But a great wave.
Yeah.
Probably the wave of the heat so far, I would imagine.
I would agree. I mean, I don't know how much experience you have at a wave like Musenberg, but it's coming into
Absolutely
play. Yeah, if I grew up with Super Tubes, I wouldn't spend any time in the water at Musenberg either.
Yeah, I never travel to Cape Town and ever take a board with me. I think if you grow up here and you live here and you surf here, it's really hard to even imagine surfing anywhere else.
Yeah, I'm not even a little bit surprised. As we see a couple of scores dropping, Albert Munoz, his first wave at 2.83.
There's a paddle at the back. Oh, got upended there.
I'm not sure who
Joao
that
on the
was.
inside, taking an inside wave, getting a second scoring wave, hopefully.
Nice little
off the top floater. Working it back onto the inside again. Hoping for that reform and hoping that wall's going to stand up and give him a second chance on a finishing maneuver, but it absolutely closes out.
Oh, you can see how this just backs off on the inside.
Absolutely.
I did see it look like Surfer and Red, Albert Munoz up and riding at the back. Looking out the studio window.
It looks like he's down.
Yeah, didn't look like he finished that. We'll have to see what feed we can get broadcasted out to you guys. As it stands, Ryan Gallagher's still in the lead. He's sitting with a total of 6.57. Joao Bruguera, he's just been picking up a couple of scraps on the inside. He's looking at a total of 2.93. So this heat is still very much wide open.
Yeah, really surprised to see Adam Shapiro. I don't see a score on the board yet, and he's the only South African in here who should actually know the wave better and have a bit of local knowledge here. And he's been really quiet, which is surprising.
Yeah, he had that wave earlier, which I think could put him in the top scoring wave of the heat. We're gonna have to see if it comes to Albert Munoz. Okay, that small wave that he milked all the way to the inside. A real small wave clinic, and they rewarded him for it. So 6.5. He had good variety of maneuvers. Maybe not the most critical or biggest wave out there, but he put it to good use.
Yeah, he had a good couple of maneuvers, a long ride, so they've rewarded him for that. Yeah, that's the highest score in the last two heats so far. So yeah, that's a great score. He'll be in pole position, looking for one of the outside set waves now to solidify his lead.
So there we go. Adam Shapiro in white, his first wave coming in at a 4.23. He put a lot of work into it, but as you say, if you're not riding out of that last maneuver, it's hard to get into that good to excellent range.
Yeah, and it's so difficult when you're on the outside to know, what that wave's going to do, and that's where that local experience comes in. Obviously, the fact that the swell's a little bit sleepy and the tide's midway and pushing makes it even more difficult. Here's a replay of Albert's wave. Nice cutbacks. You can see this wave had a lot more power. Wow! Unfortunately, coming unstuck, but he had really good maneuvers up until then, and you could see the flow in the board because the wave had a nice wall, and it was giving him those opportunities. The other guys have been on waves which were a lot softer and tended to fade back into the reef and sort of die at the end. So, yeah, your wave selection here is absolutely crucial.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, one of the main criteria: speed, power, and flow. And in these conditions, if you're not on the right wave, you're not going to have speed, so you can't clock off your maneuvers. You're not going to have any real flow because you're bouncing from section to section, almost like those competitions that you see hosted at Huntington Beach, where the poor guys are pumping for their life.
Hop hopping, yeah.
Exactly. So
yeah, very difficult to do on a kneeboard. You don't have that flexibility and that extension that you have, as a stand-up surfer. So it makes it really difficult for the guys if they get into a wave that bogs down. It's really difficult to pick that speed up. So to keep that flow and power, on the wall going, will give you the chance of doing a maneuver. If you bog down, it's almost impossible. You basically come to a standstill. So it's super important that you collect those waves and not the sleepy waves.
Well, I mean, we're looking here at Albert Munoz, that last wave that we saw on the replay. He got a 5.83 for those first couple of turns. So the best wave of the heat, and he's getting a significant score for that wave.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was a replay of his second wave. I think somewhere along the line, and that's the one that you were looking out the window. We missed that one while we were on the monitor. So yeah, that was a great wave, and that's put him into a really strong position with 12.33 total score for the heat with 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, but as we've been saying, and as we saw with Giggs was sitting down in fourth up until the 50 seconds to go. So the heat is never over.
No, for sure. There's a potential of scoring an 8 or a 9 on one of these set waves if you can just pick up the right one. So it's never over till it's over for sure. And they've got another 9 minutes to find that perfect wave.
And I mean, as a competitor, this is where if you're sitting in first or second place, for those at home that aren't too sure of the schedule here, it's only the top 2 from each heat that are going to advance. So if you're sitting at first or second place, you're looking out to sea and hoping that it just goes completely flat, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there were some sad tales yesterday of really good surfers being eliminated, and there's no repecharge. So it's a one time and you're out. So that puts a lot of pressure on the guy. There's a great turn. That's Ryan again. Pulled some good maneuvers. You can see really tight in the pocket, staying close to the foam, close to the critical section of the wave. But unfortunately, that one runs out of steam.
Yeah.
But he's got a good couple of maneuvers in there, and that'll help him solidify his second place.
Yeah, well, I mean, his second scoring wave at the moment is a 1.9, and I think that would certainly go above that. So
definitely beat that.
Helping himself solidify.
That's Adam Shapiro up and riding on a little connector, an insider. Let's see how this wave works out. Nice little top turn. Starting to run away from him a little bit. Let's make it around. Connecting again. Couple of turns again.
I know he's spent a lot of time with Gig Saliers working on boards. They both ride Bolt, and Adam's also quite a big guy. He must be around 6 foot and heading up to around 90 kilograms or more. So it looks like to me he's riding his EPS out there at the moment.
That would be a good choice. Yeah.
It's the necessary choice at the moment.
Absolutely. Yeah, that EPS, your epoxies give you a lot more flotation for their volume, and the boards tend to ride a little bit higher out of the water. They tend to skim across the top of the surface. It's not great in really windy, bumpy conditions, but in these type of soft, sleepy conditions, those boards really come into their own.
So that then begs the question: do you even own an EPS, or is that not entirely necessary out at Super Tubes?
Man, I'm a slow learner. It took me until this year for the first time to go onto an epoxy board, and I've been absolutely blown away. I've been riding PU boards my whole life.
Yeah.
And finally, the guys from Firewire said to me, "Come on, man, just give one of these Machado designs. It's a mashup a try." And I've been absolutely blown away. I actually rode it for the first time at Point here, because in that early season when we weren't having any waves. And that's what actually made me go and try them, because the PU boards, and which are designed for supers, are really small, high performance boards for like powerful waves, and we just didn't have any surf. And I moved over to one of these epoxy boards and gave it a try, and I absolutely love it. In the clean, soft conditions, you just can't beat it.
Yeah, I mean, it's made a huge difference to a lot of the competitors out there. I know they've really been appreciating the opportunity to ride EPS.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to lead you guys off to the interview with last heat's winner. Enjoy.
Alrighty, folks, so we're here with Steve Cruikshank, the winner of the previous heat, the person that you saw flying with the blue jersey. Steve, tell us, how was it out there?
Oh man, it was just it was a throwback to the 1980s and 1990s. Gig, Sean Noon, Larry Berg, and myself. But yeah, it was a classic throwback. It feels really good. I'm stoked.
Like a family reunion, if you will, huh?
Yeah, sometimes maybe the cousins that don't talk out in the water. that was great, and also the camaraderie afterwards and before, and absolutely awesome. Yeah, but I think we're all out there. You know, when you put the vest on, you go there and you're going to do something. You're going to win, and you give it your all. You know, win or lose, we need to just smile at the end and enjoy it.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Everybody's enjoying this. This is a fantastic event. Give us your point of view as far as the waves today. The waves have changed in the past couple of days of competition. What was it for you today out there?
Yeah, so I think for kneeboarding it feels a little bit small, but you know what, when it comes to competitions, this is world class. These waves are as good as any competition you'd ever get. I reckon even today, yesterday was bigger, today the conditions are better, but maybe a little bit smaller, but the waves are world class, and they're just absolutely really, really good competition waves. I'd vouch that we haven't had a world champs or world titles where you've had waves as good as what they are today.
Indeed, I can vouch for that. So thank you so much, Steve. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round. Hopefully, I don't get to ride with you, but
I'd like to just say thanks to the guy who built the board. Chap name is a little bit of an underground Ed Brenner, just a classic board. Ed, it really goes. And also to a guy who sponsored this whole event, Mickey Kirsten. What a legend, yeah. And not only what he's doing for the event, the titles here, but what he's done for Kneeboard in general in South Africa, and drawing it down to us personally as the Surf Rats, and then even personally to myself. So Mickey, well done. Thanks, buddy.
All right, you heard it from the guy. Thanks to Mickey, and thanks to everybody that's tuning in as well. Let's get back on the action in the booth.
827 is not on here.
All right, thank you so much for that interview. Steve Cruikshank, you're a gentleman and a scholar, as we see Adam Shapiro getting real close to the rocks. I know a lot of guys coming in from overseas who don't necessarily spend a lot of time around these kind of reef breaks. We're quite surprised getting in and out of the water at J Bay.
Yeah, I think for the guys that live here, it's really simple. I mean, I never wear booties and very seldom cut my feet, but I know this place intimately, and you learn sort of how to get in and out here. From the outside, it looks pretty heavy, but it's really not that bad. You got to just learn to float in, keep your weight off your feet until you sort of slow down. If you put your feet down too quickly, then for sure you can get cut up for sure. Yeah, it was really interesting to hear what Steve had to say there about about the waves and this and how good the quality was. What we're seeing in the smaller waves is hell yeah, we got a replay coming up.
Yeah, this was just
Adam.
one of Adam's insiders. This, I don't think, was his scoring wave, but while the interview was going on, we had some results come in. Adam's second wave got a 4.03, so that's actually bumped him up to second place, as we see a couple of sets coming in from the back line.
Yeah, we're on the monitor on the replay, and there's an absolute bomb coming through again.
Just seems
Adam
like
worked that right through to the inside, right onto the rocks.
Yeah.
But a very sleepy wave.
And now the battle is on. I mean, Ryan Gallagher's been sitting pretty comfy in second place for the majority of this heat, and now with 2 minutes to go, he's looking for a 3.59, so not an unattainable score in these conditions.
Yeah, unfortunately my monitor's not showing what I have to rely on yours. Yeah, at the moment leading the heat, Albert Munoz hasn't had a wave since the first two good ones he had, and we've got Adam Shapiro in second place, Ryan Gallagher in third with a 7.97, and Joao bringing up the rear with 6.26, but there's still some time to go. There's still 1:33, so hopefully with this set moving in, there'll be a quick exchange, and that'll change the whole layout.
Yeah, I mean, here's Albert Munoz in red paddling in as we switch to a replay.
Oh no.
Oh.
Absolute bomb on the outside. We go through this replay, a really good floater there. Quick 1-2. And we're back on the outside. That's Albert Munoz on a really good wave. He's made a few maneuvers along the way before coming onto the inside. He's been riding this for quite a while. And Joao on the back on an absolute bomb as well. Hopefully he's going to get around.
Yeah, that one unfortunately just not linking all the way through for Albert Munoz, but off screen for the viewers at home, he put in a couple of mean turns while the heat
he had
replay
some really
was
good
going
maneuvers
on.
on the outside, so that's definitely going to come into his scoreline.
Here's Adam Shapiro once more as we count down to the final 40 seconds. He's trying to solidify himself in second place, and I don't know if that wave was necessarily the right call. We're going to have to see how this plays out. Ryan Gallagher still very much in with a chance. He only needs a 3.59 to progress through this heat.
Now Adam trying to milk this one in to get a finishing maneuver, which he manages to do. A nice little floater onto the inside, so that may well bump his score up.
And you can only imagine, I know personally, you sit out, you finish a heat, you didn't get many waves, and you look out back and the next heat has just got screaming sets coming through. There's nothing worse.
Yeah, it just depends on your rotation and your luck in the heat. Unfortunately, I mean, these guys had a lot better surf than the previous heat.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's the tide starting to fill in. And as I was saying earlier, what Steve was saying about the waves and the boards and just the softness of the wave, this is actually the back end of the swell which we've had for the last week. So if you have a look at the kilojoules, the energy of these swells, they're way down. So even though the wave might be 2 or 3 foot, it doesn't carry anything like the energy on the front end of your swell when it's building. So yeah, that makes it even more difficult to surf. So there's supposed to be a new swell starting to fill in this evening with a bit more energy tomorrow. So yeah, that'll make the competitors a lot happier and give them a little bit more opportunity.
Definitely.
But for now, they've got to hang in there and make the best of these conditions, pick the right waves, and make sure that they get those maneuvers all the way to the inside and make sure that they finish these waves off. So we just moved into the next heat.
Yeah, we've got another absolutely stacked heat. We've got Shane Simpson, a ripper and a guy who's responsible for putting out so much footage to the world and really promoting kneeboarding. So Shane Simpson in red, well deserved.
From Australia?
From Aussie, yeah, thank you. We got Olivier Marimotu from France, Stuart Henshelwood, one of the local reef rats down in Cork Bay. He's in blue, and then Carl Ward of the UK in white. He had one of the highest wave scores of the day yesterday. He came through with a 9.5 yesterday in pretty tough conditions. So he's one to watch.
As well from Shane Simpson. Completed a nice ride there, a good couple of maneuvers there, and then finished it off with a nice Rio.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get a replay coming up shortly, just so that Trevor can walk you through that wave once more.
Yeah, it's difficult for the guys who are listening in and watching in. Sometimes our monitors don't quite reflect what we're looking at. We get the end, the camera they're switching, so yeah, it makes it difficult. So if we go quiet or we're not commentating or something, there's obviously a reason for that.
Here we go. Let us know what you see here, Trevor.
Yeah, paddling in on a little insider, not a set wave, just frozen a bit. A nice cutback, little off the top, trying to get a bit of speed in. That replay froze a little bit, did a really nice cutback, and then straight into a Rio. So that'll be a pretty solid scoring wave, even though it wasn't a set wave. And talking of which, here's a massive wave closing out across the whole lineup. Nobody on it?
No, everyone's caught a little bit out of position here, as we said. So Shane Simpson, correct me if I'm wrong, because he's the only guy who's caught a wave, he's automatically in 4th priority. The other 3, it's still open season. Or
That's
am I wrong?
The other guys are still able to duke it out, if you want to call it that. It's whoever's on the inside and takes off, and there we have a takeoff now.
Looks like surfer in white to me, Carl Ward from the UK, although I believe he spends most of his time in Australia. Let's see what he can do with this wave.
Nice cutback. You can see the difference that speed makes there on those bigger waves with the more energy. Another nice cutback.
Wow. You can see why he pulled through with the 9.5 yesterday. He's stringing together some really nice moves.
And he's going on the inside, hoping for a connection here. Looking for a Rio. Oh, just a bit late on that.
Yeah. But I mean, that's going to be a really good opening score. We've still got 17 minutes left in this heat. Shane Simpson's first wave coming in at a 4.83. Carl Ward will be right up there, and what a way to start the heat.
Yeah, that was a really nice start, and with lots of time in hand now, it gives him the opportunity to go out there, sit and wait for his turn, because he'll now be in he'll be in 3rd priority, because the other 2 riders haven't had a wave. They'll be in 1st and 2nd priority. Obviously there's no priority between the 2 of them because they haven't had a wave yet, but they will be in pole position. And here we've got a paddle with red. Shane going for a 2nd wave.
Nice.
Getting really good speed. You can see the flow he's getting up over the whitewater. Beautiful speed. That board really looks like it's going well.
We got a paddle from yellow as well out the back, Olivier. We got the split screen going on. Shane Simpson just kicking off at the end of that one. That one not looking like it was going to link through, but that was a bit of an insider.
Yeah.
That wasn't one of the set waves. That's what we've been talking about, the all-important priority. When you're under priority, you got to kind of pick up the scraps that come through.
Well, it helps you solidify your heat. But the only problem is it takes you out of position, so it's not a great tactic. So we got Olivier going. He sees this was a better wave, and it's gone all the way through to the inside, and he's got a little connection there, a little floater, and another little turn on the inside, and that was a good ride. That's going to give him a good score.
Oof. That was a look by Surfer in blue, so he would have been the only guy sitting with priority there, as he hadn't caught a wave, and he decided to kick off the back of that one, so hopefully he doesn't come to regret that.
Well, as long as he was furthest out, he may still retain that priority. But if there's anybody on the outside of him, he'll fall into the rotation of the guys on the outside. The furthest out would be priority, and then obviously he would fall in line if he was second or third priority. It's difficult for us because we don't have those priority calls or the monitor so that we can see that.
Yeah.
But I'm imagining that white is on the outside now. Is that white?
Yeah, no, white looks to be paddling
White.
out. Looks like blue, surfing blue, Stuart Henshelwood. So yeah, he's still out there. He got a 0.4 just for that quick takeoff. And you got to feel for the competitors of the last heat. It's been almost non-stop waves coming through this last,
Yeah,
the last couple of minutes.
this has just opened up with a flurry of sets.
And in comes some scores. So Shane Simpson on the first ride, a little bit of a smaller wave, and there's Carl Ward, one of the highest waves of yesterday, highest scored waves of yesterday. Him coming in with a 5.43, even though he wasn't able to finish on that last section.
Yeah, there's another score dropping for Shane Simpson. That was the little insider that he went on. It's a 383, so he's in first place with a combined total of 866. Carl Ward was in second with a 543, and Olivier with a 393, sorry.
Alright, so Shane Simpson just kind of solidifying his position at the top. That little insider, he's sitting out nice and deep. He's alongside Surfer in blue, so I believe it would be Shane Simpson with second priority, and Stuart Henshelwood still sitting with first priority. We're going to be sending you, our faithful viewers, to the interview with the last heat's winner, Albert Munoz. Thank you very much.
All right, folks, so here is the winner of the previous heat, Mr. Albert Munoz. Tell us, boy, what's happening out there?
Oh, it's really fun out there. I had a great time. Tell you what, though, there was one secret to my success out there. I'm going to share it with you, nobody else, okay? Last night I had a dream. There's a seagull named Maurice came and told me, don't double pump your bottom turns.
Is that right?
That's it. It's the most amazing piece of advice in the world.
From the seagull.
From the seagull named Maurice. It was in a dream.
I wasn't going to let you do this interview without.
Oh my God! Look at this! Look at this! Look at this!
I'm out here.
Most
Well
stylish kneeboard in the universe, right here.
Well done, my man. Good
Thanks,
heat.
man.
Huh?
Thanks, Adam.
All right, so tell us how the conditions were out there. There was a little change of how the previous hits and the wind.
Yeah,
So
the wind changed a little bit. There's still plenty of waves out there. It's still really, really fun. Had to paddle a little bit harder than I thought, but other than that, it's gold. It's the best canvas in the world. We are so lucky to be here. This is absolutely amazing. I'm having a great time.
all right. Anything else you want to add out there, Albert?
No, I don't think. Oh, no, I want to say hi to my in-laws and my missus and my family, Rach and the kids, Gito and Zali. Gito, can you please go and unpack the dishwasher, please? Thank you.
Get the dishes done. That's the word from Albert Munoz, the winner of previous heat. Thank you so much, guys. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Albert, with the advice for all the competitors, I guess, from a seagull named Maurice. Don't double pump the bottom turns. It seems to have worked out for him in that last heat, Jeff. What do you think?
I'm still trying to suppress the chuckles after that interview. I think you guys in the stand-up guys don't have the characters that the kneeboarders have got. I don't know if it's from the lack of shock impact, that on your knees that it's affecting you guys, but that was really funny. Anyway, yeah, I was actually on doing commentary with Albert yesterday, stand-up guy. It's amazing. One thing's for sure, you guys definitely don't have a shortage. There's no shortage of a word from any one of you. That's for sure.
That's for sure. I'm not sure if you've had the chance to speak much with Bobcat Rousseau.
I know Bobby pretty well.
The mouth from the south.
Yeah, now listen, Bobby and I think I met Bobby probably in about 1985, probably just prior to the competition which we were speaking about earlier,
wow.
the 1986 SA Champs at Supers. So yeah, I've known him for a while. Yeah, I think his mouth has actually gotten bigger and bigger over time.
Yeah, he is very much the spirit animal of kneeboarding South Africa. There's the reason he's the coach. I'm not sure if you've ever shared a WhatsApp message exchange with the man, but he speaks in hieroglyphics. It's mostly emojis, and when you spend enough time looking at it, they do actually start to make sense.
Man, you've really got to rein in the variety of topics that you're going to cover in a conversation with him, because it swings from all sides and all angles. Yeah, but super interesting characters, super interesting guys to talk to, and mostly we've surfed all over the place and have got like a rich sort of I don't even know how you would put it. They have such a vocabulary of experiences, you know, that it's super interesting to talk to the guys and just listen to them.
Well,
Anyway,
I mean, someone else with a great vocabulary of experiences is Sean Rosen, who happens to be my host, also a really stand-up guy for a belly boarder, and he was telling me a pretty interesting story of a heat that the two of you had during COVID, where there was no denying that he won that heat.
Yeah, we'll swing back to that conversation after the interview.
No, this is us.
Oh, they're putting us on. Okay, yeah, that was all right. So that I wouldn't call that a heat. The heat came when the police chased us down the point because we were surfing during COVID.
Yeah, that's how he explained it. But he's pretty certain he came out top trumps in that heat.
Man, I was too busy running from the blue tops to we had a couple of them spread out down the point, and I saw the set coming in, and had to make a decision on whether the set was going to carry me into the keyhole in time before the guys caught up with me, and I managed to time it absolutely perfectly and managed to run up and jump over the fence and disappear into the bush.
Private property, that's the way to do it.
So that was a pretty hot heat.
Oh, it's good to get the legs stretched out as well. As we saw there, a second ride from Carl Ward. I mean, there's been a flurry of waves early on, and it's just gone quiet. Shane Simpson, the only guy with 2 rides. So the heat is wide open. Stuart Henshelwood sitting with a 0.4. He won't be too stoked with that.
Here's a replay of one of the waves. Is this Carl?
Yeah, this is Carl in second place. Oh, really nice opening carve back to the whitewater. Just experiencing some technical glitches. It looks like another cutback. Trying to stay in the power zone on the face, but it gets really tricky when it backs off like that on the inside.
Yeah, and we're going to struggle now. You can see there's a bit of texture coming onto the wave. Here comes a big set at the back, and this onshore is starting to come out. This wasn't forecast, so this is quite strange. It may well just swing back around into the south, but this is going to make it even more tricky for the guys. And there's a paddle from Red.
Shane Simpson under priority. Stuart Henshelwood, he might be kicking himself that he didn't take this one. Although Shane's having to work hard here, cutting all the way back, surfing it as if it's a left.
Looks like it's going to reform really nicely though. Gets a really nice top turn in there. Another top turn. Setting up for a third one. Really nice cutback. And at the back in blue, that's Stuart up and riding.
Finally, you're making use of that priority to good effects. A couple of really nice carves. He's another one of the refrats, so he's more used to going right in a short, sharp barrel, but he's putting in some good turns here.
Wow,
Shane
these guys
Simpson.
have got 2 great waves. Shane finishing his wave off, and Stuart going to town on his
nice little foam
finishing
climb.
maneuver. Wow, that's going to be a big score.
Yeah, I can't wait to see where the judges mark this. I mean, Shane Simpson, it looked like he put in 8 or 9 maneuvers on that wave, and off the takeoff, he had a pretty critical part of the face, and he was going to town on that.
Yeah, that was a great wave. I think Stuart's going to really have to get on his bicycle now. He's got 7 minutes left to get out there and get a second scoring wave. That's his only scoring wave. You can see him kicking furiously there. He's going to have to get out and wait and hope that his priority rotation will run through in time for him to get another wave. Because obviously now he would be on 3rd priority and have to wait for the other 2 guys to get a wave unless they're out of position, and he can snaffle one on the inside just to solidify a score.
Yeah, well, here we go. Second score from Carl Ward, putting him at a total of 8.10. That means Stuart on his last rides needs a 7.7 to climb into second place, and I don't know if he did enough there. Here we're waiting for scores also to drop for Shane Simpson. It's going to be interesting. That should put him even further into the lead on this last wave.
Yeah, this is Shane working his previous wave through onto the inside. This will probably solidify his first place. I'm just having a look to see his second best wave is a 383, and I'm pretty sure this one will replace that.
Apologies for the folks watching at home. A couple of technical glitches coming through, and there we go. That was a 6.83 that came through for Shane Simpson. So highest scoring wave of the heats, highest scoring wave of the last couple of heats, I believe, and that's putting him pretty comfortably in front with an 11.66. As you said, Stuart Henshelwood possibly leaving it a bit too late. He got a 5.83 for that ride, but with no second, he's got a bunch of work to do before the end of this heat.
Yeah, so Stuart's requiring, well, he's only requiring a 2.27 to go past Carl in second place, but I think Carl's also got another score incoming as well.
Yeah, and the thing is, Carl Ward's all the way out the back there. He's going to be waiting. He could even have priority. And Stuart Henshelwood's wasting a bit of time. Looking out our studio window, he's on the inside, kind of just flippering his way out. He needs to start paddling and get himself in position to get another wave and hopefully progress through this heat.
Yeah, sorry folks, our monitor's gone on the blink, so we're actually relying on the live heat scores in front of us and looking out through the window. So if we're struggling to see or we miss a wave or two, it's because we don't have a monitor at the moment. At this stage though, Shane Simpson still in first position at 11.66, Carl Ward with an 8.10, and Stuart Henschel requiring a 2.27. He's got a total of 6.27 from one good wave and one small wave. So yeah, he's still got the chance to get out there and make a dent in this heat, but it's going to have to happen really quickly with time running out.
And for Olivier Marimutu as well, he's sitting with a 3.93 single score wave, so he only needs a 4.18 to progress through, and in these conditions that's a very achievable score.
Yeah, and he's sitting with priority on the outside, so any set wave that comes in now may change this entire setup on this heat.
And as we were saying earlier, sometimes a person sitting first or second would hope for the ocean to go flat. He's just going to be sitting there, fingers crossed that something big kicks through soon.
Well, with 4 minutes to go and the way it's been going for the last couple of heats, I would imagine there will definitely be a set before that. So there's going to be some nervous moments. Yeah, if you haven't surfed these heats, it's so difficult to stay calm when you're out there and you're waiting for these lulls to pass and for your set wave to come in. When it tends to sit out there talking furiously to yourself, it's quite a crazy situation, and it's a unique type of feeling to get used to when you compete.
For sure.
There's a massive adrenaline rush. You know, when you compete, there's this. It's just like electric, and it's a really different feel when you're competing to surfing, when you're relaxed and just waiting for a wave and chatting to your mates. This is like it's high intensity, and you feel it. Your heart rate's up. It's a crazy feeling, and not a lot of people enjoy it. It's a unique type of experience, and I think it takes a unique individual to enjoy competing. You know, there's a definite electricity charge that's in your body, and it's a really different feel.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We've got these guys trying to squeeze in a minimum of 2 high-scoring waves in 20 minutes. And 99.9% of the time when you're surfing, you're out there hanging about. I like to spend at least 2 to 3 hours in the water, and you're not stressed. You know you're going to get a couple of waves, but it's a completely different mindset to now think, okay, we're not just here to have fun. We got to get
and then
these
you want to be
scoring
aware of
waves
the
in.
priority, your time, you know, your positioning and where you are, and and just to keep your nerves in check. Paddling on this one. This is Olivier. This could just be the wave that turns everything. Oh, and he didn't manage to pull that off. He's fallen, and that's a big error.
Yeah, he's been waiting out there for around 10 minutes for that wave, so he'll be disappointed.
And he's lost priority. He'll be in 4th priority now, which means he has to wait for all 3 of the other guys to get a wave before he can take off, unless he goes onto the inside.
Well, here's Stuart
As
Henshelwood.
Stuart is at the moment.
That's the value in having the beach commentary. So folks at home, it's not just myself and Trevor talking here. We've got live beach commentary that are broadcasting the scores out to the surfers. So Stuart knows he only needs a 2.27 to progress through this heat.
Wow, I tell
Is
you,
this going to be the wave that'll provide that for him?
Wow, I don't know. That's going to be tight. That was a very slow wave. And we've got Carl Ward on the outside who's going to make his requirement higher on this wave. In other words, Stuart may need a higher score after this, although this wave's also going to sleep on the inside big time.
Little foam climb, a little bit of variety, unable to ride out. I don't know if either of these guys will go into their top 2
I
scoring
don't think
waves.
well, Stuart's going to be biting his lip and hoping, because I'm just trying to have a look at Carl's second wave. Carl's second wave was only a 2.67, so that wow, both those waves are very borderline.
And Stuart Henshelwood has a higher top wave score. So Carl's top wave is a 5.43. Stuart Henshelwood at a 5.83. So it's a little bit easier for Stuart to get a high scoring wave here. He really doesn't need much.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what comes through there. Both those wave choices weren't great, and I think the guys may be kicking themselves if that doesn't come in. We're down to how many minutes we got left?
Just
here?
1.
1 minute left.
So Shane Simpson, he'll be just hanging out the back. He knows he's got priority. He doesn't really need to hassle or hustle anyone. He'll be pretty comfortable collecting first place, keeping the body fresh. He won't be surfing again today.
And I think this, I'm not sure if this is correct, but I see a 2.07 coming in for Stewart, which
Oof.
isn't enough. That's a 0.2 below the requirement. So
It's-
at
it's
this
that
stage,
tight.
yeah, at this stage it looks like that's going to be it. And we've got Shane on another ride, a beautiful ride,
Oh.
beautiful re-entry.
That's that variety the judges want. They want to be entertained out there.
The board he's riding just looks so much better than the other competitors. He's picked better waves as well, but that board is flowing really well. Interesting. What is his weight compared to the other guys?
Shane's one of the smaller guys. He's probably weighing closer to 70, 75 kilograms, where some of the other guys have a bit more bulk to them.
And that can make a massive difference in the energy, especially if you've got low energy sort of waves. It's much easier to push a lighter object along the face, and that's basically what it's looked like in this heat. And that is the end of the heat.
And I think the end of our commentary session, Trevor. It's been an absolute honor and a pleasure as we welcome the mouse from the south, Bobcat, and Haken, I believe, is stepping into the booth with us. So thank you very much, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was great stuff,
fun.
man. Yeah,
Cheers.
that's just flown by. All right, guys, handing over to the next commentary team. See you again next time.
That was lekker, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. Good fun talking about it. Sean Rosen's insistent.
Morning, you guys. Morning. Just a quick hello from J Bay here. It's a little bit overcast, but the surf is absolutely firing, and yeah, we're gonna take a little stroll there. So it's greetings to all you guys from overseas, from the States, from Brazil, from Australia, New Zealand. You guys are going to be very
Kneeboard surfing world titles here in Jeffreys Bay, Lower Point Wave, and the main car park is the venue. Up and riding, that color is red. That's Owen Fairweather coming all the way through, making it there, a little hop, skip and jump, coming back into the white water and just fading out.
All right, folks. So there is red now coming on. Owen Fairweather. Oh, quick in and out. On the previous wave, it was blue.
Yeah. Oh.
Actually, Ed Quinn.
Ed Quinn, the big. Ed Quinn.
The president of the United States, as he
calls
himself.
From the series, he's always in front of the camera. Let's see old Ed Quinn. Yes, up the red board, blue vest.
That's right. That's right. So a lot of people watching don't know that Ed is actually a movie star.
Ah.
Other than a fantastic surfer.
Back into the lineup. That's red. Owen Fairweather. Waiting next to competitor in white. All the way from United States. Eduardo. Brazil.
Okay, so we have Eduardo Machado in white from Brazil. That's right.
Looking over his shoulder, Owen Fairweather possibly having a spotter on the beach, trying to maybe give him some indication. Also looking where his other competitor is, also hot on his flippers, swim fins or even his heels. No swim fins required in this one for himself. Everybody jockeying themselves in position.
We see a little bit of a texture on the wave now. It has changed from this previous heat where we saw a very clean face and waves rolling off the point. So now it's a little more challenging.
Yes. More wind direction change, creating the little fish scales on the texture of the actual face of the wave itself, making more of a crumbly effect, whereas those in the previous heats have had it like in prime conditions. Crisp, glassy offshore, watch the paddle, white going, looking for a positive direction, possibly blue again, going into this one. He says no one's taking it, I'll have a go at this. Blue up and riding, nice little turn, comes into the white water, trying to find that step down, hump and a bump, puts his weight distribution back into a belly board with a split screen. Big ride on the outside, nice off the top, second off the top, coming around the bottom section, cutting it back, bit of a tail slide, keeping it back into the wave, giving it straight down to the direction, almost out of our screen as we speak, making it all the way through, flying on the rail, a lot of speed there. Watch out for the final closeout re-entry. Excellent ride.
Excellent indeed. He worked that wave from the top to the bottom, couple of good hits out the back, and finalize and capitalize on the wave right on the inside. That's what you need to do. That you need to finish your wave so the judges will give you the scores, because if not, then you're gonna be relegated to the last places. So as we can see now, we have a 4.67 from Ed Quinn. We're waiting on a second wave for him. Kelvin Weir from New Zealand has a 3.33, as we see White up and riding.
All the way from Brazil.
Yes, that's Eduardo Machado, local from Saquaremas.
Going it through, nice little snap, staying with the wave. Body weight distribution in the right position, double hand paddle, doesn't make it, wave kind of running out of him and fading away. Gotta really read these waves, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You gotta keep an eye on it and see what the wave is doing. You're gonna need to complete these rides so everybody and the judges especially can give you the rewards that you need. Let's wait for the scores on that final wave, and we'll give the final situation on this heat.
Right, coming up in a short while, we'll be crossing over to the winner of the previous heat, and I'm sure everyone's standing by there and waiting to see and hear of the results and the conditions that were at hand. Taking over.
Hi everyone, I'm standing here next to the winner of the last heat, Mr. Shane Simpson. Did an absolutely fantastic job at matching his Rashi with his board. Shane, I'm very curious. You've been riding that board for almost 15 years. How have you managed to keep it together so long after smashing it so many times?
That's just Parksy, mate. He's a wizard. Made me one board that works from 2 foot to about 20 foot. Nah, 10 foot. I won't surf 20 foot. But yeah, one board does the job. Did the job then.
$50?
55.
52.
There we go. Is this how we're going to do it?
No, we've all been watching a lot of the footage coming out and a lot of the pictures that Steen is taking up at Supers and stuff like that. Tell us about your experience in all those surfs at Supers. How has it been? What do you feel? What are your emotions? What are your feels? Right here. Talk to me.
Yeah, that wave was everything I expected or I wanted and more. So I've been wanting to surf it my whole life. Did it. I probably just should have put more time in down here rather than up there chasing barrels and hits. Maybe should have practiced my cutbacks a bit more, but anyway, yeah, loving the trip. Could be the best surf trip of my life so far.
Excellent, excellent. All right, well, best of luck in the rest of your heats. We'll catch you around, man.
Thanks, mate.
Back to you guys.
Much. Albert and Shane Simpson. There's the lineup. Showing us down from the top end, coming here at lower point wave. Competitors waiting out in the horizon, seeing if anything's coming through. Water temperature's wonderful. The weather's great. The whole atmosphere here at the CineFX Kneeboarding Surfing World Titles. Absolutely stunning.
It can get no better than this. People is out here like it's the summertime in Florida. Short shorts, short sleeves, warm, nice, and beautiful. as they line up. And we see some waves coming in, and we see the situation. We see red up first. And
Gold trying to make an attempt.
Yes, sir. It's
White
gonna be
turning
white.
around on the inside. Paddling, grabbing the rail. Nice clean takeoff. Comes through the section, lining himself up. Comes roundhouse, little snap into the waist. Comes through the bottom corner. Back into the snap of the waist. Bring it into the white water. Got to read it nice, and that's 3 turns so far. Body weight distribution, hand on nose, just to making sure that it's keeping the momentum going. Little splash turn there, out of picture, but back into focus once again with a nice little re-entry off the white water, straight here in front of the HQ commentary box.
That's much better from the man from Brazil, Eduardo Machado, as we see on top, the leader of the heat, Mr. Owen Fairweather, getting a nice little snap right there. Let's see if he can, oh, there it is.
Reverse
Little
tail
swift.
slide.
Yes, sir.
Once again, its little twin sister. Nice roundhouse cut back, waits for it. Great timing. Waited in a stall and then body weight distribution, smacking it off the top. Nice coordination of a little tuck turn and everything else included.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think it was a shorter ride, but at the same time, he did all the damage in the beginning of that wave. So I think it's going to factor into his combination of scores. He's leading this heat with 12.5 at the moment. Second is Ed Quinn from the United States with a 7.44. On third place, we have Eduardo Machado with a 6.67. And on the fourth position, we have Kelvin Weir with a 3.33. Let's take a look up here and see what's happening with the booth. We're getting organized here as well. You heard Shane Simpson, the winner of the previous heat, is using a board that he's have used for a long time, but it seems to work quite well for him. I'm gonna take this time to give a shout out to everyone in Spain. Team Spain wasn't able to bring somebody over here to this event, and we really miss everyone. Big shout out to Ruben Presmanes. Saludos, hermano, en España, y a todos los españoles que están viendo este evento. Gran saludo para ustedes. And we're back in the action here. 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining on this heat. Australia's Owen Fairweather on the first place with a combination of 12.5. Ed Quinn on second position with 7.44. Eduardo Machado de Brazil with a 6.67. And fourth position, Kelvin Weir with a 3.33. Priority is with red, and we're gonna wait and see what J-Bay throw at us in this next 7 minutes.
Everyone's sitting, one member paddling, white coming through there. That's it. He's hearing the beach commentary on the outside, knows what he has to go for. Owen Fairweather sitting comfortable. Ed Quinn not giving it away. Eduardo, he's also in there. And Mr. Kelvin Weir, he's paddling up again. As you can see the lineup here, lower point wave, Jeffreys Bay. Nice spaces in between the competitors. One for on the outside, two on the inside, one furthest in. Something of a line building up.
Yes, there's some little waves coming up. I think it's going to be hit the inside here, and the man in white might be able to
White's pulled
get
on
a
a
hand
stall.
on it.
White's pulled on a stall. He's deciding. He knows he's got 7 minutes. He's got to get going on something.
Yes.
Nice turn off the top. Trying to find it again. Back into the inside section. Goes on the rail. Little bit of a hop, skip and jump. Making progress. Covering distance. Finding it with a nice little finish off the inside there.
Very well, very well. It's good to finish up your waves. If I'm a judge and I'm looking at somebody with an unfinished wave on the inside, I'm not going to reward it.
Yes.
What do you think?
It's length of ride with completion with full maneuvers done in between. He has a strong paddle. He has a strong paddle. Chin down,
There
both
it is.
arms, hand on rail.
There's the
Nice
big
off the
man
top.
from New Zealand.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Kelvin.
Fortunately.
Maybe he's there, maybe too big for it.
He's a big guy. He's a big guy indeed.
Aren't they all?
We're not going to discuss his rugby scenario, but for the surfing right now,
Yeah.
I think he's
Yeah.
quite big.
Right now he's having a water break.
That's right.
He's having a water break.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We know that he's pretty good at it, so we're not going to write him off just yet. We got to wait for him to get on a much better phase, and I'm pretty sure that he can put up the scores that we need to get him moving into the next round, just like everybody else is fighting for.
That's correct. We're waiting now for the scores. Here we go. Here we go. Right. Eduardo into second on a 7:07. Owen Fairweather still in pole position. Eddie Quinn not letting go of the reins. Once again, you can see wave forming up, coming through into the midsection. Other competitors in the top corner getting themselves into position for the next heat.
Yes, as we are coming down to the 4-minute mark, we see red and blue up top. They're now, both of them have a pretty decent score, and they're waiting on a much better set wave so they can probably improve on their situation. Let's see what happens here. Our man on red, Owen Fairweather, on the first place with a 12.5. Ed Quinn with a 7.44. Eduardo Machado on white with a 7.07. Kelvin Weir with a 4.46.
Let's see on the outside some action building up. Is a paddle on the inside. That's our heat leader at the current moment. Owen coming up. Nice floater re-entry. Does he come around the section, stuck into the white water? Looks like we have a paddle and a takeoff on the outside. Split screen, two riders. I'll read the top and bottom. Big re-entries off the top screen with a nice floater on the inside. Edquin not giving up, cutting back into the white water, bouncing it off the white water, staying still in charge, coming through. Does he get it all the way to distribute, all the way coming through? Still hanging in there. Maybe he's looking at his watch, seeing how much time he's got left. Time out.
That's right. As you guys saw on the production, we had the split screen, so we didn't lose any of the action, and neither of you guys over there at home watching. Both the riders, the top riders, red and blue, were able to score or factor in on this incoming set. So we gotta wait on the scores to see if red can improve on his situation, and see if we have any changes on blue. White and yellow still on top, waiting for incoming waves.
Here's the replay. Going through it. Snapping back from the waist. Going through it again. Trying to make the most out of it. You can see this is the inside end section. Comes through, made a lot of distance, and finally puts it together.
Well ridden by the man from Brazil, as we see yellow on his third wave.
Kelvin. Oh, he doesn't look too happy with that.
No, that you can see it on his
paddle on the outside.
Man on white getting a much
Nice.
better wave now.
Snaps it.
Very
off
good.
The tail. Comes through the little bit of energy that it's producing. Back into it.
I think this wave's
Coming
gonna
through
pan
the
out for
inside
him.
Bowl. Going still. Still repeating. It looks like a repeat of his other one, just with a lot more speed to it.
Ooh.
Picturesque 360 re-entry closeout.
That would have made a difference from his previous wave. This wave had a little more face, a little more size, and he was able to rip a little bit on it. Let's see what yellow did on this wave.
He's paddling in the white water, waiting for the reform. Comes through, makes it round, snaps it back into the white water, coming onto the face of the wave, fading out.
All right, that was the man from New Zealand, Calvin Weir. As we are in the last minute of this heat number 9 of the round of 64 of the open men division. Still a lot of waves coming out there.
Here's the big man. Here's the big man.
All right, President of the United States.
Quinn, coming round.
Mr. Hollywood. There
Snaps
he is.
it down. Takes the hair out of his face. Back into the place. Once again, making sure. Nice roundhouse, little cutty. Coming into the inside little fish bowl. Into the pocket. Keeping the rail. Holding it. Everyone's trying to do these little 360 maneuvers. Nice little 360 turn
There
on the
he is.
inside.
There he is. Well, that's a fine wave to finish up that ride. You know, giving the
Let's see
judges something to
replay.
look at.
Here we go. This color was white on the replay. He snapped it. Came around again, reading the wave this time, looking in the direction where he's going to go, setting up the rail, trying to cover a lot of distance, out of picture.
And that's the end of
That's the end
heat
of
number 9.
Well done there to Owen Fairweather, brother. That's
Yes,
a
sir.
12.84. It looks like an interesting heat. Jed from South Africa. Sean Murphy from the United States. Who have we got there? Malkino.
Malkino Skelton from New
New
Zealand.
Zealand, way down south. And Garth Price, another South African.
All right, so we have a mixed heat here. See what the boys can bring us, and congratulations to Fairweather taking on heat number 9. Ed Quinn taking the second position. I believe Eduardo Machado is going to be third, and Kelvin Weir on the 4th position. As you can see, heat is on. Heat number 10. No waves ridden just yet. We want to see what's going on. There's an incoming set, and we see some paddle action back there, and that's the man in yellow, Sean Murphy from the United States. Let's see what this wave can do for him and what he can do on this wave. Oh, unfortunately, digs the nose on its first maneuver, and that wave is not going to factor too much for him. A little frustration on his part as we see blue Marquinhos Skelton from New Zealand. We got a little sessions to deal with. He also comes unstuck, and we still yet to see Garth and Jed to catch a wave.
Well, much better now that we've put the curtain up with the sun setting behind our little HQ commentary box. We've got clear vision on our screen here, with even a clearer vision if you just look out of the commentary box here at the lower point.
What a fantastic setup we got right here, man. We are not missing an action. If there's anything that we don't see on the screen, we just pick out of the left of the commentator's booth, and we'll see everything.
And if you want a bit of air condition as well, all you got to do is just open up the front door.
That is correct.
And we have a lovely sea breeze coming through.
Oh yeah, it's so perfect. It's so perfect. Everything around
Here's
here.
a replay once again. This is blue coming through. Sean Murphy making it all the way through, and then unfortunately mistiming the white water coming down, catches the rail, has to bail out on that one.
All right. So the scores as of now, we have Marquinhos Skelton with a 1.67. On second position, we have Sean Murphy with a 1.00. Jet and Garth still to get a wave, so we're waiting for them to get some
This is where
scores.
it gets pretty unsettling now. You know, it's nice to get one underneath the belt, but you just got to hold nerve. As you can see, that's me, Bobby Rousseau, with Mr. Haken. The two of us are here coming to you live.
Thank you so much for hosting us, Bobby. I know you're a man around the area and you're a great surfer. So I want to thank you personally for being a host, man.
It's our pleasure.
Everybody
It's
here
our
has been great.
pleasure.
Thank you.
Great looking wave forming up on the outside.
Okay, let's see. A man in white, Garth
Price, better known as Buffy.
All right.
With a paddle on the outside. Here's Jed. Buffy giving it. Jed still going. Split screen. Jed gives a nice off the top. Buffy's still showing, well, you go up and I'll go down, and you go down and I'll go up.
That's right.
There they go. All the way. Buffy's out of the picture now. It's just Jed coming through. Nice, smooth flowing. Not anything overdoing it. Making sure, getting the turns in, lengthening the ride. Buffy looks at him, he looks at Buffy, he gives Buffy a bit of a face wash with the spray, and end of ride. Really, two nice scoring rides for both South Africans.
Yes, indeed. If you ask me about this exchange, I will take Jets over Garth. I think he served the wave pretty well. He was wide open on his carves, re-entering smoothly. Seamless transitions in between maneuvers. So let's see what the judges give them.
Definitely, for the conditions and the way they were actually surfing those waves, hats off to them.
Yes, indeed. As we come to
You
the
can see
14th
Buffy
minute.
White taking his time. Here's a little inside runner. Two competitors on the outside, too deep for this one. Both watching that one go past. Buffy paddling up, Jed on his inside, making sure. Just staying cool, calm, and trying to be collective. I see you've got some great artwork here from Steve Danilo, Jeffreys Bay.
Let's look at the
Straight in front
replay
of
of red.
us. Here's the wave, and I'll get back to the artwork that's on display, ladies and gentlemen. Jed turning it into the pocket. Earlier on I was speaking to him. Does he have a Pacific board for these conditions? He said, certainly, Bobcat. I've got a nice beefy board, square tail. Jed's making his own boards. Jedi. From the character of Star Wars.
All right, fantastic boards, by the way. I've seen a couple. I almost tried one of them before I got my hands on Marco's board. And I think it was a fantastic looking ride, what he have crafted. As you can see, he got a 5.33 best wave in the heat so far.
Yeah, leading the charge, 5.33 Jed. In second is Mr. Garth Buffy Price. There with a 5.10. And there we go. Makino, he's not giving up either. He's got a 107. And Sean Murphy's in there as well. Here we go. There's Buffy taking it off, coming through, jamming it, staying tight, still going forward with a paddle on the outside, no paddle on the outside. Jed following up, nice.
Yes,
Two
sir.
powerful surfers at the current moment in your screen. You got double vision, still going. This is where we said Buffy cut a nice turn back. Good riding.
Yeah, unfortunately, that wave did not pan out as open as the one from Jetty, but he still did the work.
Price.
Ooh, there it is.
Nice.
Wow, coming out of the curtain.
Into the white water, reforming it, making it through again. Let's see, does he go for double trouble? A little twin sister almost. Nice surfing there by Mr. Price.
That's going to get a good reward. He basically disappeared in the white water and came right back out smoothly and hit the wave one more time. So as we
Paddle
see Jetty
on
in the back.
outside. Two paddles. Up and riding is red with gold on the outside. Split screen, ladies and gentlemen. We got red on the top screen, gold on the bottom, grabbing his rail. Both surfing very similar. Jed on the inside in red, looking it up, flowing it, just catching his nose in the powerless section of the wave. Gold coming through, making it, milking it all the way through into the pocket, rail to rail, using his lengthy body. Does he finding it all the way through? Very strange, coming through all the way. You can see those rocks below him, right there into the bricks work. One more time. Nice ride by Gold.
Well,
Sean Murphy.
Sean Murphy,
USA.
definitely is gonna put a good score here. He's gonna give Garth and Jetty a run for their money. While we see this lineup bringing some waves out the back, let's see what happens. Marquinhos is sitting by himself with priority.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, moms and dads, grannies and grandpas, and my cousin, we're standing by for the next interview of the previous winner of the heat.
All right, so I'm here with Owen Fairweather from Vico, Australia, one of the young guns coming out of Oz. And wow, you ripped that heat apart, man. How are you feeling?
Oh, pretty good after that one. It was hard waves, pretty challenging. It wasn't very fast or anything. It was just kind of luck of the draw who actually gets sets, but pretty happy that we got waves.
No, man, that's great. You're surfing really well out there. Understanding you're traveling with a bunch of guys from the KSV. How's that experience been for you?
Oh, it's been really good. Just like a good group of guys, really fun to hang out with them and just getting good waves with them. It's perfect here. It's like a surfer's paradise.
Not a bad surf trip to JB.
Not at all. It's been awesome.
Tell me a little bit about your board. What you riding here?
I'm riding an Eastern Light Mick Pierce board. He's a local shaper from down our way. I'm riding my 5.8. It's just a smaller, grovelly board for waves like that. But yeah, it went perfect in small little kind of average waves.
And I see you've got a bit of South Africa with you on the deck.
Yeah, the paddy pads, I love them. They're really good. They go really good. They're sticky and they also protect your knees well.
That's awesome, man. I know your old man's out here and you got a bunch of buds with you, but what do you got to say for the people watching from around the world?
Oh, thanks everyone, especially back at home for all the support and everyone who tuned in to watch this. It's an awesome event and it's really good for the sport. It's made us look a lot more professional.
Awesome, man. Well, congrats. We can't wait to see you in the next heat, and back to you in the studio. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Shane, and well done. Look at this little knuckle building up here on the inside. Coming there. There's a ride in the far corner, but I'll be watching that middle knuckle forming. Kind of waves like shifting now. It grows in the middle, then it kind of shifts to the right-hand side a bit. You got to keep on your toes.
That's right. That's right.
There we go.
As you can see, he came into that inside, and now he's looking to a nice paddle. But if I'm not wrong, he'll probably gonna have a wave in front of him that he might be able to get into. I don't know if he's gonna do so. As we see white on top, see the replay on blue.
There's the replay. Nice off the bottom, fairly smooth off the top. Once again, smooth off the top. Coming through all the way onto the inside section. Nice.
He served that well. That was he did what he had to do on that wave. He didn't give him much of an option. Kind of died down on him on the inside, but I think he's gonna put a little score on that. Meanwhile, we see that Jed has a 9.5 as a combination scores. Garth Price is sitting second with an 8.6. Sean Murphy third with a 5.9. And Marquinhos Skelton is in the fourth position with 4.87. As we are coming to the 8-minute mark, still lots of waves coming up, and there's still plenty of opportunity for the boys to change the situation. Let's see what else comes up here.
Can see these corduroy lines peeling down the rock shelf on the right hand side. Some surfers sitting in the middle, jockeying for position. 3 in the middle, 1 seated wide. Some lines building up on the outside, yeah, faint lines. All about positioning yourself, not too deep, making sure with the crumble of the wave, tide coming full higher, big shift of the ocean, got to position yourself, make sure judgment is critical.
Yes, indeed. You have to be very aware of what the sea is doing. That way you can adjust your strategy, move around the line up, and don't get caught up on the inside while you have a decent set coming up.
You're right there, Haken, because the sea is continuously moving. And so therefore you've also got to be in the motion of the ocean.
Exactly. The motion in the ocean, that's right. That cannot be described any better.
There's a paddle. Is a ride on the outside. That's blue. Does he come around the white water? makes it far more difficult now. Those of you who are watching with the condition of the wind, makes the wave more crumbly, therefore doesn't make a cleaner face. Therefore, you've got to position yourself to make sure that you're able to ride the remaining of the wave without actually getting caught in the white water that is continuously now chasing down. Therefore, with the offshore, it gives you the more bowlier type of wave, the cleaner the face, and so much easier for riding on. Once you get into the white water here, you've got to make sure that you actually try get out of that and stay back into the face of the wave as it comes down the actual point in our view at the current moment now.
Absolutely, absolutely. We can see that this is the second time Marquinhos is catching a wave way on the inside, and I think he should change his strategy and try to come out to the outside and catch a much cleaner face, because we know that he can put up the scores. But local knowledge always is a key. As you can see, that Jetty and Garth both have placed good scores and maintained themselves within advancing positions in the first and second place.
Yes, I can see Jed's just pacing himself, knowing he's got it in the bag right now. Buffy's feeling happy with himself as well. It's gold and blue that have got to pick up the momentum, try jockey for position, and see if the waves are coming. But then also you've got to contend with priority and all these various other things, as there is a competitive atmosphere at the current moment out there now. It's not as if we're free surfing and everything. It's all on edge. It's you against time. It's you against Mother Nature of the ocean, and sometimes you've got to block that, and you've just got to become all at one, and get into the routine and know that it shall occur. And let's see what's occurring now on the outside. You can see one or two lines building up. Are we seeing a paddle? Looks like we're seeing a paddle from red.
Yeah, the boys will try to readjust, see what happens here.
It's much easier looking at out of our big screen of the actual front window, sliding door office.
Looks like white.
Here we go, white. Here's Garth Price. It's Buffy. Nice strong turn. Coming through the face of the wave. Nice little bash off the top. Jed paddling on the outside in red. Missing it. So only right now it's Buffy at the current moment, and blue picks it up on the inside. Haken, just as you spoke earlier on, waiting on the inside for that wave. Buffy going strong. Blue on the outside. Mr. Marquinhos, there he goes. Nice turn.
Nice. Very well done.
Going all
As
the
we
way
see
through.
blue.
Grabbing the rail. Pumping the rail in the section. Nice drive off that board. More nice drive off that board. Timing not so there towards the end. Also seeing that Mr. Garth Price was in front of him, and not to actually cause any injuries or any kind of like unsettlement.
That is correct. That is correct. As you can see, once again, Marquinhos moved to the right spot, but decided to catch the wave that's coming from the inside. And he wasn't able to fully commit to the face of the wave as he was battling the white water for most of the time. And there's yellow.
Sean Murphy. He's not giving up either. He knows the heat is on, and while the heat is on, he's going to be coming through strong. Nice turn. Back into the power of the wave. Coming around the section, as you can see. Therefore, just closes out in front of him. He knows that it's end of the time for him and that he should position himself back onto the outside.
That's right. When we have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in the clock, we have a little change of situation. Now Garth is on the first position with an 11.27 combination. Jetty has been relegated to the second spot with a 9.5. Murphy still on third with a 7.5, and Marquinhos Kelton on the fourth position with 6.8.
Yeah, Buffy will be happy with that.
Well, Buffy has managed to do it right.
We're coming up almost to the 2-minute mark, Haken.
Yes,
Coming up almost to the 2-minute mark, my friend.
I don't know if they're gonna have enough time to get out there to catch another wave
Well,
as we
while
see
we've
the
got enough
replay.
time, we're going to watch the replay. We're watching Buffy on the inside and Blue on the outside. Here we go. Buffy's taking the lead. This is Blue playing it smoothly, working it off the tail, grabbing the rail, bringing it back into the power of the wave, comes through the section. You can see how nice he drives up the face of the wave and down the face of the wave. No face of wave there, so why should I continue anymore?
Yes, yes. I think he took the right decision there and pull out and try to paddle to the back and see if within the 2-minute mark he could, collect on another wave. As we see White incoming. I think he says, I've done my strategy, I've collected, I'm going to save my arms.
Yeah, I think he's, what they say, you can throw in the towel, and he's coming in early. He's feeling proud with himself. There's still a minute to go. Jed knows it's only until the final siren. Watch the replay. So this is Garth Price, Buffy. Drives it back into the white water, comes around the face of the wave, nice off the top there, comes, sets the line, grabs it around there, goes deep into the white water, comes around again into the face of the wave, driving the rail, turning one more time, smacks it off into the inside. Here comes a little fish bowl on the inside, little hop, skip and jump, bouncing, comes through the inside, nice top turn, and game over.
Yes, sir. He ticked all the right spots on that wave.
We got 20 seconds to go.
20 seconds.
I'm telling you now something this morning. Buffy was saying to me, like, gosh, Jed was saying, don't you beat me in the heat, and he was saying, listen, no one's going to tell me. I'm out here to be in the competitive atmosphere, and he's sure making a statement, and there's going to be one person seriously happy tonight, and that's Mr. Garth Buffy Price.
Nice. Well done. Well done.
Kneeboarder in white.
Yes. All right. We come into heat number 11th. Jerome Blanco, the man from France. Julian Earl from South Africa, Matthew Novakov from Australia, and Mark McLeod from Australia as well.
Tight looking heat, this one. We got Urian. We got Matthew Novakov, Mark McLeod, and Jerome Blanco. You got to watch these Novakov boys in blue. They're from kneeboarding royalty, down under.
Great riders, all of them.
The whole
Dad,
family. You know?
Two brothers.
You know, you always hear like father, like son. Now there, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
I don't think he never came off the tree, as a matter of fact, because they're all surf great.
Yeah.
They have a fantastic style. Obviously,
Kneeboard surfing royalty.
Yes, sir. Obviously, they have their equipment dialed, and everything works out for them. They look seamless in the waves. I had the chance to meet them a long time ago in Australia when I used to go to do the events over there, and they look so good.
Watching on the outside. Looks like the kneeboarder in gold. Paddle on the inside. Matthew Novakov turns it nice and tight. Placing it through, double hand paddle. Going still again. Putting it back. Right on the outside. That's red. Matthew Novakov still going. Right on the outside. Jerome Blanco. So we'll be waiting for some scores for that.
All right. So we want to go ahead and say hi to the people tuning in. We have Alan Stewart. Go Garth. The Garth man made it, so everybody's rooting for him. We have Richard Velasquez from Spain, Venezuela.
That's the two of us. One vision, old school religion.
That's right. So
all happening.
I didn't notice that we had the sands right here.
Yeah. It's a sand poikikos.
Oh,
it's
right.
a sand poikikos. It's a translation in Afrikaans. Poiki is like a pot where you put a whole lot of ingredients and you cook it over a fire. So this is the sand poiki.
All right.
Sand poiki.
We see
red. That's red. Urian.
That's Jerome.
No, Jerome.
From France.
Correct. All the way. Brings it back. Needs to just tempo down. Get the nerves out. Mark McLeod, nice floater re-entry. Brings it round, back into the white water, staying into the bowl, driving off the rail, turns the tail nicely, comes through, goes into the face of the wave, nice little floater re-entry.
Very nice.
Really good ride.
Very nice. Mark did good on catching this wave. A little slow heat this time. The wave looked like it lost a little bit of power. The boys have been trying to work really hard to make sure that they pass this session.
For all of them, huh?
Yeah,
What?
100%.
Matthew Novikov, rider in blue. Going through, nothing far in that one.
Yes, it's, like I say, it's quite hard.
Right, to those of you watching, we begin be crossing over. I'm not sure who's doing the interview, but I know it's going to be Mr. Garth Buffy Price standing there, board in hand, and he'll be smiling like the sun.
All right, I'm here with Buffy, Garth Price, winner of that last heat. I know you say you hate interviews, but you keep winning these heats, Stuart. What's going on?
Well, I'm stoked with today, you know. It's the wind's turned the other way, and the angle of the swell's running so much better off that reef. I was just glad. I think that Jed towards the end, he was winning, and that set that came through, he said go for it on my behalf, even though he had priority, and I thought, oh, let me just hit it. And after that, I don't think he might have got the back one, but I don't know what scored or what he did on the move on his wave. Yeah, and I didn't realize again towards like the last few minutes that I've done my share. I'm coming in.
Well done, Bree. You must be stoked. I know this board seems to be going really well for you. Anything you want to change, or what you got to say about it?
No one must take it off me.
He's keeping a tight grip on it, Buffy. What you got to say to the people back home? Then I'll let you go grab a beer.
Yeah, aloha, and how's it to everyone that's all over the world? Who I don't know who's watching this, but Shandy is very.
Back to you guys in the studio. Cheers. Man.
Thank you very much, Shane and Mr. Buffy.
What a nice guy, huh? What a great surfer too. Amazing.
Jed.
Okay, and we see the replay on yellow here.
This was happening whilst the actual interview was continue. I think that the interview was more entertaining than that wave.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if you noticed, he was right on the rocks, man. I mean, that is so close. And like I said, the conditions have gotten a little bit harsh for this heat number 11, and everybody's fighting for it.
In comparison to this morning.
That is correct.
Jerome.
The Frenchman.
Yeah, he's not giving up either.
Great surfer, Jerome, man. I've
There
seen
you
him
go.
do some
Look at
amazing
him.
surf.
Rail to rail, all the way through the inside. He knows.
Yeah, that's all you can do with the conditions that we
He's in
have
here with
at
an
hand.
opportunity. You got to give him what he got.
Yes. As we look at the scores, we see Mark still on first place with a 4.67. Matthew Novikov in the second position with 4.33. Jerome Blanco before this wave has a 4.03. So you have to factor in a wave for Julian, and we'll see.
Looks like
the
a great
situation.
little wave building on the horizon.
Oh yes.
Mark McLeod. Watch him. Going through. Here we go. Here looks like maybe the best wave of the heat so far in comparison.
Yes,
One
indeed.
behind it, possibly first ride.
We have the man in white.
Mark McLeod coming through all the way. Great looking wave. Watch for the maneuver. Done and deal. Here we go. Another one. Done deal. That's two deals been done with a nice little snap of the tail. Coming through the face of the wave. Winding himself up. Going right back into the white water. Placing a statement. Great ride.
Excellent execution for the man in white. He waited patiently for a set wave, and it has paid off for him. So far, the best I've seen.
Certainly.
I'm not a judge, but I can attest that this will be the
just from analyzing on what we visually see
That's
in
correct.
comparison.
So a much complete ride, multiple maneuvers into the face, clean wave. So I'm pretty sure that the judges are gonna
Yeah, we'll
reward
wait
this.
for the scores.
Let's see what they give him. And I'm pretty sure that he's gonna jump into the first
There'll
place.
be a shift in position.
Absolutely. Want to thank our sponsors, Casio, the timekeeper. As we have 11 minutes and 30 seconds left on heat 11 of the open round.
There we go. Mark McLeod at 10.50 in pole position. Nice mark. Laying down the hammer. Making a statement. Jerome Blanco in second from France. Matthew Novikov, another Australian, in third. And Urian Irwi in fourth. Approximately just over 10 minutes, 10:54 minutes remaining in this heat.
So they gave Mark a 5.83. As I was trying to mention before, it was a good judgment on it. It was the best wave, set wave, open face, multiple maneuvers, well executed and completed all the way to the inside.
Correct, sir. Even just by sitting here, one could see the volume of that water coming through like no other prior to it. Well done to Mark, positioning himself well and making sure that riding it all the way through, putting him into pole position.
Yes, indeed. Still conditions and good waves coming in. You have to be patient. You have to make a precise selection of wave, and you will get the rewards. It's still possible for Jurian to collect on a wave, as second and third position have only 4.73.
Correct, Haken. Haken, as we sit here now, back home, what are you riding? Beach break, slab, point, left and right reef? Your general, your home break if you were to go and get wet.
My home break is a place that we call California. It's a funny name, but California is what I call home. That's what I surf most of the time. It's a beach break.
Thank you.
Left and right
Left
beach
and
breaks.
right. Yes.
It's a short wave, but sometimes comes to a much better looking option.
Nice.
As we see blue up and right in here, we've
Yes,
got
Matthew Novikov.
Man, let's see if that wave pans out for him in the inside.
Yeah, no, he's given up on it, and it gave up on him.
That's correct. So as I was saying, Chame, we have a sand button, but we have many waves. It's like a mile and a half of waves, so it's pretty good.
Here's Urian.
There he is. There
in
he
gold.
is. Good
Takes
wave.
it off the top. 2 turns so far. Back into the face of the wave, making sure staying with it. Brings the tail round, driving it up all the way through. Turns it into the pocket, coming through the inside. Don't be cruel to animals. There he goes. All the way through into the, snaps it off the top, comes
There
around. A little jump up and down. Yeah, a little signature to himself. He's happy with that.
As I was saying, it's anybody's game. Now, if I'm correct on my assessment of this wave, he's probably going to be jumping into the second position right here with that wave. If I'm not mistaken, that will be the best wave of the heat.
Well, we'll wait and see. Here we go.
See what the judges give
See,
him.
pedal strong, double hand pedal. Clean takeoff. Sees what's in front of him, making sure, comes off the top, 1 turn. Comes around the bottom again, into the fishbowl, comes around the section, 2 turns. Back into the white water, coming through off the bottom, driving himself up. As I said before, don't be cruel to animals, and the Dacre just duck dives underneath him included. Here he goes onto the inside, 3 turns, nice, going through. He'll be happy with it. Wait for it. There it is, giving it to himself.
There it is, you guys. Everyone at home watching. Heat 11 of the Open Men's Division. 7 minutes left. We've definitely going to see a change of situation. Let's see a recap here on white, and we're going to go back to the scores. The man in white tried to get out to the open face, quick in and out, not much to see, so he's going back out the back.
Right, there's going to be a certain change of position, as you had said. Hey, can look at that. You're on Irwi into second place. What is it you got there? A 9.30, huh?
Yeah,
Mark
that's
McLeod,
that's
he's
a
in
combination.
with a 10.50, and Matthew Navakov's got a 4.97, and Jerome Blanco, he's got 4.73.
As I was saying before, he got a 7.00 on that ride. The man, the local, was able to factor in, picked up the best wave in the set, and didn't harm any animals on his ride, but he was able to put some damage into the scoring and got himself into the second position to advance.
Certainly.
All right. Let's see what's happened out the back. Looks like
Everyone's
a couple of
sitting and
waves.
waiting. We got red, white, and blue.
Priority sits with the leader of the heat.
Here's the paddle.
In white, we see Jerome Blanco from France.
Nice riding by Jerome Blanco. Red, white, and blue. The colors of the French flag were out there with the signets they're wearing. There's a nice wave building up. What I can see from our office, we need to pan out and just get the horizon. There's white. He's questioning. White is questioning. What are the options?
I believe he's asking for the situation. He wants to know what the scores are, so he can potentially take off in a different wave and maybe up his scores. Right.
It's the last thing you need to get is the frustration, you know? Start
Yes.
questioning it. However, rather just focus on the task at hand.
I'm surprised to see Matthew on the fourth position in this heat, but conditions are really hard, and I think he was taking off from some certain waves on the inside while he was making time for the set, but it
Well-
didn't pan out for him.
Hey Ken, we all have good and we all have bad, you know?
Yes, sir.
And this is just like what the ocean produces. You've got to be there for it, and if not, it's just going to go past you.
Alright, so we have 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in this heat. White is still on first with a 10.5. Urian was able to put himself in the second position with a 7-point ride, the highest scoring wave this heat. Combination with a 9.3, as we see
There we have
red.
Jerome Blanco trying to get the most out of nothing.
Bit of frustration out there. It
Correct.
had to be.
Yes,
You had to be
yes.
frustrated.
He's really trying to see, is there anything that I can do without trying to do much?
Yes.
Everyone's waiting, far corner, position, lining up in the center here. One or two corduroy lines from the outside coming through, building up slowly. You can see the outside one looks the thickest.
Oh yeah, 2 minutes left. I think the
Mark will
waves
be
popping
holding
up.
priority, the color in white. Urian will be chomping at the bit in color gold. Red not deciding to go on the in one. Don't take Matthew Navakov out of the picture either.
Oh no, we
Here
know.
goes something.
We know he can
It's
make
all
some
about
damage.
holding priority. It's in your favor.
Well, as we see white and yellow
there you go.
paddling, but it's blue the one that is probably going to get the upper hand.
Here we go.
And there he is.
I'm telling you now, he knows. He's got 2 minutes and 12 seconds remaining. Matthew Navakov, here he is on the inside, double hand paddle, bringing that board back. Really working hard.
Oh, no.
Just incomplete.
So unfortunate for Matt. I know he's got it in him to make gold out of sand on these waves, but unfortunately came unstuck here, and that is not gonna factor in. I don't believe it could maybe improve his situation, but I
Watch.
don't think it's gonna be enough to take him.
Here he paddles.
Let's have a look.
Nice in the beginning. Back into the wave. Comes around the white water. Thinking what to do. Twisting that tail on the inside. Double hand paddle. Swings it back onto the inside. Wishing that he had just got enough more there and just subsides the nose and body weight distribution. Sinking on the rail. Here's the last attempt in 1 minute to go.
Yes, he was able to at least
Paddle, no ride.
get out of the
Gold
fourth
up
position.
and riding. This could be the game changer. Urian comes back, smacks it into the white water. Not really a smack, but a subtle turn. Wiggling out, little tail flick. Does he go into the inside section? Finds the inside section, cuts back again, and just yet again you can see the inside hasn't got it, what they're wanting it to have.
Yeah.
Questioning himself, what did I do?
Tricky
The
inside for
replay.
sure.
That's the paddle.
That's the last of Red. I don't think he did much
Yeah,
on this. He was
Jerome,
looking
huh?
at his watch.
Yeah. He's
seeing
just
how much
jumping
time
up
he
and
had.
down like a jack in a box.
And frustration just kicked in, and
Yeah.
he backed out of it. Matthew Novakov was able to come up to the third position over Jerome Blanco, but it was not enough for him to get into the second place. However, Jurian did improve in his scoring. He still remains on second position, but
place.
he now has a 10.23. And there he is on screens right now.
This is the replay of Urian going through, takes it back into the white water. Right, we're getting ready for the next heat. We're just waiting for the beach horn. As you can see, Urian going it through, tries to flick it and dipping the nose.
All right, folks. Now we're gonna say until later, as
Tot ziens.
the heavy hitters of the broadcast are coming in. Mr. Albert Munoz
Yeah. Liam Torres and Albert.
and
Take
Liam
a seat,
Torres.
gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Morning, you guys. Morning. Just a quick hello from J Bay here. It's a little bit overcast, but the surf is absolutely firing, and yeah, we're gonna take a little stroll there. So it's greetings to all you guys from overseas, from the States, from Brazil, from Australia, New Zealand. You guys are going to be very welcome here. We are going to be super stoked to have you. I've just heard on the radio that South Africa has just been voted the most friendly place in the world. So there we go. We've got supers behind me here. It is super nice this morning, kind of in this 4-foot range, and really going off, as you can see in the background there. And yeah, we are so looking forward to entertaining you guys. You're going to enjoy our local brews. There's quite a few craft ales around here, and you're going to be you're going to leave overweight with the what we call a braai vleis. which is a barbecue or whatever you want to call it, but it's always done over a wood fire. It's reduced to coals. So yeah, just saying we're looking.
Right, we're back. Right, we're back. I've brought myself a new commentator now, Mr. Liam Torrens, whatever. We got action straight away though. Right, we're back. We're back. I brought myself a new commentator. Seem to be rotating through commentators. Some of them don't want to come back. Some of them don't know what's coming to them.
Look, I don't know if that's a Albert problem or just the general stage fright, but no, it's a pleasure to be here and enjoying the epic show that is the CineFX Kneeboard World Surfing Titles here in J Bay for 2024.
Look at me, I'm looking pretty relaxed on that camera.
Oh,
Just had a massage, I'm floating.
Well,
and you know what?
You would be with the amount of Denko rub on the back.
Oh yeah, I got a bit of massage was only about 2.5 meters away from where I'm sitting right now. It's very, very convenient to have a massage therapist on site. We have a new heat number 12. Mark Crawford was off to a quick start, only got a 2.33. This is Brendan Robson, an absolute legend of kneeboard surfing in Australia. And he's been spending a lot of time surfing this wave, studying it. He knows what he's doing.
He's spent plenty of time in the water under the watchful guidance of Mr. Terry Day on the Australian support team as such. We see him just getting off the mark there, and we'll see a quick replay here of Mark Crawford's wave, surfer in white. A few little wiggles to get around the section in the white water, and wait and see what this wave does on the inside for him.
I think he was trying to start his heat early is what he was trying to do there. I could see the strategizing. I could see it just through the webcast and the replay.
Oh, a little inside jam there.
Yeah.
On the inside bowl.
Yeah, I think there was rocks poking up and staring at him.
And here is Anton Wiersma from South Africa making his way through. A couple of nice cutbacks. Just waiting to see what this one does on the inside.
Very nice flow. What do you think? Very nice flow. Nice little re-entry. Left it with control.
Awesome to see him finishing it. We're really seeing the judges reward that inside section.
The completeness of the ride, right?
Yeah.
And here's Mark Crawford on a bomb at the back.
Making the most of that first section. Just a little cutback, keeping in the power source there. Very critical on a day like today, where the waves aren't providing quite the bowl that we'd like to see, but making the most of the conditions that we have here.
That was a nice little jam from Mark.
Just gets a little stuck behind to make that inside section, but we're paddling back out, and we see a little paddle battle going on out the back there between Brendan Robson and Paul O'Neill.
Priority is life. That's what it is.
So we see Brendan going for it with those flippers motoring away.
Yep. No. This is Paul O'Neill's from Victoria in Australia, and Brendan Robson's from New South Wales. There's a bit of a state-on-state Australian violence going on with that paddle battle. Be surprised. Paul's a very good paddler, but I'd be surprised if he gets there on time. I think, fortunately, we have the beach commentaries that are keeping everybody's priority situation up to date. Jeez, he's going really early.
Oh, he's
that was a bit of a wide one that didn't quite hit the reef like it was supposed to. One thing I'm noticing, Liam, is the tide's coming up very, very quickly.
Yeah, the tides here have been quite significant as we just jump into a quick replay here for the surfer in yellow.
Paul O'Neill
gets off the mark here with a nice cutback.
Tell you what, if he wasn't married, he'd be in the Farmer Wants a Wife sort of reality TV show for sure.
Yeah, that'd be right, down in Victoria, running his farm down there. Get a couple of nice turns in and done a little bit of work, and the inside just runs away from him, but a good start to the heat, no less, with the conditions that we have on hand.
Functional for
And
sure.
the judges rewarding that with a 5.33 for those outside sections, and making the most of what's on offer here today. And yeah, it's just jumping back to what Albert said there, the tide here is playing a massive role in the shape of the wave and the conditions that we're being served up. It's such a dramatic change on the beachfront here. We're seeing the rock shelf being fully exposed at times, and then that whole inside section now being quite covered in water.
Yep, sounds good. Well, Liam, now that we've got a little quiet moment here, we might as well pass it over to the interview for the winner of the last heat. Take it away, guys.
I think you've been surfing out there more than anyone else this competition. What's getting you through it? I've heard shouts that it might be Guinness and you might need a sponsorship soon.
Mate, that'll be all time. I'm on my way to Ireland after this. I'll tune in when I get there. No, mate, I'm just losing heats, deliberately getting second so I get another opportunity. I mean, I surfed every round so far, and what a pleasure. You don't mind, because, you know, obviously the first round, go to the second round. It was so dreamy out there this morning. You can't complain about having to do a few reps.
And man, you've been absolutely ripping. I see it's a heart design. Are there any special ingredients that have gone into this board?
I actually got this a couple of years ago and just chucked it in the board bag, brought 3 with me, and kind of jumped on this at one little spot, and I haven't got off it. It's just worked unreal. The other one's working good, but just really clicked with this board, so hopefully it survives the next few days. But no, Bruce is always a magician. So, no.
Oh man, I'm stoked. Well, make sure it doesn't get too close to the rocks. We're going to end off. I just want to know if you got anything to say to the family back home and all those viewers.
Shout out to everyone back home, Jace, all the boys, everyone involved in our sport, all the guys that couldn't be here, my family, always supporting me, my partner, and big shout out to Terry Day, always been in the boys' corner. It's been unreal to have him around this week, just guiding us through this, so much experience. And shout out to everyone that couldn't be here, wish you were.
All right, thank you, man. Good luck for the rest of it. Back to you guys in the studio. Cheers.
Awesome. Macca, seeking out a Guinness sponsorship.
Oh, he's getting it done, and he's you know, making pretty light work of the conditions on hand and getting his way through these heats. As he said, you know, he's surfed 3 times already, so you know, whatever he's doing is working for him. So let's hope to see him keep doing what he's doing. You see Paul O'Neill just taking off on a little inside one and getting a little stuck behind there. Just waiting to see what it has on offer.
I reckon that onshore sort of sea breezy bit made that section crumble in front of him, made it a little bit harder for him to catch up. But he still he got to the open face. He's got a few turns in, certainly enough to keep building up his score line. He only has a single wave of 5.33 so far.
It's still a very close heat as we're sort of halfway through here. We've got Mark Crawford, the surfer in white, sitting in first place on a 2.33 and a 3.50. So, you know, still right there. Paul in second in yellow, 5.33, awaiting a score for that last wave.
He just got it. He just got a 2.43 for that.
We see
wave.
Anton.
I think what's happening, what we're seeing at the moment, it might be a little bit misleading. It feels like it's been a very sleepy start, very sleepy half to the heat. It has that feeling about it that there might be a little bit of a frenzy at the end there. We got Paul O'Neill's replay. You can see he got stuck behind a little bit, but every one of those little sections that kind of caught him behind was a little bit crumbly, right? But he still managed to get around it, even though it was a fairly small wave. He still managed to get around it and still managed to functionally convert the wave into a score. May not be a keeper by the end of it. I don't know, Liam. I just got this feeling. There's just a frenzy coming.
You can feel it, man.
I can feel the rising waves of a frenzy of waves. That was terrible.
It's been a fairly slow heat, but we see Paul O'Neill jump into first place there with that little one just bumping up his 5 into the 7.76 range. So the boys underneath him got a little bit of work to do, but we'll see what the rest of the heat has to offer, with Priority holding a big ticket to success in this game at the moment.
Tell you who I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see what Anton can come up with, but right now we got Brendan coming up, so coming around this section. Nice little floater to hit there. Definitely taking advantage of the knowledge he's accumulated over the last few days out here. Nice little slash there, coming up to the inside section. Nice little floater there as well.
To finish. Yeah, he's definitely going to improve his situation there. Will remain to see what the judges have to say about that, as far as, you know, what that ended up looking like. As we see Paul O'Neill paddling wide here.
Yeah, wide and on the inside too a little bit, isn't it?
Well, if he puts it together, we know the judges have been rewarding those combinations. If you're keeping it on rail to rail and getting that little end section finish, it's proving a point. We saw it yesterday with Carl Ward with that phenomenal 9.5 that he dropped late in the day.
Yep. Absolutely.
And then, you know, Steve van der Watt as well in his final heat of the veterans yesterday afternoon, dropping that massive heat total for some incredible rail work out here. So they're definitely putting it up there.
That was a great end of the day, that one, that heat. I remember we went back to the pad and we were watching that and doing our commentating on our commentating. It's pretty good work.
It's a good review.
Yeah,
I think we've
absolutely.
got to keep the boys on their toes as we see some waves coming through, and here goes Anton using this wave to see if he can improve his situation. Sitting on a 517, and he's just making his way through. You can really see nice little cutback. It's giving him that little inside ball, and it's just going to run away from him there, unfortunately for Anton. We'll see what the judges throw at that one. It's not much between him and Mark Crawford in second place, so we'll see what the remainder of this heat. And here we see Mark Crawford taking off on the whitewash out the back there.
Yep. Didn't I promise you a frenzy at the end of this heat?
You did, but we're not quite at the end yet, Albert.
No, I know, but...
Here goes Mark lining up this little end section here. What can he do?
Oh my God, look at that section. It's just begging.
Gets a little jam off the top.
Little jam off the top
converts
there.
it.
What's Paul O'Neill doing? He's trying to get around it,
You can see
Is
that
he going to make
wave.
it around there?
Oh, he's just pulled off. We might have a little paddle battle on our hands here. Back to the peak for priority here.
Wow.
Keep your eyes peeled. The priority judges are going to have to be on their game.
Well, this is priority has certainly made the paddle back out an exciting part of the heat. I've never been so excited to watch people paddling back out in the middle of the heat.
It's a big one out here. There's plenty of paddling if you get one all the way through the inside, as we see Brendan Robson really putting in the hard yards there out the back.
Definitely a lot of distance to cover too.
So
when I was out in my heat earlier, I definitely had a fair bit of distance to cover as soon as I kicked out of a wave.
Yep.
But the other thing too, Liam, is there was a choice to be made. I had a choice as to which direction to paddle out. I could have paddled wide. I could have paddled straight towards the inside. Had a lot of choices, and those choices were ultimately. I reckon those choices were ultimately consequential because the positioning of it isn't. You got positioning at the end of your paddle, but you also have priority at the end of your paddle.
We're seeing a lot of people picking up those sort of inside runners on the way back out. You know, we saw Tom Novikov pick up a few nice ones in his heat earlier and convert into very competitive scores. So it's definitely an option out there with those wider sets rolling through. But wow, have a look at this heat. We've got 7.76 in first place for Paul O'Neill in yellow, 7.67 for Mark Crawford in white, and Anton Wismar 7.47. So ultra competitive heat, and you know the judges have got a tough job on their hands here, splitting these waves and figuring out where the points will fall. So we'll wait and see what happens in the remaining 4.5 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, to add a bit of depth to that particular conversation, Paul O'Neill and Anton both have a 5 on their scoreline. Mark Crawford is a 3.5 and a 4.17. So for Paul O'Neill and Anton, they have the greatest possibility to gain the most out of another scoring wave.
There's some movement out the back here.
Yeah.
You see a set starting to roll in, and Brendan Robson
on a bomb. Look at this.
Making use of that priority he gained from that paddle earlier, so his efforts really paying off here with the opportunity to convert into a good score.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? He was thinking from the very beginning he would have had that plan of catching the first wave of that set.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, earlier in the week.
You reckon Terry would have been on the beach there with a few signs and a few signals and all that sort of stuff?
Oh, look, it's very possible as we see Brendan just finish it off on the inside there. I think he's pretty happy with that one.
Very functional. Very functional, start to finish. Kept the judges interested. I think he's going to do quite well on that. That might be his best wave yet.
Yep. And we'll wait and see what the judges convert that one into.
Yeah, that's why I said maybe. I wasn't being a judge there. I'm not bold enough for that sort of stuff.
That's a big commitment.
Absolutely,
that one right there.
Absolutely.
No,
here's Crawford turning around on. Obviously, been granted a little bit of a leeway from the other competitors in this heat.
A little inside here, and he just brings it around the corner, waiting to see if this one's going to stand up. It looks like it might just bowl up for him on the inside here.
It definitely has some possibilities. He's still got a fair way to go on this wave.
He's got to really make it. And he's decided that that's not the route he wants to take, and
might have been getting yelled at by a rock that was barely submerged.
Out the back of that one and back into the paddle. So
yeah.
Here we go.
2.5 minutes left. Coming down to the wire. One of the things we do in the commentary booth here, Liam, is we poke out the window and see if there's a set coming, just so that we have a bit more of an insight and bit more anticipation. Because what we see on the screen, although it's quite insightful, I like to build up a bit of drama.
Well, it looks like there's a little bit of a wave out the back here, so we'll wait and see if Paul O'Neill or Anton improve their current situation. So Anton only needing a small score there with the 5 as his main score.
Yeah, he only needs a 2.5 to advance into second place.
That's really not asking much in these conditions for a surfer such as Anton.
Absolutely.
And here we go. Here he goes, taking off in the little whitewash pocket here. And what can he make out of this one? Nice big searing cutback for the first turn. Second one through. Here we go, lining up the inside. Paul O'Neill off out the back.
Let's stay with Anton for a moment here. He's lining up this section on the inside. He's got a lot of interest. I can see it already. Nice little
jam.
half jam here, trying to set up for that. Ooh, very nice connection with that inside and running away with. Is there a completion there? I don't know.
I'll leave that one to the judges, Albert, as we were talking about earlier.
Absolutely.
No tall order that they're up to.
No, that's it. Now we got Crawford. Crawford out the back. There's only 1 minute left. This is all coming down to the wire again.
So there's going to be some big scores dropping in here.
Yeah.
We've seen a flurry of action with some great riding going on.
Yep, absolutely.
Brendan Robson, just for good measure, having a go at that last little one, but not quite chipping in. So we'll await the scores from the judges for that last one, and as the clock ticks down here into the final minute of this heat.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and I think Anton's turns there. We're displacing a fair bit of water in the open face, a few of them, with a bit of flow. I'd say he's definitely going to increase his scoreline. The question is I don't know. I get the feeling that he might have come away with the win after this. We've only got 20 seconds left, and it's fairly quiet out there. There is one possibility here that looks like Brendan might have a chance at a little inside one. He's turning around for it.
Having a go.
Absolutely.
Leave it all out there.
Absolutely. No, this is no point in bringing any of it home. All right. So nice little steep one, and definitely managed his heat very, very well, I felt. Run away with it. Ooh, oh, watch out.
Into the rocks he goes. But
definitely left it all out there for sure. We got this replay popping up here. I think this is Anton's replay, is it? No. Anyway, we definitely Brendan can hold his head up high. That he definitely worked that heat as hard as it was possible.
Definitely put in a good effort, I think.
Oh my God, he also came in with like barely any effort on those rocks. I think I fell about 4 times coming in from my heat.
The different tides will get you.
I know, it's like ankle deep water, and somehow I ended up on my bottom like 3 times.
So in this next heat,
it was quite a spectacle. I was very glad that the cameraman was not on it.
Wow.
Or maybe there was an opportunity missed there. Surely somebody's got to have some footage of that. It was quite comical.
Here we've got the new heat in the water. Simon Farah, the surfer in red.
Have you heard of him before?
Oh, maybe once or twice.
Maybe once or twice.
I think he's pretty handy on a wave these days.
Yeah.
Might have a few good comp results across the years, Albert.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems to ring a bell, but I'm not really sure. I don't know.
I think
someone maybe we'll see something. Maybe
sparrows and tridents or something somewhere along the line.
Something about a sparrow. I don't know. Bubby was telling me the story about a guy that he named the sparrow because he had skinny legs. I'm not sure. I don't know. But we got Andrew Black from South Africa. Andrew Black, because we met him at the West Side Comp. He's an absolute legend of a human being. Same as Dion. Dion we met at the West Side Comp, but Matt Bentley seems to be the he was sort of having a scratch in there.
Interest in that one, but decided not for him. So yeah, Dion's been putting in some big stints out at Supers.
Absolutely.
Just up the point. Put
scary
on a
stints.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he wasn't scared. I was scared watching him.
Yeah.
Which Bentley is this? Is this the father or the son?
No,
Bentley.
This is the son, Matt Bentley. So he'll be competing against us in the Pro Juniors.
Yeah, nice little shot of the peanut gallery there. We got Garth and Lester, and is that Greg Holtzman as well?
Greg Holtzman there.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Taking in what is the spectacle that is the CineFX kneeboarding world titles here.
Absolutely. Well, Dion sort of took off on a wave there, trying to open his account early. Seemed like he was a little bit deep on it. We got some movement over here from. Who's this guy again? What's this guy's name again?
Simon taking off. Up and out. Not for him. So
no, not for him. But we got Andrew Black. Andrew Black has spent some time over here, out here over the years.
And he's, I believe, he's part of the South African team. Picked up his colours for this year's edition of the World Title. So he was very stoked with that. Nice little jam there as he brings it through to the inside. Looking for that inside finish. That's really paying the dividends on that inside, the risk reward. Especially with the tide the way it is as it's filling in here. There's a rock shelf that
definitely a functional wave for Andrew.
Get these little boils popping up in front of you and you're not sure what's under them, but
looks like we still got a few more waves to come. Here we got white. We got Matt Bentley in white.
Nice bottom turn.
Very nice jam.
Little tail drift on that one.
Very nice, and just flowing straight into the next one. He's still going.
Brings it through to the
still
inside.
going. Is there something popping up in front of him there?
Oh,
bam!
And a little float to finish.
Very nice.
Nice start to the heat there. For
Yeah,
Matt Bentley.
I reckon this Simon character's in trouble.
So, just jumping back to that last heat, we did see some scores change, and
oh, did we?
We did. So Anton jumped up into first place, so he improved as his last wave there. Your prediction was correct, Albert.
Woo!
The 5.77 came through in the end for that last effort, and then Paul O'Neill also improving his situation at the end with a 4.7. So Anton and Paul moving on, and unfortunately for Mark Crawford and Brendan Robson in the Opens, that is their heat done.
Yeah.
And dusted, unfortunately.
We'll have to get Mark Crawford a consolation prize Don Pedro this evening.
I think there might have to be a few of them going around.
Yep, absolutely.
All around for the connoisseur himself.
Absolutely. So we're still waiting for the scores to drop for that first exchange in this heat. It looks like there's it's going to be. Well, you see this. It fools me every time, right? I think, oh no, it's going to be quiet. Let's just talk some other story or make something up.
Well, if it's fooling us in here, imagine sitting out there.
I know.
It's even more confusing.
I know. I got fooled a few times while I was out there for sure.
It's hard to come up with a plan in these conditions, and you got to try and really,
yeah.
You know, you got to have a backup plan as well, because sometimes your main game isn't going to quite plan out the way you want it to or exist. You got to jump to that backup. So I think we see some lines of swell rolling in down the point here, and we'll
definitely
see how these surfers make the most of it. We see some scores dropping in. Matt Bentley jumping up to the front there with that 4.33, getting the best of that first exchange through the heats. Andrew Black at 3.83 for his little one that he jammed through on the inside.
Yep.
And then Dion and Simon just having throwaways to begin with for those little efforts.
Yep.
But
something tells me that Simon's got priority. Just by judging, either Dion or Simon have priority now.
See Dion looking out the back here for this
set. Yep.
Here we go. Dion taking off as he chips into this one.
Absolutely. No, that's a pearl. Look at that. That's amazing. Come on.
One of the better ones we've seen in a little while here.
Yeah,
oh,
absolutely.
Nice big carve coming through.
That tide helping out a lot, I think.
There he goes. Cutting it back to the power. Staying with it here.
Yeah.
What can he get on the inside?
Surely there's something coming on the inside. He can get a hold of it. Yep. I think
a little jam there.
Nice little jam there. We'll catch up with Simon's wave.
See the surfer in red out the back there.
Yeah.
Simon Farah just bringing it through. He's had a couple of cutbacks already. Just linking it as he makes his way.
That flow is. I think he's all right.
And the yellow board.
You say he's been around for a while? Hi.
We've got the man himself, Giggs, just sticking his head around the corner to keep an eye on things here and
make sure I don't get too out of control.
Well, the interesting thing is, the man standing next to me has been renowned for riding those yellow built boards, and then here we see Simon riding a yellow flashpoint. So Bruce Hart design.
Spray my boards black next year.
Well, you hear it. You've heard it here first. Giggs is going black boards next year. Will they be carbon? Will they just be black? Nobody will know.
Yeah. I'd love to see that replay of Simon's one from the very beginning. I think there was some action in there that we might have missed. Might have been good to would be great to have a look at it if our production crew can magically conjure that up for us.
As we see Simon committing to that big paddle out the back there, as we were discussing earlier, Albert, just a long way to go.
Well, I mean, you're riding away for a long time, so it makes perfect sense. But I'm just thinking. I just got a feeling that maybe there was some, like the bulk of that scoring potential came from those first couple of turns while we were paying attention to Dion there. Simon netted himself a 5.33 for that wave, and now he's moved himself into first place. Matt Bentley's got still his 4.33, a very solid score. And who do we have out the back? It's Andrew Black
Andrew Black and
Matt Bentley seem to be sort of sitting at the top of the priority order. Not really sure in what order, but we'll just assume that if two waves come,
they'll be the two on them. As we see,
that's right.
A little bit of movement. Is there going to be a wave in here, or are we just going to wait and see?
It is
possible.
possible.
Wait it out for those bigger ones that are rolling through. As we're
yeah.
7 minutes into this heat, 13 remaining. We see Simon jump to the top there with his
with pretty much a single wave score. If you think about it, it's not, we don't really count a .13 as a keeper in any sort of sense of the word, especially with 12 and a bit minutes remaining. All kidding aside, though, I have heard of Simon Farrer before.
I think most people that are tuning in to this, I mean, I know at least definitely all the people that are here today at the event, and I'd say the vast majority of people that are tuning in are aware of exactly the caliber of surfer that Simon is, and not only in our sport, but as to a wider audience and a general all-around waterman. I think most people are pretty familiar with his talents.
Absolutely. I'm fortunate enough to only live about 20 minutes up the road from him, see him surfing from time to time. It's always a pleasure to watch and always a spectacle. One thing we should talk about, though, is the one of the sessions that we recently had at Super Tubes up the point here. Simon found himself in a bit of an injury, in a bit of a pickle, where he had just pulled into this barrel. As he was trying to come out, it basically said no. It just rolled him over and all that sort of stuff, and ended up with a bit of a rib injury. So I was talking to him earlier today, and he was I think he tried to get a little free surf down the beach here just to see if he could paddle. So the didn't look like it had hindered him too much. But
either way, it's not something you want to be playing with there. There's been quite a few people picking up knocks and scrapes and injuries across the various sessions that we've had here. So Simon with his rib. He also managed to somehow rip a leg rope almost all the way through his board, which is just demonstrating the sheer power.
Honestly, if we try to describe it here, nobody's going to believe us. We got Andrew Black here on taking off on a deep one.
Got a little jam in there in the first section as he tries to just get around, gets around, and looks
coming
like
around.
it might line up quite nicely for him through this inside.
Back in the open face, a couple of jams in there just to get on the steeper part of the wave here, just trying to get the most out of that, out of the power and his what is to offer.
Makes it through and
out
of that one with no more opportunity to present itself for him. But again,
absolutely. You know what, Liam? Let's try describing how Simon dinged his board. Let's try that.
I think doing circles underwater at 8-foot supers are pretty self-explanatory, and the surfers out the back there asking for a situation update. They're not
waving at us. They're waving at the beach commentary to get an update on the situation.
I think just the tight leg rope wrapped around the front of the board. Somehow Simon's gone off the nose, and it's just somehow his leg rope is just sliced.
Look, it's a 1 in a million. It's a 1 in a million. I'm going to beg Simon to post it online just because it's that amazing. The actual leg rope went parallel to the stringer from the nose down about 60 centimeters?
Oh, at least. And here we see Matt Bentley paddling for this one out the back here, trying to improve on his first scoring ride and taking off through the section. And
very nice wave. I reckon Matt Bentley had priority there. Because if you let Simon have a wave like that, have a sniff at a wave like that, he was
nice cut back through.
He would have just thrown elbows just to get you out of it.
What can we get on the inside here?
Nice cruisy pace to it.
A little 360 attempt there. Didn't quite convert off for him, but look, it's the second wave for Matt, and we'll see what the judges have to say about it, because that's in these conditions that might be all he needs. We'll just have to wait and see as we see Greg Holtzman and Garth Price taking in the conditions, making notes of what to look for and what waves to keep an eye on for the later events.
There's some stories there in there.
Oh, absolutely. As we see some action here. Andrew Black taking a wide one here. Here he goes, trying to make the most of this inside, and there's some dolphins cruising in on the left of that as well.
Right. Can we call interference from the dolphins?
Oh, I don't think we can quite call that one, Albert.
Definitely the landlords out there, aren't they? Whoa!
Whoa!
We had a nice little jump. Look at the dolphins behind Simon. It's like
taking off.
It's like he conjured it up himself.
And in and out.
Yeah,
the
no,
Dolphins
he
are
was a
converting
little
that
bit late.
scoring opportunity a little bit more than.
He was a little bit late, but there's definitely some. If we go back to the wide pan shot, we might be able to see some of those dolphins flying around the lineup here.
That's just part of the beauty of lower point here, as we see Andrew Black seeking the inside for that section, but
trying to command attention away from those dolphins. I don't think it's going to work with that particular wave, but look, he had to go.
That's a big pack of dolphins moving through there. Part of the experience here in South Africa. It's we've had whales. We can see these dolphins cruising through. So
yeah, look at him.
Wow.
Look at him. Simon's out there. There's a
Simon taking off on the inside, trying to convert this into a score here.
This one's forming up nicely.
Oh,
look at that. Look at that. Oh, how many of those turns have we seen over the years?
Just that extra degree of drive through his turns
and flow.
People reward.
Absolutely.
Just linking this one through the inside, looking for that end section.
I'll be curious to see whether his ribs hurting after all that. Looked like he was putting in some effort in there.
There we go. Just finishes it off nicely on the inside there. A little float.
Dion would have had a few good turns on the way through as well. I'd like to see the front half of that wave. Maybe we can queue up a replay of that.
So we'll just wait and see what the judges have to say about that little exchange there. The people on the beach here just enjoying this huge pot of dolphins moving through. So the boys are being busy paddling back out. Wait and see what the priority situation remains to be here.
All right, so I think we're ready to hear from Anton from the previous heat win. Love to see what he has to say. Take it away, guys.
So I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Anton Viesma. How are the waves out there?
It was pretty tough, Really slow and pretty weak, But
what board were you riding? Because you were flying through sections out there.
A little 5.7, but yeah, it was really weak, so it wasn't flying.
Yeah. Do you have anything to say to the listeners back at home? Anything?
Thanks for watching, guys. It's been a great time. Lots of fun. Come down and watch.
Okay. Back to the studio.
And there we go, Anton taking out that last heat as we see some scores drop in for the current heat in the water as they've got 5 minutes remaining. We see a bit of a wider set breaking through, and I think that's Andrew Black taking off there, and a little replay here first.
Yeah, I want to see this replay. This would be a good one. We got distracted by the dolphins. We're still distracted by the dolphins.
And here goes Andrew on the inside.
Andrew on the inside with a nice little runner on that inside. Looks like there's a few boils coming up on the inside on him, but he managed to sort of get
just comes unstuck on that Rio there. Would have been a nice conversion.
He might as well walk up the back. It looks like he's in very shallow water there.
Full commitment to that end section, which if he pulled it off, I dare say the judges would have rewarded.
Absolutely. So Simon's sitting at the moment with a couple of fives, high fives, 5.77 and a 5.33. Andrew Black has a 4.33 and a 3.83. We'll see if that last wave helps him up his score line a little bit. Dion's got a really solid 4.07, but his backup is a bit needs some work on his backup. We got some movement happening at the back here. Is this Matt Bentley taking off on this wave? Took off really deep, but it looks like it's got some potential there.
Line up for him if you can get around this section.
Yeah, it just has that little bit of that crumble, and sometimes you just gotta.
Just a little too deep there for Matt to get around, but hopefully he can scramble on his board and get back out there, and might actually even retain
priority maybe
situation if he can scramble here against Dion, because we see
Definitely
Andrew
possible.
Black hanging on the inside and Simon making his way back out to that takeoff point. So.
Yeah,
definitely one to keep an eye on for the, for what could be the outcome of this heat. Really looking for those last few waves there, because it's still very close, very competitive heat.
Yep, but time is ticking away, right? We got 3 minutes and 40 seconds there. I'm trying to keep my eyes on the horizon here and seeing if there's any sets coming that are outside of the frame, but
doesn't look like there's much on offer at the moment. But
it does that. It does that. We're sitting there waiting for no waves to come, and the next thing you know, a set pops up. So my timing on this has not been good.
You tried to promise a flurry of waves at the end of the last heat, and you got it. So
I did. That was pretty good.
That was not a bad prediction, Bert.
No. I'll take that one. Nice feather on the cap. But we were thinking about no waves coming through, and there's still a few lines popping up on that horizon. They just pop up out of nowhere.
Yeah,
those dolphins were pretty special, though. In the meantime,
there's dolphins, there's whales, there's all sorts of wildlife down here. I think the other day when we were in the water out at Seal Point, rather ironically, there was no seal but an otter.
Yeah, I know. I thought it was a seal, given that it was Seal Point, but no, I was corrected. And fortunately, because I was like, "Ooh, that's a really funny looking seal." But whatever, we're in Seal Point. I just assumed it was a seal. I was fooled, but I was corrected. Right, this line that was coming up earlier, Matt Bentley's taking off again, really deep.
Oh, nice first turn there. Comes around.
Plenty of
nice little float there just to get around the section. Quite a functional maneuver, and looking for this little inside bowl. Little turn down, top turn.
Nice wrap.
Driving cutty back to the power as it's just gonna stand up for this inside bowl.
Ooh,
what can
give
he
it,
get
give
here?
it.
Here we go.
Come on.
Lining it up.
Come on. Woo!
Oh, and there it is.
Very nice. Very well controlled as well.
It'll be interesting to see where that score rolls in for Matt Bentley.
I have a feeling he's saving the more radical turns for the later heats.
Well, there's 2 minutes remaining on this heat, and there's still some more waves coming, so we might see some situation changes and some last-minute scores dropping in.
Dion's looks like he's in perfect position for an absolute bomb.
So Dion paddling out the back.
And Simon's trying to mind control him into letting him have it.
Well, there's one behind it as well.
Yeah, I know. There's definitely some opportunity here. This is going to be a busy minute and a half for us.
We're into the last 90 seconds here as we see Dion coming off the bottom. Oh.
Nice turn there. Nice and turn, nice and loose. That board's looking very nice.
Banks it off the foam.
Very nice and loose. We'll stay with Dion for a second, and we'll try and get to Simon's wave.
Standing up on the inside here for Dion. Oh, it goes for the little
looking
barrel.
for a little barrel. Nice turn from Simon there, but yeah, Dion, come on, make it, control, yes.
Simon.
Absolutely, Simon was doing Simon things up the back there, but
his work through the inside, looking for the finish, but
we'll have to go through that replay, I think, because there was one turn in there that kind of saw off the corner of my eye that was pretty special.
Oh, nice.
That was a nice little flowing maneuver
Simon.
there. We have
Andrew
Black at the back as well. Just a one-hit wonder by the looks of it. Doesn't look like he's going to come back around, but got my flurry of... Oh, no, he is.
Here he is. Looking for that inside.
That man has not ceased to surprise me since I met him.
Here we go.
All right, he's looking for something. Nice.
Oh, there it is.
Very nice hit there. Very nice hit there.
Jeez, the judges have got their work cut out for them here. Bert.
Absolutely. I think we've got a bit of time. I think that the judges have been very keen to take their time and pause in between heats just to make sure that they get the numbers exactly right. Might be possible to get Simon's final wave queued up on the replay here, because that would be really good. I think there's one particular turn in there that really needs to be highlighted.
I think it'll be an interesting.
Yeah, sounds like they're gonna leave me wanting for that replay, but that's okay. It's no big deal.
So we see that current heat just congratulating each other on the water's edge there. You can really see, it looks like a nice beach, but don't be fooled. Where that little one's rolling in behind it, that's all rocks through there. So you don't want to take a fin box out or your shin or anything out.
Yeah, well, that was dry rock about 2 hours ago, sticking up out of the water there. Well, I'm very impressed by the Simon guy. I think it's the first time I'm actually. No, I'm just joking. Should we get him to introduce himself in the post-heat interview?
I think a little introduction.
That would be fantastic if we could get him to do that. Just ask him, so who are you? For the most part, we call Simon the GOAT. That's because we've always we've broadly considered him the greatest of all time when it comes to kneeboard surfing in terms of performance and competitive prowess and all that sort of stuff. And speaking of goats, we have another one. I'd say quite I can quite confidently say one of my top 5 best, most favorite kneeboarders of all time is in the water right now, Gav Coleman.
Yep, so Gav Coleman in red, surfing out of Cronulla. Very, very powerful surfer, very dynamic in his approach to the wave. We've got Pistol Pete Fairweather from Victoria here, and Haken Sanchez, who was on the mic earlier, putting in a good commentary stint there with Bobby, and Paul Turtle Mannix. So here we see Haken taking off on the back.
Just positioned himself really well for the start of that heat, isn't it? As soon as a wave came through, boom, he was there.
Always nice to open your wave count early in the heat when the conditions are as such. So he's a couple of nice top turns in.
Very nice top turn there.
Just making his way through to the inside.
Oh, a nice little lean in there. Geez, that looks different, that lean, when you've got a bit of a staggered stance, when you're a bit more on your backhand.
Just tucks through the back of that one.
Yeah.
Wait and see what the scores drop there. And then Paul Turtle Mannix. So
the man.
For those following along at home, Paul was the one this morning who dropped an absolute belter on his last wave of his first heat this morning. He dropped a 9.7, I think it was, Albert. He got a nice barrel out the back and followed it up with some handy rail work through the inside and really just converted his opportunities there. And he's actually one to add to the walking wounded list. So he's decided that he wanted to wear his board to the chin, and he picked up 8 stitches in it a couple of days ago. And then in another heat yesterday, he unfortunately repeated the same effort and opened up his existing injury. So he's now surfing out there with 16 stitches in his chin as he takes off and in and out of that one. So
it's a bit of a weird one, that one. It looked like there was 2 waves really close together.
A little bit of a throwaway there.
Yeah.
And here we go, Gav moving out the back, hustling for this little inside one. He's going to flipper his way into it.
Yeah.
Taking off, and
Gav's a very talented electrician as well.
Right. Floats it off the top.
Nice little float off the top. Gav just does this. He's capable of just riding, like creating high performance rides in pretty much anything.
Nice
I mean,
second gen there as he banks it again.
The board he's riding is not what he has traditionally ridden. I mean, his 2 world titles that he has to his name are have not been won riding boards like this. He has quite a few Neil Luke shaped boards, and Neil Luke has been known for having a very wide range of possible shapes. And you can see, you know, even in that shot there was he's got some interesting fin configurations for sure. Sounds like we're ready for that beach interview. See if we can get to know a little bit better who this Simon Farah character
Get
is.
a little bit more information out of him. See where he's from.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, hang on. We've got Pistol Pete here on this right. We're gonna stay on this way for a little while and just delay. Nice little turn there. My goodness.
Pete putting in some work on that Mick Pierce shape.
He's
quite a functional board for Pete. Him and Owen really making the most of their boards in these conditions. You see him flying down the line here. Nice little jam. Ooh,
yeah, there's something about those boards. There's just this all-arounder nature to how those boards are ridden by Owen and Pete. Anyway, I think we've got a bit of a break here. Maybe we can cut out to Simon Farah, the winner of the last heat.
Okay, here we are with the winner of the last heat, a guy who might want to introduce himself. What's your name, mate?
Simon Farah.
Has ridden a kneeboard. I'm sure most people would be pretty familiar with Simon. And I know you've been here for a week or so. And how you feeling, mate? How was that heat?
Yeah, it just reminds me how much I hate contests, actually. Weak, onshore, inconsistent, but it's a contest, huh? You've got to do what you got to do.
That's it. I heard you're carrying a couple of injuries as well. How you feeling, mate?
Yeah, not good, actually. I'm struggling. Got possibly a couple of fractured ribs. So, yeah, slightly embarrassed with my performance. I don't care what anyone says, actually. It's how I feel. And, It's unfortunate. I've had 3 weeks of pumping waves, and I accidentally pulled into quite a good barrel some days ago and paid the price for it. And now I'm just having to suffer a bit through this contest. I'll see how I go. I might have to pull out, I don't know, but first heat, first time back in the water. So see how we go.
Well, we're surfing like that. Beware the injured warrior. I mean, man, absolutely smashed that heat. I know you guys have been here for a couple of weeks, been hanging with a really nice crew with Gigs and Ed and the boys. And how's your experience been in South Africa thus far?
It's top notch. Can't emphasise on how well we've been looked after. I've been real close to Gigs in the lead up to this event and what he's done and what he's gone through to actually put this together. We all really didn't realise what he was doing, and as of yesterday we're all in awe. So hats off to everyone here, mate. It's a class 1 event, but let's just get some better waves.
Couldn't agree with you more about the quality of this event. Everybody back home is absolutely blown away. Never in my wildest dreams did I think we could wake up in the house, flick on the TV and see the boys shredding. Well, best of luck in the coming rounds, mate. Look after that body, and all the best. Great heat.
Thanks, mate.
Give anyone at home a shout out?
Yeah, to my family, huh? Hey, Beck, Maddie, Noah, Liam. The old man's still going.
He's still going all right. Don't worry about that. All right, guys, back to you in the booth. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Macca. So hang on, Simon Ferrer. Oh, yeah, now I know that guy. All right, okay, I figured it out.
I think there might be, yeah. I think
the penny dropped.
Yeah, a couple of world titles in there, and very competitive and all-round performance. I think most kneeboarders have seen countless clips from the old Sparrow Productions. But anyway, back to our current heat in the water. We see some scores drop in. So Gav Coleman in red with a 5.17 for his first wave. Just really making the most of that opportunity.
But see, here's the thing about that 5.17. You notice the difference between that 5.17 and Pete's 4.1 in that there's a point of difference. And Gav was just able to just flow from the bottom, bounce off the top, flow from the bottom, bounce off the top, whereas Pete was flowing, doing carves and doing turns. Didn't complete that last maneuver at the end, but he definitely had a lot more sort of flow to it. So I think the judges are giving us a bit of a hint as to what it is that they're looking for from these competitors towards the latter heats here.
Yeah, and we had that in the introduction and discussion with the head judge. Yep, and we're gonna talking about the variation in the heat scores and what the judges are really looking for. We're going to jump into some replays of the previous heat here. And we see
this is the one from Simon with the dolphins jumping out the back. That's pretty magical. He's a nice little...
That first carve coming into the bowl and just...
This is the one that I wanted to watch. There we go. We've seen a million of those. Yes, and another one. And just the flow, the glide.
That's through, picking up some speed as he works his way around the section and just...
Pretty classic Simon Ferrer.
Inside and a little foam climb on the end there just to close it out.
He's been doing that for about 50 years by the looks of it. No, more like 40. I do remember watching Simon's first movie, and it was a pretty special experience. I remember watching it for the first time on a projector screen. I remember watching it for the first time in 1994 when I was in Brazil. They had set up a projector screen, and then I just heard a rumor. I was down loitering around the hotel lobby for that evening, and they're like, oh no, they're gonna put a kneeboarding movie on. Simon wasn't even there. Sergio Peixe from Brazil had set it up, and we sat there and just watched that movie. I don't think I breathed the entire time. After that, I was just trying to find a copy of it, right? And Buddy McRae was kind enough to get me a copy of it, sent it from Hawaii all the way to Puerto Rico, and I must have watched that thing until the tape melted.
Well, it's gotten you to where you are today, Albert.
Yeah, it certainly helped. Turtle having a go at a deep one there.
In and out, no good for Turtle there. But
no good for Turtle there. I think Pete and Gav have been in this situation a few times too, sort of at the back waiting for a set. And
here we see Haken Sanchez taking off on this wider one here, brings it around and just snaps it off the top.
Such great wave knowledge, Haken. He's just got this look like he knows he's placing the board where he wants it,
find it uber impressive how much he sort of lays it over and the
Yeah.
movement he gets through his body on those top turns. It's just
And Gavin doing Gavin things. Nice little, very nice little floater. See the recovery on that? That was a 1 in a million sort of
Cat-
recovery. There's
cat-
not a lot of people that could do that.
cat-like Gavi reflexes.
Cat
as
like
usual.
Gavin reflexes.
Yeah.
You can throw him. You can jump from 3 meters up high and always land on his feet.
Oh, he's just an incredible surfer, Gavi,
Yeah.
when he's on fire. We jump
Mm.
back to Pistol Pete, making his way through. Nice cutties, just keeping that board
Yeah.
moving.
Don't piss him off, Pistol Pete. He's done a fair bit of boxing in his day.
Big jam on the inside there for Pete.
He boxed his way out of that one for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's nearly taken out Gav there on the way through. But look, going back to Gav's reflexes, I mean, we had a semi-final back in Spain, 2017, and I just remember watching him just absolutely take off on this just 6-foot wall. It just looked like it was just going to straight close out, and I don't even know how he managed to do it, but Gav's taken off and just done these 3 massive just jams in the pocket and just free falling out of the lip, and I thought he was gone on every single one of them, but he rode out of them and just went straight back into the next one and ended up dropping a huge, I think it was over a 19-point heat total. He got a perfect 10 and a 9 in that semi and just was on fire for that event, and it's just testament to what he's capable of out in the water and all around just.
I think you'd be surprised at how often he's practiced exactly what you just saw there. He can do it whether it's 1 foot or 10 foot.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's one of the things that Gav always has at his disposal, is that ability to just hit the lip, go sideways, vertical, upside down, whatever, and then end up landing solid and be able to just grind back into that rail and just move on to the next turn. One thing we haven't seen Gavin do just yet is those open face, a real sort of raw energy, angry open face hacks that he does from time to time. I've always been extremely impressed with those. You know what I think we should do? Let's just assume, right? Because we still got 8 minutes left and a lot of surfing still yet to do. But if Gavin wins this heat, can we make him introduce himself as well?
I think that's a reasonable request, but
absolutely.
I mean, there's an interesting little battle going on out here as we just jump to a quick replay of Gav's wave here.
There you go.
See him floating over. Oh, nice jam there.
Nice
We
little
missed
jam
that
there.
one on the
Yep.
first section, and making light work of this wave.
Bam! See, like that. 9 out of 10 kneeboarders are not going to make that, and he makes it every single time. Nice little wank. See how he did that? Just ran. There's like 18 feet of rail that he put in the water there. It was amazing.
We jump back to some live action here. Pistol Pete, midway through, was working this one to the inside. Oh, nice big driving cutty into the foam.
Yeah, no, there's something about how he moves those boards. Like, I've tried feeling out those boards. I've tried sort of putting one under my arm. I can't do it. There's something about how they're just in sync with those Mick Pierce shapes and the waves that they ride them in all the time. We got this replay. This would have been Pete from the very beginning of that wave. See those that carving, and then there's this it's like a weird little, I don't know, I haven't been able to figure it out. He won a Phillip Island comp one time, and a Phillip Island comp at the time was definitely the premier event that we had in Australia, and he won it doing exactly that. It was about 2 foot and howling on shore, sideways gale force winds. There's like penguins and stuff flying all over the place. I've never seen penguins fly before, but there was definitely penguins flying on that day.
It's one of those things that, Pete just manages to always find a wave. He always gets, we're always going to get a few waves. He's one to watch for, and
he's always going to carve his way through a turn. He's always going to flow. He's always going to have. It's a little bit like that commentary that I was having yesterday about the flow of the EPS boards as they were coming through, as they were plowing through that chop. He's able to do that on a PU board, but also able to sort of carve and flow his way through it. It's almost as if there's a limit to there's a lower limit to energy of the wave where it doesn't slow him down, it
just keeps driving for him, and
quite impressive.
For a surfer such as him, it's a great attribute to have. And I mean, look, if anyone's saying a board's difficult to ride or wrap their head around, I think Albert's probably the expert in that matter. He's got some really quirky boards at home, and
got some oddities and rarities that I like to play around with.
In amongst it, finless boards, some different tail shapes and fin configurations in his boards. He's always experimenting with something. So
I love it. I love experimenting. You know why? I find that it keeps me interested. It's a challenge. It's this idea of the potential to uncover something unknown, previously unknown, that is of value in the future.
Well, so
that got deep there. Did you write that down?
You did. That's impressive. I just
They
want
didn't
to
give us.
ask if that principle applies to kneeboard foiling. Does that one tick the box, or?
I'll tell you what, kneeboard
still a
foiling
work
is
in
it's a nut I have yet to properly crack. I've got a foil. I've got a foil board. I've ridden it quite a few times, and I'll be honest, Liam, I've never gone that fast before in my entire life. The amount of fast twitch changes that you have to do in order to redirect the board when you're going 5 times faster than I've gone faster on a foil than I was at supers.
Well, there you go.
And but the difference is that I had a lot more control when I was surfing supers. The thing about a foil is, people have asked me how I would describe it. I think it's best described if you're a skier or a snowboarder, and you know what it feels like to go from a groomed run to a powder run. It's that floating feeling. You go from the groomed run as if you're sort of just plowing through the wave as normal, and then all of a sudden you get this lift. Everything goes quiet. You're going a lot faster, and you're just gliding. It's as if you're not riding a wave anymore. You're riding a cloud. You want to grab onto that, but it's almost impossible to do it properly.
I'd imagine that quietness is quite an experience for you, but
oh yeah, it's
a lot of
absolutely.
noise.
It's probably the reason I haven't figured it out yet.
Well, there you go,
Can't handle
maybe.
the quiet.
As we jump back into the, this heat here in the water, so not a whole lot looking like it's on the horizon for these boys in the water.
There could be a little bit though. There could be a little bit coming.
Clock's ticking down.
Yeah, clock is ticking down. Gavin's got
minutes.
a pretty solid score. Pete's sort of hot on his heels,
Yeah,
but
so we see Gab sitting on a 5 and a 6. Pete's got a 4-1 and a 6-5. So Pete currently with the highest scoring wave of the heat. Haken and
absolutely.
Haken and Paul, looking to improve their current situations. So we'll just wait and see what goes on there.
Yeah, we geez, this has been fun, hasn't it, Liam?
It's been incredible. The boys have put on a tremendous production here for not only the CineFX World Titles, but the effort that Gigs and the rest of the crew are putting in. It's really making it an enjoyable time here in South Africa.
And I mean, let's be serious. There's not a lot of venues or opportunities that I have to talk as much as I have during this trip. So I definitely big thanks to people who have let me have this microphone and not ripped it out of my hands.
No, there's been some good insight in amongst, it's a little bit like those onshore surfs where there's a few diamonds in the raft, but you just got to sort it out a little bit, because sometimes we can get a little bit off track, but it's always good to have some wise heads in the room and spinning some tales like yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think some of the conversations that I've had so far have been super insightful. I think a lot of the audience have I've got a few messages here and there and a few really positive sort of messages of like, oh, that was really interesting and that was really interesting. It really motivates me to do more of that. I think I definitely want to bring Nov back in here. I definitely want to still dig into some of Giggs's theories on flotation and materials.
Well, that kind of jumps you back into that whole board design thing, and being here with 120 other kneeboarders, we're seeing a wide range of shapes, construction methodologies. There's a few carbon boards kicking around, that classic EPS and all sorts of things. It's been super interesting to keep an eye on board shapes and sizes. We saw pads even, so there's the variation there and the preferences that we all like. We've got boards like Ed Quinn riding 6.5, 25 and 3.5.
Yeah, no, he offered for me to ride it. I said I'd love to, but I didn't bring a sup paddle.
Wow. For someone your size, I mean,
absolutely,
it'll work, but it's no small guy, so
yeah, no, I certainly wouldn't be able to duck dive it, but also the range of like inspirations. You still see some of those, we've seen Steve-O, especially with a Buddy McRae quad. We've seen our, Shane and I riding our parks, yourself riding those Bruce Hart shapes, and even the local shapers and the South Africans. Sometimes you can tell a South African board by looking at it, but we can't really, we very rarely do we get the opportunity to really dig in and have a proper look at them, as we see Gav sort of taking on the last few seconds of the heat and just
a little victory lap there for Gav as he brings his heat in.
You could tell, you know what, I can guess what he was thinking, and he was thinking, oh, I got this, and he would have this little wry smile, and then just taking the last wave with priority, and just sealed the deal on that heat. And yeah, no, we had dinner with Gav last night. That was
a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure. He is such a nice person. He's very genuine, and no, he's great. He's great fun.
And so here we see the next heat in the water. Kevin Sklana out of the USA, I believe the current US champ at the moment, and Loris DeMarco, the young Frenchman, taking off here, making his way around this corner and see if he can convert this one into some scoring opportunity with a nice open.
Get in there!
I believe Loris is still in the junior division, so good for him to get out here and ripping it up as he is, bringing it through.
He's not a threat in your age division then.
I don't have to worry.
Look at that! He put that much rail in the water. He put like another 22 feet of rail in the water. That was amazing.
Yeah, and then we've got Roman Rezak, one of the local South African crew here.
I think Roman Rezak predates South African kneeboarding. I'm not sure. I can't really confirm that, but he's been around for a very long time. I remember meeting Roman in 2002, and even then, it looked like he had been around kneeboarding for about 50 years before that.
I don't want to be the one to say it, but we shouldn't be throwing stones in glass houses.
I know. Paul calling the kettle black and all that. I understand. Kevin Skavarna also has a very interesting history and a fantastic mustache, lamb chop sort of facial hair combination.
You've really been paying close attention there, Albert.
I've got stories to tell.
Okay. I don't know if they're going to be suitable for the webcast.
But so far I've behaved on that one. No, Kevin's a very, very skilled waterman. It was very obvious. He came from I think it was the U.S. Open of surfing in the longboarding division. Came from that, hopped on a plane, came straight here, just jumped in the water at 6-foot supers on a kneeboard without really thinking too much of it. So he's definitely got some chops and lamb chops.
Pardon the you didn't.
Pardon
need
the
to,
pun.
you
I
didn't
did
need to
it.
double
I
it up
know.
there,
I
bud.
know.
You could've just
I
let it
know.
fly.
Yeah, I know. You got to be quicker. You got to be quicker if you're going to catch me on those.
I was going to say pardon the pun, but he got in there, and as we see,
Yeah.
Kevin taking off.
Yeah. No,
a few little wiggles on this one to start off,
but the smoothness and the carving and
just keeping that board moving rail to rail on this one. Oh, nice little snap there.
Nice little snappy slide. Very nice. I think this will be a very functional score, especially if he converts into that last section.
Just on the topic of boards, it'd be interesting to see what he's riding comparative, shape and style wise. We're seeing a lot of these Americans, riding that very familiar four fin fish, quite a wide, short setup of a board, quite different to a lot of the shaping that we get commonly back home, and even different to what we're seeing, on the local crew in the water here. So we see some action out the back here, and it looks like Roman's going to be in position for this one.
Get it. Come on. Nice little turn. There we go. Nice and smooth.
Judging at the looks of that, Roman being an exponent of the EPS construction.
Yep, absolutely.
That one just fizzles out under him.
Yeah. No, you listened to gigs on that one for sure, because the formula, as I recall, I'm only repeating it so I remember it myself. You have to be more than 85 kilos. The period has to be less than 15 seconds in order to get 16% greater flotation and a benefit out of all that. I think I just bastardized. I think I just made that I just butchered it so hard. But at least I'm making an effort, right?
You're putting in the attempt, Bert.
And you know what? Because this is, we're not just live streaming this. We can record this. I can go back to that. Get the whole equation thing. Get my whiteboard in my office. Sort of give that a good flogging with all those equations. Because no, truth be told though, I am quite interested. I'm not just being facetious here. There is
look, I think the way that we've seen those EPS boards handling the conditions that we've been presented, and some of the crew that are riding them, there's no doubt in different things work for different people, and you know the obvious benefits and detractors of it. But you know, we know Giggs is a huge fan. Mark Crawford, another big fan. You know, bigger blokes in our sport here. You know, tipping the scales over that 80 kilo mark.
Yeah.
But
Have you had a crack at it yet?
I haven't had a crack on an EPS board.
I think if you wander around, you're a nice
probably-
person. You're a nice person. I reckon they trust you.
I think that's up there with some of the nicer things you've said. No, but I think I'll be let's just have a jump on one and see what it feels like. I mean, it's not something that I've been hugely, you know, attentive to. Just
not curious yet.
Not too curious about it. I mean, I've got older boards. I've got a myriad of different shapes.
Yes.
And the current, for me, I find that the current PU construction works well enough. I haven't found it lacking anywhere that I felt I needed more bend, pop, or whatever else out of a board. So
No, I can respect that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I get it. I've been riding the same. In my heat, I was riding a 5.5 by 22 3/4 by 2.5 swallowtail 32.8 liters. It's the same thing I've been riding for the last 10 years. I've barely tweaked it.
we just see that, you know, those Mick Pierce fish shapes as Owen and Pete walk up the quick heat debrief there. I'm sure Owen's got some choice words for his father there. He's,
yeah, absolutely.
He's quite a character, Owen and Pete. Their relationship's quite dynamic and always good fun and a laugh to be around. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the one thing though, if you get a chance to have a chat to Pete and Owen about their boards, feel their rails.
Okay.
There's a lot of volume in the rails, but at the same time, it's not. I don't know. They make it work, and sometimes I'm wondering if it's the board of the, if it's the tool or the tradie.
Well, where they're surfing down in Vico, it's quite a harsh coastline. So
there's always a lot of deep water and a lot of currents and a lot of onshores, but still a lot of energy in the ocean, a lot of opportunities because the beach is there. My experience, at least with the beaches there, is there's always a bank there. So there's beach breaks, but there's always a huge rip that just guts through everything. It could be 10 foot and it'll still be sort of breaking.
Yeah.
Because it'll just have the way the ocean moves down there.
And when you pick up their boards, the first thing you notice, just have a look at how much glass is in them. They're very, very scary boards.
Yeah,
You wouldn't want to get hit by one of them.
I reckon they'll last as long as Shane's Burgundy board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Owen was saying he hit a rock at Supers, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth here, but I'm pretty sure he said that the rock exploded, not his board.
And yet, I'm not surprised. I believe you. Roman Rezek taking off on another nice little insider here. He's carving his way through finding his way back to the pocket every single time.
Yeah, just getting around those sections, which can be tricky in these conditions. Not a whole lot of push on offer this afternoon with this tide filling it up the way that it has, but
wind's backed off though.
It's backed off. It kind of does this in the afternoon, and we see Loris, a young Frenchman, just missing off out the back of that one, and wait and see.
Nice.
Here we go, Kevin having a look on the outside with Donald Bentley, who is sitting out there with priority. Lets this one go, and Kevin has a look, but doesn't quite get there. So
look, I'm sure Kevin knows the priority sort of booklet backwards and forwards, so.
Well, he'll be sitting out there now with second priority behind Donald Bentley, who's still waiting his first wave. But
so this is Bentley Senior, is that right?
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Matt was in the heat prior, I believe, also in white.
Right.
So
okay.
nice father-son combo there in the white rashies. So
there'll be some conversations later then, huh?
Oh, I'm sure
about
there'll
those
be
two.
Of tips, yeah.
Do you reckon if we got the two father and son combinations together and we just sat them opposite to each other and made them swap roles, that they still?
I think we're getting pretty close to having a father-son kneeboarding comp.
Yeah, we're not that far off, are we?
Bentley and Matt
Definitely
Bentley
not that far off.
Pete and Owen Fairweather, and I'm sure there's one or two other
Look at
combos
this.
here.
Look at this wide one. Loris looking
to capitalise and improve his position in this heat here.
It's in the absolute best possible place for that set. Everybody else was just nowhere near it.
Just
unfortunately,
catches the outside rail there.
Unfortunately, a little bit of a overspin on the on that top turn there. Still plenty of time. Still got 11 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Look at this little inside one as well here.
Ooh!
That'd be the benefit of being, sort of that size, Albert. As you can probably agree to, it makes it a little bit easier when there's not as much push, being a little bit smaller in stature.
Yes, and weight.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
And here we see Donald Bentley taking off to open his
Look at
account.
that. You know what? I reckon they'll be comparing their scores over dinner tonight.
Oh,
well,
nice
that was
jam
pretty
there.
good.
Donald
that was
really
pretty
looking
good.
to make the most of this one.
Yeah, we got Kevin on the wave behind it. Nice little top little floater. Bentley Dad is sort of still going. Isn't able to capitalize on that end section, but Kevin's still able to sort of weave and duck and weave, and he's gonna get a good score out of this, especially if he manages to convert that final. Ooh, very nice.
Now, is it just me, but does it look like he's got his knees are quite close together on that one, and a little bit of a sort of split stance there? We'll just have to keep an eye on that for his next wave, but
absolutely. No, he definitely has that.
And then here's Roman taking off and
on a set, give that man his space.
Nice driving carve there.
Nice little cutty as well. Very nice.
Brings
This
it
is
back.
this is how I've seen. This is how I remember Roman surfing.
Very smooth as he brings it
Yeah.
around again.
And controlled and flowing.
Just taps the lip there and
a little bit
brings
out
it
of sync
through.
there with the lip, but still a very functional score. It'll certainly do the trick. We definitely got a heat on our hands.
I think he'll be keeping that score in his situation. That's
Yeah,
for sure.
definitely no need to fabricate stories from here on out.
We've got 10 minutes on the clock, so quite a few waves ridden in this first half of the heat,
And there's still more out there. It looks like there's more out there.
looks like there's more out there, but yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, fortunately, we can get to know Gavin Coleman a little bit better because we're ready to interview him as the winner of the last heat.
Here we go.
All right, I'm here with Gavin Andrew Coleman, winner of the last heat. Albert Munoz just wanted me to make sure that you introduced yourself to everyone who might not know you. What's the most important thing to know about Gavin Coleman?
I like surfing.
Cat-like reflexes, I've heard. Big part of your toolbox.
Cat-like reflexes.
How was that heat for you?
That was good. I found this board went well out there.
It looked good.
Yeah.
What are you riding, if you don't mind me asking?
It's a 4-fin, a fish. A 5-fin, little fifth fin in the back. Yeah. It's a Neil Luke board.
And been treating you well.
Yeah, it's good. Goes well.
Tell me, what's been your favourite part of South Africa so far? Have you had a good session up at Super Tubes, or what's been the highlight of your...
I have. I've had the last 3 mornings. I've had early surfs out there for about 40 minutes, an hour, and I've had a few barrels, which has been great. And I've been able to watch it a lot of the day too. And I've really enjoyed the good surfing going on out there.
That's awesome, man. Well, it's been great having you. We look forward to seeing you continue on in this competition. Do you have a message for the people watching from home?
Hello everyone at home and back home in Oz in Sydney. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Good luck. Good luck with this. Back to you in the studio.
Alrighty, thanks for that, Shane. And as we got to meet a little bit more about Gavi there.
Oh, I love Gavin.
And just whilst we're in that cross there, I'm sure we'll get a replay up of it shortly. But Loris DeMarco putting in some work.
Ooh, look at this. I like this angle from time to time too.
Nice beach shot here.
Very
You
nice.
can see the rail work he's putting in.
Yeah, I saw about 12 fins there too. Look at that.
There you
Nice.
go. Brings
nice.
it through.
Oh, what do we got here?
Whoosh.
Oh, nice.
Just commits
Did he make
to that
it?
last section.
Oh, so
Almost.
close. So close.
And
So
then
close, right?
we see-
Okay,
we see
sorry.
some-
That was we were. Truth be told, we were having a little fun with Gav. We have a lot of time for him. We've got a lot of love for him, and every once in a while, just to get him to answer a question that he's not expecting, and throw a little question at him that he's not ready for is always fun. But he's a good sport. He's a good egg. I like Gav a lot.
And yeah, up there as you were saying, but with one of our premier surfers, and as we see a little bit of a paddle battle going on here, we see Loris just putting in some big strokes to stay in front of Roman there. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what the priority judges have to say about that one. But
absolutely. Well, we got a replay coming here.
into
This
Kevin's
is this is Kevin's 7.0, I think.
Oh, you got a 7. Okay. Here we go.
Yeah,
So-
he did get a
oh,
7. He
nice
started
float
from
to
that one.
start to open it up. And
There's a confidence in having those to just be able to throw that board up there on a day like today, and just sort of manipulate the energy of the wave. And just have that
You know, you're right about the staggered stance.
Thank you.
And actually quite close together.
Yeah, the nice finish there. That might be part of how he's getting it so rail to rail and looking quite free and flexy through those slower sections on the wave. He's keeping it going rail to rail, and that might be part of it. Just a little bit of pressure each way, and jumps and just keeps that board moving. That's maybe what it needs to just keep powering through these sections.
Yeah, there's still a lot of skill in being able to do that and being able to balance that out, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So, you know, part of the reason why a lot of kneeboarders have their knees quite far apart is to maintain control. Kevin seems to be having his knees a little bit closer together and then using his hips and his core to really balance out. And it's almost as if he's foregoing that control for greater, I suppose, a quickness and a flow to go from one rail to the next. It's quite entertaining to watch. Oh, that was a good paddle for it.
Roman paddling on both surfers, both yellow and blue, Loris and Roman, missing out on that one. As
Look at that wave. That wave left wanting. I'd be throwing elbows all over the place to get a hold of that wave right now.
Big or small ones?
Yeah, little ones.
Oh, little ones.
It's all little elbows, right? It's all good. There's definitely some sets coming on out the back though.
I think
whatever
there might
that.
be some big elbows in the way for these ones. But
Oh, absolutely. We got Loris straight away,
and he
taking off really wide, really wide. Probably a little bit out of position there off the takeoff, but
yeah, it was
Kevin's taking off.
Kevin's going to take this one here, the second of the set.
That looks like a good
nice
wave.
opening
That looks like a very good wave. See what I mean? That
little drift on the fins there.
Yeah, the tipping from side to side. It's like the stability that we get from a wide stance, from having our knees really far apart. He's just
big inside jam and
that was
converts
beautiful.
through, so
That was very good.
looking like he'll improve his situation there as we see Donald Bentley bring this one through. Again,
Yeah.
some nice rail work there from Donald. He's been
Yeah.
fairly quiet in this heat. He's waited for his waves and a couple of little turns in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up his son's scores from
Here
the
we
last
go.
heat.
Donald gets out of there as Loris out the back. Picks off a nice little inside runner, and it's going to just sort of stand up for him here as he goes
Nice
to the
little
high
ball.
line. Takes it to the lip and just rolls him over, unfortunately.
So Matt Bentley in the last heat had his scoring his highest scoring waves were 4.33 and a 3.7.
Okay.
Looks like
Okay,
and then this time around, so remember those numbers, and then this time around, so Bentley Senior has got a 5.67, and that score for that wave that he just caught is still to drop.
Still to drop, so Donald Bentley getting the jump here over his son
Absolutely.
Matt, but
Yeah.
we'll wait and see where it remains to leave him sitting in this current heat in the water, which is obviously, the one that
Yeah.
really counts, but, the home battle is always a nice one to win as well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't win many battles at home, so I'd like to celebrate others.
Well, I mean, you won the battle to get over here, Bert. And that
Yes,
was
that's it.
That was
That's
a big
it.
one.
That's it.
It's been quite the adventure to get over here to
been
South Africa and
It's been definitely an
enjoy
adventure.
what this beautiful country has to offer.
Still more sets coming.
More sets, more waves. Seems to be the end of every heat at the moment. So we've got 2.5 minutes remaining and a few
my-
scores still to come in. Dropping in there, Donald Bentley jumps into second place. So
Yes, Donald Bentley has a 5.67 and a 5.1. So I think we've definitely got a bit of a father-son discussion that is going to happen at some point.
I'm sure Donald would be just stoked to have one over Matt there, but
Absolutely.
we'll wait and see. And
Absolutely.
there's still plenty of time in this heat, and looks like some motion on the way. So can Loris or Roman manufacture something out of these coming waves? I mean, I think Roman's sitting out there with priority, so
Yeah,
that'll
I
be
think
one to keep an eye on. Is he gonna activate the Iceman and close this one out right in the clutches of the end of the heat? So
I hope so. There'll be some pretty that'll be pretty special. We've got Kevin on the other hand though has a
here-
very
here we
commanding
see-
lead on this. A big
here
a
we
couple
see
of
Roman
sevens. Here we
taking
see-
off.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's unfortunately not going to provide Roman with the opportunity that he needs to
No.
improve his position. And
No.
we'll wait and see what happens for the remaining minute of this heat. But Loris taking the
Loris
inside here,
is,
keeping busy. He's not far off
not far off that front pack. So
No, not at all. He only needs a 6.94. Whoa!
Oh, nice jam there. So we'll see what that comes in at as we see some more action.
He's pretty happy about it.
Out the window.
He's pretty happy about it. We're following Kevin again.
I'm sure we'll jump back into the first section because I think Kevin got some pretty serious work done on that outside section.
All right,
first
excellent,
up.
excellent.
So, I dare say even possibly his best wave of the heat there.
Really?
So.
Well, I can't wait to see that. Roman's doing quite well with this one as well. Nice little carving and
big drive there.
Smooth, yeah. He's
Jeez, we're really keeping the judges on their toes with these. Nice float to finish that one off. Keeping judges on their toes at the end of the heats here. So really earning their crust, splitting the differences between all these surfing.
Absolutely. I think one of the benefits that definitely needs to be mentioned is that the judges have also have the ability to access the replays that we have. Only they sort of access them on command.
Yeah.
I saw Kevin going out for a surf this morning out at Supers. He wasn't riding that board, but I'd be curious to know a little bit more about that board. That looks quite familiar.
Yeah, okay. So we'll have to get that information from Kevin in his post-heat interview, and maybe even ask him about that grip pad bird. It's looking quite funky there. So we'll have to get some information on that one.
There you go.
Always a point of interest, just to see what the different crews around the planet are riding, and keeping us all on our toes, because as we know, innovation and progression in our sport is essential. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm sure he'd be happy to talk about it too. I've had a few conversations with him out in the surf at Supers. He's quite a friendly character.
Yeah, no, for sure. We shared the waves with him out at Seal Point, and he was getting a few there, and just nice.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, just getting his waves. So this next heat in the water, we see Diego
Acevedo,
Brazil. Yeah, Erwin Jade, Dave Wilsonach, fondly referred to as Pepsi, and Rod Palberg. So
this could be a really good heat, actually. Pepsi's one of these short in stature, but quite flexible people. We saw him surf a bit at the West Side Comp, but we've seen him surf. He surfed through the trials, so he's done quite well. But at the same time, it hasn't felt like he's had to struggle to get this far.
Yeah,
he seems like a
fairly comfortable with his heat management and surfing through these conditions.
Absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see, and I mean, Erwin's had some great results previously. I think he was in the quarterfinal with myself in Spain, and as we see Diego having a look at this first wave of the heat, but
there's a paddle battle going on for sure.
That's an interesting situation as we see Erwin taking off, but we'll leave that one to the...
Definitely need to leave that one to the judges.
Officials.
I'll keep an eye on it. I've got live heats up, and I'll be able to sort of update you as soon as the judges make their final decision. One of the things that we have come to learn in the process of putting together this webcast, and is in the process of doing learning the ropes of these webcasts, is that the judges often take a lot of time to sort of deliberate interferences. They don't just hand them out.
No, because that's an interference this early in your heat, or an interference at any time in your heat, it's always a dangerous prospect.
Absolutely. Well, it's quite impactful to your ability to sort of progress through. And
absolutely.
I went up to the beach commentary early on in this, and I had a look at their layout and stuff, and I could see them sort of contemplating and deliberating and really having some strong discussions behind sort of closed doors. You could sort of hear them, and then
nice
little
there
slide
for Diego.
there.
And he nearly got that carving 360 around, but just grabbed the tail on that one. But that discussion on interferences, I mean, it's such a thing to be aware of this early in your heats, because there's all the varying variations of it, but
and also the fact that a lot of us are not used to surfing with a priority system. So I mean, there was no priority at the start of that heat, because that was the first sort of few seconds, but it changes, and
whether they cross the line or if they interfere
actually with the other person's scoring opportunity.
That's
all
right.
comes into consideration. It's not just as simple as, oh, well, he was on the inside. There's a multitude of layers to it. So
Absolutely, absolutely.
definitely much rather sit here and commentate and just talk about it rather than
Yeah.
being the one making those decisions, because
I'm happy to just sit here and refresh my phone until the results come up, for sure.
But no, we'll jump across now and grab Kevin Skvarna from that last heat and grab a quick. We might just stick with this wave.
We might
here
just
as
stick with
see
this
Rod.
wave here, because that's
Rod taking off a nice first turn there and brings this one through. He's going to get it. Oh, he's going to decide he's up and out of that one. So
all right,
we'll jump across to Kevin and see if we can get some of that information out of him that we were discussing earlier in the heat. But
sounds good.
All right, I'm here with Kevin Skvarna, winner of that last heat. You're no stranger to winning heats. I know you're competing on the Longboard World Tour at the moment. How does what you've been surfing on compare to the points at J-Bay for Kneeboard World titles?
Yeah, it's great. The heat was really fun. You know, everyone's here like having a good time together. You know, like it's a real community feel in these contests. So, you know, taking it slow and just trying to get a couple. You know, it was pretty fat out there in our heat, so peak high tide. So we're trying to find a couple waves.
Man, you made it look good. There's been a lot of questions from inside the commentary booth. We want to know about this facial hair. Is that an intimidation tactic or what's going on?
I don't know. We'll see. I don't know.
All right. The next question from inside the booth. The guys are interested in the boards you're riding. Is this the same shaper for your longboards?
It is. Yeah, I'm getting all my boards from Infinity Surfboards. Dave Bainey and I are designing these together, and then they're going super well. Kind of just a standard shape, I think. You know, every single person's riding a different board here, so we're just trying to simplify it and make it easy.
That's what keeps it so interesting. I must say, one thing that does stand out is the deck pad. Would you mind talking us through that quickly?
Yeah, totally. This is racetrack traction. This is my buddies in Dana Point. They're making these traction pads. Really, really high quality stuff for shortboard traction, and then they let me design a kneeboard traction. So if anyone's, you know, checking it out and wants to try one of these traction pads, they can ship them anywhere, and you know, they're super reasonably priced, and I think they're great. Like they come in 4 different pieces: the top piece, and then 2 side pieces and a middle piece. The middle piece has like a bit of a bumper in it to kind of pivot off of, and then the outside strips come a bit fat, and you can template it to any size board.
Man. Incredible. Thank you for the info. Yeah. We're going to cut back to the live feed. Do you have anything you want to share with the people back home and watching around the world?
Nah, just tune in and watch it. You know, and kneeboarding's like a fun old soul kind of thing, and it's amazing that we have a live stream here and people actually get to watch it. So I guess just tune in and watch it and see how it is. You know, it's a fun thing.
Congrats, man. Awesome. Good work. Yeah. Back to you guys in the studio. Thanks. Son.
All right. Thanks, Shane.
Thanks, Shane. Thanks, Kev, for the information on the boards.
I don't believe him. I think Kevin's definitely doing that facial hair as an intimidation tactic for sure.
Okay. There's been a bit of history with things like that. So I know Pistol Pete Fairweather. He's changed his facial hair status just recently as well. He was rocking the big beard, and
we got a replay
here from Diego's wave in that interview here. He got some work in, and we'll update the situation after we finish this replay for where we're at with the heat. But
I think he got a 4.33 on that wave, and he did get awarded an interference on Rod Paulberg. Was it Rod Paulberg?
No, it was Irwin.
On Irwin J.
The heat. Yeah,
yes, that's right. Sorry, thanks for that correction. So as a result of that, Diego's second wave score is halved. I can see it on the
a non-priority interference then.
Right.
Which is a good thing for Diego, because you know it's only losing half a second. So here we see Pepsi taking off. Dave Wilson.
Look at Pepsi.
Nice big carve, brings
Look
it
at
around, and just gets eaten by the foam monster there.
That was close. Anyway, so Diego Azevedo, even with that interference, is still in first place with a total of 4.33. Would have been 6.33 had it not been for that interference.
It doesn't rule him out of the heat entirely. It just makes his challenge a little bit taller.
Yep.
But you know, as currently shown, he's more than capable of meeting that requirement, as we're seeing.
Yeah.
Diego's sitting pretty in first. Rod, his first wave locking in. First wave or his second? Or his combined waves?
No, he's got two combined waves.
Two
One,
waves.
he's got a 1.53 and a 0.93.
246 there, and a Pepsi getting a 143 on the board, and Irwin with a 1.17. So plenty of story to play out with this heat yet remaining, as we're sort of closing in on the halfway mark. 11.5 minutes to go.
Yeah. Last heat of the day too.
Okay, there you go. So a little bit of ruffle on the waves these days, and we're still seeing this tide pushing in, and this inside rock shelf is now non-existent. We saw the last heat basically beaching themselves on the sand without any issues. You try to do that earlier in the day, and there won't be much of your board left.
No, that's right.
But
that's right. And
hopefully see a bit of action for these guys coming shortly. But
yeah, looks like it. It looks like there's still some. There's definitely some lines. There's definitely some opportunities still to come. So a non-priority interference gets your second wave, half of your second wave off.
Yeah.
Right.
So
but if it's a priority interference, you get the full second wave.
I believe so. I'd have to double check with that. Check that one in the rule book, but
yeah,
I believe that's the one that was sent out.
We were given the rules, but I haven't done my homework.
Oh, that's
naughty,
that's
isn't it?
That's rather
very,
ironic, given that
very naughty.
You're the man sitting here with a PhD and a
I
university job,
know.
and
I know.
he's the one who hasn't done his homework.
I know.
Controversy here in the booth.
I know.
I think that's on his cards for tonight. Come back and
especially with that guilt trip.
Oh, well, we know what Albert's doing tonight. If anybody's interested, he might be leading a priority little reading session, if you will, study group. If anyone that's curious, we're staying up on Pepper Street, so I'm sure we can get the information out there and run a session if anyone's interested.
I'm not doing that. I'd rather just not interfere with people. And
yeah, look, I mean,
you want to try to avoid. I get it. You want to try to avoid it at all times, and you want to be aware of it at all times, and that does take practice, and that does take a lot of the attention. So it's not a simple thing. Trust me, I've got my fair share of. I remember one time, 2 consecutive heats I had 3 interference calls.
Well, I mean, you do paddle and go for a lot of waves.
I know. I get these little arms going really, really fast.
There's a lot of commotion that goes on anytime you're surfing with Bert.
I know.
No, I think it's definitely something to keep your eyes out on, and it's one of those things at the start of heats where no one's ever quite sure. I mean, we've had a few close calls in earlier heats across the few days that we've been here, and I think that was the second interference call of the day so far, but we'll wait and see if it's going to be something that rules him out or not.
There's some stuff going on out here. See the paddling going on? Look at Pepsi. Pepsi's heading out. Went that 10 o'clock direction and then went out.
Look out that window, and there's
there's
some lines approaching. And it looks like this might be the set of the heat so far, and let's see who can make the most of it. We see some.
Erwin Jade has obviously had sufficient
splashes.
priority to get in there.
And
very nice. Nice carves.
Oh,
look at that. Very nice little
section there.
Yep, and another one, and looks like he's going to hang on to the whitewater.
But we'll see how he goes through the inside. That board looking very lively underneath him.
Yeah, nice flowy, nice good flow.
That's another EPS board in the water.
Yeah,
so That might play into your 80 kilo tactic there, Bert.
He's not 80 kilos.
He's definitely not 80 kilos.
No.
So but maybe that's why it looks so lively. But
he could be the exception to the rule.
This is just verbatim. If you got the rule right or not. So
yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
Pure speculation on our behalf. We see the lifeguards sitting there keeping an eye on our competitors. They're in communication with the skis that are cruising around out the back, keeping everyone safe, and a huge shout out to them. It's a big job for, this event, and it's nice as a competitor knowing that there's another set of eyes on you as you're out there in the water, I think it'd be a bit amiss if we didn't all recognise that South Africa is known for having some rather significantly sized creatures in the water.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We're just seeing Irwin paddling back out, and the ski just sitting just wide of him there, out of shot, but doing a great job just patrolling that outer perimeter and ready on call if anything does eventuate. Fingers crossed that they just get to
chill
out and aren't required for anything, but we'll see how we go. But yeah, again, just part of the great spectacle that is the CineFX World Titles here in South Africa, J Bay 2024 that the crew's put on, and stoked to be here. The weather's been phenomenal. I mean, this is what these guys are calling winter. We're surfing out there in more or less 2 mil wetsuits. You could do it in board shorts, easy.
Yeah.
And sunny weather, sunny, warm.
Yep, we've got some movement going here.
We're seeing
Diego's
Diego having a look at that inside one, but deciding wasn't for him.
Not to. I think there may be some stuff creeping up on the outside here by the looks of it.
There's a little bump there, but it's sort of hard to tell with this tide pushing in. It sort of fills it up a little bit, but they do say here that the tides do play a big role, and that tide coming in, bringing in a little bit more swell, but
yeah. Well, I mean, the tides play a big role. We got pretty big tide, so that's a pretty big role.
It is quite big. It's quite large. It's quite,
yeah, you handled that well, by the way.
Thanks, Beth. Thanks.
Took me ages to figure out. It's all my brain capacity right there.
So you've spent a lot of time on the mic.
I'm gonna need a moment now.
There's a small part of me that wants to apologise to everyone that's at home.
A small part of you.
2 days.
A small part of you.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Albert's been waxing lyrical on the microphone here for us and doing a wonderful job. And as he was mentioning earlier, Gav Coleman being one of his favourite surfers, it's a pleasure for me to sit here and be in great company with Bertie. We've been travelling together with Mark Crawford and just had an awesome time over here. And
there's that set.
Just getting to free surf and seeing the way that they ride waves is just a different perspective.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think see this first one here. There's like 2 waves really close together on this first one. I'm glad nobody got fooled by that, because the ones out the back look like they've got some really serious opportunity to.
Is that 2 swells in the water? Or is that just the angle of it? Who knows?
I don't know. It could be the tide as well. Remember, the tide plays a big role.
Bump in it that came into play when it was a little bit bigger down here, and a few of those earlier days, they sort of had an almost second swell just pushing across the face, which kind of gave it this rib, which if you got over, it gave you a great little bowl, but sometimes it'd just make it run away in front of you, and you were kind of stuck behind. And we see Dave.
Definitely just some
Pepsi
movement
Wilson
going on here.
Something out wide here, and he's hustling to get over there. So
yeah.
The flipper's going and everything.
It's as fast as I've seen him moving.
And he's still going.
He's still going.
He's pushing real wide. He's committed to this.
Oh,
this
I think we see something. We kind of see something. We're not sure. He must I don't know. These South Africans just have a different set of eyes for this sort of stuff, and he's probably seeing something that I'm not seeing. And I'm okay with that.
It's not going to take much in this heat. We're seeing really close scores here, and 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. So we'll see if there's any late drama in this heat still to come, because it wouldn't take much for any surfer to jump up there. So at the moment we've got Diego and Erwin advancing over Rod and Dave.
But it wouldn't take much. I mean, Diego's still got the burden of that interference. It's going to take a lot for him to. It's going to take a better wave than his 4.33 to be able to really get ahead and really advance sort of further. So in a way, I'm making a pretty big claim here, but in a way, he almost doesn't want any more waves to come in.
Oh, and if you're sitting in Diego's position, I mean, unsure of the priority situation that's going on out there at the moment, but
we are unsure of that situation.
If Diego's sitting there with priority at the moment, all he's doing is keeping anybody else off a wave, because he's sitting pretty in first place. Sure, it's not a huge heat total, but it's enough to get him through, and at the end of the day, that's all that really matters to progress onto the round of 32 here.
Look, nobody wins a heat. Nobody wins a comp in the first round.
No,
so it's just about first round is about making it through. Same as second round. It's just the only.
We see Erwin there asking for a situation update as we're counting down the clock here, and there's not looking like a whole lot of opportunity out there for these guys in the water at the moment.
No, but there may be some on the inside. It just has that look about it, like maybe there's some on the inside. We can hear the beach commentators sort of updating everybody. And they've got some pretty powerful speakers. I was able to hear everything quite well when I was out there in my heat.
Are we going to see any movement to the inside here? Because
it's possible, but we see Pepsi moving. See Pepsi moving, and we see Erwin Jade moving.
Bit of a paddle.
Yep. Wonder who has priority.
And it's going to run underneath them. So
yeah. Do you think that maybe there's definitely a question to be asked about whether Erwin Jade just lost his priority after that concerted effort?
This wide one.
Yep.
Is he going to get there?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, might stand up for it.
There's a chance.
Oh,
No,
just
there
slips
isn't.
under him. But at
Yeah.
this point in the heat, there's 2 minutes to go, and
stressful.
Dave's put in a big effort for those last few waves. I dare
Mm.
say that's moved him down the priority order. So
Yeah, but
do you
maybe
sneak
maybe
to the
that
inside?
maybe that's a good thing because he's a fair way further inside than everybody else.
It looks that way on the camera angle here, but
Is
you
it?
know,
I don't know. Stand up.
It looks.
Have a look.
He is inside, but I think he
Hmm.
needs to head closer in, tighter to the reef there. It seems to be that's that wide spot. Yeah, sure. If there was a set rolling through, like that's
This
definitely
looks
where
like a
you want
set.
to be.
This looks
but
like a set rolling through.
Here you go. That flurry of last minute waves just coming through again here.
Mm.
Just keeping everyone on their toes, keeping the judges busy to the final minute of this last heat of the day. We'll wait and see what it holds.
What a day.
Oh, it's been what a day. What a couple of days. It's been an incredible event so far. Just insane, as we've mentioned a few times in this broadcast, to have the facilities and structure and everything in place here. As we see Pepsi taking off, pushing,
Come on,
pushing.
Peps.
Minute to go.
Make it happen. Make it happen.
Just slips under him.
And the South African contingent on the beach just a bit of a moan there.
I think there's a lot of hopes here for Pepsi as to what he can convert here, but
Well, I think a lot of people really understand how well he can surf. I think the
he's
potential is certainly there.
he's
Whether
a
the
phenomenal
ocean has given him the opportunity or not, this heat can be put into question. But I think there were some opportunities.
see a bigger one rolling through here. There might be an opportunity if it goes.
How much time is left? Is that 30 seconds?
Yeah, 30 seconds to go. We see Rod Paulberg taking off here.
Rod Paulberg, come
Here we
on.
go.
Come on.
This might
There
be,
we go.
This might be a heat changer here.
Yeah. This is a Neil Luke board, isn't it, too?
That's a nice second turn from Rod.
Yeah.
Bring this one through. I
He's
think
flowing. Look at that
Just
flow.
commit this one to the inside because I don't think he's got a little cover up there for Rod. Comes out. Little
He'll come out
shampoo
with it.
barrel.
I can see the smile on his face already.
Oh, and a big jam.
Is he going to make it? Oh.
There we go. Nice little Smithy barrel there.
Hey,
We'll
you know
wait
what?
to see.
You know what? That could have been
That might be the heat.
yeah. Well, that was definitely the end of the heat.
Well, that's
but
the end of the heat. Yeah.
there could be some movement with those positions for sure.
There you go. There it is. They've locked that score in. Oh.
They've locked that score in, and now we get to see what's going to happen tomorrow.
Round 1, heat 1 of the Kahunas.
Right, Wednesday, 21st of August. We're going to have 6 heats of Kahunas. We have 6 heats of Kahunas. That's a pretty considerable amount of elder statesmen in amongst our ranks.
I don't know if I'd want to call certain individuals in these heats elder statesmen, as we see the heat list up there on the top left corner. So Gig Sealy is the man behind this immaculate production.
Absolutely.
First heat in the water with Ant Anderson, Pete Fairweather, and Willie Vanderlinden.
Yep, and then after that we've got 5 heats of the Legends, round 1. So we got round 1 of the Kahunas in the morning, followed by round 1 of the Legends.
Just look at these scenes on the screen here. You can see the setup that the crew have put in.
Yeah.
Just the incredible atmosphere that we've got at this beautiful location at the point for the CineFX.
Yep,
World
nice
Titles.
spot.
Oh, it
Nice
doesn't
spot
get
for
much better.
sure.
We get to just cruise down the beach. For us to get home, we just walk along the beach and walk past the terrible waves that is
Absolutely.
Supers. It's just
Yep.
so
No worries.
special to be here.
Yep,
And
absolutely.
I mean, to watch the surfing go down, to be able to be here and be a part of this whole event is just incredible.
Yeah.
he-
So hang on. So let me go through the schedule again. So we got 6 heats of the Kahunas first thing in the morning. We got 5 heats of the Legends. After that, we're followed by the round of 32 in the Open men's. In the Opens, right? That should be pretty good. I'm sure that was strategically located in the schedule throughout the day to try to maximize the conditions.
Well, they managed to, pull the trigger as to when the Open crew were in this morning with those first 3 heats of the Kahunas in.
Yep.
First thing this morning, it was a little bit wobbly, and then it kind of turned on through the middle of the day for those Open round of 64 heats. So now we're well into the nitty gritty of the pointy end of the competition, with trial
Absolutely.
events been run and dusted, and now we're into the 32. So
Right. Let me finish. So let me. Now I've lost my place. So we got 6 heats of the Kahunas in the morning, followed by 5 heats of the Legends in the morning, followed by the round of 32, which is 8 heats.
And then we wrap up the day with 3 heats of the seniors.
Okay.
So we've got sort of age divisions in sprinkled along alongside the opens. And I think should be a good day tomorrow. I think the weather might be slightly different to what we've had today. Conditions might be slightly different, but it's been like that every time.
Look,
right?
I'll take it for what it is, and I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
Looking at it, the forecast here to try and pin down what the go is just.
Yeah, we got a better chance if we just rub a crystal ball. That's fantastic. I've had a great time. I've had a great day. I had a fun surf during my heat. We've had just these stunning visuals in the screen out there. The idea, it's very difficult to not be grateful for everything that we've experienced over the last 2 days during this event. Everything from the people to the idea of having priority, the webcast, our ability to beam this out and project it to all of our friends and family all over the world without nobody needing to be here. I think it's a very important point, right, Liam? I think it's
absolutely.
It's important to sort of. It's important to have this to acknowledge that a lot of the hard work that Gigs has done and a lot of the hard work that all the people have done every single day has allowed us to project forth a positive view of kneeboarding and really express how it is that we feel, why it is that we feel about it, how we feel about it, why it is that we end up upending most of our lives in order to be able to do that. I know you're trying to talk here, but I'm not done yet.
Yeah, well,
I'm getting excited here, right?
I know
getting
you're getting
excited,
but it's definitely a testament to the crew here and the work that they've put in, and it's been an honest pleasure to be here. As you pointed
Absolutely.
out. And I think the guys capped it off quite well yesterday and said, it was probably the best day of kneeboarding, full stop, to just have this set up, the waves that we had, and the waves that we're going to continue to get.
And I reckon today was better.
Yeah, I honestly didn't think there was much we could improve upon, and here we are. We're sitting here going, wow, what a day again,
I feel very lucky to have been here.
Absolutely.
And I feel very lucky to have been able to make a contribution to the webcast and been able to sort of bring people like yourself in and bring like Michael Novikov in here earlier to talk story. We've this has been awesome.
It's been a pleasure,
I think I need to buy Gigs a beer.
A beer?
Or two. At one point or another,
I
for
think
sure.
it's a bit more than that. But
yeah, I know.
That's just my 2 cents.
I know, for sure.
I can't again say enough thanks to the crew involved. And
yeah. Well, with that, we're gonna try to wrap this up so we can go forth and start planning dinner and having some more conversations.
We're trying to chase down the heat winner, Diego, there.
Oh,
from that
let's have a
last
look.
One.
Oh, we're gonna do that. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
We'll just check and see.
Forgot
but,
about
it'll be interesting to see where those final scores dropped in, and Rod's wave there. Did he squeak through?
We can look at that.
'Cause I
Rod
think-
Paul, hang on a second.
I think he was just chuffed to be in the round of 64. So for him to make the 32, he'd be stoked with that, man.
And I think he did.
There you go.
So we got the final results, or final official results of that heat was Diego Acevedo in first place with a heat total of 5.33. Even though he had that interference, he still had enough to get through.
Yeah, huge result there.
Rod Paulberg pulled a rabbit out of the hat in that last minute with a 3.5, right? So a heat total of 5.03.
There you go. Got him.
I think you won't be able to wipe the smile off his face this afternoon.
Congratulations to Rod there, president of the KSV down in Victoria, and leading the charge down there for the Kneeboarding Association and the crew down there with their Phillip Island event, and taking on a big responsibility as far as the management of that goes.
Absolutely. And then still for Erwin Jade and Pepsi, they came 3rd and 4th respectively.
Oh, awesome.
But we still have their age. They still have their age divisions. They're still surfing. They're still in this event. They're not finished yet.
I think we've managed to track down Diego for his heat winners interview, so we'll jump across to them now and just see what he has to say about that heat.
Excellent.
Okay, so we are here with the winner of the previous heat from Brazil, Diego Acevedo. Diego, ¿qué tal te fue en este heat?
I think the heat is not good, There's no waves for nobody, It's pure lucky. you know, but it happens. Doesn't matter the score. We just have to go through, you know.
Exactly. Tell us a little bit about your boards. Rafinha out of Brazil. ¿Qué tal? How do the boards feel on these waves?
No, I've been using Rafinha board since the last world competition, you know. Yes. And he's my shaper. He's a handmade shaper. You know, he's doing a great job for me. You know, all my boards is epoxy. My surf, it improved my surf. You know, and I'm very happy with these boards. I think about to pick a smaller one. You know, but I'm training the last days with this carrot, this orange one, and I prefer to keep it, you know, not to change the game, and it's okay. Let's go to the next round, and I have to surf way better, you know, because it's going harder, and that's it.
Okay. Anything you want to say back to the people in Brazil?
Orem por mim. Deus é maravilhoso. O mundo é mau. O Deus é que é bom e eu dou toda a glória a Deus, toda a honra e toda a glória para Ele.
Amen. He's thanking God and everyone back home. So there you have it, guys. Back to you. I will see you tomorrow.
Alrighty, thank you for that, Haken, and thank you for the insight on the carrot there, Diego. You know, interesting to always hear about everyone's boards. So.
Yeah, well, with that, I think it's time for us to head back, and we'll start this all over again tomorrow.
Again tomorrow morning with those heats that we listed off earlier, and don't miss that first heat in the water. Gig Celia is the man of the moment, kicking it off with Pistol Pete in that opening heat. So tune in for that one, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Thanks a lot, guys. Bye.